100,000 spirit stones, kill my husband and bring me the body. In the dim alleyway, the lady, draped in gold and silver, gritted her teeth and slammed a black card down onto a discarded iron drum. Standing before her was a strange figure, less than 4 feet tall, wrapped in yellow robes. He wore an eerie golden mask that looked like a Buddha statue with a cryptic half-smile. Faced with the massive fortune, the masked childman retreated repeatedly, saying, "Madam, you have misunderstood. People say I deal in everything, but I am merely a respectable merchant. Murder is crossing the line." The lady sneered, "A respectable merchant indeed." He was clearly just complaining that the money was not enough. "I'm not joking when I say I would love to take this job," the golden masked figure said, stroking his mask obsessively, his voice turning neurotic. "It is just that this face, it does not allow me to kill." The lady felt a chill run down her spine and turned to leave. "Stay a moment," a ghostly voice echoed from behind. "Although I do not do this kind of work, I have a friend." The lady turned back with a look of disdain, but suddenly gasped in terror. Behind her, where there had been no one, an incredibly tall and thin figure in white robes now stood silently. He wore a white mask with a crack running through it, and his body emanated a cold, deathly aura like that of a morgue. In his eyes, there was not a flicker of life. His name is Sang Bio. When it comes to killing, he is a professional. A voice so cold it did not seem human boomed through the alleyway. "Pay first, then we talk business. Could you accept half the payment up front, after the job is done?" Facing the sudden, eerie white shadow, the lady forced down her terror and asked tentatively. "Money first, business later," Sang Bio interrupted coldly, his voice bone-chilling and devoid of any sign of life. "Madam, just pay him," the golden-faced old man by his side advised at the right moment. "My friend will get the job done." The lady dared not argue further. She hurriedly pulled a photo from her bag and, along with the black card, pushed them carefully toward the center of the iron barrel. "There are 100,000 in the card, accepted by all League merchant firms. This is the target's photo and address." She paused, gritting her teeth, and one more request: try to make it painless for him, after all he is my husband. Once finished, she dared not stay a second longer. Clicking her high heels against the ground, she hurried away from the bone-chilling, dark alleyway. Dripping sounds echoed from the dilapidated pipes, and the dark alley returned to a deathly silence. The white-faced Sang Bio walked up to the golden-faced old man and lifted his mask, revealing the face of a 16-year-old youth. His features were handsome but pale and stiff, his eyes empty of spirit, like a corpse just pulled from a glacier. "Zio Bai, good work." The golden-faced old man removed his own mask as well. Beneath the mask was a face identical to Sang Bio's in every way, down to the tiny scar on the corner of the right eye. The only difference was that this face was rosy and full of the vitality of a living person. After removing the mask, the golden-faced old man's dwarfish, stout body quickly stretched, instantly returning to the frame of a normal young man. Meanwhile, the thin, tall body of Sang Bio dissipated into countless white specks of light, all flowing into the white mask hanging in midair. The mask floated in place, emitting a cold voice. "Boss, when we are working out there, please call me by my code name, Sang Bio." The youth twisted his neck to ease the discomfort of control, reached out to support the white mask, and chuckled, "All right, Zio Bai. It is Sang Bio." "Understood, Zio Bai." The youth turned his head to look at the golden mask. "Zio Jin, you go back first. You two are going to kill someone again, how annoying." The golden mask grumbled with disgust and suddenly shrank. The youth raised his left hand, and an 8-grid ring mark appeared on his palm, 2 of which were particularly bright. The golden mask, now shrunken to the size of a soybean, landed in his palm and burrowed into the ring, where a miniature golden mask pattern appeared inside the bright mark. The youth turned, his gaze falling on the black card and the photo on the iron barrel. "Tusk, people in the inner city are truly rich. They offer 100,000 just to have someone killed." He grabbed the photo and the black card, started walking out, and placed the white mask back over his face. His normal body was once again stretched and thinned. "Let us go, Zio Bai. Follow me, Tong Yan. Let us go kill someone." "Ah Qiang, I love you so much." "Ah Zhen, I love you too." On the rooftop under the starry sky, a slender girl and a bloated man were locked in a tight embrace. A cheating husband sneaks out to meet his lover, and his wife pays a hitman to end him. In a dark corner, Tong Yan, wearing a white mask and posing as Sang Bio, watched quietly. That bloated man was his target for the night. But Tong Yan's gaze fell on the girl and he whispered, "That girl is not human." "What? My boyfriend is such a freak, he never lets me eat my fill. I am so hungry." The girl struggled out of the embrace, looking pitiful. The man was heartbroken. "Do not cry, I will make sure you are full tonight." "Really? You are so kind." The girl lunged into his arms, burying her head deep into his neck. "Honey, let us go inside." "No, right here is fine." Is that really okay?" the man asked, his voice trembling with excitement. The girl with her head buried in his neck slowly elongated her lips, revealing a 20-centimeter-long sharp straw. The man was still enjoying the moment, rubbing his cheek against her neck. "Darling, why does your skin feel so rough?" The texture, as dry as tree bark, caught him off guard. He reached out to touch the girl's face and grabbed a stiff, hard straw. The man pushed her away suddenly, took a good look, and was terrified to his core. "Darling, you said you would feed me until I was full," the girl with the straw spoke in a voice still gentle. The man's face turned ash-white, a monster. He wanted to run, but his legs turned to jelly, and he collapsed to the ground as soon as he struggled. He scrambled backward, his lips quivering. Do not kill me. I will give you whatever you want." The girl approached gracefully. "You're not human, stay away, I do not want to die." The man screamed in a breakdown. "I have a lot of money. I can keep you, buy you fresh blood, or even help you hunt awakened. Their blood is much tastier than ordinary people. Spare me and I will let you eat your fill at every meal." "I am tempted." The bloodthirsty flower demon leaned down, her scarlet eyes fixed on him as her slender fingers traced his oily chin. "It is just that I am so hungry, I have not been full in such a long time. Become my nourishment." With a sharp shriek, the bloodthirsty flower demon thrust her straw toward the man's throat. The next moment, its body froze. A white figure appeared silently in front of it. A small, withered arm like a mummy's reached out from beneath the white robe and grabbed the protruding proboscis. A terrifying force surged through, and the bloodthirsty flower demon struggled desperately but could not move an inch. A blood-drinking flower demon, only a fifth-rank apostle, and you dare to enter a human settlement? How arrogant. The white shadow was Tong Yan. With that, he flicked his wrist and flung the demon away. With a loud bang, the old wall cracked and debris flew everywhere. After the disaster, awakened monsters grew stronger by absorbing mysterious spirit power. Realms are ranked from bottom to top as Apostle, Master, General, Heavenly King, and Holy Emperor, with 9 ranks in each realm. An Apostle needs 1,000 units of spirit power to advance 1 rank, and the requirement increases tenfold for each major realm thereafter. This 5th-rank Apostle had, at most, absorbed 5,000 units of spirit power. A human awakened? Perfect. Ordinary blood is nowhere near as delicious as yours, I will. The demon crawled up unharmed and started shouting, but before it could finish, Tong Yan moved at lightning speed, slamming a vicious elbow into its face. The nasal bone shattered instantly, and the demon flew back uncontrollably, cracking the wall once again. "Damned human, can you wait for me to finish?" As the demon struggled to rise from the ruins, Tong Yan elbowed its proboscis again. The thin, sharp organ nearly snapped, sending the demon flying like a broken kite. "I am going to kill." A heavy slap struck its left temple. The skull cracked on the spot, and the demon smashed into a pile of junk. "You beast!" Just as the demon pushed itself up, a heavy stomp landed on the back of its head, pinning it deep into the old concrete with a loud bang. Gravel flew and blood flowed. "Benefactor, thank you so much. If it were not for you, I would have died here today." Seeing that the demon stopped moving, the man crawled over, snot and tears streaming down his face. Tong Yan remained silent, looked him up and down, then shifted slightly and stepped behind him. "Ho, benefactor." The man was confused and started to lean in to cozy up to him. The next second, a black shadow of a whip broke through the floor, sweeping straight toward where Tong Yan had just been standing. Tong Yan had already retreated, so the whip landed squarely on the man's bloated belly. The man spat out a mouthful of blood mixed with organ fragments, his 300-pound frame stumbling as he crashed into the ground. Afraid he might die from the impact, Tong Yan considerately placed his foot under the man's head as a cushion. After all, the client had asked for a painless death if possible. Since he was not the one who swung the whip, it naturally did not count against his task. "Damn human, go to hell." The flower demon scrambled up from the ground, its appearance wretched. Its facial bones were sunken from the impact, its features were mangled, and countless stone shards were embedded deep into its flesh. "I will drain you dry and suck you into a mummy." The flower demon roared in fury. Its mouth tore open like a blooming bud, revealing 4 crimson flesh petals lined with sharp teeth and a slender, sucking proboscis vaguely visible deep within. At the same time, its snow-white skin peeled away inch by inch, revealing the blue-black, cracked dermis underneath. Its legs suddenly morphed into 4 writhing, arm-thick gnarled branches thrashing wildly. In the blink of an eye, the beautiful girl had completely mutated into a withered, hideous branch monster. This was the true form of the bloodthirsty flower demon. Have not you ever heard that villains die because they talk too much? Tong Yan sneered, his figure blurring into an afterimage and vanishing. Reappearing in midair, his right leg swung out like an iron whip, smashing fiercely toward the flower demon's head. Bang! The flower demon took the hit with only a slight shudder, then lashed out with a claw, aiming straight for Tong Yan's abdomen. Tong Yan stepped back in midair to evade, his right hand deftly parrying the sweeping claw, using the demon's own force against it. The sheer power sent the flower demon spinning half a circle, leaving its back completely exposed. Tong Yan immediately closed the distance, his right arm locking tightly around the demon's throat, his left hand pressing against the back of its head while his right hand clasped his left arm. A rear-naked choke locked in. Take a deep breath, getting dizzy is perfectly normal. Tong Yan pinned the 4 thrashing branches with his feet and suddenly tightened his arms, strangling the creature. Args, you damned humans. The flower demon possessed immense vitality. Its blue-black arms clawed at Tong Yan's, pulling down frantically to resist the pressure of the choke. Its mangled head twisted wildly, the 4 fleshy petals splayed wide, and its proboscis bulged out trying to stab backward. But due to the blind spot, it could not even touch Tong Yan. Your mouth stinks. The damage was not much, but the foul odor wafting from that split throat was like a trash can left in the summer heat for 10 days. Even through his mask, it made Tong Yan want to retch. Tong Yan held his breath, engaged his core, and hoisted the massive body of the flower demon into the air, slamming it headfirst into the floor. Crack! The massive impact shattered the demon's cervical vertebrae. A pale spine poked through the blue-black skin, and green, foul blood sprayed everywhere. Args, you damn hum. The flower demon shrieked, still trying to struggle up and fight back. Die! Tong Yan followed like a shadow, lifting his right leg high and bringing it down with a heavy stomp. Bang! The flower demon was nailed back to the ground. Its chest cavity caved in instantly, and its ribs and heart were crushed underfoot. The Tier 5 apostle bloodthirsty flower demon died on the spot. Tong Yan leaned over, pulled a crystalline stone from the demon's muddy chest, and tucked it away before turning to look at the man in the corner. This guy. Tong Yan squinted. This bloated scumbag had long since woken up and had been lying on the ground playing dead. For a normal person, taking that hit from the flower demon would have meant ruptured organs, but his thick layers of fat had acted as a perfect cushion, saving his life in the nick of time. My savior, you truly are a god descending from the heavens, crushing this damned alien in a few swift moves. May I ask your name, my savior? I will certainly repay your kindness in saving my life. Realizing his act was seen through, the man scrambled up and approached with a fawning smile, but froze half a step away, intimidated by Tong Yan's chilling white mask. Tong Yan said nothing, just watched him quietly. Even though the mask had no eye holes, the man felt as if knives were scraping his skin, cold sweat pouring down his face. Did he hear me begging the flower demon for mercy earlier? He swallowed hard and tremblingly fished out a black card. Savior, there are 30,000 energy stones in here. Please, it is just a small token of my gratitude. Seeing Tong Yan remain motionless, the man panicked even more. I left in such a rush I did not bring enough, but I will double it when we get back to the city. If you have any orders for me later, even if it is my own head, I will hand it over. Really? Tong Yan spoke abruptly. The man jumped, nodding repeatedly, really. Just tell me where to send it, I will make sure to have 300,000 sent over. That is not it. Tug. The man was stunned. As he looked up, his vision was filled by a massive fist. Bang! A punch landed squarely on his forehead. The internal force penetrated the bone, leaving the skull intact but turning the brain inside to mush. The man's eyes bloodshot, he slammed straight down, his pupils losing all life in an instant. Target eliminated, no pain. Contract complete. Tong Yan pulled his hand back and turned to leave, but as he took a step, his foot hovered in midair. Up ahead, a figure had appeared out of nowhere. The young girl was beautiful, dressed in a pale white long skirt. Her face was delicate and pretty with skin as white as snow, and her clear, bright eyes were like deep, tranquil pools. Under the moonlight, she looked gentle, moving, and brilliantly beautiful. What drew the most attention was her hair, which was a light cyan color drifting in the breeze. She was like a pearl of the golden age, breathtakingly beautiful, and so stunning that she seemed out of place in her surroundings. She stood there quietly, watching everything that had just happened without blinking, her beautiful eyes filled with deep curiosity. Tong Yan did not speak. He also stared calmly at this girl who had appeared out of nowhere. However, beneath his mask, his eyes held no infatuation or amazement, only vigilance and solemnity. He had not noticed when the girl appeared at all, even as she got within 10 meters of him. For an assassin, this was a fatal mistake. The girl said nothing and Tong Yan remained silent. They stared at each other for a short moment. Tong Yan slowly stepped back, intending to leave, but the girl suddenly pointed at the man's corpse and asked, "Why did you save him first, only to kill him later?" Tong Yan did not respond and continued his slow retreat. The girl frowned and asked again, "I mean no harm. I really just want to know why you saved him first and then killed him." Tong Yan stopped his footsteps, his gaze shifting. After a long while he said, I am an assassin, I take money to kill people. Oh, so you killed him for money. The girl nodded as if she had suddenly realized something, then pointed to the card next to the man's body and asked, then why did not you take that card? There are 30,000 in it, that is also money. I am an assassin, kill people, get paid. The same words, but with a different order, carry a different meaning. In truth, Tong Yan wanted to say that he wanted to take it too, but the white mask persona had high standards and could not be seen doing that. White mask kills for money, while gold mask takes money but does not kill. After saying this, Tong Yan did not linger. He turned and quickened his pace to leave, but the girl used a teleportation move, blocking him again. Tong Yan stopped and looked at her calmly, an obvious sense of murderous intent rising in his eyes. My name is Zhan Xinyu from the Tianhai Spirit Word Academy. My teacher says I am very strong, but I lack real combat experience, so I came out this time to train myself. Zhan Xinyu's words made Tong Yan's gaze sharpen. He had never heard of Tianhai City and did not know how it compared to his own home, Wanjiang City. But he was all too familiar with the name Spirit Word Academy. After the Great Catastrophe, the human population plummeted and humanity became the weaker side. To strengthen human power, every major city established Spirit Word Academies to cultivate awakened ones. He had once dreamed of entering the Spirit Word Academy in Wanjiang City, but due to various reasons, that wish had ultimately failed. You are very strong, stronger than many I have met before, and you possess the killing intent my teacher mentioned. Could you spar with me? Zhan Xinyu lifted her graceful arm, and a sword flowing with 7 colored lights suddenly appeared in her right hand, its tip pointing straight at Tong Yan. This sword, is it a spirit word of the artifact sequence? Tong Yan's gaze fell upon the sword. The flowing light was magnificent and brilliant, with a dangerous edge hidden beneath the exquisite body of the blade. I am an assassin, I practice the art of killing, not sparring. Tong Yan did not want any more trouble and turned to leave in another direction again. But once more, that figure appeared in front of him, making his expression go cold. Has not your teacher taught you that blocking an assassin is a very dangerous thing? Can you please spar with me? Zhan Xinyu asked earnestly once more. Get lost. Tong Yan was furious. His voice was freezing cold, and white light flickered from his hands hidden beneath the white robe, his killing intent locking onto Zhan Xinyu as she ran up to block him again. Zhan Xinyu felt the undisguised murderous aura of the white-robed assassin, but there was no fear in her eyes, only intense curiosity. She turned her head to look at the man's corpse, her eyes suddenly lighting up, and she said, Are not you an assassin? You kill for money, I would like to hire you to kill someone. Not interested. 1 million. This offer made Tong Yan lower his raised foot immediately. He coughed softly, cleared his throat, and tried to sound as gentle as possible. How much? 1 million. Kill who? Zhan Xinyu looked at the strange person in front of her with a weird expression. Is not this change of attitude a bit too fast? Kill me. Me. Zhan Xinyu said very seriously, 1 million, kill me. Duration of the contract. You are so rigid, Zhan Xinyu muttered under her breath, then replied nonchalantly, 1 month. Tong Yan stood still, looking the girl over carefully before replying plainly. A word of advice during the contract period, until the target is dead, the blade does not rest. HMPH understood, Zhan Xinyu snorted coldly. Money first, work later. Zhan Xinyu did not say more, flicking her wrist, and a gold card flew toward Tong Yan. Tong Yan caught it between 2 fingers and examined it closely. It was indeed a gold card issued only for balances reaching 1 million. After carefully putting the card away, his gaze shifted back to the strange Zhan Xinyu. For the sake of the money, I will give you one piece of advice. An assassin uses any means necessary. Cut the talk, come on, I am ready. Zhan Xinyu shimmered with 7 colored light, holding her sword with both hands, her eyes focused entirely on Tong Yan. Tong Yan nodded, then pointed behind Zhan Xinyu and said seriously, someone is behind you. Zhan Xinyu frowned and said with great dissatisfaction, Is this kind of trick used to fool children really necessary in this situation, or do you think I am a little girl who is easily deceived? Come. Was on. What? Zhan Xinyu's brows shot up, her pupils dilated. She looked down in astonishment to see a string of blood-stained copper coins protruding through the left side of her chest. Then the excruciating pain from the wound spread throughout her entire body. The pain made her break out in a cold sweat, but the instinctive reaction of a strong fighter made her endure it, and with a lunge forward, she pulled herself off the string of copper coins. Copper coin sword. Zhan Xinyu moved to safety, releasing spiritual energy to stop the bleeding while looking back. Only then did she realize that the one who had ambushed her from behind was a dwarf less than 1.2 meters tall, holding the very copper coin sword that had just pierced her left lung. It is not called a copper coin sword, it has its own name, the unjust money sword. the gold-masked dwarf explained earnestly. Zhan Xinyu was clearly angered, her pretty face flushed with rage. But just like its name, since it specialized in sneak attacks, it really was quite unjust. Despicable, this was not said to the dwarf who had ambushed her, but to Tong Yan, who was still standing in the same spot. The two were dressed similarly. You did not need a brain to know they were in cahoots. Tong Yan did not defend himself against Zhan Xinyu's words, saying plainly, "I told you, an assassin uses any means necessary. I had already warned you." Zhan Xinyu paused, finally understanding the advice Tong Yan had given her after taking the money. Shameless, truly shameless. Is this the treacherous world my teacher was talking about? Zhan Xinyu gritted her teeth. She had been annoyed by her teacher's constant warnings, but at this moment she truly felt the well-intentioned advice her teacher had given her. "Stop, I am not fighting anymore, you win. Consider the mission a success, the million is yours." Zhan Xinyu had no choice. This sword stroke was too ruthless, piercing through her entire chest from the back, missing her heart by less than a millimeter. She was not stupid enough to think this millimeter deviation was mere luck. As a professional assassin, a sneak attack in this situation could not have missed, meaning the opponent had shown her mercy. But even so, this wound left her without most of her combat ability. There was no point in continuing to fight. "Forget it, I will just think of it as paying a small price for a lesson." However, Tong Yan's next words made her pupils widen in shock. "The contract has been made. Until the target is dead, the blade does not rest. What? I will pay more, double the price to buy my life." Zhan Xinyu was truly nervous. "He said the same thing." Tong Yan pointed at the dead man, then arched his thin, tall body. A white dagger with a shark fin back appeared in each of his hands, radiating a murderous aura. "Then why did not you let him stab me through the heart just now?" At this moment, the gold-faced boy elder sneaked over and said kindly, "It was not that the boss did not let me kill you. It is just that I do not kill people." Hearing this, Zhan Xinyu's heart sank to the bottom. Her entire body tensed up, and she gripped her long sword tightly with her right hand. In this moment, she finally understood what her teacher meant by the world being a dangerous place. Suddenly, Zhan Xinyu's pupils contracted. Before she knew it, the white figure beside her had disappeared. Her whole body tensed, holding her sword with both hands, she closed her eyes to sense her surroundings carefully. A rush of wind came from her right. Without the slightest hesitation, she swung her sword fiercely to the right. This colorful long sword was clearly not an ordinary weapon. It was Zhan Xinyu's spirit manifestation, known as the seven-colored glazed sword. This swing did not release much power, yet the glazed sword easily unleashed a violent, surging sword aura. Clang! The sound of metal clashing rang through the quiet night. Tong Yan's sneak attack was repelled, but he did not stop. He turned his body, used the floor as leverage to push off with his toes, crossed his hands in front of his chest, and lunged at Zhan Xinyu with his daggers in a reverse grip. Closing in instantly, both hands struck simultaneously. The right dagger thrust straight at her temple, while the left slashed horizontally at her throat. Every move was lethal. Zhan Xinyu truly lacked combat experience, but as a high-level awakened, she possessed strong instincts and came up with a countermeasure in an instant. Facing Tong Yan's onslaught, she did not retreat or dodge, but instead moved closer, thrusting the glazed sword directly at Tong Yan's neck. An inch longer, an inch stronger. At this moment, the advantage of the seven-colored glazed sword was fully demonstrated. If she maintained her attack, her glazed sword would surely pierce through Tong Yan's neck first. Of course, Tong Yan's daggers would also take off her head in the process. Tong Yan frowned slightly and chose to pull back, avoiding the strike. Although she lacked experience, Zhan Xinyu was definitely not some naive girl who would panic when faced with trouble. On the contrary, she was very calm and had a fierce streak in her bones. After forcing Tong Yan back with her ruthless style, she did not hesitate. The glazed sword hummed as she lunged to pursue him, engaging him in battle. For a moment, the glazed sword and the daggers clashed fiercely, the sound of metal ringing through the night sky. Clever! Tong Yan could not help but praise her. Zhan Xinyu had made the decision in an instant to engage him head-on, giving neither him nor the boy elder a chance to sneak attack her. A very clever tactic to play to her strengths and avoid her weaknesses. However, she miscalculated one thing. "I am a killer, not some assassin." "Die!" Tong Yan shouted angrily. He brought his hands together, merging the two daggers into one. The tip of the combined white dagger glowed with a deeper pallor, and his killing intent intensified. This dagger was known as the shark-slaying blade, the life-bound weapon nurtured by his white-faced spirit manifestation. Tong Yan switched to a forward grip, poured all his strength into the strike, and slashed fiercely at Zhan Xinyu. The momentum was so powerful it felt as if he was not wielding a dagger but some heaven-splitting blade. "OTMPH!" Zhan Xinyu scoffed, holding her glazed sword vertically in front of her chest, intending to block the blow. If she could block this, she could counterattack, aiming for Tong Yan's abdomen. One strike would surely leave him dead or severely wounded. But the moment the dagger made contact with her glazed sword, Zhan Zinyu's expression changed. The terrifying force transmitted by the collision made the webbing between her thumb and index finger split. Her arm went numb, and the seven-colored glazed sword nearly flew out of her hand. Is this still a dagger? Even a 1,000-pound hammer would not strike with such terrifying force. The shark-slaying blade pushed past her block and continued straight for her throat. Tong Yan's attack was highly deceptive. With his emaciated body and a short dagger, nobody would expect him to be able to unleash such frightening power in an instant. Zhan Zinyu's face turned pale. Constrained by distance, she could no longer use her previous ruthless tactics to force Tong Yan back. In the face of crisis, she gritted her teeth, bent forward, and lunged directly into Tong Yan's embrace. Tong Yan was currently using his white-faced manifestation, which was tall and thin with a long reach, so his arm was fully extended during the slash, making it impossible to stop her. The two of them collided solidly. Tong Yan was stunned. He had been an awakened for a year and fought dozens of battles, but this was the first time he had encountered such a situation. After a brief moment of shock, he exerted force again, slashed diagonally, and withdrew his body to create some distance. Zhan Zinyu did the same. After resolving the crisis, she swung her sword horizontally, aiming for Tong Yan's right abdomen, while simultaneously pushing off with electric speed to move away. The two of them thus moved several meters apart by chance, and their attacks naturally missed. How shameless, taking advantage of me. Tong Yan tilted his head slightly, and his words made Zhan Zinyu lose her cool. With a cold face, she snapped, "You really deserve to die." Zhan Zinyu was furious. Coming from a noble background, she had never suffered such indignity, yet on this one trip she had been repeatedly humbled by an unknown killer. Die! Zhan Zinyu's face was cold as she shouted loudly. Ignoring her injuries, she leapt into the air. Her body rippled with light, her spiritual power levels skyrocketing, and the seven-colored glazed sword in her hand turned completely jade-like, shimmering with an otherworldly radiance. A mid-battle breakthrough to master. Tong Yan felt the sudden surge in Zhan Zinyu's spiritual power, and his expression changed drastically, his voice pitching up an octave. Are you kidding me, breaking through a realm during combat? Do you think you are in a movie? Do you think you are the main character? If you play like this, how am I supposed to fight? Originally, Zhan Zinyu was only at the 9th rank of the apostle level, on par with him. But provoked by this, her potential exploded, her spiritual power surged, and she achieved a mid-battle breakthrough, stepping into the ranks of the spirit masters. A breakthrough in a major realm is more than just an increase in spiritual power. It allows one to awaken powerful innate spiritual skills and elevates one's physical capabilities, leading to a massive spike in combat power. Boy Elder, this one is tough, come and help. Coming, boss? The gold-faced Boy Elder jumped over immediately, pulling a golden scale from his robe and holding it carefully in his hands. Seeing the scale, Tong Yan paused, saying with a headache, "Do we really need to use that?" "What? Boss, you are the one who taught me that villains die from talking too much." Tong Yan was speechless, his face darkening. Are we even real villains? Jin Mai and Tong Su looked at Tong Yan, counting off on his fingers as he said earnestly, "Boss, look here. First, villains usually have the upper hand early in a fight, but they lose because they drag things out, giving their opponents time to power up. Second, villains are usually despicable, shameless, and love to fight dirty or ambush people. Third, villains are usually born in poverty, arrogant, stubborn, and refuse to change. Fourth, they usually look ugly and crooked. We fit all four of these perfectly. Tong Yan. Also, boss, look at her. This girl is a natural beauty, incredibly strong for her age, and her awakened Yana must be top-tier S-grade. Judging by her clothes, she comes from a noble family. Most importantly, she is willing to bet her life to become stronger. That is called perseverance and tenacity. Even when heavily injured, she keeps fighting, fearless of death. That is righteous and unyielding. If she is not the hero, then who is? Can you please find some better words to describe us? Tong Sao's words pushed Tong Yan to his limit. If this guy was not a special form of his own Yana, he would have thought he had defected. He then looked solemnly at the scale in Tong Sao's hand and said heavily, "The price for using this thing is too high. Have you really thought it through?" "I am fine, boss," Tong Su said firmly, looking as if he were ready to face death for the cause. "Of course you are fine, the brunt of the backlash hits me." Tong Yan could not take Tong Sao's shameless act anymore and cursed him out. Tong Su held the scale with his left hand, pointed at Zhan Zinyu and muttered a few words. A tiny phantom of Zhan Zinyu appeared on the left tray. Then he placed a copper coin on the right tray, and the scale began to rock before finally balancing out. How 50-50? Seeing the result, Tong Yan finally cheered up. He patted Tong Sao's shoulder hard and comforted him with a grin. It is fate. It is simply meant to be. This scale, known as the excessively just balance, was a personal weapon birthed by the golden face Yana, just like the unjust coin sword. It was bizarre. It had immense power but caused a terrifying backlash afterwards, which was imposed on both Tong Yan and Tong Su. Whether triggered by Tong Yan while controlling the golden face or by Tong Su in his independent form, the backlash of the excessively just balance would always strike them both. The ratio of the burden was determined by the weighing of the target and the coin, and Tong Yan always had to bear the larger portion. For instance, since the result was 50-50, they each bore half. If it were 70%, Tong Yan would take 70 and Tong Su would take 30. That is why Tong Yan called it a forbidden weapon, one he would never use unless absolutely necessary. HMPH, this girl is heavy, she needs to lose some weight. Tong Su grunted in dissatisfaction, though he secretly let out a sigh of relief. You all go to hells. 7-colored brilliance, instant kill. During that time, Zhan Xinyu had finished her breakthrough. She slashed down with her 7-colored glass sword with overwhelming force. She was furious and had unleashed the innate ability she had just mastered. Balance shadow imprison. With Tong Sao's roar, a massive phantom of a scale appeared behind her and trapped her in midair. How is this possible? Zhan Xinyu was shocked. She used all her strength but could not move an inch. Even her innate ability was interrupted. Is this an ability? No, impossible. He is only at the apostle stage and has not unlocked his innate ability yet. Is this an effect of the Yana itself? What kind of Yana is this? Tianhai City, where she was from, was a major hub teeming with awakeners, and she had seen all sorts of strange Yana. But this kind of forced imprisonment was something she had never encountered. Money is justice, judgment. Tong Su gripped his unjust coin sword, crossed it over his chest, and slammed it into the ground. Immediately, a phantom of the coin sword appeared above Zhan Xinyu's head and struck down. A deity sequence Yana. At that moment, Zhan Xinyu seemed to realize something and shrieked. Human Yana are strange and varied. To better classify them, humanity categorized them into 4 sequences. The first 2 sequences are divided into S, A, B, C, and D tiers. The first sequence is the elemental sequence, covering conventional gold, wood, water, fire, earth, and so on. The second is the artifact sequence. Most Yana in this sequence have a physical form. Zhan Xinyu's sword is an S-grade Yana of this type. The third sequence is very special. It is named the deity sequence. Deity sequence Yana have no grades, as no one can distinguish their strength. They are numbered in the order they appear. This sequence can be considered a special type of Yana, or legendary immortal phantoms. The effects they produce are far beyond human comprehension. For instance, Sequence 17, the Yama Death Book, can kill from 1,000 miles away, leaving no trace. Sequence 33, the Consciousness of Shiva, can invade a person's mind and wipe them out at the conscious level. Or Sequence 36, the Salvation of the Goddess of Light, which can heal anything as long as there is a breath left. The power of these Yana exceeds human imagination and is seen as divine power. The fourth is the Forbidden Sequence with 72 types. They are as powerful as the Deity Sequence but always come with a massive flaw. Deity Sequence Yana are extremely rare. In the 1,000-year history of humans, only 36 have been recorded. On average, a new one appears only once every few decades. She did not expect a brand new one to appear today. If this got out, every major city would be in an uproar. While Zhan Xinyu was in shock, the giant phantom sword struck, crushing the 4-story building with its terrifying pressure, sending dust and debris flying everywhere. Zhan Xinyu was carried by the sword's shadow into the ruins. Huh, boss, do we need to be this cautious? She is definitely on the verge of death. Just walk up and finish her off. After finishing, Tong Su noticed Tong Yan was still charging up, staring intently at the ruins, though the dust blocked his view. No kill confirmed until the smoke clears. It is better to use full power when finishing someone off. With that, Tong Yan swung his shark-slaying dagger, unleashing a massive blade of energy straight at where Zhan Xinyu fell. After doing so, Tong Yan breathed a sigh of relief and said, "Let us go, the commission is." Before he could finish, he looked at the ruins as a figure burst out, sprinting toward the inner city without looking back. It was Zhan Xinyu. How is this possible? Tong Yan and Tong Su gasped in unison, nearly biting their tongues. No damage just because there was smoke, are you kidding me? Tong Su had just used a forbidden weapon. Even if he held back, she should have been critically injured, not to mention Tong Yan's follow-up strike. How is she still so energetic? That mirrors. Tong Yan's gaze landed on Zhan Xinyu's left hand. She was holding an exquisite mirror, but it was covered in cracks as if it had taken a massive blow. Zhan Xinyu ran toward the inner city, coughing up blood as she fled. The mirror given to her by her teacher had absorbed most of the damage, allowing her to survive, but the remaining impact left her gravely wounded, and her previous injuries were now beyond suppression, causing her to bleed profusely. Tong Yan took off immediately in pursuit. But Jan Xinyu was too fast, the distance between them only grew. Soon, a giant stone tablet appeared ahead inscribed with the words Wanjiang. Behind it was a 100-meter-wide open area, empty and barren. This was the defensive zone of the inner city. At the end of the zone stood a massive wall 100 meters high and thousands of meters long. In the middle was a 20-meter-high archway. Beyond it was the inner city that countless people dreamed of entering. It is too late. Tong Yan stopped chasing. If he entered the defensive zone without proper documents, the city guards had the right to kill him on sight. He stood at the stone tablet, gazing into the distance. The ground where this tablet stood was like a chasm that separated both the land and lives. The inner city was brightly lit, filled with stable order and abundant resources. People there did not have to fear monster attacks and could live happy, secure lives. The outer city was the exact opposite. As far as the eye could see, there were only scattered candlelight. 90 of the people here could not even afford one meal a day, and survival itself was a luxury. After a long time, Tong Yan slowly retreated, his figure vanishing into the darkness. Sigh, the long winter is coming again. It is not even 8 o'clock yet, and it is already this dark. In the dark alley, Tong Yan was panting, leaning against the wall for support. He struggled to reach out and wipe the blood from the corner of his mouth, limping forward as he used the wall to steady himself. At this moment, he had taken off the white mask and returned to his true self. He was suffering the backlash from using the golden mask scale of justice. Even at just 50% intensity, the backlash was enough to crack his internal organs. Severe pain coursed through his entire body. He did not know how many bones had hairline fractures. It felt as if he had been struck head-on by a speeding train. Tong Yan leaned against the wall, gasping for air, but after a while he persisted and started moving again. I have to get back quickly, or Yan and Wuji will be worried. I do not know how much time had passed, but Tong Yan finally returned home. Although it was called a home, it was nothing more than a shack enclosed by rusty sheets of iron and topped with wooden planks, but fortunately it could shield them from the wind and rain. Standing outside the door, Tong Yan took a few deep breaths to calm his expression, forcefully suppressing and masking his exhaustion and the agony of the backlash. Yan Wuji, I am back. Tong Yan pushed open the rusty iron gate. What came into view was a tiny living room with only a single table, where an orange candlelight flickered incessantly. Brothers, you are half an hour late again today. As soon as Tong Yan's voice faded, an ethereal and pleasant sound came from inside, filled with deep surprise. At the same time, a slender, graceful figure walked out. She had fair skin, a refined and otherworldly presence, and a flawless face with a straight bridge of the nose and cherry-red lips. Every look and smile was full of charm, but the only drawback was that her eyes remained tightly closed beneath her long lashes. She was blind. Her name was Tong Yan, Tong Yan's younger sister. With a bright smile, she skipped over to Tong Yan's side, put away the shoes he had taken off, and then held his right arm, asking, "Brother, why have you been coming home so late lately?" Tong Yan patted her on the head and replied, "There have been some things to handle recently, so I was delayed." "All right then." As if sensing something, Tong Yan lowered her head, and her voice suddenly softened. Her tightly closed eyes opened a tiny slit, from which wisps of black energy flowed out, mysterious and oppressive, as her delicate fists slowly clenched. But Tong Yan was too exhausted to notice the change in his sister. "Tong Yan, you sister-obsessed girl, you stop caring about me the moment Big Brother comes back, cough cough." A young boy walked out from another room. He was extremely thin, his face unnaturally pale with heavy dark circles under his eyes. He looked as fragile as a flickering candle in the wind, only able to stand by leaning against the doorframe. Tong Wuji, Tong Yan's younger brother, 12 years old, the third child. Born with congenital lung disease and other mysterious illnesses, he was named Wuji, meaning no illness, in hopes of bringing him good luck. The three of them were not biological siblings, but they were closer than real family. Hearing this, Tong Yan returned to her usual self, looked up, and made a face at Tong Wuji. "I just do not care about you." Her tone shifted and she threatened fiercely, "And another thing, Tong Wuji, I am your older sister. If you dare call me by my full name again, be careful or I will beat you up." "All right, it would be a miracle if you two did not bicker for a single day." Tong Yan helplessly acted as the peacemaker again. These two had never given him a moment of peace growing up. They bickered at every opportunity, and his ears were almost calloused from hearing it. Tong Yan felt a headache coming on and could only say helplessly, "I really do not know what to do with you two. Let us eat." "Hee, I will go serve the food." Tong Yan ran into the kitchen immediately. Come here, Wuji. Tong Yan walked over and carefully helped Wuji to his seat. The three of them spent a pleasant, warm, and quiet time together at the small, crude table under the flickering candlelight. After cleaning up the dishes, Tong Yan rubbed his temples, and his exhaustion could no longer be contained. Yan, Wuji, you two should get some sleep early. I am a bit tired today, so I am going to rest. Okay, good night, brothers. Good night. Wait, brother. Suddenly, Tong Yan called out to stop him from heading to his room, and she leaned against him, resting her head in her brother's arms. Yan, what is wrong? No, nothing, your clothes were just a bit wrinkled, brother, Tong Yan whispered while tugging at the corner of his shirt, as if trying to smooth out the creases. Get some rest. Tong Yan gently stroked her forehead before turning to head into his room and slowly closing the door. Wuji, I am tired too, so I am going back to my room to sleep. Remember to blow out the candle when you go to bed. Without waiting for Tong Wuji's response, Tong Yan turned and walked to her room. The moment her door closed, the dim candlelight in the living room also extinguished. The night shrouded all things and the king descended. My brother is hurt, badly hurt. After closing the door, Tong Yan's innocent smile vanished. Her beautiful face turned icy and she kept muttering to herself. Though her eyes remained closed, her entire aura shifted completely. An unknown presence permeated her surroundings as if she had merged with the night itself. Just a moment ago, Tong Yan was like a cute and gentle little girl, but now she seemed like the ruler of the night. Go find her and kill her. Tong Yan unclenched her right fist, revealing a long cyan hair in her palm. She had taken it when she was tidying her brother Tong Yan's clothes just a moment ago. As you command, my great highness. A low, raspy voice echoed from the corner, and then two ink-black arms stretched out to respectfully take the strand of hair. After the shadow left, the strange aura around Tong Yan dissipated. She walked to the wall and gently placed her hand against it. On the other side was Tong Yan's room. Brother, I will absolutely not let anyone bully you. What? In another room, Tong Wuji sat silently on the bed. His face was indifferent, his expression terrifyingly dark. He said coldly, come out. Do one thing for me and I will agree to become your apprentice. As soon as Tong Wuji finished speaking, a twisted mist drifted from his body, forming a humanoid phantom in the air. If you laugh like that again, I will smash your face in. Tong Wuji ruthlessly cut off the phantom's eerie laughter. Hey, I am a malevolent ghost, the greatest villain in the world. Laughing like this is part of my persona, the phantom chuckled strangely. Go follow the scent my brother left behind, find the person who hurt him and kill them. Hearing this, the phantom shuddered and suddenly drifted right in front of Tong Wuji, almost face to face. Kid, do you think I am a dog? Tong Wuji glanced at him expressionlessly. Go, I will give you 1 hour. If you cannot handle it, forget about the apprenticeship. Fine, damn it. As one of the second-generation 8 ghosts of the Ghost Yamen, my name as a malevolent ghost is known far and wide. You are the first brat to dare speak to me like this. Since ancient times, it is always the master testing the apprentice, yet here you are, turning the world upside down and testing your master. The phantom, calling himself a malevolent ghost, gritted his teeth in anger, then let out a long sigh and said helplessly, All right. I suppose I am committed to being a good master, so I will humor you this once, my cheap apprentice. I am off. Wait for my news. The phantom finished speaking and vanished instantly. What? Damn it, this backlash feels like it is at least 70% as strong as the last one. Is it because the enemy had a different level of strength? In his room, Tong Yan vomited blood twice. At this moment, the backlash was intensifying. Roaring sounds echoed within his body, as if he were exploding from the inside, sending his energy into turmoil and causing his muscles to wither from the pain. He knew nothing of what had just happened, and he certainly never suspected that a strand of Zhan Zinyu's hair remained on him. He usually cleared all traces whenever he returned home. But today, the backlash was so severe that it made him careless. Tongsu sang Bio come out. Tong Yan sat cross-legged with his hands clasped together, activating his left hand Linguling. A massive black ring was projected behind him, spinning constantly. The center of the ring was divided into 8 equal sections. The 2 sections at the front were gold and white, respectively. The other 6 sections remained blank, signifying that 6 masks had yet to be awakened. The gold and white masks flew out from their sections, transforming into smaller versions. Tongsu was currently withered and listless, the light representing its section barely flickering. The backlash from using a forbidden artifact was not easy to bear. You brat, this is on you. If you were capable of killing, you should have just stabbed her to death with 1 strike, then there would not be so much trouble. Tong Yan said, feeling irritable. They had both been left severely wounded by the backlash from using the forbidden artifact. And to top it off, they let her get away. That was the biggest loss. Talk about getting struck by lightning for showing off. HMPH boss, you should be talking to that guy Sang Bio. If it had not been so obsessed with its own cool factor earlier and had searched the body properly after killing, we would have reached master rank long ago. One strike would have taken them out, and we would not have had to fight so hard. Tongsu was extremely weak, slumped on the bed, but still did not forget to drag Sang Bio down with it. Then why did not you do the searching? Sang Bio retorted coldly. I do not like the stench of dead people. I do not stoop to such low levels. All right, enough, stop bickering. Tong Yan interrupted their arguing and pulled out a diamond-shaped crystal, tossing it to Sang Bio. It was the spirit core dug out from the 5th stage Apostle Bloodthirsty Flower Demon, containing 5,000 spirit power points. Sang Bio, eat this, it will help us recover. Spirit cores are the energy centers of exotic beasts and are extremely valuable. After Sang Bio swallowed the 5th stage core, the spirit power points for both the white mask and gold mask began to increase. Each increased by 250 points, for a combined total of 500. If other awakeners saw this cultivation method, it would surely cause a terrifying stir. A stir even more terrifying than the discovery of a deity-tier Lingaling. While spirit cores contain massive amounts of spirit power that humans can use to aid their cultivation and accelerate the condensation of energy, that is strictly limited to auxiliary use. But the white mask Lingaling just swallowed it whole, instantly converting the energy into its own. The overall conversion rate reached a staggering 10%. If this news got out, not only humans, but even those powerful exotic beast emperors would not be able to sit still. This was also Tong Yan's deepest secret. Others need to cultivate by breathing in the mysterious energy, spirit power, floating in the atmosphere, condensing it into their bodies bit by bit. But he did not need to. With the help of the gold and white masks, he could instantly convert spirit stones and spirit cores into his own power. As long as he had enough spirit power or cores, he could grow strong quickly. This was also why he took on commissions so desperately to earn spirit stones. As his spirit power increased, the light in the gold section recovered slightly, and the pain in Tong Sao's body began to subside. Sure enough, raising 2 masks is harder than raising 1. Before, when only the gold mask Tongsu was awakened, this core could provide 500 points. Now with Sang Bio added, the gain was split. If all 8 masks were awakened, the resources needed to reach the next rank would be 4 times what it was now. Tong Yan felt his scalp tingle just thinking about it. I wonder what kind of abilities the other 6 unawakened masks will bring. Tong Yan's fingers traced the 6 blank sections with great anticipation. The gold mask governs order and judgment. The white mask governs death and finality. Each has its own formidable characteristics. Of course, they each have their own limitations as well. The gold mask does not do dirty work like killing, whereas the white mask does, but only for the agreed price. Tong Yan guessed that they might be restricted by something, just like the sections locked by the black ring. Boss, can you stop obsessing over it? Is not having me and Sang Bio with you enough? Tong Su land and cheekily. Fine, get back in there. Tong Yan tucked them both back into their respective sections, then waved his hand, causing the spinning black ring to vanish and return to his palm. Pushing thoughts of the mask Lingling aside, he took out 2 cards, 1 black and 1 gold. The black card was the reward for a completed mission, which could be used at a trading firm to withdraw 100,000 low-level spirit stones. He only needed to consume another 10,000 spirit stones to officially break through to the master rank. Once I reach the master rank, I will have a degree of self-preservation. My future actions will not be so restricted. Then I can enter the Sunset Plains, hunt exotic beasts and acquire spirit cores, which will greatly accelerate my growth. With a determined look, Tong Yan sat cross-legged and worked with the white mask to repair the injuries within his body. Also, the light and shadow duel plan should begin now. Looking at the gold card, Tong Yan fell silent. Ever since he became an awakener, and since the gold mask Tong Su and white mask Sang Bio started operating in the outer districts, this was the first time they had failed. No, I still have 1 month, I still have a chance. Tong Yan's gaze gradually became sharp. Whether for the bounty or for his reputation, she must be taken care of. What? In the middle of the night, the shadow drifted silently back into Tong Yan's room. How did it go? Tong Yan lay flat on the bed, her voice cold and detached. Oh, great ones. Give me the results. As you command. The shadow knelt respectfully on the floor, its voice ethereal and low. I found the culprit. It is a girl and she bears a mark placed by a powerful human. Once she dies, that mark will track down whoever killed her. Your humble servant feared exposing your location So you just came back empty-handed? Tong Yan's voice carried a tone of reproach. I dared not act further. I noticed she had a wound on her left lung pierced through by a sword, so I pierced her right lung in the exact same spot. Tong Yan, go now. As you command, great. Get out. Soon the room fell quiet. Tong Yan lay still on the bed, the inexplicable aura around her vanished, and she transformed back into a sweet and innocent little sister. Suddenly, as if thinking of something, her cheeks flushed, and she shyly pulled her head under the blanket. Left a brother in matching couple set. What? Half an hour later, the phantom calling itself the evil ghost returned to Tong Wuji's room, bringing back the exact same news. So you came back without doing anything? Cough, cough. Tong Wuji got up angrily, his intense emotions triggering a violent coughing fit. He covered his mouth tightly, trying to suppress the sound, fearing his brother and sister next door would hear. Oh, my rebellious apprentice, that girl had both lungs pierced through and was on the brink of death. One more strike and she had be gone for sure. Did you really want me to kill her, have the powerhouse behind her track us down via the mark, and then have me lead you and your siblings into exile? The evil ghost clutched its head with both hands, its form twisting like smoke as if completely speechless. Tong Wuji narrowed his eyes, looking at the creature suspiciously. Did you really come back without doing a single thing? Rebellious apprentice, what are you saying? The evil ghost acted as if it were puffed up with indignation, its phantom flickering even more violently. But the more it acted like that, the more suspicious Tong Wuji became. Heh, good apprentice, you really know your master well. Suddenly, the evil ghost let out a lecherous cackle and leaned in close. I am an evil ghost, the worst villain in the world. How could I not take the chance to do some evil? I used your photo to plant a seed of desire in that girl's heart. A seed of desire? Tong Wuji was covered in question marks, and you used my photo. Heh, no one can detect this seed and no one can remove it. The stronger this girl becomes, the more this seed will grow. Influenced by this thing, she will eventually, uncontrollably, helplessly, inevitably, and crazily fall in love with me. Tong Wuji looked at it strangely. You are so young, yet you only think of such lewd matters of the heart. If you go out and act like this in the future, you will only bring shame to your master. The evil ghost lectured righteously, its face full of deep disgust. Tong Wuji felt a bit embarrassed, as his thoughts had indeed been dirty. After shaking those unwanted thoughts from his head, he asked seriously, what will happen in the end? The evil ghost suddenly returned to its lecherous look, leaned into Tong Wuji's ear and whispered, she will have no choice but to want to be your servant. Tong Wuji frowned deeply. Looking at the sleazy evil ghost, he felt a sudden pang of regret. How could he have been stupid enough to believe this old thing would turn over a new leaf? At the same time, he felt a headache coming on. He should not have agreed to take this guy as his master. If this ever got out, it would be quite embarrassing. Find a way to mask that mark and then kill her. I do not need dead weight. Suddenly, Tong Wuji seemed to remember something and asked with slight surprise, you just said you used my photo. What photo? The pocket watch you sleep with every night. Is not there a photo inside? It is you as a child, a bit blurry, but it works. You are quite the narcissist, clutching your own photo while you sleep. The evil ghost said dismissively, then added, do not worry, apprentice. Even if it is a photo of you as a child, it does not matter. She cannot escape my methods. That is not my photo. Tog, that is my brother's. Hearing this, the evil ghost was stunned, as if struck by lightning. Not you. Tog. Tong Yan, you are early as always. Early the next morning, in front of a tavern called Moonlight Pub, Tong Yan leaned against the wall, eating a piece of rye bread bite by bite. This was his breakfast and the pub was where he worked. Ever since his father went missing 3 years ago, he had been working here for meager wages. The person greeting him was a 15 or 16-year-old boy named Chen Ming, his colleague. Both of them worked as servers at the pub. You are early too, Tong Yan replied with a smile. Chen Ming had started working here before him. When Tong Yan first arrived and did not know much, making many mistakes, Chen Ming had always covered for him. Tong Yan still owed him for that. Being around the same age, they naturally became close friends. Chen Ming looked around and seeing no one else nearby leaned in and whispered, Tong Yan, it seems like Skinning Lee has taken on a mistress lately. I heard he wants to get her younger brother a job here too, but the boss does not seem to want to add more staff. We need to be careful not to give him an excuse to fire us. Skinning Lee, real name Li Ming, was their supervisor. He was extremely harsh, constantly docking wages and stealing from the shop to line his own pockets, so many employees called him Skinning Lee behind his back. Oh, Tong Yan was not too concerned. He had planned to quit today anyway. When he was just a normal person, he certainly needed this job to support his family. But since becoming an awakened 1 year ago, the meager income here meant nothing to him. He had stayed on primarily to keep a low profile, but now that he was about to break through to the master stage, he did not need to be as cautious. However, for a normal person like Chen Ming, this job was his only livelihood. Stable jobs were hard to come by in the resource-depleted outer city. If he lost this salary, he might be able to hold on for a while, but his bedridden, severely ill mother probably would not last many days. But as if his fears were meant to come true, after work that day, Supervisor Lee deliberately started trouble with Chen Ming. "Supervisor Lee, I added the liquor and potions exactly as the customer requested. There is no way I could have made a mistake." Chen Ming's slightly anxious voice came from the back office, with a faint hint of tears. "So you are saying the customer framed you?" "No, I did not say that, I just—" "Enough, do not explain. Chen Ming, understand this. The people who come to our pub to drink are awakened powerhouses returning from hunting monsters on the plains. They are all big shots who could wipe you off the face of the earth with a flick of their hand. If it were not for that lord's generosity today, you would be dead already. Your actions have damaged the pub's reputation. Get out, you are fired." Supervisor Lee's voice was exceptionally cold and arrogant. Tong Yan, still cleaning tables outside, frowned. Their pub did have awakened ones coming to drink, but he was certain no such person had been there today. It was obvious that Skinning Lee was just using this to intimidate Chen Ming. "No, please, Supervisor, I need this job. I beg you, do not fire me." "Ha, you need it, with over 30 million people in the outer city, who does not? You need it, get lost." "No, Supervisor, please, I have a severely ill mother at home. I cannot lose this job." "Get out." Along with the scolding came the sound of something heavy crashing and Chen Ming's cry of pain. After a long while, Chen Ming's voice spoke up again, much weaker. "Then pay me my wages. I have worked 14 days this month for a total of 7 spirit stones." "Heh, you dare ask for wages? Do you know your actions have already damaged the pub? I should be asking you for compensation and you have the nerve to ask for wages." "Pay me my wages." But Li Ming did not reply. Instead, there was a loud crashing sound, as if something heavy had slammed into the wall, shaking enough dust from the building to fill the air. Tong Yan frowned, unable to listen any longer. He pushed the door open and walked in. "Pay him his wages." What? Tong Yan walked into the room, and upon seeing the miserable sight before him, he could not help but frown. The room was a complete mess with large shards of porcelain scattered across the floor. Chen Ming was curled up on the ground in agony, his body arched like a shrimp, clutching his stomach tightly. His face was twisted in pain, and a gash on his forehead was bleeding profusely. "Tong Yan's who let you in?" Supervisor Lee, a man of massive build, was stunned to see Tong Yan, and then he began to scold him. "Pay him his wages." "What did you say?" Li Ming was briefly stunned, unable to believe his own ears. The boss rarely came to the shop, and Li Ming handled all the business, large and small. It was practically his own little kingdom. The dozen or so employees would not dare to oppose him, let alone speak to him in a loud voice. What had gotten into this usually quiet and hardworking Tong Yan today that he dared to speak to him like that? "I said pay him his wages." Looking at Tong Yan's serious expression, Li Ming was dazed, but then he burst into laughter. He walked up and patted Tong Yan's face, saying coldly, "Kid, did you wake up on the wrong side of the bed? Do you think it makes you look cool to stand up and play the hero?" "No, Tong Yan, this has nothing to do with you. Get out." Worried that he would implicate Tong Yan, Chen Ming struggled to his feet and pushed Tong Yan hard, trying to shove him out the door. "He needs this money. Pay him his wages," Tong Yan repeated, his expression calm, but his voice already sounding slightly cold. "Who the hell do you think you are?" Li Ming was furious. No one in the shop had ever dared to talk to him like this. Enraged, he swung his right hand, aiming a heavy slap at Tong Yan. Tong Yan let out a cold snort and clamped his hand tightly onto Li Ming's wrist. With a sudden burst of force, Li Ming's hand emitted a cracking sound. A wave of intense pain shot through his palm, causing Li Ming to yelp in agony. Let go, it hurts, my hand is going to break." Tong Yan, let him go first, do not do this." Unexpectedly, Chen Ming even pleaded for him. "Tong Yan, what are you doing? Let go of the supervisor." At this moment, the other employees in the shop crowded around. Seeing this, they realized it was time to curry favor. They began to shout angrily, and a few even rolled up their sleeves, looking ready to start a fight. "Tong Yan, you are dead. You dare lay a hand on me, you are finished." Li Ming seemed to think that since this was his territory, Tong Yan would not dare to do anything to him, and he still spoke with a stubborn attitude. "Is that so? Do you want to find out if they can actually save you?" Tong Yan picked up a sharp shard of porcelain from the floor and pressed it firmly against Li Ming's neck. At this moment, the anger in his heart was ignited. This Li the Bloodsucker had often withheld his pay as well. The original monthly salary of 15 low-grade spirit stones was already low enough, but Li Ming would always find excuses to deduct 2 or 3. After becoming an awakener, a single commission could earn him thousands or even tens of thousands, so he had not cared much about those small amounts and had ignored it. But now it was time to settle the score. No, Tong Yan, let us talk this out." Seeing an unprecedented madness appear in Tong Yan's eyes, Li Ming felt a mysterious sense of fear in his heart. Tong Yan let go of the supervisor. Some employees outside were still trying to curry favor, which made Li Ming's face turn black. Cannot you see my neck is bleeding? Why are you provoking him? What if he gets agitated and kills me? Shut up, you idiots. This roar brought instant silence to the scene. Chen Ming leaned in and pleaded, Supervisor, I do not want the wages anymore. Please do not take it out on Tong Yan. Then he whispered to Tong Yan, do not do this. I will just leave. You still have younger siblings to support at home, you need this job. Tong Yan ignored Chen Ming, his gaze locked firmly on Li Ming, his voice sounding dark wages. Okay, I will pay it immediately. Li Ming was terrified by this manic energy. 7 spirit stones, I will pay it now. Since he started working here, how much of his wages has this guy deducted in total? Chen Ming was clearly stunned, not expecting Tong Yan to ask this. After a brief pause, he stammered, over 3.5 years, he deducted 74 stones from me for no reason. Did you hear that clearly? Including this month's pay, that is 81 spirit stones in total. Tong Yan, do not go too far. My big brother is with the little knife gang you. It hurts. Before Li Ming could finish his threat, Tong Yan increased the pressure on his right hand, nearly fracturing Li Ming's arm. I am only asking you, did you hear me clearly? Clearly? Louder. I heard you clearly. As Tong Yan continued to apply pressure, Li Ming's clamped hand began to deform. The pain made him scream and his lips turned pale. Get the money. Tong Yan released Li Ming. Although Li Ming had a large build, he was ultimately just an ordinary person and could not escape his grasp. Li Ming's eyes were filled with malice, but restricted by the tight space and the sharp weapon in Tong Yan's hand, he dared not resist further and obediently counted out 81 spirit stones from his drawer. Chen Ming took them with trembling hands, clutching them tightly to his chest. He had thought he would not get this month's pay at all, but not only did he get it, he even reclaimed what Li Ming had stolen from him in the past. All of this was because of Tong Yan, but he then realized that this might implicate him, and his expression dimmed. Though the money is settled now, is that enough? Li Ming made no effort to hide the malice in his eyes as he plotted in his mind how to take revenge on Tong Yan later. That settles Chen Ming's portion. Pay mine as well, it comes to 78 stones. What? Did not you hear me? I quit too. Once these words were out, everyone was shocked. One had to realize that such a job was something many dreamed of, yet Tong Yan just gave it up so easily. Was it really just to settle a score for Chen Ming? People did not think Tong Yan was noble. Instead, they all agreed that it was an incredibly foolish decision. Fine, Tong Yan, you would better not regret this. Li Ming quickly counted out 78 spirit stones and threw them at Tong Yan. Let us go. After pocketing the money, Tong Yan grabbed Chen Ming and pulled him out of the office. Soon, the two of them left the place they had worked at for 3 years. Tong Yan, I am sorry. Because of me you lost your job. By a river, Chen Ming said with a face full of apology. It is nothing, you helped me a lot back then too. Seeing the guilt still on Chen Ming's face, he patted his shoulder firmly and said, do not worry about it. I was planning to quit today anyway. Alright, you should get back now. It is getting late and your mother is waiting for you to go home and boil her medicine. Oh right, it is about time. I will head back now, let us keep in touch. Chen Ming's mother had been bedridden with a serious illness for a long time and needed him to go back on time to take care of her. The moment Chen Ming left, Tong Yan suddenly raised his gaze, staring at him with suspicion. A powerful ripple of verbal spiritual energy had just flashed by, disappearing in an instant. That was the unique ripple, only found in high-quality verbal spiritual energy. Even after careful sensing, he could not find anything more on Chen Ming. Was it an illusion? Tong Yan stared fixedly at Chen Ming, his expression shifting, lost in thought. Afterward, he did not linger and set off to leave, though his direction was not toward his home. What? Damn it, damn Tong Yan, damn Chen Ming, how dare you make a fool of me in public, I am going to kill you both. Do you really think I, Li Ming, have been living it up in the outer district just by being a mindless tavern manager? Inside the Bright Moon Tavern, the other employees had already clocked out and left, but Li Ming was still in his office, cursing non-stop. The wound on his neck had been bandaged, but the throbbing pain only fueled his rage. Damn it, did you really think I was joking when I said I knew people from the Blade Gang? Li Ming muttered as he rummaged under his desk. Damn it, I have to go beg that greedy pig for help again, and it is going to cost me a fortune in tribute. Looking at the small pile of spirit stones on his desk, Li Ming's face twisted with pain. Damn Tong Yan, if it were not for you, I would not have suffered such a huge loss. I heard you have a younger sister and brother. Once I get that pig to kill you, I will sell your brother to the beast arena as meat and sell your sister to a brothel to compensate for my losses. And that bastard Chen Ming, you really dared to take my things. After packing up the offerings for the boss he mentioned, Li Ming walked out of the tavern, cursing as he went. Passing through a narrow alley, a massive dilapidated billboard suddenly fell, crashing straight onto Li Ming. Spled. Li Ming's fat body was crushed into a pulp by the billboard, dead as can be. Above the billboard, a dark figure quickly slipped away. But on the nearby rooftop, Tong Yan was hidden in the shadows, witnessing everything. Originally, after parting ways with Chen Ming, he had rushed back without stopping to kill Li Ming, as he never left loose ends. Having worked with Li Ming for nearly 3 years, he knew the man held grudges and loved to target people's families. He had already sentenced him to death in his heart when they clashed, but there were too many people during the day, so he had waited until now. He just had not expected someone else to strike first. Watching the retreating figure, he fell into deep thought. That figure, looks just like Chen Ming. Tong Yan returned home on time today, and it was clear that Tong Yan and Tong Wuji were both very happy. Watching his sister and brother bickering, Tong Yan showed a warm smile. Only in this moment did Tong Yan feel at ease and relaxed. His tightly wound nerves finally began to soothe once he stepped into this house. After chatting with them for a while, Tong Yan returned to his room. Sitting cross-legged on the bed, Tong Yan threw the spirit stones he had gotten back from Li Ming to White Face to devour. Every little bit counts, and every bit of strength gained is worth it. Tomorrow I will go withdraw the spirit stones from the black card. Consuming a portion of them will allow me to officially break through to the Master Realm. Right now, the spiritual energy of both his facial spirit entities has reached over 9,500. He only needs to absorb 10,000 more spirit stones to advance to Spirit Master, and he wants to use the remaining 90,000 to plan something he has long wanted to do. That is, to build a power of his own. Divided into light and dark sections, the light section serves as a facade, mainly responsible for earning spirit stones and resources. The dark section is dedicated to recruiting powerful experts, focusing only on elites, not quantity, managed by himself. Using masks as identities and codenames, they will walk in the shadows and handle the dirty work. Once all 8 faces are awakened, those 8 powerhouses will be the foundation of the dark section, and with the addition of other special experts and elite talents, the organization will be built quickly. But since my strength is not enough yet, I will prioritize building the light section first to make money and improve my power. Tong Yan's eyes were deep in thought. This was a problem he had been considering for a long time. But due to his limited strength, it had been put on hold. Although he could manifest as the golden-faced elder and the white-faced fierce tiger to take on commissions after becoming an awakened one, he was limited in the high-value tasks he could accept due to his power level. Furthermore, those two, gold face and white face, have too many principles. They will not do this or take that, which has restricted his development. The 100,000 bounty task he took a few days ago was the first of its kind. Usually, he would not even make more than 10,000. As for the million level one, he had not even heard of such things before. As his strength increases, the amount of spirit stones he needs to consume is massive. To advance from the first to the second stage of the Master Realm, he would need a staggering 200,000 spirit stones. Relying solely on this method to earn commissions, the pace is far too slow. After advancing to the high-level Apostle Realm, he felt that the way he had been acquiring spirit stones was too inefficient and hampered his progression. Therefore, he must find a more profitable and stable method of making money. After thinking it over, a tavern seems like a good choice. A tavern, also known as a potion shop, sells all kinds of potions needed for awakened one's cultivation. It is a place every awakened one must visit. The light section will focus on the tavern to earn spirit stones. Wanjiang City is uniquely located. It serves as a gateway to both the Sunset Plains and the 100 Beast Mountain Range. Every year, a vast number of awakened ones use Wanjiang City to enter the plains and mountains to hunt monsters and search for treasures, creating a massive flow of people. Because the procedures for entering the inner city are very cumbersome and require paying high entry fees, most awakened ones returning from battles in the plains and mountains choose to enter the outer district to rest, relax, and process their goods, so traffic is not an issue. Take the Bright Moon Tavern where he used to work. Although it was not large, it hosted tens of thousands of awakened ones annually, with a turnover as high as 1 million spirit stones, and the profits were staggeringly high. Getting a piece of this industry is easier said than done, but the huge returns make it worth trying. Tong Yan pondered, even just thinking about it made it seem difficult. How could those who hold the power allow others to come in and share the pie? Who is there? Suddenly, Tong Yan felt as if a gaze had been lingering on him, constantly observing him. His expression changed drastically, his body tensed up, and he continuously scanned his surroundings. Uneasy, he cautiously went outside and searched around the house, but found nothing. Tong Yan frowned deeply, puzzled. He stood in the darkness for a while, still finding nothing. In the next room, Tong Yan's sister tensed up, then let out a deep sigh of relief. That was close, almost got caught. After wiping the fine sweat from her forehead, she sat cross-legged, and streaks of black energy were drawn into her body. My brother's strength is getting stronger. It is becoming harder and harder to peek at him. I would better focus on improving my own strength first. In another rooms. Teacher, keep your voice down, do not wake them up. What are you afraid of? I have set up a soundproofing barrier, so not a single sound will leak out even if you scream your lungs out. Do not speak, concentrate. I am going to transfer some of the diseases from your body to mine to alleviate your condition. The process might be a bit painful, you can scream if you need to. The evil ghost looked solemn, pressing his fingers against Tong Wuji's forehead. As he exerted his power, a portion of the strange illness on Tong Wuji was transferred to the evil ghost in an incomprehensible way. Hugh, this thing is truly terrifying. It is no less painful than the suffering I endured from my own rotting body before. Thank you, teacher. A hint of normal rosy color appeared on Tong Wuji's pale face. Do not get mushy. Damn it, I thought I could escape the pain after leaving my physical body, but I did not expect to still suffer like this after all these years. I really owe you, kid. Tong Wuji gave an awkward smile, then asked with some confusion. But why did I need to take off my clothes? I cannot think of any use for that. The evil ghost gave a strange laugh. It is true, it has no use. Tong Wuji was completely confused. Is not it said that when a master passes power to a disciple, they always have to take their clothes off? It just makes me look more professional. Tong Wuji had a headache. Teacher, when can you be serious? Doing things like this is so embarrassing. The evil ghost ignored him, his body dissolving instantly without a trace. Before Tong Wuji could react, the door behind him was suddenly opened. Wuji, are you? Tong Yan had originally wanted to come in and check if anything was wrong with his brother, but after pushing the door open, he found him sitting on the bed shirtless. He felt a bit awkward for a moment, but fortunately he was facing away. Sorry, I forgot you have grown up already. What? Early the next morning, Tong Yan stepped out as usual. Ever since his father went missing, he had shouldered the heavy burden of supporting the family. He had not taken a single day off in over 3 years. Today was the first time he had ventured out so early without heading to work. He felt as if a shackle had been lifted, and his entire being, even his soul, felt light and joyful. Walking through this chaotic and oppressive urban district, Tong Yan saw children fighting tooth and nail over a piece of rye bread dropped on the ground, young kids hanging in the air for being caught stealing, a husband dragging his wife by her hair along the floor, and a multitude of emaciated people lying by the roadside, breathing their last. This was the outer district, a place of chaos where not even food could be guaranteed. Regardless of who you are or what you have done, every action taken by the people here serves only one purpose: to survive. Tong Yan soon reached an area near the inner district, from where he could look out toward the city gates. It remained as bustling as ever, with long lines of carriages and people waiting in an orderly fashion for the security checks to enter the city. Nothing had changed compared to before. Shortly after, Tong Yan stopped in front of a magnificent, gold-gilded building, where the words Gold Pool Trading House were inscribed on a massive plaque. The Gold Pool Trading House was one of the 7 great trading firms of the Human Alliance, with branches in every city, providing services such as capital deposit and withdrawal. Although a single spirit stone is only the size of a fingernail, they add up in large quantities, so people usually store them at the trading house, which issues cards of different tiers for future use. Balances under 100,000 are assigned a white card, above 100,000 a black card, and over 1 million a gold card. Stepping inside, he entered a massive hall filled with numerous counters displaying various rare and peculiar items. Earth dragon blood, sunflower vine, the arm blades of a mantis beast, and wow, even the life-protecting divine feather of a sharp-beaked crane. As expected of the Gold Pool Trading House, as expected of one of the 7 great firms. Tong Yan was secretly amazed. The items on display all came from master-level beasts, each one more precious than the last. Take that life-protecting divine feather for example. Just adding one to a piece of armor makes it as light as a feather, greatly reducing physical exertion. If a higher-grade divine feather is used, it can even grant the armor a short-range glide ability. Soaring through the sky, that is a power only attainable by those who have reached the Heavenly King realm. He glanced at the price, 4,380,000. Tong Yan clicked his tongue in disbelief. His entire net worth would not even be enough to buy a single strand of hair from that. But there is a reason for such high prices. Some good items can truly save your life at critical moments. He recalled that girl Zhan Xinyu from that night. If not for that magical mirror, that million-worth mission would have ended long ago. Hello, I am He Weiwei, the director of the Gold Pool Wanjiang Second Branch. How can I help you? Just as Tong Yan was looking around, a beautiful and elegantly dressed young lady walked up and asked softly. But before Tong Yan could respond, another voice forcibly interjected. Wait, just give it some thought. Your grandfather is old, and on your own you cannot hold up the He family. As long as you say yes, our two families, the Bai and the He, will be united, and we can completely control all trade in Wanjiang City. The speaker was a young man whose eyes remained fixed on He Weiwei as he spoke. Mr. Bai, please stop interfering with my work. We can discuss personal matters later, He Weiwei said, her expression showing clear annoyance. What work? Family matters are what truly matter. Besides, what kind of profit could someone from the outer district possibly generate? Serving them is just a waste of time. He Weiwei frowned and said coldly, Bai Xiang, please show some self-respect. According to the trading house rules, anyone who walks through this door is a guest, and we treat them all with the same service standard. If you need to buy something, you are welcome. If not, feel free to browse. I will say it again, please stop disturbing my work. He Weiwei, the terms I offered are good enough, or not they? Have not I been patient enough with you already? Bai Xiang's face flushed with indignation at the scolding, his tone turning colder. I said I am working now, please stop interfering. Bai Xiang looked unhappy. He turned to Tong Yan, who had just walked in, and said, you go outside and wait. When we have finished our business, you can attend to yours. Tong Yan's expression sank upon hearing this. You two want to argue, go ahead, but what does that have to do with me? Do you take me for a pushover? Before he could respond, He Weiwei spoke up first. Guards! At the call, two burly men walked in. This Mr. Bai is disturbing the order and affecting our guests. Please escort him out. The two guards were stunned, glancing at each other but did not move. Do not forget that you work for the Gold Pool Trading House, not the Bai family. Be careful, or I will report you to headquarters for dereliction of duty. Seeing the guards hesitate, He Weiwei grew angry and had no choice but to use the headquarters as leverage. Hearing this, the two guards dared not delay any longer and immediately grabbed the young Master Bai, dragging him toward the exit without a word. Scoundrels, how dare you! Bai struggled desperately, but there was no escaping the control of the two guards. He Weiwei, remember what you have done. You will regret this. Once your half-dead grandfather passes away, the two Wanjiang branches will belong to our Bai family, and you will not be able to protect anything. Bai Xiang yelled with a ferocious, distorted face, and was then thrown out the door. But a moment later, he shamelessly walked back in, and this time the guards did not stop him. Do not look at me like that. This time I am a customer, you have no reason to kick me out, Bai Xiang said with a sneer. He Weiwei glared, grinding her teeth in frustration, but she was powerless. Her family had lost its footing, and she could no longer control the situation. He Weiwei, as long as you... Guards! Fine, I will shut up, I am just looking around. Bai Xiang immediately replied, knowing when to back down. He Weiwei took a few deep breaths to compose herself, then apologized to Tong Yan. My apologies, sir. What just happened was a lapse in judgment on our part. Please forgive any offense. Tong Yan did not take it to heart. These affairs had nothing to do with him. Can I withdraw high-grade spirit stones? He Weiwei was slightly taken aback. Since she had been managing this branch, she rarely saw anyone ask for high-grade spirit stones right off the bat. She quickly replied, I am sorry, sir, but we currently do not support withdrawals for high-grade spirit stones. We only have mid-grade ones available. Tong Yan was not surprised. High-grade spirit stones were relatively rare, and it was normal that they did not circulate in the outer district. Then give me mid-grade ones for the full balance. With that, he reached out and handed over his black card. Upon seeing the black card, both Bai Xiang and He Weiwei were shocked. Bai Xiang narrowed his eyes, scrutinizing the man before him. Coming from a major family in the inner district, even he did not have a black card. How could this man, dressed so plainly that he was clearly from the outer district, have so much money? Is he from one of the 8 major powers of the outer district? He Weiwei, as a manager of a large branch, had the professional skill to quickly regain her composure. Certainly, please wait a moment. She took the black card with both hands and headed into the back room, returning shortly with a small tray piled with green crystals. These were the mid-grade spirit stones. Low-grade are white, high-grade are black. Sir, here are 1,000 mid-grade spirit stones, totaling a balance of 100,000. Please count them. Yes, bag them up. Tong Yan glanced at them, confirming the quantity. Soon, the 1,000 spirit stones were bagged, stretching the small pouch until it was bulging. Tong Yan took the pouch and turned to leave the gold pool trading house. Bai Xiang watched Tong Yan's retreating figure, his eyes flashing continuously. After collecting the money, Tong Yan turned into an alley. As he walked, he suddenly slowed his pace, his gaze calm as he looked at the 3 figures standing at the far end of the alley. Bai Xiang and his 2 guards. Although Tong Yan slowed down, he did not stop. He walked up to the three men with an expressionless face and said, "Move aside." "Friend, care to get to know each other?" Bai Zieng chuckled. "Not interested, please move aside. We are just making friends, there is no need to be so rude." "Do you need something?" Tong Yan asked with a frown. "Forget it, I cannot be bothered to keep up the act." Bai Zieng sighed deeply, waved his hand, and his expression turned sinister. One of the guards tactfully circled behind Tong Yan to cut off his escape route. "Kid, I am having a really bad day, so I am looking for someone to have some fun with. Understand? So you are choosing me for your entertainment." Tong Yan finally realized that he was just collateral damage. "Tessa, you hit the nail on the head." Bai Zieng no longer bothered to pretend, his eyes filled with undisguised greed and anger. Truth be told, Bai Zieng would not usually stoop so low for such a small amount of money. It was just that all the terms he had set for He Huawei today had been ignored, leaving him filled with frustration and in desperate need of a punching bag. Tong Yan just happened to be in the wrong place at the wrong time. "I told you to be good and go wait outside earlier, but you would not listen. Now I have taken a liking to what you have in your possession. Hand it over, and I might consider leaving your body intact. Otherwise, I will feed your flesh to the dogs." "Oh, are you not worried about ruining the reputation of the Golden Pool firm by arranging to rob a customer right after a transaction?" "I am not." Bai Zieng had intended to say that he was not part of the Golden Pool firm, and that their rules did not apply to him. But he noticed that Tong Yan was looking at the two guards, completely ignoring him. Seeing that the guards were showing signs of hesitation, he flew into a rage and snapped at them. "You idiots, if you kill him, who would ever know? Do not forget the He family is about to collapse. The Wanjiang branch will belong to our Bai family soon. If you want to be transferred back to the inner district and get promoted, you would better listen to me." Hearing this, the hesitation vanished from the guards' faces. They turned ruthless, exchanged a glance, and silently prepared to attack. "Heh, 2 7th-tier apostles and 1 1st-tier apostle. Do you really think scum like you can intercept and kill me?" Tong Yan let out a cold snort, his expression indifferent. A white light glowed from his left hand as a white mask appeared. He gently pressed it onto his face and his figure instantly elongated and slimmed down. A wide white robe materialized, covering his body, and his aura became chilling and tyrannical. Whiteface sang Bio descend. What is this, a spirit word? Is this a spirit word? Impossible, absolutely impossible. I did not feel any spiritual power fluctuations from him. Seeing the eerie white-faced Sang Bio, the two guards' eyes widened like copper bells in shock and they began to stutter. An awakened's body is like a container, and the condensed spiritual power is like water. Some of it inevitably leaks from the container, which others can usually sense. The two guards had not sensed any spiritual fluctuations from Tong Yan earlier, which is why they believed Bai Zieng's lies and came to ambush him. Could this Tong Yan be above the Heavenly King level, someone capable of perfectly controlling the spiritual power within his body? No, that is absolutely impossible. Of course, Tong Yan was not powerful enough to perfectly control his spiritual power. It was because he had no spiritual power in his body at all. All of it was concentrated within the golden and white masks, and he could only access those powerful abilities when he wore them. The two guards looked at each other with vicious expressions, knowing that there was no way out of this today. Steeling themselves, they rushed at him from both sides. They threw punches aimed directly at Tong Yan's head, the wind from their fists howling with immense force. Their strikes were ruthless and decisive, intended to kill him instantly. Tong Yan suddenly thrust out his arms, striking their throats with lightning speed. The terrifying force pierced right through their throats and exploded out from the back of their necks with a loud bang, shattering their cervical vertebrae. Blood mixed with shards of bone splattered onto the stunned Bai Zieng standing nearby, and some bone fragments even flew into his open, gasping mouth. The intense smell of blood and the feeling of nausea made him retch violently against the wall, wishing he could vomit up everything he had eaten yesterday. Only after coughing out the foreign object did he let out a long sigh of relief. But the next moment, his pupils contracted as he remembered his own predicament, and he looked up sharply at the white figure still watching him. "Are you still having fun? Why, you cannot touch me. My grandfather is an elder of the Bai family. If you dare to touch me, the Bai family will never let you go." Even now, Bai Zieng was threatening Tong Yan, trying to use the prestige of the Bai family to scare him off. And he had reason to. The Bai family was one of the most powerful clans in Wanjiang City, controlling the local Golden Pool branch. If they stomped their feet, the whole city would tremble. As a direct descendant of the Bai family, no one had ever dared to disrespect him, let alone hurt him. But now he truly felt an unprecedented pressure from this white-masked stranger, and his tone softened. "As long as you do not hurt me, I promise what happened today will never get out. Let us just call it even." But there was no response for a long time. Let me go. I promise I will not cause you any more trouble. I can even pay you a large sum as compensation. Tong Yan, now in the form of white-faced Sang Bio, did not respond but asked coldly, "Do we know each other?" No. Bai Zieng was trembling all over. Even through the mask, he could feel the terrifying gaze of the other person. "Do we have any personal vendetta?" No, none at all. Bai Zieng trembled even more violently, unable to stand even while leaning against the wall. As a young master of the Bai family, he had never faced such a direct threat of death. "Does the argument you were involved in have anything to do with me?" Nothing at all. "Are you capable of beating me in a fight?" I cannot. "And yet you still wanted to find entertainment at my expense." Tong Yan struck instantly, stomping on Bai Zieng's chest. The dark energy surged into his foot, shattering the young man's heart instantly. He was dead. And so this noble young master of the Bai family met his end in this dark and narrow alley. Tong Yan silently took off the mask, his expression gloomy and cold, and turned to walk back toward the Golden Pool firm. Inside the Jinchai trading firm. Sensing a customer's arrival, Hiwaiwei put down her ledger and said, "Hello, how can I?" Seeing who it was, her eyes filled with shock and surprise, but she quickly composed herself and continued politely, "Is there anything else I can help you with?" The person who had returned was Tong Yan. Tong Yan did not speak. He glanced toward the back room behind Hiwaiwei, confirmed that no one was there, and then closed the shop door behind him. "Sir, what are you doing?" Hiwaiwei felt a jolt of alarm and spoke up hurriedly. Only then did Tong Yan shift his gaze to Hiwaiwei. Although she was wearing the Jinchai trading firm's uniform, one could still see her graceful figure, pretty face, and a pair of sharp, intelligent eyes that held a unique allure. It was no wonder she had been able to drive that Bai Zieng completely infatuated. "Were you using me as a shield?" Tong Yan's voice was grim. He did not know if Hiwaiwei had been ignoring Bai Zieng and treating him so earnestly just because of the firm's regulations, or if she had intentionally put on that act to get rid of Bai Zieng by shifting his focus onto him. What are you talking about? I did not." Hiwaiwei denied it flatly. Even though she did have some hidden schemes later on, she had absolutely never intended to use someone else to draw fire away from herself. But then Hiwaiwei suddenly realized something. Her beautiful eyes widened, her face turned pale, and she looked at Tong Yan in disbelief. "That Bai Zieng, has he already come for you?" Originally, she thought Tong Yan appeared here because Bai Zieng had not caught him and he was just returning for other reasons, but this opening remark startled her. She quickly realized a problem. Since Bai Zieng had gone after this mysterious young man, why was the other party still able to appear here? She knew Bai Zieng well, he was ruthless, and once he made a move he would definitely aim to kill. Why then was this person still standing here? Could it be? At that thought, Hiwaiwei's eyes widened in terror, and she looked at Tong Yan as if he were a terrifying, destructive monster. Her face drained of color. If Bai Zieng had really died at this man's hands, she did not dare to imagine the terrible rage of the Bai family once they found out. You killed Bai Zieng." Hiwaiwei's breathing was heavy. Although she despised Bai Zieng, she never dared to actually harm him. When she first served Tong Yan, she truly had not intended to set him up. At that time, she was simply annoyed by Bai Zieng's pestering and just wanted to work to get away from him. What she had not expected was for Bai Zieng to target this person because of that. When Bai Zieng left, she was in the back hall registering ledgers and had not noticed that he had also taken the guards with him. Later, when she realized it, she actually still had the opportunity to go after them and bring the guards back. But inexplicably, she did not act. For one thing, doing so would surely anger Bai Zieng, and the hard-won peace would be broken. For another, she could use the situation to report Bai Zieng for taking the firm's guards without authorization, and use that to keep the Bai family in check. As for Tong Yan, whom Bai Zieng had targeted, she had selectively ignored him. But she truly had not expected that this man would survive, and Bai Zieng would be the one to die instead. "Bai Zieng, did you really kill him?" Hiwaiwei's face was pale as she asked again, unable to believe it. Given how overprotective the Bai family was, she did not dare to think about what kind of storm they would stir up later. The most critical point was that this incident happened right here, under her watch. Hiwaiwei felt pale and lightheaded. If this matter was not handled well, it would not just be her who was finished. If the Bai family used this as an excuse, the already fragile He family would likely face total destruction. "The matter started with you and it should end with you." Tong Yan's voice was grim. Without those two guards, Bai Zieng would not have dared to make a move at all. Hiwaiwei had not acted subjectively, but she was the person in charge here and the guards were her responsibility. That was the cause zone. Now that something had gone wrong, the result should naturally be borne by her. Are you going to kill me? Hiwai's lips trembled slightly. Tong Yan did not reply. He lunged forward, grabbed a solid wooden chair from the side and swung it with all his might at Hiwai's head. Hiwai was the only witness left. If he killed her, the Bai family would never be able to track it back to him. The solid wooden chair weighed over 10 pounds. If that blow landed, it could crack her skull open directly. Hiwai had not expected Tong Yan to be so heartless, that he would act without hesitation and go straight for the kill. But she was just an ordinary person, how could she possibly dodge? Just as the solid wooden chair was about to make intimate contact with Hiwai's head, an elderly figure appeared and gripped the leg of the chair. Hold on, young friend. Hiwai was saved just in time. After seeing who it was, a look of grievance appeared on her face and she lunged forward. Grandpa, why are you here? You little girl, if Grandpa had not come, I would never have seen you again. The old man was dressed simply and wore a kind expression, gently stroking the back of Hiwai's head. Did not Grandpa teach you that you should always be kind to others no matter what? What have you done to provoke this young man? Apologize to him quickly. Grandpa, he just tried to kill me. Hiwai acted like a child, completely losing the aggressive aura she had just displayed. You child? The old man's face stiffened, but in the end he could not bear to scold her, so he looked up at Tong Yan apologetically. Young friend, I am He Jian, the head of the He family. If Wai offended you just now, I apologize on her behalf. I hope you can be magnanimous. May I have the honor of knowing your name? Tong Yan did not speak. He narrowed his eyes, carefully sensing the aura coming from the old man. Is this aura that of an incarnation general? The old man's aura was as deep as the sea, like an boundless ocean. But this ocean lacked the expected turbulence and vitality, instead possessing a deathly silent stillness. Seeing that Tong Yan's expression was grim, He Jian, wise from his years, knew that this matter was certainly significant. Under his stern questioning, Hiwai explained the cause and effect, which made his face turn ugly. How could you be so reckless with human life? Have you forgotten everything I taught you? Those who scheme against others will surely be bitten back by their own actions. Hiwai saw that her grandfather's face was as black as charcoal and realized she was in the wrong, so she kept her head bowed. I am sorry, Grandpa, do not be angry, I was wrong. Apologize to this young friend. He Jian let out a long sigh, his brow furrowed deeply on his aged face. I am sorry. Hiwai bowed 90 degrees toward Tong Yan and said sincerely. Tong Yan ignored Hiwai, his gaze remaining fixed on the elderly He Jian. Young friend, you returned in such a hurry to kill Waiwei, likely out of concern that the Bai family would discover your identity through her. I can guarantee she will not reveal a single word, and as for the Bai family, I will handle them so that you will not be involved at all. He Jian's words were grave, his face kindly and composed, leaving nothing to be criticized. Of course, Waiwei should be held responsible for this. If you do not feel satisfied, you can take it out on her to teach her a lesson. I will have absolutely no complaints. Grandpa, Hiwai's expression changed, unable to believe her ears. Tong Yan was thoughtful. His primary concern in coming back to kill Hiwai had indeed been the Bai family. With such a major general drawing fire on the front line, it would be even harder for the Bai family to track him down. But still, Tong Yan's gaze lingered on Hiwai, and he suddenly acted, twisting her arms until they broke. The intense pain caused Hiwai to scream. He Jian clenched his fists but ultimately remained silent. Words can teach a person 1,000 times without them understanding, but when life teaches a lesson, once is enough. Young friend, stay a while, could we communicate? Since we have turned enemies into friends, why not forge a friendship? He Jian's words stunned Hiwai, who looked at her grandfather in disbelief. You have to know, her grandfather was an expert of the highest level in the Wanjiang city region. Even the city lord's mansion had to show him respect. This was the reason why, even with the He family in decline, the Bai family dared not openly kick them out of the trading firm. And now he was lowering his own standing to make friends with someone from the outer city, while ignoring the fact that the other party had just attacked. Those with different paths cannot make plans together. The water in the inner city was too deep, one wrong move could drown you. It was better not to get involved too much. After saying this, Tong Yan turned and left once again. Grandpa, why are you being so nice to him? After watching Tong Yan walk away, Hiwai's pale face was filled with confusion. Although her grandfather was an easygoing and kind person, surely it should not go to this extent. You have to know that her grandfather is a top-tier expert in this Wanjiang city area, someone even the city lord's mansion has to treat with respect. This is also why, even with the He family in such decline, the Bai family still does not dare to openly kick them out of the merchant guild. Now he is actually willing to humble himself to befriend someone from the outer district, and even ignore the fact that the other party attacked. Sai Weiwei, I have taught you before, never underestimate anyone. He Jian gently set He Weiwei's arm, which had been twisted, back into place. I do not understand. Weiwei, your perspective on things is still not profound enough. When a major incident occurs, you only consider the consequences. For example, after this happened, you were obsessed with worrying about how the Bai family would retaliate for Bai Xian's death and what kind of stir it would cause, but you never stopped to think about how Bai Xian died and whose hands he died in. He Jian originally intended to scold He Weiwei. But upon second thought, he realized that Weiwei was thinking this way out of concern that the Bai family would use this as an excuse to attack the He family, showing her devotion to the family. In the end, it was the decline of the He family's power that forced her to be so cautious, and his heart softened. Weiwei, let me ask you, how much time passed between Bai Xian taking his men out and this young man returning? He Weiwei was taken aback and did not catch his meaning but replied, less than 5 minutes. And what was the strength of the 2 guards Bai Xian took with him? Seventh tier, He Weiwei's eyes suddenly widened. She finally understood her grandfather's point. 7th tier, 2 7th-tier guards. If that Tong Yan killed 2 7th-tier guards in such a short time, just how strong is he? Yes, you are not wrong, He Jian sighed softly. Excluding the time spent traveling, this young man likely killed the 3 of them in less than half a minute. Bai Xian is just a 1st-tier apostle, a total waste, but those 2 guards were authentic 7th-tier apostles, veterans in the merchant guild with rich combat experience. Combined, they could even contend with an 8th-tier apostle. Yet even so, they were killed so quickly by him. His strength likely surpasses the 8th tier. Furthermore, he reacted so swiftly to the fact that you tacitly allowed the guards to attack, immediately returning to settle the score, and also to silence you, the only witness who knew whose hand Bai Xian died by. Whether it is his temperament, reaction speed, personal strength, or ability to handle matters, he is top-notch. Someone like this is truly terrifying. He looks to be no more than 16 or 17, even younger than you. He Weiwei also grasped the key points, and her throat went dry. To have such terrifying strength at 16 or 17, and coming from the resource-starved outer district, this cultivation speed would make even the geniuses of the Yanling Academy's inner school look up in envy. Such a person has a boundless future. Moreover, he is not alone. Tug. Just now when I walked in, I sensed 2 auras lurking in the back alley. The auras were very strange and I could not perceive their strength. If a fight were to break out, I could not guarantee your safety. He Jian fell into thought. When did such a genius appear in the outer district? Furthermore, those 2 auras in the alley did not feel very powerful, yet they gave him an incredibly dangerous feeling. Besides that, there was also an abnormal aura coiled around that young man. Grandpa, I am sorry, I let my emotions control me today. Sai, the He family is weak, so we should avoid trouble whenever possible. If that person comes again, apologize properly. If you can make friends, do so, otherwise do not provoke him. He Jian's gaze was deep, his eyes filled with a thick sense of regret. If only someone like that were a descendant of the He family. I understand, Grandpa. He Weiwei swallowed with difficulty. It was only now that she realized the severity of the situation. If the other party was not satisfied with having killed her and set their sights on the family, the trouble ahead would be truly massive. Weiwei, it has been hard on you all these years. He Jian touched He Weiwei with pity. She lost her parents at a young age, and with no men in the He family, He Weiwei had to carry the burden of everything, big and small. Facing the Bai family's relentless pressure, she even fled to the outer district but still could not escape Bai Xian's harassment. One can imagine how much stress she has been under. They dare to be this brazen while I am still alive. If I were gone, what would happen to Weiwei? At this thought, a shadow clouded He Jian's kind eyes. It is not hard, He Weiwei said, her voice so soft she could not even hear it herself. Sai? Seeing He Weiwei like this, He Jian felt even more heartache. What? After leaving the Jinchai Merchant Guild, Tong Yan walked silently. He had only intended to withdraw some money, he had not expected so many things to happen. His original plan was to kill He Weiwei, firstly because she had tacitly allowed the guards to attack him, and secondly to silence her. As long as He Weiwei was killed, no one would know about the incident, and the Bai family would not be able to pin it on him. He had just stationed Sang Baio and Tong Su in the back alley. That was his contingency plan. Sai, the state of the Black Ring is becoming increasingly unstable. The next time I wake this thing, I will not have the confidence to suppress it again. Tong Yan looked at his palm and extinguished the strange glow of the Black Ring. His face was pale from the excessive energy consumption. The moment He Jian appeared, he had activated the thing inside the Black Ring. If a fight had actually started, he would have had enough confidence to escape by detonating it, but that would have come at a heavy cost. It seems I have to deal in cash from now on, and avoid using these cards as much as possible. These cards are linked to the 7 major merchant guilds and require coming in person to use. For safety reasons, the guilds do not allow you to cover your face, so he had to show his true appearance, nearly causing a disaster. This He-Giant's attitude seems a bit too good. Tong Yan thought back to He-Giant's overly humble posture and touched the token he had given him, his thoughts wandering. Although He-Giant had assured him that the Bai family would not find out and had shown him favor. But this world is full of deceit. There is no guarantee the other party will not betray him when they can no longer bear the pressure from the Bai family. Therefore, he must hurry to get stronger. Only by being strong enough can one fear no storms and sit firmly at the helm. The matter of the wine shop is imperative. He must hurry to earn more money, for with money he can increase his strength quickly. Tong Yan let out a deep breath and then walked quickly toward a certain direction. The person he was looking for, someone to hold down the shop, should appear there. But luck did not seem to be on Tong Yan's side. He had not managed to track down the person he was looking for in days, which inevitably left him somewhat annoyed. Seeing that the day was about to turn dark again, he had no choice but to head home. Otherwise, Yan and the others would start worrying again. Big brother. Suddenly, a cute child blocked Tong Yan's path. His face was covered in mud, but one could tell he was adorable, and he looked up at Tong Yan with sparkling, hopeful eyes. Big brother, I am so hungry. Can you give me some money to buy a rye bread? Just half a spirit stone is enough. The pure and childish voice was pitiable. Tong Yan looked at him, remembering his own childhood, and felt an inexplicable sense of sorrow. Such a sweet child, so he smiled gently and replied, "No." Then he stepped past the child and continued forward. The child's expression turned gloomy, his cute little face becoming terrifying and fierce. He pulled a small knife from his pocket, leaped up, and slashed violently toward Tong Yan's neck. Tong Yan did not even turn his head, flicking his right hand to slap the child away. With a thud, he landed in the mud and struggled for a long time without being able to get up. Friend, are not you being a bit too ruthless? Suddenly, another child jumped out from a woodpile ahead, dressed in rags and wearing a tall leather hat. He held a rusty small knife and watched Tong Yan with a defensive look. At this moment, other children appeared from nearby spots, about 7 or 8 of them, all around 11 or 12 years old. Each held weapons fashioned from stones, staring greedily at the bag hanging at Tong Yan's waist with a hunger that did not belong to their age. "Are you there, boss?" Tong Yan asked, pointing at the child he had just slapped who was still struggling on the ground. These children were clearly a gang, yet not a single one went to help him. "Yeah, you heard our partner. Tell me, how are you going to compensate?" The Child King's eyes also remained fixed on the bag tied to Tong Yan's waist. There was no help for it. Although spirit stones are not large, 1,000 of them gathered together make quite a bulge, and Tong Yan was wearing tight, coarse cloth clothes that could not hide it at all. 10 spirit stones. Once these words were out, the eyes of these children lit up instantly, their greed for the bag at Tong Yan's waist intensifying. "This is a big fish." The Child King swallowed his saliva and secretly signaled his partners to get ready to attack with him. Upon receiving the boss's signal, the children gripped their weapons tighter, desperate to take Tong Yan down immediately. But Tong Yan's next words left them completely stunned. "Give me 10 spirit stones and I will not kill him." "What? What? He attacked me, so logically I should kill him, but I do not feel like killing anyone today. Give me 10 spirit stones and I can spare his life." Tong Yan pointed at the kid who was still squirming and struggling on the ground. His face remained expressionless as always, making it impossible to tell if he was joking or serious. "What did you say?" The leader of the kids was stunned. Were they actually being robbed back? "You are his boss, so you should pay for his life. Otherwise, how will your subordinates respect you in the future?" A strange, chilling smile appeared on Tong Yan's paralyzed face. Once these words were out, the kid leader was baffled again. He wanted to retort but noticed his subordinates were staring at him intently, making his blood pressure spike with anger. "Are you idiots? We came to rob him. Kill him and he must have plenty of money on him, enough for us to eat our fill for a long time." The kid leader's words immediately snapped the others back to reality. They glared at Tong Yan, clutching their broken weapons tightly, ready to rush forward at any moment. I am a man of principle. I only take the money that belongs to me. His life is worth 10 spirit stones and yours are the same. There is no turning back once the arrow is shot, so think carefully before you act." Tong Yan's calm smile looked like some terrifying demon to the kid leader. He was so nervous that he did not dare to give the order to attack. "Why are you, a grown man, bullying these kids?" Just then 2 girls walked over. The girl on the left had exquisite makeup and wore a green dress dotted with golden silk. The hairpin on her head glimmered with a special light. Her face was gentle and pleasant, her temperament graceful, and two shallow dimples added a touch of cuteness. The woman beside her felt colder. Although she was wearing a red dress, she gave off an icy, aloof vibe, though her beauty was in no way inferior to the girl's. Ling Academy. Tong Yan's pupils constricted. His gaze landed on the accessories hanging from the girl's waists. They were symbols of Ling Academy, which he had also seen on Jan Xinyu that night. One gentle and cute, the other a cold queen, two people with completely different personalities were teaming up in the outer district. You are truly ruthless. How could you strike a child so hard? The cute girl in the green dress walked over and helped the child whom Tong Yan had slapped away to his feet. Seeing the huge palm print on his cheek, her beautiful eyes widened as she glared fiercely at Tong Yan. Then, a green glow appeared on her right hand, which she gently placed on the swollen mark, causing it to quickly fade away. A healing-type Ling of the elemental sequence. Tong Yan was surprised. As expected of someone from Ling Academy, they even have such rare abilities. Are you not ashamed hitting a child so hard? After healing the boy, the cute girl stood with her hands on her hips, pouting so hard her little canine teeth showed. This person's brain must be broken. Those kids were still holding knives. Any sane person would know what was happening. Yet this person ignored it all. This was not kindness anymore, it was more like something was missing in him. However, Tong Yan ignored them and looked at the kid leader, repeating 10 spirit stones. You? The girl in green was furious. She had never seen such a shameless person in her life, wanting to rob money even from children. The queen in red flickered her gaze, raised her hand, then eventually lowered it without a word, casting an apologetic look across the air. The kid leader looked grim, his eyes darting between the cute girl and Tong Yan. Finally, as if he had made a decision, he ran back to the wooden cart where he had been hiding, pulled out a large cloth bag and spread it out on the ground. The contents were scattered, some rye bread, chunks of unknown dried meat, and some spirit stones, about 14 or 15 of them. The kid leader's hands did not stop as he took out all the spirit stones and carefully offered them to Tong Yan, his whole body trembling as if he had suffered a great grievance. The other children were also staring fixedly at the spirit stones, looking as if they were about to cry. These were their only possessions. The whole scene looked like Tong Yan was obsessively robbing these children. Tong Yan counted out 10 from the pile and slowly put them into his pocket. That shameless jerk, he actually dared to take it. The girl in green was so angry she was grinding her teeth, reaching out aggressively, but was held back by the girl in red. After pocketing the spirit stones, Tong Yan turned and walked away. He had not gone far before the sound of the children's weeping could be heard behind him. Sister, you have to stand up for us. That bad man did not just hurt our friend, he even forced us to pay for our lives. If it were not for you, he probably would have attacked all of us. Sister, that man comes here often to beat us. If we do not give him money, he says he will kill us. He is so scary. Well, sister, he took all our money. Are we going to starve to death? Sister, please save us. Black Moon Taverns. Tong Yan stopped in front of a tavern with an all-black aesthetic. This was his destination, so he walked in. Hello, what would you like to have? Not far from the door was a counter where a server was standing. Dark beer with some red grass potion. You can increase the concentration a bit. Understood. Soon, a glass of foaming dark beer was served with a few drops of red liquid floating in the middle. That was the potion extracted from a rank 1 apostle red grass demon. Red grass is a relatively common plant demon on the Sunset Plains. Their juices can provide energy to humans just like grain, but of much higher quality. Just a few milliliters of juice is enough to meet the daily energy requirements for an adult, making it the top choice for energy replenishment for wilderness awakeners. Strictly speaking, a tavern should be called a potion shop. The various wines sold are just a front, the real items being sold are the various potions added to the drinks. Major flower and grass demons generally have high medicinal value. Their essence can be extracted through spirit power, which is referred to as a potion. Potions are extremely bitter. Some people add them to alcohol to improve the taste, which eventually became a habit and shaped the current status of the taverns. The blood-sucking flower demon he killed that night had a long blood-sucking proboscis that could also be refined into a potion, which helps improve blood circulation and clear stasis. These are just the effects of common potions. Higher-level medicinal liquids can even unlock an awakener's potential, increase the speed of condensing spirit power, and provide other magical effects. If Tong Yan wants to break into the tavern business, he needs to solve 3 major problems: staff, location, and potions. The hardest of these is the staff problem. This staffing does not refer to the waiters, but someone who can keep order in the house. Taverns, along with brothels, black markets, and arenas, are known as the 4 great money pits. The profits are terrifyingly high. For a common person to try to intervene in this industry is pure wishful thinking. Therefore, there must be a formidable presence on the surface, someone who possesses a certain level of fame and status. Tong Yan had a candidate for this role in mind long ago. Today's bill is on young Master Zhao. Just then, a flippant voice drifted in from the doorway, followed by several wobbly young figures stumbling inside, each accompanied by one or two gorgeous women. The announcement drew loud cheers from the patrons in the tavern, as no one could turn down a free round of drinks. You have to realize liquid medicine is generally very expensive. The cheapest cup, the red blood draft that Tong Yan just ordered, costs 3 spirit stones, which is enough to cover half a month's expenses for a family of 3 in the outer district. Seeing who arrived, the tavern waiter hurriedly rushed over to greet them. Young Master Zhao, please this way. Your private room has been prepared just as you ordered. Smart man. The man addressed as young Master Zhao was reeking of alcohol with dazed eyes. It looked like he had already gotten drunk somewhere else before coming here for round 2. Oddly enough, while all his companions had women draped over them, he was the only one without a girl by his side. He patted the waiter's face, then reached into his robes, pulled out a handful of green spirit stones and shoved them directly into the waiter's hand. Clutching the spirit stones, the waiter's face broke into an ear-to-ear grin. Thank you, young Master Zhao, thank you, you are so generous and heroic, young master. He quickly pocketed the stones and bowed, smiling. This way, young Master Zhao, please this way. With that, the group walked into the private rooms that had been prepared for them. Tong Yan watched silently, his gaze never leaving young Master Zhao for a single second. The outer district is home to a vast population and countless factions, among which 8 stand out with immense power, controlling the majority of resources. These are known as 1 Gate, 3 Associations, and 4 Gangs. This Zhao Wengshuan comes from the Mad Blade Gate, one of the 8 major powers. His father is the leader of the sect, and his social status is exceptionally high. He is good for nothing and hangs out with a bunch of riffraff. In the eyes of many, he is a classic spoiled brat, but strangely, while he spends all his time partying, he never gets involved with women, leading many to suspect he might have some physiological condition. However, due to the immense strength of the Mad Blade Gate, no one dares to say it out loud. Zhao Wengshuan is exactly the person he needs to settle the score. Tong Yan remained unhurried, sitting there quietly and drinking his wine alone. Around 6 o'clock, Tong Yan glanced at the sky, which had turned completely dark. Figuring Zhao Wengshuan and his group must be about done, he stood up and headed out, turning into a small alleyway. Whitey, come on out. Seeing that no one was around, Tong Yan summoned Whitey. Boss, please use the codename when working in the field. It is Sang Bio. Got it? Tong Yan then counted out 100 intermediate spirit stones from the small pouch at his waist. Whitey, swallow these. The white-faced spirit floated in midair, glaring coldly at Tong Yan, but at the sight of the pile of spirit stones, its attention shifted immediately. It lunged forward and its sealed mouth split open, swallowing all the stones at once. 100 intermediate spirit stones total 10,000 points of spiritual power. With a 10% absorption efficiency, that converts to 1,000 points of power, which is enough to split between the gold-faced and white-faced to reach the master level. After consuming the stones, the white-faced spirit turned even whiter, leaning toward a ghastly pale color, which signified its formal promotion to a spirit master. Fed and ready, it is time to get to work. Tong Yan murmured, then pressed the white face onto his own, and his entire body began to change. So this is the master level. It is more than just a little stronger than before. Feeling the physical strength of the master level, Tong Yan could not help but click his tongue. If he had not landed that first strike to severely wound Zhan Xinyu that night and rob her of most of her combat ability, he would have been the one running once she made her breakthrough. Inside the private room, everyone was already dead drunk, slumped on the floor and staring blankly at the ceiling. You bunch of useless, lazy pigs. Although Zhao Wengshuan was also quite drunk, he was still holding on and mocking them loudly. I cannot do it anymore. Old Zhao, I cannot drink another drop. I am going to rest. Let us fight again tomorrow. Beauty, help me get back to my room. With that, the 2 gorgeous women beside the lavishly dressed young man swayed their hips as they led him away. With someone taking the lead, the other young masters, unable to hold on anymore, one after another asked to head back to rest. Old Zhao, why do not I leave her with you? Let her keep you company tonight. The last young master smirked and pushed the girl in his arms toward Zhao Wengshuan. Not interested, Zhao Wengshuan stepped back, his eyes truly devoid of any wicked thoughts. You cannot be serious. Are you really impotent, or are you actually into us guys? The young master stepped back while saying this, as if he were genuinely afraid Zhao Wengshuan might do something to him. Screw you, Zhao Wengshuan shouted. I am a believer in pure love. Oh sure, pure love. It has been 18 years and you are still sitting here waiting for pure love. The young master laughed, then hugged the woman in his arms. Let us go, darling, do not bother with this pure love guy. As the beauty left, she generously blew a kiss to Zhao Wengshuan. Now only Zhao Wengshuan remained, along with empty bottles littering the floor. Zhao Wengshuan took another heavy swig of strong liquor, then staggered to the window. He opened it, letting the cool night air hit him, and gazed up at the cold moon, feeling a bit sentimental. Damn it all, I just want a sweet romance. Why is it so hard? Then tossing the bottle aside, Zhao Wengshuan threw his arms wide and shouted up at the sky. Heaven, grant me a girl who can make my heart flutter. Suddenly, a massive black shadow descended from above, filling his entire field of vision. He and this shadow were almost nose to nose, and fear consumed his entire being. Ghost a ghost. Zhao Wengshuan's pupils constricted as he screamed, scrambling backward on all fours while staring in terror at the thing that had suddenly appeared. Once the distance increased, he finally saw what the thing was. It was a white mask that made one feel extremely uneasy at just a glance, worn on a long, slender object. No, it was worn on a person as skinny as a bamboo pole, who was hanging upside down from the window like a bat. When it appeared, it was right in his face. It nearly scared him to death. Then under his horrified gaze, the thin, white-faced monster flipped over, entered the room through the window and stepped toward him. No, 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 I just wanted a girl who makes my heart flutter, not a monster that makes my heart stop. Zhao Wengshuan was on the verge of tears. If he had known, he would not have made a wish so easily. What kind of thing is this? Zhao Wengshuan. Hearing the monster call his name, Zhao Wengshuan had snot and tears streaming down his face. No, please do not, it is a male monster too. Thinking about what might happen next, Zhao Wengshuan was even more terrified, curling up into a ball with his back pressed tight against the wall. Zhao Wengshuan, seeing how scared he looked, Tong Yan was a bit baffled. Was the white face too terrifying and it scared him? He should have used the gold one instead. No, stay away, I am not interested. Tong Yan. I really am not, I do not want to date a man. What? Zhao Wengshuan curled into a ball, trembling in the corner. Under his white mask, Tong Yan looked utterly speechless. What kind of nonsense was this? He grabbed Zhao Wengshuan and slapped him twice. Wake up, I am not here to pick you up for a date. Oh. Hearing this, Zhao Wengshuan finally let out a long sigh of relief. Thank goodness, my chastity is safe. Only then did he glance at the white-masked stranger and ask cautiously, then why are you looking for me? Do you think I would come to find you for no reason? Tong Yan felt frustrated. Why was this guy so different from what he had imagined? Then why are you looking for me? You don't have to be so scary about it. Zhao Wengshuan finally felt at ease. He stood up shakily, walked over to the table, took a large gulp from a wine bottle and offered it to Tong Yan. Want a drink? After being rejected, he took another big gulp of wine and flopped back onto the sofa, his tension easing. Are you here to kill me? Killing me is useless. I am just a good-for-nothing who only knows how to eat and drink. Nobody cares about me. Killing me won't affect the Mad Blade sect at all. If you want to hit the Mad Blade sect, you should go chop my brother or slaughter my father. Tong Yan didn't say anything, just stared steadily at Zhao Wengshuan. This guy is a real piece of work. Scared to death just a moment ago, yet completely indifferent to death itself. He looks only 18, so why does he reek of such deathly aura? Tong Yan began to doubt his initial judgment. Seeing that Tong Yan didn't speak, Zhao Wengshuan didn't either. The two just stared at each other, the atmosphere becoming somewhat awkward. Forget it, just say it directly. Why on earth are you looking for me? It seems you aren't here to kill me. Zhao Wengshuan couldn't handle the atmosphere and spoke first. Tong Yan walked over and said very seriously, I am here to ask you to be the boss. Me, Zhao Wengshuan was stunned, his eyes glazed over as he pointed at himself. Did I drink so much that I am hearing things? Seeing that the other party didn't seem to be joking, Zhao Wengshuan laughed at himself. Brother, if you are short on money, I can lend you plenty. You don't even have to pay it back, those idiots never pay me back anyway. But if you are looking for a boss, I suggest you look for my brother. My brother has top-tier talent. He is a big name at the Spirit Speech Academy, and inside the Mad Blade sect, he is seen as the future sect leader. He is also very easygoing. If you follow him, you will get plenty of benefits. I think you are quite suitable. Really, man, I have nothing but a bit of stinking money. Look, the Mad Blade sect doesn't even want to assign bodyguards to me. If I died out there, I bet they wouldn't even bother to collect my body. Tong Yan finally understood why Zhao Wengshuan had that deathly aura. The guy really had nothing left to live for. Enough, whether you like it or not, you are going to be this boss. No, wait, buddies, you. Zhao Wengshuan wanted to say more, but a white dagger was already pressed against his throat. He felt like he was having a mental breakdown. What has the world come to? Why are people using knives to force others to be their boss now? Brother, I really don't want to be the boss. Zhao Wengshuan was close to tears. He genuinely did not want to be this so-called boss. Even though he spent his days drinking and having fun, he wasn't naive. Being this boss just meant being a front for attracting trouble. The other guy had a mysterious background and surely had a complicated plot. If things blew up, he really couldn't handle it. If something big really happened, he was certain the Mad Blade sect wouldn't step in to protect him. Although he wasn't afraid of death, he didn't want to throw his life away either. As the second young master of the Mad Blade sect, don't you want to achieve something great and amaze everyone? I don't. Being a good for nothing is fine, plenty to eat and drink, nothing to worry about. Facing Tong Yan's provocations, Zhao Wengshuan had zero interest. Are you really not interested in the position of sect leader of the Mad Blade sect? One word and thousands obey, someone whom millions look up to. Not interested. Tong Yan stared into Zhao Wengshuan's eyes. There really wasn't a shred of desire in his pupils, just empty gray. Damn it, you will sit in this boss seat whether you like it or not. Otherwise, I will find a few old hags to have their way with you. Tong Yan was genuinely irritated. It was the first time in a long time he had met such a unique specimen. What do you want to do? Unexpectedly, upon hearing this, Zhao Wengshuan reacted violently. He subconsciously covered his lower body, looking completely alert. It works. Tong Yan felt like he had discovered a new world. He wore an evil smile under his mask and walked toward Zhao Wengshuan, beginning to untie his robe as he approached. No, what are you doing? What are you trying to do? Zhao Wengshuan panicked, looking nervous and backing away constantly. Help, someone help, Zhao Wengshuan tried to scream, but his mouth was covered instantly. He was just an ordinary person. How could he break free from Tong Yan's grip? I don't mind giving it a try. Hearing this devilish whisper, Zhao Wengshuan was devastated. What kind of nightmare was this? Wu Wu's eyesight agrees. Seeing Zhao Wengshuan nod, Tong Yan slowly let go of his hand. You agrees? I agree. Zhao Wengshuan's voice trembled. He deeply regretted leaving the house today. Tong Yan was in a great mood. Excellent, from now on you are the boss. Understood, little brother. Zhao Wengshuan drank his wine, looking hopeless. Hey, do you really think you are the boss now? Tong Yan made a move as if to take off his armor. No, you are the big brother. You are the big brother. What? Okay. I am the big brother, and you are the little brother. Tong? No, I am the little brothers, you are the big brother. There, is that all right now? Tong Yan nodded with satisfaction. Finally finished the most important part. Once this link is established, the rest will be much simpler. Can you tell me what you want to do now? Zhao Wengshuan lay on the sofa as if paralyzed. I want to open a brand new tavern and I want you to be the manager, Tong Yan said bluntly. What the hell? Zhao Wengshuan was speechless, but he also let out a sigh of relief. If it was only that, it wasn't dangerous. He thought he was going to start some organization to take on a powerful force. If you are opening a tavern just to make money, I can just give you some. Why go through all this trouble? Ha, Tong Yan chuckled. You, a worthless second young master unloved by your parents, no one cares if you live or die. How much influence can you really mobilize? Zhao Wengshuan pouted at the words but stubbornly retorted, I can still pull together several 100,000 spirit stones. Too little. Tong Yan shook his head. After a moment of thought, he began to condense spiritual energy in his right hand, unleashing it at full power. A terrifying wave of spiritual pressure surged, whipping up a fierce wind throughout the room. Spirit speech master, you are at the master realm. What? A mantra master, you are at the master level. Zhao Wengshuan exclaimed, his composure completely shattered. An awakened at the master level is a cornerstone of any faction in Wanjiang City. Take his own sect, the Wild Blade sect, one of the 8 major powers in the outer city. It has fewer than 30 masters, and most of them are only low-ranking ones. You have to realize the outer city has a population of over 30 million, yet there are fewer than 1,000 masters. One can only imagine how difficult it is to break through to that realm. Even the 4 great families of the inner city would spare no effort to recruit a master-level awakened. And yet this strange man standing before him actually possessed master-level strength. No, if you are that strong, why are you running a tavern? You could join any major power and get a seat as an elder, earning endless resources. Why waste your effort on this? Zhao Wengshuan was even more confused, and the heart he had just calmed felt uneasy again. The greater the strength, the bigger the scheme, and the bigger the fall he would have to take for it. Tong Yan looked at Zhao Wengshuan for a long time before saying, being in a major power yourself, should not you understand why one would not want to join one better than me? Zhao Wengshuan paused, fell silent, and after a while revealed a bitter smile he had never shown before. Yes, it looks glamorous and unrestricted on the surface, but only those inside truly know the pain and repression. I want to build a grand tavern, a chain of taverns spanning the entire human race, a tavern so powerful that no one dares to pique or provoke it. A tavern where, as long as you can pay the price, anything is possible. Tong Yan's voice was calm but resonant, and that calm tone could not hide the overwhelming ambition underneath. But after hearing this grand idea, Zhao Wengxuan was unimpressed. His expression did not even change. This guy's heart seems dead. Tong Yan frowned at the sight. I need to find a way to ignite this guy's desire to strive, or the subsequent work will be hard to carry out. Thinking of this, he shifted his tone to aim directly at Zhao Wengxuan. Zhao Wengxuan admitted, "It is not that you have no ambition, you are just desperate. The slacker act you put on is just to hide your deep-seated inferiority." Tong Yan's words were like a heavy hammer hitting the depths of Zhao Wengxuan's heart, yet his inner world remained like a stagnant pool, not a single ripple stirred. His heart had been dead for too long. It was not so easy to trigger, and even though the things he had been running from since childhood were being cruelly dug out and displayed bloody before him, he still had no reaction. Tong Yan was right, he was indeed putting on an act. This was not a beautiful case of biding his time to one day shock the world, but a simple, helpless sense of inferiority. As the son of a high-ranking general, the fact that Zhao Wengxuan never awakened his mantra and could not step into the world of the awakened was, in itself, a huge joke. His brother was the complete opposite, having awakened a very rare and powerful mantra. Since childhood, he had been the closed-door disciple of a major figure at the Mantra Academy, becoming a renowned young warrior and the pride of the Wild Blade sect. The most ironic part was that they were twins. Such a stark contrast was always fodder for gossip. Ever since he was young, Zhao Wengxuan lived in his brother's shadow. Whenever someone mentioned his brother's brilliance, he would be dragged out to be ridiculed. His brother was like a scorching sun roasting him, a good-for-nothing rat with nowhere to hide. In such an environment, Zhao Wengxuan completely broke down. He began to indulge in hedonism, living as the playboy everyone imagined him to be, and even his only sincere commitment to love was misinterpreted as physical inadequacy or weird fetishes. Such talk reached the ears of the Wild Blade sect members. They despised the second young master even more, thinking he stained the sect's reputation, and even his own father considered Zhao Wengxuan a blemish. The Wild Blade sect values strength. It would be one thing to be a commoner, but to be such a piece of trash that became a laughingstock for the sect, most of the members wished he would just disappear. They only refrained because of his identity, and because that high-flying brother loved this younger brother dearly. It is bizarre. Zhao Wengxuan's father wanted him dead, yet his brother doted on him completely, giving him whatever he asked for and threatening that anyone who plotted against his brother would have their entire clan wiped out. This weird status quo further twisted Zhao Wengxuan's personality, leading him to sink deeper into despair with a completely dead heart. Yeah, you see it, so what? For the first time, a pained look appeared on Zhao Wengxuan's face. He raised his bottle, finished it in one breath, and coughed repeatedly. Hard work, striving, what for? I can never get rid of the label of being Zhao Wenji's brother. No matter how well I do, people will only say it is not quite as good as my brother or that I have a fraction of his style. Since the outcome is the same either way, why waste the energy? Better to just be a good-for-nothing, living easily and happily. Are you happy like this? Happy? Zhao Wengxuan spread his hands. Why would not I be? I have money to spend, people to keep me company, what more do I need? Is not the whole point of striving to enjoy life? I get to enjoy it without the struggle, so why would not I be happy? As for the insults and ridicule, I am already used to it. Tong Yan scratched his head, finding himself speechless. This guy's heart was truly dead, sparking his fighting spirit would be a real hassle. He decided to play his trump card. Do not you want to find a girl who can make your heart beat again? At the mention of this, a flicker of longing appeared in Zhao Wengxuan's eyes, but he quickly became listless again. He glanced at Tong Yan and said, "Buddy, I know you want to say that the bigger the tavern grows, the higher my status will be, the more people I will meet, and naturally I will have a chance to find that girl. But why do you think we will succeed?" Zhao Wengxuan let out a long, boozy burp. "I am not trying to bring you down, but even though your master-level strength is decent enough to run a small tavern, you are barely in the game. If you want to move up and grab more interest, do you think the others will agree? Forget the 4 great families. Even the 8 powers of the outer city could crush you, not to mention opening branches in other cities. The ideal is beautiful, but reality is a pile of dog crap. The more you pursue beauty, the more it sticks to you and makes you want to vomit." That was the truth. No matter how much ambition you have, without the strength to back it up, you are just a joke. Tong Yan looked at Zhao Wengxuan silently, then reached up to pull down his hood. Wait, stop, do not do that, I already agreed with you." Thinking the other man was about to disrobe again, Zhao Wengxuan frantically waved his hands. But under his startled gaze, Tong Yan slowly removed the white mask covering his face. "What? It was not you." Seeing that young face beneath the mask, Zhao Wengxuan was stunned, springing up from the sofa in a flash. "I am 16 this year." Tong Yan's next words nearly made his jaw drop. He muttered foolishly, "No, that is impossible." Right? How could it be possible? How could there be a 16-year-old spirit master? Zhao Wengxuan felt like his breathing was becoming labored. The normal age for spirit awakening is 13. How could anyone possibly break through to the master stage in just 3 short years? You have to know, his brother Zhao Wenji was hailed as the #1 genius of the outer city, and even he only broke through to the 9th order apostle stage at 16. Even then, his father was so happy his face almost cracked, clamoring to dig up their ancestors just to celebrate. But now you are telling me there is a 16-year-old spirit master. Who would believe that? Not just Zhao Wengshuan, even those big shots in the inner city would not believe it. It is not that no one can do it, but in a small place like Wanjiang City, resources are so scarce that there is simply no foundation to nurture a genius at that level. They would rather believe an 80-year-old lady has a period than believe that someone with no resources and no mentor could break through to the master stage in 3 years. But what Zhao Wengshuan did not know was that it did not take Tong Yan 3 years from awakening to becoming a spirit master, but only 1 short year. Are you humans? Tong? No, Zhao Wengshuan rubbed his face. I mean, are you actually a human? Tong Yan. Watching the speechless expression on Tong Yan's face, Zhao Wengshuan knew this was actually true. He could not stand still anymore, shakily holding onto the wall as he swallowed with difficulty. Let me catch my breaths. After a long time, Zhao Wengshuan finally calmed down from the shock, though his eyes remained full of disbelief as he looked at Tong Yan. This cannot even be called a genius, this could be described as a monster. Good grief, a 16-year-old spirit master. By comparison, those people in the inner city who call themselves geniuses are complete trash. Yeah, my brother is also a piece of trash. Zhao Wengshuan finally understood the saying that there is no harm without comparison. So this is how those people felt when comparing themselves to him and his brother, Zhao Wenji. But then Zhao Wengshuan's gaze began to turn fiery, looking as if he had discovered a rare, priceless treasure. Seeing that fiery, greedy look in Zhao Wengshuan's eyes, Tong Yan could not help but feel a tightness in his chest. He would not have actually triggered some hidden desire in Zhao Wengshuan, right? Thinking of this, he could not help but shrink back. Zhao Wengshuan immediately leaned in closer, which gave Tong Yan quite a start. At this moment, a huge storm had risen in Zhao Wengshuan's heart. The long-dead spark of hope had been reignited and was burning fiercely. He was not wrong before. No matter how hard he tried, it was impossible to escape the shadow of his brother, because all the resources he could use came from his brother, which destined him to have a low ceiling. But Tong Yan's appearance meant there was a higher ceiling, a ceiling that could surpass his brother Zhao Wenji. Although he did not quite believe Tong Yan's claim about opening taverns across all the cities of the human race, it did not matter. As long as he could expand out of Wanjiang City and surpass the Mad Blade sect, he would truly have stepped out of his brother's shadow. This is an opportunity. Zhao Wengshuan's breathing grew rapid, bloodshot eyes appearing, his hands trembling with excitement. Just wait. I will make sure that when you talk about me, you will not just call me Zhao Wenji's brother, but you will call me Zhao Wengshuan. Fine, I will do it, I will take the boss position. Zhao Wengshuan said loudly, the vitality of a young man surging through him as the previous aura of death was swept away. Seeing this, Tong Yan smiled lightly. He had finally managed to handle this guy. You will step forward as the shop manager and I will act as the store supervisor. Remember, everything is what you want to do. You are the sole person in charge of the tavern. Good, Zhao Wengshuan nodded. He was not a fool. He knew Tong Yan was doing this to keep his identity secret, allowing them to operate better without exposing his true status. If they wanted to share a piece of the tavern's profit, they would offend many powerful interests. Inevitably, there would be all sorts of trouble, so having one person in the open and one in the dark would make things much easier. By the way, what is your name? We have been talking for so long and I still do not know what you're called. Tong Yan. Tong Yan, good name. Zhao Wengshuan tilted his head in thought, then grabbed Tong Yan and headed outside excitedly. Let us go. Tong Yan was full of question marks. Where to? To find a place. What place? A place to open the store. Tong Yan was speechless. A moment ago he would not do it for the life of him, and now he was more motivated than anyone. He helplessly pointed at the pitch-black sky outside and said, Big brother, it is dark and very late. Let us go tomorrow. It is not even 7 yet. As a young man with dreams, how can you sleep? Let us talk about it tomorrow. I will come find you here. Tong Yan shook his head. If he did not go back, Yan and Wujai would worry. Alright, I will go back and organize my resources. They are all given by my brother, just enough to be used for the tavern's initial operations. Zhao Wengshuan thought of the spirit stones piled up in his room. Tong Yan frowned and lectured, can you have a bit of backbone? Since you chose to strike out on your own, then make a clean break with the Mad Blade sect and your brother, and do not use their resources. Makes sense, Zhao Wengshuan felt deeply and nodded solemnly, you are right. Then I will throw the remaining hundreds of thousands of spirit stones back at my brother. I do not care for his dirty money. Wait, what did you say? I do not care for his dirty money. No, the sentence before that. Throw the money back at my brother. Zhao Wengshuan was slightly puzzled. That seemed to be the previous sentence. No, how much did you just say? Hundreds of thousands. Per month. Not exactly, I only have a fixed salary of 3,000 spirit stones per month. Oh, you scared me. But adding up all the miscellaneous stuff, I get 200,000 every month. Most are given by my brother. I have not used much, I lent most of it to my fair-weather friends and the rest is all shoved under my bed. Tong Yan. Tong Yan was almost paralyzed. No, that is a lot of miscellaneous stuff. It is really true that comparing yourself to others will kill you. After awakening his spirit, he had been frantically taking on all kinds of commissions in the outer city, not only exhausted to the core, but also risking his life at the edge of a blade for every mission. Even then, after a year, he had only accumulated about 200,000 spirit stones, and that includes the big 10,000 bounty job from a few days ago. Yet it cannot even compare to someone's monthly pocket money. It is honestly maddening. So it turns out Zhao Wengshuan's earlier talk about asking him to borrow money was actually serious. For the first time, Tong Yan had the urge to die. How about we still care for the money? Not proper, one must have backbone, Zhao Wengshuan said solemnly, feeling more and more that he was right. Tong Yan did not say much. He never really intended to use those resources anyway, otherwise he would not have specifically left 90,000 spirit stones as starting capital. Alright, I am leaving. Wait. Tong Yan had just climbed onto the windowsill when he was called back. Why did you specifically seek me out? Hearing this, Tong Yan gave a strange laugh. Because you are not short of money, so I can keep all the profits for myself. Early the next morning, while it was still just barely light, Han Sheng, an employee at the Black Moon Tavern, had already arrived at work. Is that dark shadow a person? Are they trying to steal something? Han Sheng suddenly noticed a figure huddled in the corner. Damn it, thieves are getting way too bold these days, daring to steal from here. I will show them when I catch them. He finished speaking, crept up quietly, and grabbed the shadow by the throat. Let go, what are you doing? You dare lay a hand on me? Are you tired of living? The shadow being grabbed started shouting incoherently. Han Sheng felt the voice was familiar. He leaned in closer, and upon seeing the true identity of the figure, he was scared out of his wits and hurriedly let go of his grip. Young Master Zhao, I am so sorry, I truly am. I never imagined it would be you. The shadow was indeed Zhao Wengshuan. He had tossed and turned all night, unable to sleep, so he came here early to wait for Tong Yan. He had not expected to be nearly strangled as a thief. The more he thought about it, the angrier he got, so he knocked the man on the head. You Han Sheng, I gave you plenty of perks yesterday, and today you want to strangle me. This Han Sheng was the very waiter to whom Zhao Wengshuan had handed a pile of spirit stones the day before. He apologized profusely. Young Master Zhao, I really am sorry. I did not think it was you. Alright, enough nonsense. Open the door, it is freezing out here. Zhao Wengshuan was usually generous and down-to-earth, often throwing money around, so he was quite popular. Coming right up. Seeing that Zhao Wengshuan was not holding a grudge, Han Sheng quickly opened the shop door and welcomed him inside. Young Master Zhao, the same private room, how much wine should I bring up? Yes, just the same. Zhao Wengshuan was about to say the usual, but then he remembered he was now penniless. He changed his tune. No, never mind, I will just sit for a while. Hearing this, Han Sheng was bewildered. Is this still the same young Master Zhao? Why is he acting so out of character today? Afterward, Han Sheng brought over a cup of the wine Zhao Wengshuan usually drank. Zhao Wengshuan looked at Han Sheng with confusion. Young Master Zhao, you have always treated me well, and I have wanted to treat you to a drink for a long time, but I never had the chance. I wonder if you could do me the honor today and let me fulfill that wish. Han Sheng was 15, 2 years younger than Zhao Wengshuan, but he was smooth and observant. Seeing that Zhao Wengshuan seemed to have some hidden troubles today, he took the initiative to butter him up. You kid, Zhao Wengshuan was deeply moved. He suddenly remembered that when he opens his own tavern, he will need plenty of help, and Han Sheng's work was truly impeccable. He would be perfect to bring under his wing. Han Sheng. Yes, young Master Zhao, Han Sheng bowed with a smile, listening attentively. Do you want to work for me? Upon hearing this, Han Sheng started shaking with excitement, nearly falling to his knees. I do, I am willing. Let me be clear, following me might be dangerous. Are you afraid of dying? I am not afraid. As long as I can follow by your side, death is nothing, Han Sheng said firmly. He had finally made his big break, a real chance to rise in the world. Zhao Wengshuan nodded. Very well. When your manager arrives later, hand in your resignation. From now on, you are with me. And by the way, you can call me boss from now on. You got it, boss. Just past 7 o'clock, Tong Yan arrived. Seeing Zhao Wengshuan sitting by the counter, he was surprised. Is this guy always this early? Due to his past work, Tong Yan was used to early starts, but he had not expected Zhao Wengshuan, a pampered young master from a prominent family, to be even earlier than him. "Big brother, you are here." Zhao Wengshuan smiled and walked up to greet him as soon as he saw Tong Yan. He then pulled Han Sheng over and introduced him. "This is my new junior, his name is Han Sheng. He can help out at the tavern later." "Han Sheng, he will be your boss too, say hello." "Boss," Han Sheng said respectfully. Tong Yan nodded. "I will only remind you of one thing. Following us is dangerous, you could die. It is not too late to regret it now. If you choose to leave, we will not blame you and you still have a chance to live your stable life. But once you step out of this door with us, there is no turning back." Zhao Wengshuan looked at Han Sheng as well. Han Sheng felt a jolt in his heart. He bowed with clasped hands and said solemnly, "I will follow the two bosses to the death and I will never regret it." Tong Yan did not intend to bring Han Sheng along today, so he told him to stay and finish his resignation procedures. The second key to opening a tavern is the location. It is crucial and directly affects foot traffic. Without customers, what is the point of having good products? Tong Yan had started considering the location of the tavern a long time ago. The number of taverns in the outer city was massive, with one appearing every few hundred meters, leading to cutthroat competition. Wanting to get a slice of the pie there was too difficult, so he thought of a different high-risk approach. "Big brother, are we leaving the outer city?" Zhao Wengshuan looked at the direction they were heading. It was out of the outer city and his brows furrowed. It is very dangerous out there. Although the outer city did not have the high, solid walls of the inner city for protection, it still had basic defenses. Plus, because people were concentrated, they could warn each other, avoiding many dangers. But once you left the populated areas, you could easily be spotted by beasts roaming the wilds, which significantly increased the risk of attack. "Yes." Tong Yan wanted to build the tavern outside the outer city, specifically on the path that adventurers had to take to reach the Sunset Plains. This way, he could be the first stop for adventurers returning from the plains, the last stop for those heading toward it, and immediately make a name for the tavern. The Sunset Plains are very dangerous. The people exploring them face life and death tests every moment, and the mental stress is extreme. Once they return, they will definitely want to relax, so the first stop they visit will surely be profitable. Is not that a bit too dangerous? Even Zhao Wengshuan could not help but be scared when he heard the idea. It would certainly build a reputation quickly and make money, but being away from the settlements is too risky, and sticking out like a sore thumb makes you an easy target for those with ill intentions. Risk often comes with opportunity. If you want to make a lot of money in a short time, you have to be willing to take chances. Tong Yan naturally knew the risk was immense, but the corresponding reward was just as massive. The more he earns, the stronger he gets. The stronger he is, the safer the tavern. The safer the tavern, the more customers it attracts and the more it earns. It is a perfect closed loop. "All right, I will listen to you." Zhao Wengshuan stopped hesitating. Since they were going to do it, they might as well go all in. Tong Yan took Zhao Wengshuan and officially stepped out of the outer city. "That mountain 700 meters high has no name. That is the spot I have chosen." 2 kilometers away from the outer city, Tong Yan pointed to the mountain nearby and said. Zhao Wengshuan looked in the direction of Tong Yan's finger and could not help but nod. The location of this mountain is truly excellent. To the east lies the vast and enormous Sunset Plain, and to the west, one enters the 100 Beast Mountain range. It is perfectly situated at a crossroads. Although this mountain is not very tall, it must be infested with quite a few exotic beasts. Clearing them all out will be no small challenge. I scouted it out earlier. A pack of iron-armed apes inhabits it. Their strength is moderate, so just leave them to me. Iron-armed apes. Hearing this, Zhao Wengshuan frowned. He had heard of these exotic beasts. They are pack animals, go berserk at the sight of blood, and are extremely vengeful. Once provoked, they are very troublesome to deal with, which is why no one bothers with them. But Tong Yan said he would handle them. Is that really going to work? Yet he had no choice but to trust him. The arrow has left the bow. Since we chose to do this, we must do it with a bang, without regrets, life or death. After the two of them set the location, they carefully discussed the remaining matters. For the construction materials, we should choose the best, prioritizing durability. Tong Yan thought that there would inevitably be conflicts and fights in the future that might damage the building, so it was better to do it right the first time and go for something solid. Do not worry, leave that to me. I know someone who specializes in the stone business. He can even get his hands on the kind of stone used for the inner city walls. Are you sure? We do not have much capital in the early stages and can only buy on credit. Can you pull that off? Tong Yan had originally intended to use his strength as a master-level practitioner as a guarantee when negotiating with the stone supplier. What kind of talk is that? Who are you looking down on? I am quite the big spender and I have not lent them a small amount of money over the years. Zhao Wengshuan looked proud. Those guys never intended to pay back the money they borrowed before. I did not hold them accountable then, but now that there is a need, I will have to dig them all out one by one. Alright then, you handle the construction materials and the staff for the public business. You should prepare the supply of liquor as well. You can sign contracts with the suppliers and pay them later. As for the funds, medicinal liquids, and whether or not to recruit awakened ones, leave those to me. The selection of staff for the public business can be relaxed, but for the covert business, Tong Yan wanted to personally oversee it. He thought of Chen Ming, perhaps he could go and test him out. Good. Zhao Wengshuan nodded in agreement. Although he did not have much capital on hand, relying on the network he had built, handling this would not be a problem. 3 months, we only have 3 months to prepare. And just like that, Tong Yan very smoothly handled the staffing and site selection. All that remained was the preparation of the medicine. To attract customers in the final analysis, one needs medicine that is potent and unique enough. They had too little capital now to support the purchase of medicines, so they would have to plan for that later. Afterward, the two parted ways and began their respective preparations. Seeing that it was still early, Tong Yan did not go home immediately, but went straight to the address Chen Ming had given him. Strange, it seems there is no one inside. Tong Yan stood outside a very dilapidated house and listened carefully. There was no movement inside. He took a look at the house number. He had not found the wrong place. It was the address Chen Ming had given him. The door did not seem to be locked either. After hesitating for a moment, Tong Yan raised his hand, pushed the door open and walked in. Seeing the scene inside, he could not help but frown. The interior was very simple, with only 2 beds and a table. On the large bed in the middle leaned a large doll with rough stitching. It was clearly handmade. The doll was dirty and had a large water stain, as if it had been soaked with tea for a long time. A doll? Chen Ming is a grown man and he still plays with dolls. However, Tong Yan did not dwell on it and continued to look around. Chen Ming's mother suffered from a strange illness and had been relying on medicine to stay alive. Logically, she should not have been able to leave the house, so why was there no one in the room now, and where was Chen Ming? The room smelled strongly of medicine, and a blackened medicine pot sat on the wooden stove, which had clearly been used for a long time. This proved that everything Chen Ming said was true. But where did he go? Where did his mother go? Various signs indicated that Chen Ming was not simple, and that figure from that night was most likely him. After parting ways with Chen Ming that night, he had rushed back to intercept and kill Li Ming, but Chen Ming had arrived one step before him. It seems his strength is not weak, which also explains why he awakened his spirit words long ago and has been practicing in silence. But why have you always acted so cowardly? Tong Yan's gaze was deep and full of suspicion. Thinking of the way Chen Ming had humbled himself to beg that day, Tong Yan still could not understand it. If it were to hide his identity that he continued to work at the Moonlight Tavern, that was the same for him, but it did not require being that lowly. To let Li Ming suppress and bully him at will, Tong Yan asked himself if he could do that. The deeper the humiliation, the deeper the scheme. Chen Ming, oh Chen Ming, what exactly are you planning? After waiting in the house for a while and seeing no one return, Tong Yan exited, closed the door gently and turned to leave. Inside a dilapidated building directly across from Chen Ming's, 3 figures were hiding very stealthily. They observed everything that had just happened through a crack in the wall caused by years of disrepair. One of them said cautiously, "Third, you go back and report to the higher-ups. Second, go follow this guy. I will stay here and continue observing." The person lying down to observe was clearly the leader. After seeing the person leave, he made arrangements immediately, but he did not get a response. "Are you guys deaf?" Still no one responded to him. He was furious and stood up, cursing you. "As who are you?" But seeing a strange person wearing a terrifying white mask appearing in front of him, his anger turned to astonishment, and he asked the question that had been on his mind. "Right, who are you?" Then his gaze drifted down to the stranger's hands, and he was immediately terrified. The person was holding a dead body in each hand. They were the 2 brothers who had been on duty with him. Their heads were twisted all the way around, staring blankly at him, dead as they could be. "Who are you?" the man cried out in terror, wanting to call for help, but the masked person grabbed him by the throat, the immense force rendering him unable to make a sound. "Do not scream or I will snap your neck, understood?" The man was terrified and nodded desperately. "I ask you answer one wrong word and I snap your neck, understood?" Understood. What? Who are you? Why are you here? Tong Yan's tone was filled with confusion. Just after leaving Chen Ming's room, he had sensed eyes watching the place. To avoid alerting the enemy, he pretended to leave, only to double back. Once he returned, he discovered there were actually 3 people keeping the room under surveillance. They had even clearly seen him entering Chen Ming's room just moments ago. Without hesitation, he struck, silently killing 2 of them. He then looked toward the corner where a corpse lay. It was likely the original owner of the room. The body had not yet started to rot, meaning they had not been dead for long, which indicated that these people had only appeared here in the last 2 days. Less than a day had passed between Chen Ming leaving his job and being targeted. What on earth was going on? We are from the Blade Sect. We are under orders from our superiors to watch this room and report back the moment anyone shows up. The Blade Sect. Upon hearing this, Tong Yan was stunned. It was actually the Blade Sect, one of the 8 major powers. Could it be because of that Li Ming incident? Why are you watching this place? I do not know. What about the owner of the rooms? I do not know. Huh? Tong Yan was left a bit bewildered by the man's endless strings of I do not know. Then what do you know? I do not know anything at all. Seriously, buddy, are you messing with me? Tong Yan's face darkened, and he exerted force with his right hand, crushing the man's right arm instantly. I do not want to hear you say you do not know again, understand? I understand. The intense pain turned his face pale, his entire body trembling, and cold sweat soaked him completely. Who gave you the order to come here? I do not know. Tong Yan was so angry he almost laughed. I really do not know. The man was on the verge of tears as he hurriedly explained. This order was issued directly by the task hall of the Blade Sect. It was not specific to any one person. We just needed to report to the task hall after we found someone. I really do not know who issued the order. Anything else? What else do you know? I do not know anything else. Then what use are you to me? Before the man could react, Tong Yan snapped his neck in an instant. Although this man had the strength of a third-rank apostle, he was like an ant in Tong Yan's hands. Tong Yan looked down at Chen Ming's house, unable to fathom the reason. Li Ming once said that the big brother he knew was part of the Blade Sect. Could it be that his brother was seeking revenge for Li Ming? But how would he know that Chen Ming was the one who killed Li Ming? Or do they just cause trouble for anyone they suspect? That would not make sense either. If that were the case, they should have come after him first. Tong Yan thought of Chen Ming's humble forbearance and felt more and more that there was a secret here. Was Chen Ming trying so humbly and deliberately to keep his job at the Minju Tavern? If he really were an awakened, he would not be short of that little bit of pay. It could not be for money, which left only one possibility: he was there for someone. In order to get close to someone, he had to act so humbly, groveling just to stay there. Only he had not expected Li Ming to meddle, so in a fit of rage, he killed him. The Minju Tavern, someone. Suddenly, Tong Yan's eyes narrowed as he thought of the boss of the Minju Tavern. If everything Chen Ming did was to get close to the boss, then it all made sense. Chen Ming had a grudge against the boss and took the job at the tavern to kill him for revenge, but the boss rarely came to the tavern, leaving Chen Ming with no chance to strike, forcing him to lie in wait for an opportunity. Unfortunately, until Li Ming caused trouble and got him fired, he never found his chance. Then he had to take a risk and try to kill the boss by force. The result was obvious: he failed. But he escaped, and to hunt him down, the boss arranged for people to monitor the place. And then he, Tong Yan, had stupidly walked right into it. The more Tong Yan thought about it, the more right it felt, and he clapped his hands together. I really am a genius. The next day, Tong Yan appeared near the Blade Sect's headquarters, and after much inquiry, he learned that a battle had indeed taken place there the day before yesterday. What kind of grudge could lead Chen Ming to strike in the middle of the street? Tong Yan leaned against a street stall, his eyes sweeping repeatedly over the still visible bloodstains on the street. This was territory controlled by the Blade Sect, and at the end of the street was a fighting arena, the largest in the outer city. It was very bustling with large crowds, and there were Blade Sect eyes and men everywhere. Starting a fight here was no different from courting death. This made Tong Yan even more confused. Why would Chen Ming choose a place like this to strike? Was it reckless? That could not be. Chen Ming had laid in wait for so long. He did not seem like a reckless person. It seemed he never heard Chen Ming mention his father. Could it be that the boss killed his father, leading his mother to fall ill from grief, eventually bedridden? That makes sense. Only such a blood feud would make Chen Ming act so recklessly. Thinking of this, Tong Yan silently cursed his former boss in his heart. What an animal. For 3 consecutive days, Tong Yan appeared there on time, leaving early and returning late, more punctual than a work shift. But there were no changes here. It remained as prosperous as ever, and the Blade Sect showed no signs of unusual activity. Dad? My dad? Where is my dad? I need to find my dad. That day, seeing it was getting late and the road was deserted, Tong Yan planned to leave. But a familiar voice reached his ears, and his expression changed instantly as he stared ahead. He saw someone in tattered clothes with messy hair and a face full of grime, walking unsteadily while muttering to himself, looking like someone who had lost his mind. Yet Tong Yan recognized at a glance that this was none other than the man who had been missing for days, Chen Ming. How had he ended up like this? It had only been a few days. How had the perfectly normal Chen Ming turned into a madman? Could it be that after the failed revenge, the psychological impact had driven him insane? Tong Yan intended to quietly go up and take Chen Ming away, but he suddenly stopped, his brow furrowing as he felt many eyes watching Chen Ming. Chen Ming had been recognized. After a moment of hesitation, Tong Yan slipped quietly into the darkness. "Dad, I need to find my dad." Chen Ming staggered and stumbled toward the fighting arena. "Chen Ming, come with me." At that moment, Tong Yan, having donned the golden mask, lunged from the shadows, appeared beside Chen Ming, grabbed him and tried to take him away. The dazed Chen Ming did not resist and was led away by Tong Yan quite obediently. Tong Yan ran with Chen Ming, trying to leave before the Blade sect could react, but he had hoped for too much. At the very next intersection, a group of people blocked their path. "Friend, would you like to have a cup of tea before you leave?" "No thanks, some other time." Tong Yan did not stop and charged directly toward the people blocking his way. "The tea offered by our Blade sect must be drunk, whether you want to or not." The leader waved his hand, and all the men blocking the path rushed forward. "HMPH, well, I really do not feel like drinking any today." Tong Yan snorted coldly, unhooked the gold coin sword he was using as a belt, and charged toward the men. Although there were many people blocking the way, they were all 7th or 8th rank apostles and posed no threat to Tong Yan, who was at the master level. He took down a large group with ease. Damn it, they came so fast. The Blade sect's people had come too quickly. He had just knocked down one group, and before he could catch his breath, he was surrounded by layers upon layers of even more experts arriving on the scene. Seeing himself surrounded by a large force, Tong Yan was not surprised and muttered something under his breath. "This is indeed a trap, what a nuisance." "Who are you? What is your relationship with him?" The man leading the Blade Society was middle-aged, wearing a black trench coat and gold-rimmed glasses, carrying himself with a refined, gentlemanly air. This was Yi Sheng, the third in command of the Blade Society, known by the nickname A Dagger Hidden in a Smile. Beneath his golden mask, Tong Yan immediately recognized the man leading the group. Wait a minute, that guy standing next to him is the owner of the Bright Moon Tavern. The tavern owner rarely visited, and in the 3 years Tong Yan worked there, he had only seen him twice. However, he was a bald, fat man, very distinct and easily recognizable even in a crowd. "I never expected the owner to be part of the Blade Society too." "It does not matter, I just felt sorry for the kid and wanted to take him in and raise him," Tong Yan joked, obviously not about to reveal his true identity. But unexpectedly, Yi Sheng nodded quite seriously upon hearing this. "Is this the kid you were talking about?" Yi Sheng's gaze fixed on Chen Ming, looking him up and down as if very satisfied. "Yes, third master, that is him, a lunatic." The bald owner standing nearby immediately stepped forward and nodded obsequiously in response. Chen Ming, who had been in a daze and acting like a madman, suddenly brightened up upon seeing the bald owner. He pointed at him in surprise and shouted, "Daddy." As soon as those words were out, Tong Yan was struck dumb, staring at Chen Ming in total astonishment. "Did I hear that right?" The bald owner's face darkened and he said angrily, "I have told you how many times, I am not your daddy, I am not your daddy. Can you stop pestering me?" "Daddies, you are my daddies." What on earth is going on here? Something is not right with this picture. Tong Yan was now sure he had not misheard. He looked from Chen Ming to the bald owner and back again, searching for any common ground between them. Could it be that my previous guesses were all wrong? Is Chen Ming the owner's illegitimate son, and did he fight so hard to keep working there just to see his father? You have got to be kidding me, is not that a bit of a stretch? You lunatic! The bald, fat owner stamped his feet in frustration and said to Yi Sheng next to him, "Third master, this is the lunatic I mentioned. He is an orphan. I felt sorry for him before, so I arranged for him to work at my Bright Moon Tavern. Who would have thought that after he was fired a few days ago, he lost his mind, ran up to me saying I am his father, and when I disagreed, he even killed my bodyguards, forcibly demanding that I be his father." Hearing the bald owner's words, Tong Yan was left speechless. Using force to make someone be his father, does Chen Ming have such a strange quirk? And an orphan, did not Chen Ming say he had a sick mother in bed? How could he be an orphan? Wait, something is wrong. Tong Yan suddenly realized, does Chen Ming really have a sick mother in bed? His knowledge of Chen Ming had always come from his own stories. He had never actually seen the mother, and he had not seen her in his room that day either. Has Chen Ming been lying to me the whole time? Tong Yan felt like he was falling into a whirlpool, unable to see the truth. Everything he had known or guessed before was now being marked with a giant question mark. But that a dagger hidden in a smile, Yi Sheng smiled slightly at Chen Ming and reached out his hand. I am your real father. Daddy has been waiting for you here for a long time. Xiao Ming, be a good boy, come to daddy. You are not my father, he is my father, the delirious Chen Ming said, pointing earnestly at the bald owner. I am not your father, the bald owner denied adamantly. You are my father's. I told you I am not your father. I only have a daughter, the bald owner denied again, almost ready to pull out his family portrait to prove it. You are my father's. I am your father, Yi Sheng interjected with a smile. It was clear he was being completely serious. You are not my father, Chen Ming said, looking Yi Sheng up and down, then tilted his head and denied it point blank. I am your father. You are absolutely not my father. Witnessing this chaotic scene, the members of the Blade Society were confused. Why is one person desperately claiming a father, one desperately denying being a father, and another desperately wanting to be a father? What kind of complicated relationship is this? Since the other person was the third master, no one dared to speak up, so they just quietly watched the show. Tong Yan was also bewildered, his head spinning. I really am your father. Come, Chen Ming, daddy is taking you home. Yi Sheng adjusted his glasses, gave a warm smile, and walked toward Chen Ming. You are not my father at all. Chen Ming backed away a few steps, clearly resisting. Yi Sheng stopped, his smile fading slowly. He then took off his glasses and with a sudden, abrupt movement, slammed his palm into the bald owner's head. The bald owner's round head was driven entirely into his chest, and he fell to the ground with a thud. How ruthless! Tong Yan's pupils constricted. He had not expected Yi Sheng to be so sudden in his violence. One moment he was all smiles, and the next he was killing as casually as eating or drinking. Yi Sheng pulled a handkerchief from his coat to wipe his hands, then reached out with a smile again. Xiao Ming, I am your father now. Come, let us go home. The demented Chen Ming did not react, just stared blankly at the headless corpse of the owner with dead, dull eyes. After a long moment, he slowly looked up at Yi Sheng, his vacant eyes seeming to clear slightly. You killed my father. You killed my father. Chen Ming's dull eyes turned sharp and terrifying as he pointed at Yi Sheng and roared. In the next instant, a powerful blood-red spiritual light erupted around him, and his aura surged dramatically. Ninth rank apostle. Feeling the ninth rank spiritual power fluctuation from Chen Ming, Tong Yan nearly bit his own tongue. Zhao Wenji, known as the #1 genius of the outer city, only broke through to the ninth rank apostle at 16. Even if Chen Ming's talent surpassed Zhao Wenji's, it would have taken a long time to cultivate. This meant Chen Ming had become an awakened one a long time ago. But having worked with Chen Ming for nearly 3 years, he had not noticed a thing. Seeing this, Yi Sheng's eyes brightened even more, and he whispered to himself just as expected, it is that spirit word. Go to hell, Chen Ming shrieked and lunged toward Yi Sheng. Yi Sheng gave a light wave of his right hand, and the surrounding Blade Society members immediately charged at Chen Ming. Be careful, do not hurt my precious son. Tong Yan, who had come to take Chen Ming away, was now an outsider. Watching the chaotic scene, he found himself unsure if he should intervene. Chen Ming was now surrounded by a mesmerizing red glow, and he lightly tapped his fingers on the forehead of one of the Blade Society members. The one tapped looked as if he were bewitched, his eyes went vacant, his mouth hung open, and he swayed on the spot. Then he raised the dagger in his hand and plunged it into his own throat. This eerie scene shocked everyone senseless. But Chen Ming continued to move, and wherever the red glow touched, the people he pointed at took their own lives. The 30 or so members brought by Yi Sheng fell one by one, all dying by strange suicides with blood everywhere. Yi Sheng, however, was not angry. Instead, he became even more excited, his eyes filled with naked greed, and he could not help but start clapping. Yes, that is it, that is the real thing. Looking at Yi Sheng's excitement, and then at the boiling red light on Chen Ming and the corpses covering the ground, Tong Yan pondered. Suddenly, a light pierced through the clouds of doubt in his heart, clearing his mind. Forbidden spirit word. It is a taboo spirit. The spirit Chen Ming awakened is a taboo. The taboo sequence contains 72 types of spirits in total. Judging by Chen Ming's current performance, it looks very much like Taboo 21, Mental Deceiver. Spirits of the taboo sequence are not inferior to the divine sequence in terms of strength, and in some aspects they are even stronger. However, awakeners who possess the taboo sequence will suffer from backlash, which leads to serious flaws in themselves. These flaws could be personality deficiencies, a lack of self-control, bloodthirsty cruelty, or being completely heartless. The flaw of the mental deceiver lies in the psychological aspect. Awakeners with this spirit are like patients with schizophrenia, with extremely unstable mental states. They are similar to normal people in daily life, but once they suffer major mental trauma, they may switch to a different mental state. As for what level of stimulation counts as major, or which mental state they will switch to, no one can predict. Chen Ming does not even know when he awakened the mental deceiver. The everyday Chen Ming did not realize it. He always thought of himself as an ordinary person. The oppression he endured from Li Ming was not patience, but a genuine belief that he needed that job. Mentally, he considered himself an ordinary man with a seriously ill mother who needed money, so he worked diligently. But after he was driven away by Li Ming, his mental world collapsed and he immediately switched to another mental state. It was in this state that he killed Li Ming. For some reason, he had mistaken the boss for his own father, which is why he came looking for him earlier. But now that the boss has been slapped to death by Yi Sheng, Chen Ming's unstable mental state has been triggered again, and he has begun to run wild and kill. Soon, all 30 or so members of the Small Knife Society at the scene were killed by Chen Ming, leaving only Yi Sheng. Perfect, absolutely perfect. Yi Sheng stepped over the corpses, examining Chen Ming with pleasant surprise, his eyes looking as if he were staring at some kind of perfect treasure. A taboo spirit user with an unstable mind. If I can control him, he would be an invincible human-shaped weapon. With such a sharp blade, after he grows for a few more years, it would not be impossible for my Small Knife Society to march into the inner city. Thinking of this, Yi Sheng smiled even wider. He beckoned toward the back and said, "Enough, everyone come out, stop watching and take him down for me. As for the brat on the side." With that, he looked at Tong Yan, who had been silent all along, and grinned, "Kill him. He has seen things he should not have seen." But after he gave the order, the surroundings were deathly quiet. No one responded and no shadows appeared. "Huh, are you all deaf?" Yi Sheng's expression sank and he scolded loudly. Yet there was still no reply. The surroundings were terrifyingly quiet. This made his heart sink. Did something go wrong? "Stop shouting. While you were just busy showing off, my partner already took care of them." Tong Yan helpfully cleared things up for him, while white-faced Sang Bio walked out from the nearby alley, wiping the lingering blood off his slaughter shark dagger as he walked. Tong Yan had noticed they were being watched before deciding to take Chen Ming away, so he had already arranged for white-faced Sang Bio to move out before arriving. Yi Sheng was cautious. What he brought was not just the 30 people in plain sight, but also 5 experts hidden in the shadows, all low-level masters. While he was busy acting all high and mighty, white-faced Sang Bio had already acted quietly, harvesting their lives one by one cut at a time. The saying that villains die because they talk too much was proven once again. Seeing this, Yi Sheng's face changed drastically. He was no longer confident. Were all his ambushers really killed? "Who are you? Do you know the consequences of offending our Small Knife Society?" "I have already killed your men. What other consequences could there be?" Tong Yan rolled his eyes. Yi Sheng's expression flickered. After a long while he spoke. "Would you like to join the Small Knife Society? If you can assist me in taking down Chen Ming, you will be the 4th boss of the Small Knife Society." "Actually, I always thought you were a smart man until just now." Tong Yan's words made Yi Sheng's face turn from green to white, finally settling on a livid blue. He said fiercely, "Do you really think you have the winning hand?" "No, I have always deeply understood the principle that villains die from showing off." Yi Sheng did not react in time. "So I actually started acting just a moment ago." Yi Sheng's pupils dilated as he suddenly realized that the other party was not alone. He immediately looked toward the white figure, but the place was empty. Where was there any person to be seen? Oh no! Yi Sheng only felt a chilling intent coming from behind. A cold blade was thrusting towards his heart, and the threat of death enveloped him deeply. He channeled power through his whole body, his adrenaline surging as he tried to dodge the strike. But there was simply no time. All his attention had been drawn by this golden-faced dwarf, leaving him completely defenseless. Just as white-faced Sang Bio's slaughter shark dagger was about to pierce Yi Sheng's heart, Chen Ming, in his frantic state, raised his hand and attacked white-faced Sang Bio. Mind shock. Sang Bio felt his mind being hit by some force, causing him to falter and his movements to slow down. Taking advantage of this gap, Yi Sheng finally managed to escape the fatal strike. Sang Bio was dissatisfied that Chen Ming interfered and he looked over coldly, his killing intent locked onto him. "He is mine," Chen Ming said, with spiral patterns appearing in his eyes. Tong Yan had not expected Chen Ming to be the one to save Yi Sheng, so he helplessly said, "Sang Bio, cover him and let him handle it." Receiving his boss's order, Sang Bio dismissed his murderous intent and silently retracted his shark dagger. Although Yi Sheng was the 3rd boss of the Small Knife Society, his strength was only that of a 2nd-tier master. He had been very cautious, bringing 5 low-level masters, so it should logically have been no problem to take down Chen Ming, who was at the 9th stage of the Apostle Realm. But he had not expected a disruptor like Tong Yan. and that white-faced freak had quietly killed all his backup. Suddenly, he found himself in a disadvantageous position. You killed my dad," Chen Ming murmured, tilting his head with saliva dripping from his mouth. Yi Sheng's expression turned grim. Seeing that the two masked freaks were not making a move and only Chen Ming was attacking, his heart gradually calmed down. As the most dangerous boss of the Small Knife Society, he immediately found a way to break the situation. As long as he captures this Chen Ming, he could make those two freaks hesitate, and he might have a chance to escape. With his mind made up, Yi Sheng proactively lunged forward and launched an attack on Chen Ming. Chen Ming held his right hand up, and a deep red mist spread toward Yi Sheng, trying to interfere with his mind. "Oh, Chen PH." Yi Sheng snorted coldly. He felt a certain power trying to affect his spirit, but as a second-tier master, his strength far exceeded Chen Ming's. Moreover, having been on guard, the mental influence had no effect on him, and with one hand he whipped up a gust of wind, scattering the mist entirely. "You think you can kill me?" Yi Sheng rushed to his front, grabbed Chen Ming by the throat and hoisted him up. Seeing this, Tong Yan involuntarily clenched his fist tightly. "Clear the way or I will crush him to death." Yi Sheng, not expecting things to go so smoothly, laughed aloud. Tong Yan and Sang Biao remained unmoved. "I said get out of the way, do you want him to die?" Yi Sheng shouted again, his fingers sinking deep into Chen Ming's throat. It would take only a bit more force to crush it easily. But faced with Yi Sheng's threat, Tong Yan and Sang Biao remained entirely unmoved. Seeing Yi Sheng like this, Tong Yan could not help but chuckle happily and said quietly, "Who told you I care about whether Chen Ming lives or dies?" As soon as the words left his lips, Yi Sheng was stunned. They did not care about Chen Ming's life or death. How could that be? If it were true, how was he supposed to leave today? Impossible, absolutely impossible. Did not you risk everything to take him from right under our noses just to save him? Tong Yan gave a cold smile at these words. That was his original plan, but plans always change, do not they? If he could have taken Chen Ming away smoothly, that would have been ideal. But now things had reached this point. He had made enemies with the Blade Gang, and they had seen him in action and learned too much. There would be endless trouble with them gathering people to take revenge on him later. Although he was not afraid, it would restrict his future movements to some extent, so this Yi Sheng had to die here. As for Chen Ming, he chose his own path. Who can he blame if he dies? As a friend, Tong Yan had already done enough for him. Seeing Sang Biao slowly closing in from behind with an obvious intent to attack, Yi Sheng realized that the golden masked dwarf was not joking. He really did not care about Chen Ming's life. At this thought, Yi Sheng's face twisted. Fine, then I will kill this Chen Ming first. I want to see if the two of you can stop me from leaving. He was, after all, a second-rank Master Realm fighter, and this was Blade Gang territory. As long as he made some noise, reinforcements from the gang would surely come. Yi Sheng suddenly felt regret. Why had he just sat by and watched those 30 men get slaughtered by Chen Ming? If they were still alive, they could have held these two off for a while. But there is no medicine for regret in this world. Yi Sheng's expression hardened as he exerted sudden force with his right hand, intending to crush Chen Ming's throat, but he suddenly felt his arm go limp. He panicked and tried to exert force again, only to be surprised to find his arm slowly dropping, completely beyond his control. He turned his head in horror to look at Chen Ming. Chen Ming was also looking at him, his eyes unfocused and devoid of any consciousness. Though Chen Ming was held by his throat in midair, there was no trace of pain on his face. Seeing Yi Sheng look over, he grinned and clearly uttered two words. Choke to death. Upon hearing this, it was as if Yi Sheng had been struck by a heavy blow. His hands uncontrollably reached toward his own throat, gripped it tightly, and began to apply pressure. A word, Spirit Master. Feeling the sudden surge of energy from Chen Ming, Tong Yan was astonished. He had actually broken through to the Master Realm at the moment of crisis, just like Zhan Xinyu. Damn it, could what that golden masked bastard said be true? The protagonist always breaks through in the heat of battle and then kills the villain. They are all like this. Tong Yan felt more and more like he was the villain. Chen Ming's word spirit was of such high quality that even though he was slightly weaker in realm than Yi Sheng, his spirit was already capable of controlling him. Yi Sheng continued to press his hands hard against his own throat. Oxygen deprivation caused the veins on his forehead to bulge and his eyes to become bloodshot and bulge from their sockets. His hands kept forcing the grip until a snap was heard as he crushed his own windpipe. 3 minutes later, this third master of the Blade Gang had actually choked himself to death. Tong Yan looked at Chen Ming, who stood motionless in place, and pondered how to settle him. His spirit was unstable, he no longer recognized him, and there was no telling when he might suddenly lash out and kill someone. The danger was too high. But the next second, Chen Ming stopped him, tilted his head, and pointed at Tong Yan. Daddy. In a basement. This place belongs to a friend of mine. The jerk used to be a bum who just mooched off others, but then he got lucky, awakened a word spirit, and went to the Word Spirit Academy. He left the place to me. No one comes here on a regular basis and no one knows about the basement. It is very safe. Zhao Wengshuan explained to Tong Yan, while his eyes curiously scanned between Chen Ming and Tong Yan in the room. He is a friend of mine, not my son. Tong Yan naturally knew what this guy was thinking. Heh, I know, I am just curious. Have not seen you in a few days and suddenly you have picked up a full-grown son. I honestly thought you had sacrificed yourself for our great cause. Zhao Wengshuan was clearly enjoying the spectacle. Tong Yan was completely speechless. He really had not expected that after killing Yi Sheng, Chen Ming would take him as his father. He had no choice but to bring him here to hide him. I have already had Han Sheng verify his background. The neighbors all said his mother died 7 or 8 years ago. He became an orphan and lived alone ever since. He had always been a very normal and diligent person. Zhao Wengshuan continued. Just as I thought. Tong Yan nodded upon hearing this. Through various clues and their brief exchange, he had largely confirmed the truth. Chen Ming had awakened his word spirit a long time ago. Due to the influence of the word spirit's flaws and a childhood lack of affection, he had fabricated a living mother in his mental world who was bedridden with a severe illness, the doll he kept on his bed. He lived as a hardworking commoner, striving to pay for his mother's medical expenses, feeding the doll medicine every day, which explained the dark water stains left on it. This continued until Li Ming caused trouble. After being fired, he had a mental breakdown. Without an income, he believed his bedridden mother had died because he could not afford her treatment, which drove him to kill Li Ming. With that, his mental world became empty. His longing for affection twisted his mind, and he became desperate for a substitute. The owner of the Minju Tavern, who had shown him kindness 3 years ago and given him work, became the person he cared about most, making him the perfect candidate. Thus, in his mind, he treated him like a father, which led him to the Blade Gang the next day and triggered the subsequent conflict. After Yi Sheng killed the tavern owner, he had another mental collapse, and Tong Yan, as his friend, had become the closest person, naturally taking the place of his father. Could this be any more ridiculous? Tong Yan felt speechless. He had actually wondered if the tavern owner had killed his father or if his mother had died of grief. He felt like a clown. Daddy, Chen Ming tilted his head, looking at Tong Yan with extreme affection. Tong Yan felt a headache. Chen Ming was clinging to him should he take him home. He quickly dismissed the idea. Chen Ming was mentally unstable. If he lost control and hurt a Yan or Wuji, he would never forgive himself. Perhaps his mental world could be reshaped. Tong Yan suddenly realized that Chen Ming had previously managed to delude himself into being a normal person, living a life indistinguishable from others. This showed that his word spirit could not only control others' minds, but also deceive his own. Perhaps through external influence, he could trigger another self-deception that would allow him to return to his normal state. With that thought, Tong Yan crouched down in front of Chen Ming, took his arms, and said earnestly, Chen Ming, I am your father. You are sick right now. Daddy wants you to get better and then work with Daddy, okay? What? Zhao Wengshuan was stunned, not understanding what this was about. Get better, work together. Chen Ming shook his head and slowly repeated it. That is right, I need your help now. Big brother, has your brain broken too? How could it be this simp? Zhao Wengshuan had intended to object, but he was astonished to see that Chen Ming's previously dull and foolish eyes were gradually becoming clear, and he stopped drooling. This actually works. Over the next few days, Tong Yan went to the basement to quietly observe Chen Ming's recovery. The method was effective. Chen Ming gradually regained his senses, but in his mind he believed he was an awakened, that Tong Yan was his father and that he was working by his father's side. Whether it was his gaze, demeanor, movements, behavior, or intelligence, everything was similar to a normal person. Apart from seeing Tong Yan as his father, he was no different from any other awakened, and communicating with him was perfectly fine. Even Zhao Wengshuan, who knew the truth, often thought that Chen Ming had completely recovered. How about you influence him a bit and get him to call me uncle? Zhao Wengshuan had chatted with Chen Ming quite a bit over these days, but he found that the guy could not be influenced by outsiders. Only Tong Yan's words had any effect. Are you sure? Do not say I did not warn you. He is a master tier awakened. If he wakes up one day and realizes you took advantage of him, will you be able to handle his vengeance? Tong Yan said with keen interest. Just kidding, there is nothing that I, Zhao Wengshuan, cannot handle. Zhao Wengshuan patted his chest firmly, then his momentum faded. But then again, relationships between people should be based on fairness, so I think I would better not be his uncle. Ever since he got involved in the business, this guy Zhao Wengshuan seemed like a different person. He became cautious and would steer clear of any hint of danger. In his own words, his great cause still requires his efforts, so how could he stand under a tottering wall? Tong Yan rolled his eyes at him and said, Han Sheng is a good worker, a real workhorse. Keep training him, and he will be able to handle things on his own one day and share your burden. Do not you worry about that. Whenever Han Sheng was mentioned, Zhao Wengshuan felt quite proud. After all, he was someone he had personally recruited. Afterward, the two discussed the progress of the tavern's preparations. I have already ordered the materials for building the tavern, all top-quality stone. I have also scouted a group of capable people who can be arranged to work in the tavern later. You are the boss, just decide as you see fit. Tong Yan stretched, not wanting to deal with these trivial matters. The future tavern would be divided into two parts, a public one and a hidden one. The public one would naturally sell wine and potions, while the hidden one would act like a bounty center where anyone with money could post missions. Tong Yan intended to leave the public tavern entirely to Zhao Wengshuan. Whatever people he wanted to hire or wine he wanted to buy, it was all up to him. He would not intervene much, mainly because he did not have the energy. The hidden tavern would be managed by him personally. He would only recruit monsters, only hire the strong, and only keep the elite, people like Chen Ming. When it came to selecting personnel for the hidden tavern, he preferred quality over quantity. You think I am just reporting to you, the money is gone, brother. Zhao Wengshuan gave him a blunt look and pulled a handful of slips from his pocket, all of which were various IOUs. For the tavern's materials, they had ordered stones of the same grade as the inner city walls, which were extremely expensive. The down payment alone cost tens of thousands, and he had also negotiated with liquor suppliers, paying out quite a bit in deposits. 90,000 spirit stones vanished just like that. Tong Yan nodded upon hearing this, realizing it was time for him to take action. Do not worry, give me a few days, and I guarantee the spirit stones will be yours. There is no rush, it is just the deposits for now. Do not take unnecessary risks, do not go dying out there. Besides having to bury you, these suppliers would come looking for me for trouble. After chatting for a bit, they saw it was getting late and decided not to linger any longer. Alright, keep practicing, I am heading out first. Tong Yan walked over and patted Chen Ming on the shoulder. Got it, Dad, I am not a kid anymore, Chen Ming responded with a smile. Tong Yan felt completely helpless. He could not exactly kill himself just to make Chen Ming go find some other relative. He could only keep things stable for now and see if there was a way to awaken Chen Ming's true consciousness later. It was exactly 8 o'clock when he got home. Seeing the untouched food on the table, Tong Yan knew his troublesome younger siblings had waited for him, and a look of resignation washed over his face. At the dinner table, the two were, as expected, bickering without a moment's rest. Yan Wuji, stopped for a second, I have something to discuss with you. Hearing this, Tong Yan and Tong Wuji stopped bickering at once and quickly gathered around. A friend of mine is opening a new shop and asked me to help out. I might be away for a few days. I will prepare a few days worth of food for you tomorrow. You must stay home and be good. Yan, you are the older sister, so make sure Wuji eats on time. Tong Yan planned to go clean up the iron-armed great ape tomorrow, and while at it, take a trip into the Sunset Plains to hunt some exotic beasts, refine some potions needed for the tavern, and make some money. Their funds were nearly exhausted, so he had to start moving. Ah, brothers! Tong Yan cried out in surprise upon hearing this, then lowered her head, looking incredibly aggrieved as she said, Brother, are you abandoning us? Tong Wuji also stared at Tong Yan, his pale face turning even whiter. Yan, what are you thinking? Tong Yan did not know whether to laugh or cry. Seeing Tong Yan's aggrieved expression, his heart ached. He hurriedly ruffled her hair and said softly, because we are planning to open a new shop, things are busy and it is quite far away. The trip back and forth will take a lot of time, so I might not be able to make it back. Cannot you not go? I do not want brother to go on a long trip. Tong Yan made a pouty face, clutching Tong Yan's clothes tightly, fearful that he would really abandon them. It is not a long trip. Seeing that Tong Yan was about to cry, his heart softened and he compromised. 3 days, I will only be gone for 3 days, okay? After 3 days, I will definitely be back. Okay then, but after 3 days you have to come back. Tong Yan pouted, her voice so small she could barely hear herself. Alright, I promise. Tong Yan turned to Tong Wuji and urged, Wuji, you have grown up too. While I am away, you have to protect your sister. Do not worry, brother. With me around, no one can hurt sister. Tong Wuji's young face looked incredibly serious. If his health allowed it, he would have patted his chest forcefully to guarantee it. HMPH, who needs your protection? You would be lucky if you could take care of yourself. Who wants to protect you? If brother had not told me to, I would not even care about you. Tong Wuji naturally would not be outdone and snapped back. Oh, are you itching for a beating again? Careful or I will fix you, Tong Yan threatened fiercely. Who is afraid of you? Ah, they are at it again. Seeing the two lively gems start bickering again, Tong Yan just chuckled and watched the show from the side. On the mountain where the tavern was located. An apostle rank 3 soul bewitching flower demon, not much use. Tong Yan's voice came from beneath his white mask. He stomped the flower to death, picking up only its spirit core. In truth, its stamen could be refined into a potion with sleep-inducing effects, but Tong Yan did not think much of that and simply ignored it. Tusk, even the boss of a rank 3 exotic beast is not good enough for you now. Remember when we first started taking missions? We searched the entire outer city just to find what the client wanted, all for a measly 300 spirit stones. The golden-faced old man followed beside him, filled with nostalgia. Those were the days when they had just become awakened. They worked so hard back then that they would take any job, even if the bounty was only a few dozen spirit stones. Tong Yan, beneath his white mask, rolled his eyes. That is your fault. If you had not refused to kill, would we have been reduced to taking those idiotic missions chasing dogs all over the city? Golden Face was the first spiritual avatar to awaken. It disliked killing, and since they were weak at the start, they only took errands like searching for lost cats and dogs, working themselves to the bone for just a few dozen spirit stones. Thinking about it now, it is enough to bring tears to your eyes. Hee, what is so great about killing and fighting? Look at you, boss, you are still feeling nostalgic for those days. Tong Yan ignored Tong Shu, his gaze scanning the distance. Vicious roars echoed faintly in his ears. A short distance ahead lay the territory of the iron-armed apes. He held his breath, carefully sensing the energy ahead. After gauging their numbers, he gasped. Good grief, there are 37 of these iron-armed apes, and 8 of them are at the master stage. Even the 8 major factions in the outer city do not have more than 30 masters each. Plus, when these apes go berserk, their combat power skyrockets, making them extremely difficult to deal with. Trying to wipe them all out would be no less difficult than severely damaging one of the 8 major factions. No wonder the factions in the outer city let them occupy this area. Let us kill this one first. Tong Yan's gaze landed to the northwest. In the distance, he could see a pitch-black cave emitting thick surges of spiritual power that was the signature energy of a master-rank creature. Having chosen his target, Tong Yan crept forward, closing the distance rapidly. Are they all sleeping? Soon Tong Yan reached the cave entrance, where 2 small ones were lying and snoring away. The iron-armed apes had white fur and long arms the color of iron gray. Each one was enormous, even the juveniles were 3 meters tall. Sleeping that soundly. Tong Yan was right on top of them, yet these apes were fast asleep, showing no reaction at all. That is perfect. He would not pass up such a golden opportunity. He drew his slaughter shark dagger, crept closer and swung hard, slicing the head right off one. He then quickly moved to the next one and slashed again. In an instant, the 2 apostle rank apes were decapitated without making a sound. Then Tong Yan turned toward the cave, just in time to see the master rank ape walking out. The master rank ape rubbed its bleary eyes with the back of its broad hand and sniffed the air. What a strong smell of blood. Did we catch some fresh prey again? Suddenly, a shadow lunged at it, hitting it with such immense force that it was thrown back into the cave. It felt a chill at its throat and the sensation of something piercing through. It instinctively tried to scream, but a powerful, muscular hand clamped its jaws shut, stifling any noise. "SHH, do not scream, it will be over soon." Tong Yan whispered, while his right hand, clutching the slaughter shark dagger, churned violently inside the ape's neck, destroying its windpipe and spine. The immense pain finally made the ape realize it was under attack. It tried to counterattack subconsciously, but it could not even feel its own body anymore. Before it could even react, Tong Yan had already severed its head. Damn, it stinks like hell. Tong Yan tossed the ape's head aside with a flick of his wrist, wrinkling his nose in distaste. The cave was the ape's den, and the stench inside was so bad it almost made him gag. He dug out the spirit core from the chest and intended to retreat, but a flicker of light from deep within the cave caught his eye. What is that? Tong Yan endured the stench and dug into the back of the cave. He pulled out a vine, and after shaking off the dirt, it shimmered with a metallic gray luster. An apostle rank iron gray roots. Tong Yan suddenly realized why the iron-armed apes had such hard fists. They were buried on top of this treasure. After the mutation of flora, only a small fraction gained sentience to become vicious flower demons. Most became rare herbs with strange effects, which provided the materials for the majority of potions used by awakened. If consumed over a long period, these iron gray roots could strengthen one's physique and increase muscle density, making them excellent supplemental potions for strength-type awakened. Great stuff, truly great stuff. Tong Yan grinned from ear to ear. The root system was extensive, and finding one meant there was likely a whole cache underground. His tavern would definitely be short on potions early on. He had not expected to stumble upon such a treasure so soon. After exiting the cave, Tong Yan took deep breaths of fresh air, then used the same method to extract the spirit cores from the 2 apes at the entrance. I should refine the iron gray roots into potions first. It will be easier to carry that way. Tong Yan sat down cross-legged and began to refine the roots he had dug up. The refining method was simple. He just needed to use his spiritual power to extract the medicinal essence. It was not complex, but it was time-consuming. With Tong Yan's master stage power, it took nearly an hour to refine the apostle rank roots, yielding 7 drops of gray medicinal liquid. According to inner-city prices, a single drop of apostle rank iron gray root potion could sell for 300 low-level spirit stones, making 7 drops worth 2,100 spirit stones. If it were a master rank potion, the price would be double that. As expected, hunting exotic beasts is dangerous, but it pays off big time. In just 1 hour, Tong Yan had gained over 2,000 worth of liquid, plus 3 spirit cores, for a total value of 25,000 spirit stones. This was way faster than the backbreaking bounty missions he used to do. This also made him realize a problem. His team was severely lacking awakened. Whether it is hunting beasts or refining potions, you need enough awakened. Ordinary people simply cannot handle this kind of work. Smaller taverns often buy rare herbs from the black market and then hire awakened to refine them, which incurs massive costs. Furthermore, the potions acquired this way are usually common low-level goods with nothing special about them. Larger taverns have their own hunting squads that specialize in gathering rare herbs and beast materials, allowing them to produce exclusive potions, keep their customers, and enjoy much larger profit margins. Not to mention, the time required to refine these potions is quite high. I will just have to take it one step at a time. Tong Yan sighed. He knew finding people could not be rushed. After stowing the gray potion, he did not rush to leave. He looked at the 3 spirit cores in his hand and without hesitation handed them to Golden Face to consume. His spiritual power surged instantly. Previously, when he reached the master stage, his spiritual power was 10,050 points. These 3 cores provided 23,000 points of energy. With a 10% absorption rate, that was 2,300 points divided between the 2 sides, raising his total spiritual power to 11,250 points. The road to growth is a long one. Tong Yan lamented. He really was in dire need of spirit cores and spirit stones. Suddenly, Tong Yan's eyes landed on the carcasses of the iron-armed apes. He wondered if those could be used for anything. Golden Face instantly knew what his boss was thinking and mercilessly crushed his fantasy. Forget about it. Those things do not provide spiritual power and they have no medicinal value either. Stop dreaming. Oh, all right then. Number 19. The moon tonight was exceptionally bright, bathing the entire mountain in a silvery glow. Watching Whiteface Sengbyo kill the 19th violent ape with such crisp and clean movements, Tong Yan almost could not help but applaud. The closer they got to the summit, the denser the concentration of violent apes became. To play it safe, Tong Yan chose to command through his Golden Face spirit entity, letting Whiteface Sengbyo handle the killing himself. Although Tong Yan's level remained the same whether he was controlling it or the entity was in its independent form, his combat technique was inferior, so the actual battle performance was vastly different. It is like comparing a pilot operating a mecha to the mecha having its own consciousness and fighting independently. The practical results could never be the same. Compared to his own rough and ready style, Whiteface Sengbyo was incredibly elegant yet ruthless when acting on his own, with every strike perfectly measured. It was like a piece of art. The blade is small and short. When you stab it in, it is best to twist it a few times to widen the wound. If you stab into the neck, follow through to cut the head off. Whiteface Sengbyo was carefully explaining the techniques to Tong Yan. He spoke while collecting the spirit core from the iron-armed violent ape. This was his 19th kill and the 3rd one at the master level. He had already wiped out half of the entire ape colony. Beautiful, Tong Yan praised. Most of the time he had done the work himself, honing his skills for nearly 5 months across dozens of battles, but seeing Whiteface Sengbyo in action today, he realized the gap was still enormous. It cannot be helped, he is born for this while I am just a mere mortal. Being a bit of a loser is only natural. Tong Yan comforted himself, then cast his gaze toward the summit. As they climbed higher, the apes were closer together and stronger, making the hunt increasingly difficult. While killing this last one, he almost made enough noise to alert the others. Let us take out a few more before they catch on. Understood. Whiteface Sengbyo moved like a reaper in the night, elegantly harvesting the life of each ape. Number 20 is 21 is 24. Just as Whiteface Sengbyo killed the 25th, a 9th rank apostle violent ape, an accident occurred. The thick smell of blood alerted a nearby 2nd rank master violent ape. Roar! A terrifying roar resounded across the entire ridge. The entire colony was awakened, emitting angry bellows. Then the ground began to shake as the apes charged toward them. Oh, we have been spotted. I am out of here, you cover the rear. Tong Yan stood up and bolted, leaping into the dense canopy. Human, you dare intrude into our territory, die. The nearby ape had already struck. Its iron arm glowed with a metallic gray light, swinging down with enough force to whip up a gale that sent the trees swaying violently. No, wait, hit him instead. Tong Yan was speechless. White-faced Sangbeo is right in front of you. Why are you ignoring him and only staring at me? But grumbling aside, he kept moving, quickly turning back and leaping off the canopy to avoid the blow. The palm strike hit the tree he had just been standing on, shattering the 2-meter-thick trunk into splinters as wood and leaves flew everywhere. Truly deserving of the name iron-armed violent ape. The power of a single palm is immense. Human, you dare to slaughter my kin. Seeing his fallen comrades on the ground, the iron-armed ape flew into a rage, glaring at the newly landed Tong Yan with bloodshot eyes. No, are you blind? Tong Yan was furious. Sangbeo is standing right in front of you, covered in blood, clearly the one responsible. You do not hit him, but why are you staring and roaring at me? Fine, stay blind then. Tong Yan kicked up a cloud of dust into the ape's face, then turned and sprinted toward the foot of the mountain. White-faced Sangbeo quickly followed. If it were 2 against 1, Tong Yan would not mind staying to fix the ape's eyesight, but the entire colony was awake now. If they did not run, they had been swarmed. Besides, the powerful aura at the summit belonged to the ape leader, at least a mid-tier master level, far beyond what they could handle right now. Human, always resorting to such despicable tactics, do you dare face me in battle? The ape, blinded by the dust, flew into a frenzy and gave chase. Although the violent ape excelled in strength, its speed was lacking. Even with a rank higher than theirs, it could not keep up with Tong Yan, and the gap only widened. Stop right there. The ape roared in frustration, grabbed a nearby tree, uprooted it with a pull, and hurled it like a javelin at the fleeing Tong Yan. Only cuties would stop. Tong Yan moved as if he had eyes in the back of his head, quickly shifting his position to dodge the projectile. After this delay, the distance between them increased even further. The ape stood no chance of catching up, so it could only pound its chest and roar from behind. The awakened apes gathered, letting out terrifying roars as they stared at the spot where their enemy had vanished. The roars pierced the night, alerting nearby beasts and humans. On a small hill nearby, 2 young women stood under the moonlight, looking toward the source with concern. Sister Hong, is that those mindless apes? What are they going crazy about in the middle of the night? The girl in red, called Sister Hong, remained silent, her brows slightly knit. She looked into the distance, hearing extreme anger and grief in the roars, many of which clearly came from master-level apes. Who would be bold enough to provoke the entire ape tribe? Chen Yi, stand behind me. Suddenly, the girl in red spoke, watching the distance with a wary expression. 2 figures were racing toward them, one tall and one short, moving at a very high speed. It is them. Tong Yan recognized the wary women as the 2 members of the Spirit Academy they had met when they were robbed by a child. The green-clad girl had a rare healing spirit, though she seemed a bit dim. The road is wide, traveler, we can walk our separate ways. The girl in red grew cautious as the 2 masked strangers stopped not far from them. The girl in green, Chen Yi, hid behind her companion, clutching her skirt as she stared nervously at the strange newcomers. Sister Hong, are they? Yan Hong did not notice Chen Yi's state. Her focus was entirely on the 2 strangers. In the whistling wind, white-faced Sangbiao's tattered white robe fluttered, revealing bloodstains as a faint metallic scent drifted over. Are you 2 responsible for the apes going berserk? The girl in red asked point-blank, sensing the thick stench of blood, her wariness deepening. These 2 caused the entire tribe to erupt, yet managed to escape unscathed. Could their power have already surpassed the master level? Are you with the Spirit Academy? Yes, my name is Yan Hong, an advanced inner court student of the Wanjiang branch, mentored by instructor Li Yungxia. This is my junior Chen Yi, may I ask your name? The girl in red, Yan Hong, introduced herself and dropped her instructor's name, hoping to intimidate the pair. Advanced inner court student, no wonder she has 9th rank apostle strength. Tong Yan clicked his tongue inwardly. Yan Hong looked to be only 17, yet had 9th rank strength, only slightly weaker than Zhao Wenji, the so-called genius of the outer city. And Chen Yi, who looked younger than him, was already an 8th rank apostle. No wonder the Spirit Academy is so prestigious, they really have a way of training students. A question, has a student from the Tianhai branch named Zhan Xinyu arrived here recently? What? Hearing this, Yan Hong frowned slightly. She thought for a moment and replied, Zhan Xinyu, I have never heard of that name. At that age, how could one possibly hide anything? Yan Hong was stunned for a moment, but quickly realized what was happening. She looked at the junior sister hiding behind her, feeling a wave of confusion. Chen Yi lowered her head, her eyes darting away. Anyone with half a brain could see that something was wrong. Sister Hong eyed you and you look so beautiful. Chen knew she had caused trouble and felt quite awkward. Seeing this, how could Yan Hong not realize that her junior sister knew something? But now that it seemed their reaction had given it away, she sighed helplessly. Her gaze returned to Tong Yan, and after a moment of deliberation she asked, "May I ask what your objective is?" Tong Yan did not respond to the red-clad Yan Hong. His gaze remained fixed on Chen Yi. When Chen Yi first saw the two of them from a distance, she had subconsciously dodged and avoided them. At first, he thought she was just afraid. After all, the gold mask and the white mask were indeed bizarre and terrifying. The white mask's spirit power, in particular, favored slaughter. That intense, murderous intent and aura of death would congeal on the mask, chilling one to the bone. The crack in the center looked like some kind of man-eating abyss. Just one glance felt like being devoured. Coupled with the fact that white mask Sang Bio had manifested in person this time, the cold, sinister atmosphere emanating from within was extremely unsettling. But Tong Yan quickly realized that this did not look like fear at all. It looked more like nervousness and panic. How could someone who had never seen him before feel panicked? There was only one explanation. The other party knew about him, and specifically the side of him that was very dangerous. It was like seeing a vicious criminal in person. That tension and panic were easy to spot. Add to that the fact that she was from the Spirit Academy, and the answer was practically staring him in the face. Zhan Xinyu. This Chen Yi must have learned something from Zhan Xinyu. It was just that she was so simple-minded she could not keep a secret, and Tong Yan had seen through her instantly. Even you know that I was the one who injured Zhan Xinyu, so the higher-ups in your academy must know by now. But since so much time has passed and no one has come to cause me trouble, is it Zhan Xinyu who is holding them back? Tong Yan asked suddenly. You, how did you know? Chen Yi blurted out instinctively, then quickly covered her mouth. Why had she let the secret slip again? However, she stared at Tong Yan, clearly dying to know how he had figured it out. Yan Hong also covered her face in frustration and quickly covered Chen Yi's mouth. She should not let every secret be pried out of her. After the incident with Zhan Xinyu, there had been no movement from the inner city for several days, leading Tong Yan to a hypothesis. Could it be that the Spirit Academy was completely unaware of the situation? But he quickly dismissed this idea. Zhan Xinyu's background was not simple, and she had broken through to the master level at such a young age, marking her as a prodigy anywhere she went. It was impossible that her seeking help at the Wanjiang branch after being severely injured would not attract the attention of the higher-ups. She had suffered a huge loss at his hands, and after her condition stabilized, she must have wanted to look for information about him. As an outsider who was unfamiliar with the area, she would have had to ask the higher-ups at the Wanjiang branch, inevitably revealing some key information in the process. The features of the gold-masked dwarf and the white-masked Sang Bio were two distinct, one a dwarf, one a beanpole, both wearing masks. Once heard, they were hard to forget. Once seen, they were impossible not to recognize. This could also be seen from Chen Yi's reaction. Since the Wanjiang branch of the Spirit Academy knew this, it was unlikely they would not send someone to handle it. Yet after all this time, there had been no movement, which meant Zhan Xinyu herself must have stopped those who wanted to investigate. A genius has the pride of a genius. To suffer such a defeat on her first outing, she probably could not move past that hurdle without getting revenge herself. It seemed that was indeed the case. Tell me everything you know. You do not listen to him. Yan Hong pulled Chen Yi over, terrified she might spill more secrets. It seems the control of the situation is not in your hands. Beneath the gold mask, Tong Yan's gaze turned dangerous. It is pitch black out tonight and we are in the middle of nowhere. Two delicate girls running into two vicious criminals. What do you think is going to happen? Yan Hong was a tough girl as well. Facing the threat, she did not step back at all. Red flames erupted from her hands and the surrounding temperature began to rise sharply. S-Class Elemental Spirit, Heart-Burning Skyfare. Oh, an S-Class Spirit, no wonder she is an advanced student. Tong Yan's gaze lingered on Yan Hong. Sister Hong, actually there is no harm in telling him. Chen Yi tugged at Yan Hong's sleeve because Sister Xinyu has already left. Tong Yan was stunned, utterly astonished. Left. Yes, Chen Yi nodded earnestly. Impossible, how could she have just left? Was not she exceptionally fierce when she escaped toward the inner city that night? Could it have been a final burst of energy before death? Where was she buried? Tong Yan did not believe it. He had a sinking feeling she was faking her death. It would be better to dig her up and confirm it with his own eyes. Otherwise, he would not feel like the money was well spent. Buried where? Chen Yi was also bewildered, her mind failing to process the logic. HM, is not she dead? I am going to go check. Dead? What are you thinking? I mean she left Wanjiang City. Chen Yi looked at the gold-masked dwarf in fear. He actually wanted to dig her up to confirm it. Sure enough, Sister Xinyu was right. those two masked killers were utterly shameless and truly terrible people. Left. Tong Yan found it even harder to believe. He would almost rather have heard she was dead. He would rather believe Zhan Xinyu was dead than believe she would just leave. That night, she did not hesitate to pay a high price for his life just to fight him. How could someone with such an ultimate pursuit of battle just leave so quietly? But looking at the simple-minded, almost naive Chen Yi, she did not seem to be lying. Sister Xinyu was severely injured that day. She was on the verge of death when she arrived at the academy for help. Several elders from the inner academy took action together to stabilize her condition. Because my spirit power also has healing properties, I helped out on the side. Chen Yi took the initiative to explain the situation, her tone filled with indignation. You are a truly bad person, you were so ruthless. Sister Xinyu is such a delicate girl and you were cruel enough to stab her with 2 swords. Ah, 2 swords. Tong Yan was taken aback. Was not it only the sword that the dwarf stabbed her with? Where did the 2 swords come from? Yes, both lungs were pierced through, Chen Yi said, her expression fierce as she stood up for Zhan Xinyu. Tong Yan was even more stunned. The dwarf clearly only stabbed her left lung that day, did not he? Could it be that she stabbed herself to frame him? What? The next afternoon, some very powerful big shots arrived. Even the headmaster himself went to greet them. It seemed they were the elders of Zhan Xinyu. One of the old ladies possessed the incantation known as Redemption of the Goddess of Light. That is a god-tier incantation. As soon as she took action, more than half of Sister Xinyu's injuries healed instantly, and she woke up right then and there. When Chen Yi mentioned the redemption of the Goddess of Light, her bright eyes were practically sparkling, and her admiration was written all over her face. The redemption of the Goddess of Light is a god-tier incantation, rank 36. It is rumored that its incantation is like a divine decree. A single word can bring dead bones back to life, and one phrase can wipe away all sickness and injury. It is one of the most top-tier existence among healing incantations. Yan Hong was also extremely shocked to hear this. She had no idea that a user of a god-tier incantation had ever visited the academy. And just who is this Zhan Xinyu to have such a terrifying background? She was cold and aloof, fully devoted to her training and never concerned with the trivial matters of the academy, which was why this was the first time she had heard of it. At the same time, she looked at the 2 masked weirdos in front of her. What kind of background did these 2 have to be so fierce that they dared to hunt down and stab even Zhan Xinyu? After Sister Zhan Xinyu woke up, she did not describe exactly what happened. She only asked us if there were 2 masked assassins active in Wanjiang City. Naturally, we knew nothing about it. Later, when those big shots wanted to investigate the masked assassins, meaning you 2, Sister Xinyu actually stepped in to stop them, asking them to let her handle the matter herself. Just look at how kind Sister Xinyu is. Even after you hurt her so badly, she did not let her masters take revenge for her. If it were not for her speaking up for you, you would be in deep trouble by now. So what happened next? She just left like that. Tong Yan still could not believe she had left. Yes, Sister Xinyu originally did not intend to leave, but for some reason, those big shots took her away by force. Tong Yan fell into a deep silence. At least you still have a conscience and know how to repent. Seeing the man in front of her lower his head and stay silent, Chen Yi thought he was deeply touched and feeling profound self-reproach, but what Tong Yan was actually thinking was, oh no, this girl actually left Wanjiang City. That means he would never get another chance to finish the job. Does not that mean the mission is a failure? Damn it, I have to pay an extra 500,000 in compensation. Hell, this is a massive loss. I would have been better off if you had just let your masters chop me into pieces. If Yan Hong and Chen Yi knew what was currently running through Tong Yan's mind, they would definitely have scolded him for being ungrateful. Who could be so bizarre as to put money above their own life? But for Tong Yan, money really was more important than life. The mere thought of having to pay an extra 500,000 made him feel even worse than dying. Are you feeling very regretful and scared now? Chen Yi asked, naively assuming he was terrified, and added with a baring of her little fangs, Sister Xinyu is a very good person. She did not seem to blame you during our conversation. If you apologize to her properly in the future, she might forgive you. Tong Yan curled his lip, too lazy to explain it to Chen Yi. As an assassin, you take the money and do the job, without asking for reasons or caring about identities. Worrying or being scared, those were things he never pondered. He knew Zhan Xinyu was no simple character the moment he saw her, but he took the commission anyway. As long as he could successfully complete the task and collect the bounty, everything was worth it. As for investigating the forces behind her, he did not really care. Once he takes off his mask, he is just an ordinary person. So far, only 2 people have ever seen him command an incantation, Zhao Wengshuan and Chen Ming. He just never expected that the attempt that night would fail. Not only did he not get the money, but he also ended up in a mess. After getting the information he wanted, Tong Yan did not linger. He turned to leave with Sang Bio, then suddenly stopped, pointed at himself, then at Sang Bio and said, "I am a businessman and he is an assassin. We both work for money. If you have any tricky jobs, you can commission us. Our service is top-notch." After putting in a quick advertisement for himself, he turned and walked away. What a strange pair. Chen Yu watched the two weirdos walk away and could not help but scratch her head. Is he really not afraid? He even had the heart to pitch his services. Yan Hong was equally puzzled, her beautiful eyes shimmering with thought. "Sister Hong, do we need to report this to our teacher?" Chen Yu's eyes darted around, and she even carefully looked around while speaking, fearing that the white-masked assassin might double back for a sneak attack. "No, let us just act like today's events never happened." Yan Hong flatly refused. These two people dared to attack someone with a background like Zhan Xinyu. They are clearly the type who put money above their lives. Who knows if revealing their information might invite retaliation. Since the person involved, Zhan Xinyu, has already left, we as outsiders should not get ourselves mixed up in this. And cannot you be a bit more sensible? Yan Hong changed her tone and playfully flicked Chen Yi on the forehead. "I just cannot keep things to myself. I get nervous whenever I do something naughty," Chen Yi said, sticking out her tongue cheekily. Seeing this, Yan Hong sighed, holding her forehead helplessly. She wanted to scold her some more, but remembering her incantation, she could only sigh again. "Forget it, let us go, it is getting late. We need to keep moving, otherwise we will not make it in time for that thing to bloom. If we miss it, we might never get another chance in this lifetime. We cannot afford any delays." "Alrighty, Sister Hong." Chen Yi fluttered around Yan Hong like a cheerful little bird. Tong Yan gazed at the hills from a distance, listening to the increasingly frenzied roars of the violent apes with a look of resignation. It looks like the apes have discovered their fallen kin. I guess there will not be any peace for the next day or two. It is no wonder the ape tribe is going on a rampage. There were only 37 violent apes in the entire tribe to begin with, and Tong Yan had killed more than half of them in just a single day, leaving only 12, who would not go berserk if that happened to them. Fine, let us rest tonight and head into the Sunset Plain tomorrow to take a look. If the ape leader knew that the killer who had slaughtered so many of its kin was actually planning to continue the job tonight, it would probably be so angry that its blood pressure would skyrocket. Tong Yan found a random spot in the dense forest to hide, then took out all the spirit cores and threw them to the white-masked Sang Bio to consume. There were 22 spirit cores in total, mostly from 8th and 9th tier apostles. These were just enough to let him advance to a 2nd tier master. After consuming the cores, the spiritual power of the white-masked incantation began to rise, and the golden mask Tong Yan was wielding synchronized with the increase. 11,250, 12,090, 12,904, 15,902, 17,045, 19,802. In the end, the spiritual power value of the white-masked incantation stalled at 20,189, which meant a formal advancement to a 2nd tier master. The night passed by very quickly. The Sunset Plain is truly immense. After crossing some undulating terrain, what met his eyes was an endless expanse of plain, featuring towering, dense trees, countless interwoven rivers, and scattered, imposing mountain peaks. At the very edge of his vision, a range of tall, precipitous mountains rose abruptly from the ground, looking like a wall of heaven, cutting across the horizon. That area belongs to the 100 Beasts mountain range. After the mysterious energy appeared back then, it not only caused mutations in living creatures, but also fundamentally transformed the terrain and mountain ranges. Mountains that would normally take tens of millions of years to form were created in just a few short years. Trees generally grew to over 100 meters tall, and spirit stone mines appeared during that time as well. People faintly felt that the land beneath their feet was constantly expanding. A distance that originally took 1 day to travel now required a day and a half after several years had passed. This land was no longer the one humans were once familiar with. In the era of spirit words, when mutated beasts run rampant, the fertile plains that should have been used to grow food were now covered in 100-meter-tall trees, with countless beasts lurking within, posing extreme danger. It is so huge. This was his first time stepping into the Sunset Plain, and he was deeply shocked. Compared to trees that were easily over 100 meters tall, humans seemed far too small. Suddenly, a red snake shot out from the grass nearby. It was as thick as an arm, a meter long, and its scales were so vivid they were translucent. A second-order apostle blood snake. Tong Yan originally did not want to waste time on this, but since the snake took the initiative to provoke him, he had no choice but to deal with it. As he ventured deeper, the strength of the beast species he encountered grew increasingly powerful, and the road was marked with traces of battles. Suddenly, Tong Yan stopped in his tracks, his gaze fixed on a spot not far away. A giant beast was charging toward him. Its iron hooves were massive, and every step it took caused a powerful tremor. Its entire body shimmered with a metallic gray luster, looking like some kind of indestructible armor. The single horn atop its head shimmered with flowing gold light, surrounded by faint electric arcs. It was brilliant and filled with terrifying danger. The golden-horned rhino. Seeing this terrifying creature, which was over 10 meters long and 4 meters tall, Tong Yan instantly recognized it as a special mutated rhino formed after the catastrophe. Judging by its surging aura as it charged, its strength had reached the terrifying level of a third-order master. How could a beast of this level appear on the edge of the plains? It seems to be injured. Tong Yan originally wanted to back away, but sensing its unstable aura, the idea of killing it sprouted in his mind. The golden-horned rhino is a treasure trove. Its steel-like skin can be crafted into impenetrable armor, and the terrifying golden horn on its head can be forged into an incredibly sharp weapon. Both are highly valuable treasures. Fortune favors the bold, let us do it. Tong Yan shouted out loud and simultaneously instructed the golden-faced elder beside him. Little Jin, do not move, leave this to me. All right, boss, do not worry, go ahead and fight, I will stand guard for you. The golden-faced elder never liked such bloody business, so upon hearing he did not have to act, he happily sat back to watch the show. Most of the time, to hone his combat awareness and skills, Tong Yan would use his spirit words to fight personally. The golden-faced spirit word does not take lives, so he mostly employs the white-faced aspect. Unless the opponent is particularly troublesome, he lets Sang Bio take over, like when he killed the violent ape yesterday. Very good, you are the perfect subject for me to train against. Tong Yan looked at the charging golden-horned rhino with heated eyes. He had previously only been active in the outer city and had few opportunities to fight beasts, so this was the perfect moment for practice. With a flick of his right hand, a massive, gruesome scythe appeared, with a 2-meter handle and a half-meter curved blade. A giant skull carved into the curve of the scythe flashed with a predatory white glow. The Scythe of Death is a forbidden weapon birthed by the white-faced aspect. It must take a life once drawn. Once unsheathed, it only returns after taking a life. If it does not take the enemy's life, the backlash will take the owner's. This thing has such thick hide that using the slaughter shark dagger would not work well. A violent scythe is much more effective. Die! Tong Yan gave a fierce shout and charged head-on. The golden-horned rhino roared in fury, its voice booming like thunder. Another human, go to hell. It raised its front hooves and stomped down with full force. A rhino of this size is like a small mountain, exerting immense pressure. If he were caught by a single stomp, Tong Yan's frail physique would be flattened into a paper doll. Using the momentum of the rhino raising its feet, Tong Yan did a sliding jump and darted under its belly. I heard that the belly of a beast is usually softer and less defended. Putting strength into both hands, he swung the massive scythe upward, striking the belly hard. But the disemboweling scene he imagined did not happen. Instead, the sound of metal clashing rang out at the point of impact, and the massive recoil sent a sharp ache through his arms. Not weak, my foot, which jerk said that. Tong Yan cursed the guy who spread the rumor. Then, feeling the mountain of flesh crashing down on him, he scrambled forward without a care for his image. The rhino reacted very quickly. Seeing that its attack missed and that the enemy had slid under its belly, it simply stopped supporting itself with its limbs and let its massive body crash down, hoping to crush the enemy beneath into meat paste. With a loud boom, the rhino's belly made intimate contact with the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust. The white-faced one is cold as ice, but he is flawless in action. But as for the boss, Sai, let us just say he has got reach. The golden-faced elder commented from the side with great interest. With the same setup, when the boss controls it, he is like a berserker, going head-to-head every day, while Sang Bio is an elegant artist, with perfect control and not a single ounce of energy wasted. Right here. After darting out, Tong Yan swung his scythe again, hacking heavily at the rhino's ear. But the sharp scythe only left a shallow scratch, a wound negligible for a rhino of such massive size. Damn it, this thing is so thick-skinned it is hard to find an opening, where is its defense weaker? Tong Yan suddenly thought of a place, the defense there had to be vulnerable. But do I really have to use the Scythe of Death to do it? Looking at the long scythe in his hand, he knew using it to attack there would have miraculous effects, but Tong Yan could not get past that mental hurdle. Just the thought of using it to stab there while having to hold on to it made him feel incredibly awkward. Got it. Tong Yan's gaze fell on a large rock not far away, and a flash of inspiration gave him a good idea. He avoided the rhino's attacks and reached the rock. With a few swings of the scythe, he cut the stone into several stone rods, each 2 meters long and the size of a fist. Picking one up, he quickly went behind the rhino and thrust it hard into its rear. But to Tong Yan's shock, The hard stone rod shattered into several pieces with a few crunching sounds. Even here the defense is this high. Tong Yan was dumbfounded. Dice. The golden-horned rhino felt a sharp pain in its rear and flew into a rage, bending its hind knees and standing up on its front legs. Wait, you have got to be kidding. Watching the massive golden-horned rhino standing upright, Tong Yan was stunned. Can it really be this agile? The rhino's two front hooves were like terrifying iron pillars, swinging with a frightening hurricane of force. Being swept by those would be worse than just becoming meat paste. Time to get serious. Tong Yan's eyes narrowed. Spiritual power surged through his hands and a white light spread from his palms onto the scythe of death. Black cracks began to appear on the handle, spreading from the tip of the blade, but it stopped after just 2 centimeters, unable to spread any further. You are the one who should die. What? Tong Yan spoke in a voice as cold as ice. Facing the charge of the golden-horned rhino, he did not dodge, but instead met the heavy stomp head-on with his death scythe. How arrogant. The golden-horned rhino sneered. Seeing this human choose to block its iron hooves head-on, it could not help but mock him. The golden-horned rhino was known for its raw strength. Under its furious iron hooves, let alone a small human, it could trample even a small mountain into dust as easily as tofu. Dare to compete with me in strength, the recoil alone will leave you severely injured. Soon, the golden-horned rhino's iron hoof collided directly with the scythe swung by Tong Yan. The outcome was a bit different from what the rhino had imagined. Its hoof did keep charging forward, but that frail-looking human was not sent flying by the terrifying recoil as expected. The golden-horned rhino's eyes, the size of copper bells, rolled around wildly. It had clearly made contact, yet it felt as if its hoof had just stepped into thin air. No, that scythe. Suddenly, the rhino caught a glimpse of streaks of blood appearing on the pale blade, which left it stunned. A moment later, a sharp, searing pain shot through its right front hoof. Looking down, it was struck with absolute terror. A chunk of its hoof was missing, and blood was gushing out like a fountain. During that collision, that scythe had actually severed its front hoof. This is impossible. The golden-horned rhino roared in disbelief. Defense and strength were its pride. How could a human weaker than itself break its defenses and even cut off its hoof? That scythe. The rhino's gaze fell upon the pale blade. Just a moment ago, this thing could not even break its leather armor. How did it suddenly become so terrifying? Looking at the arrogant rhino's current expression of shock and doubt, Tong Yan gave a cold smile. The death scythe, much like the scale of absolute justice, is a forbidden-level weapon. How could it be that simple? The white-faced spirit loves slaughter. The weapon it births is made for killing, and it collects death energy during combat. This energy condenses on the spirit, causing it to turn increasingly pale. In battle, it can release this death energy for its own use. The buildup is still minimal, allowing the death energy cracks to spread only 2 centimeters, but it has already brought the death scythe to another level of power. With death energy coating the blade, nothing can stand in its way. This is the true power of the death scythe. If the scale of absolute justice is about forced restriction, then the death scythe is about absolute sharpness. Slicing through the golden-horned rhino's defense was naturally no challenge at all. It is time for you to go. Tong Yan acted decisively, his swinging scythe whipping up a fierce wind as he struck down mercilessly. The golden-horned rhino dared not block with its armor anymore and could only choose to dodge. But as a beast known for its strength and defense, how could it possibly outmaneuver Tong Yan's attacks? Tong Yan slashed the rhino's back, tearing through its leather armor and pulling away a large chunk of flesh. Then he zipped behind it and swung hard, the half-meter blade cutting toward the rhino's waist. Get away. The golden-horned rhino, terrified, let out a roar, then pushed off with its hind legs to leap up and crash heavily into the ground, kicking up a storm of gravel. The flying debris shredded the air like bullets, forcing Tong Yan to retreat to dodge them. Humans, how about we call it a day? The golden-horned rhino panted heavily. Is your brain rattled? Tong Yan did not hesitate and launched another attack. Do you really think you can kill me? The golden-horned rhino went berserk, its blood surging as it stomped and charged recklessly. However, with a chunk of its front hoof gone, its limbs were unbalanced, and it ran with a limp. A beast of such massive proportions going wild was terrifying. Every stomp left a deep crater in the ground, and it kept ramming its head, trying to use its fearsome horn to gore its enemy. But it was too cumbersome, and every attack was dodged by Tong Yan. Tong Yan kept changing positions, exhausting the rhino's stamina while occasionally leaving a cut on its body with his scythe. A massive amount of blood sprayed everywhere, staining the ground crimson. Provoked, the golden-horned rhino went even crazier. The pain and humiliation stripped away its sanity, making its attacks even more chaotic. Chance? The rhino had completely lost its footing and left a massive opening. Tong Yan seized the opportunity, channeled strength into both hands and swung his blade. With a wet thud, the huge blade severed the entire head, which rolled along the ground a few times before finally coming to a stop. Boom! The headless body, like a massive hill, collapsed with a thunderous crash, creating a deep crater in the earth. Finally finished off this guy. Tong Yan let out a breath, extracted the spirit core, and turned toward the head. That golden horn was a prize indeed. Just as he was about to harvest the horn, a sharp arrow whistled through the air, aimed directly at his hand as it reached for the prize. Tong Yan caught his breath and instantly grabbed the incoming arrow with his free hand, then cast a cold gaze into the distance. A team was rushing over at high speed. The first to arrive was a lean youth. He was extremely fast, with a current of air swirling around his body. Before long, the other members of the team arrived. There were 5 of them in total, 4 men and 1 woman, all in their early 20s and dressed in combat gear, evidently mercenaries. "Friend, this golden-horned rhino is our prey," the lean youth said again, raising his voice. Tong Yan did not speak or look at the others. His gaze was fixed on the only woman in the group, who was holding a longbow. "What are you staring at? Have not you ever seen a pretty girl before?" The girl with the longbow gave a cold snort and tossed her dark hair. In terms of looks, she was indeed a beauty. Her face was not exquisitely delicate, but it was captivating. She had healthy, wheat-colored skin, and her tight combat gear perfectly outlined her slim figure, radiating a wild beauty. "Was that you who shot at me?" What, the girl asked, taken aback by his words. "You shot an arrow at me, so I will return one to you," Tong Yan said in a chilling tone, then whipped the arrow in his hand, aiming directly at the girl's head. If he had not reacted quickly just now, his hand would have been pierced through. The other party had shown no mercy, so he naturally would not hold back either. He put all his strength into the throw. The arrow whistled as it cut through the air, creating a roaring sonic boom. The girl's face changed drastically. They were too close and the attack had come without any warning. By the time she saw it, the arrow was already inches away. "Dodge, dodge." The girl screamed internally, trying desperately to move her body to evade, but it was already too late. "Am I going to die?" At the final critical moment, a giant sword came crashing down, striking the arrow and snapping it in half. But the arrow was moving too fast, fueled by immense spiritual power. Even split in two, the arrowhead did not lose its momentum and continued to fly toward the girl. Fortunately, the interference caused the arrowhead to shift its path, piercing through her chest. The arrowhead shot straight through the girl's chest, leaving a spray of blood behind. The excruciating pain made her scream. From the moment Tong Yan suddenly attacked to the arrowhead piercing the girl's chest, less than a second had passed. "Bastard!" The others only just reacted. They pulled out their weapons, manifestations of their spirits emerged, and their spiritual power surged, ready to fight at any moment. "Stop!" The man in the lead had a square face, thick eyebrows, and a powerful aura, holding a heavy sword in his hand. It was he who had just slashed the arrow, saving the girl. Tong Yan's eyes lingered on him. Among this 5-man squad, this captain was the strongest, possessing the strength of a 4th-order master, though his aura fluctuated as if he had not fully recovered from an injury. That heavy sword was not just a weapon, it was his manifested spirit. Tong Yan realized then why the man could intercept his arrow in such a short time despite using such a heavy giant sword. "Captain, he attacked and hurt Xiao He." The others, despite being told to stop, remained in a fighting stance. "Stand down, we were in the wrong first. Baldy, go dress Xiao He's wound." The others were dissatisfied but chose to follow the captain's orders. "Friend, hello, my name is Wan Yongqiu, captain of the light-seeking squad. These are my teammates, Chen Guang, Wei Feng, Li Yan, and Zhang Xiao." Wan Yongqiu stepped forward, showing goodwill. The bald man was Chen Guang. He had a gentle aura and his manifested spirit appeared to be of the healing type. The thin, tall young man who arrived first was Wei Feng, and Li Yan was a tall man carrying a massive shield, though that shield was a forged weapon, not a manifested spirit. As for Zhang Xiao, she was clearly the beautiful archer. She sat on the ground in pain, blood flowing from her chest, though the arrow had not hit anything vital. "I apologize for my teammate's actions just now." "Captain, why are you apologizing to him? We put in so much effort to seriously wound the golden-horned rhino, and you even got hurt for it, but now he has snatched everything away." Zhang Xiao frowned, her face pale with cold sweat from the pain. "So that is how it was." Tong Yan suddenly understood. No wonder he felt the golden-horned rhino's aura was unstable, and Wan Yongqiu was injured. They had clearly clashed before. "Xiao, according to the hunting rules, whoever kills the beast owns it," Wan Yongqiu scolded loudly. But Zhang Xiao wanted to say more, but Wan Yongqiu glared at her, forcing her to stay quiet, albeit sullenly. Wei Feng did not look happy either, but he could not argue with the rules. Li Yan, who looked honest and simple, also eyed the golden horned rhino with heartache. That was a valuable prize. The leather armor and the gold horn alone could sell for nearly 10,000 spirit stones. 150,000. Would you be willing to sell us this golden horned rhino for 150,000? Wan Yongqiu's offer made the others' expressions change. They could not understand why he would pay above market price, but seeing his serious demeanor, no one dared to question him. Tong Yan looked at Wan Yongqiu with interest. This man really knew how to handle things flawlessly. He naturally understood that paying 50,000 above market price was not because he desperately needed the materials, but as compensation for his teammates' reckless behavior. By offering a higher price, he resolved the issue without causing either side to lose face. How about 100,000? Tong Yan's statement stunned everyone, and they all turned to look at him in unison. 100,000 spirit stones and I will sell it to you. But I have one condition. I need a detailed map of the Sunset Plains, the more detailed the better. Tong Yan pointed at the massive corpse of the golden horned rhino. He had been prepared for a fierce fight with this group, never expecting the captain to be so polite. As the saying goes, one does not hit a smiling face. Besides, Zhang Ziyo had already paid for her arrow with her injury, so he might as well let it go and clear the air. They were a mercenary squad. If he needed ingredients for potion making later, he could potentially buy them from them. Besides, these remains were too huge. The leather and horn were materials that could not be refined into potions, and they were hard to carry. Since he did not plan to return to the city yet, selling them made sense. Everyone would benefit. Most importantly, the map. Mercenary squads like them traveled these lands often and knew where the dangers were. A map from them would be incredibly useful for his own plans. Done. Wan Yongqiu laughed and replied, then took out 10 first-order Master Spirit Cores and a copy of a map, handing them over. Spirit Cores were worth as much as Spirit Stones based on the spiritual power they contained. 10 first-order Master Cores equaled exactly 100,000. After storing the cores and checking the map, Tong Yan showed some goodwill as well. If you come across any materials for potion making or rare herbs, keep them for me. I will take as many as you have. Potion making materials, you got it. Wan Yongqiu noted this down mentally and then added, our mission is to find a blackwater turtle shell at the master level. If you happen to have one, we are willing to pay a high price for it as well. A blackwater turtle shell? Tong Yan looked at the shield in Li Yan's hand and immediately realized they wanted to use it to forge a new shield. The Sunset Plains had many rivers, so blackwater turtles did indeed live there. I will keep an eye out for it. Tong Yan nodded and agreed, then thought for a moment before looking at Zhang Ziyo. Seeing this, everyone became tense. What do you want? I shot an arrow at you and you shot me back, so we are even. Zhang Ziyo's face was tense. She had been inches away from death after all. This is a potion refined from apostle-level bone-growing flowers. Tong Yan handed her a bottle containing 3 drops of red liquid. Taken internally, it accelerated bone growth. Applied externally, it prevented scarring. It was a very good healing potion. HMPH, I suppose you have a conscience after all, Zhang Ziyo said. She had only felt fear when facing death, but now that someone was showing care, her eyes turned red, and she felt aggrieved enough to cry. You are not going to try and take it back, are you? Zhang Ziyo took the potion, noticing that the strange man's hand was still held out in place, not pulled back for a long time. 300. 300 what? Tong Yan pointed at the potion in her hand and repeated quite seriously, 300. You? Zhang Ziyo was so angry that she gritted her teeth, took 3 intermediate spirit stones from her pocket, and slapped them into Tong Yan's hand fiercely. Here, you stingy man. After collecting the 3 intermediate spirit stones, Tong Yan left perfectly content. Such a fragrant scent. After parting ways with Wan Yongqiu and the others, Tong Yan continued deeper into the plains. Suddenly, he felt a rich, intoxicating fragrance wafting from ahead. This scent was so refreshing and mentally clarifying that it felt as if all his worries had been wiped away. This fragrance is not just attractive to humans, even the nearby exotic beasts have been drawn to it. Tong Yan followed the direction of the scent, discovering along the way that many exotic beasts were also heading in that direction with entranced expressions. What exactly is emitting this fragrance? Curious, Tong Yan could not help but quicken his pace. He soon arrived at a recessed mountain ravine, shrouded in mist and filled with towering trees. So many exotic beasts, and human teams too. From the woods outside the ravine, Tong Yan sensed several powerful auras lurking within. Several flying beasts circled in the sky, including one entirely golden with incredibly sharp talons and a wingspan of 7 meters. A golden eagle and a master 3rd rank level at that. That is a 2-headed lion. Just as Tong Yan pulled his gaze from the circling golden eagle, he spotted a two-headed lion standing on a rock. Before he could shift his eyes further, he discovered a massive creature in the mud pit below. Good grief, the crocodile is here too. All three of these are master third rank, and they are exceptionally troublesome beasts. Even harder to deal with than the golden-horned rhino he killed earlier. Apart from these three conspicuous beasts, there were several other master rank beasts kept far apart, along with over a dozen human teams. A few of these teams were led by master rank experts and stayed relatively close to one another. The teams without master rank powerhouses were observing from afar, their expressions suggesting they were just as clueless about what was happening. There are actually 13 master rank powerhouses gathered here. Tong Yan looked toward the ravine with a puzzled gaze, incredibly curious about what could possibly attract so many powerhouses, as if they were all waiting for something. Wait, those two auras there feel so familiar. Tong Yan suddenly sensed two very faint auras hiding in a tree near the ravine. His eyes flickered, and he quietly approached the location. Sister Hong, what do we do? The restriction set by our teacher has been broken ahead of schedule. The two hiding in the bushes were none other than Chen Yi and Yan Hong. Feeling the various powerful auras appearing around them, Yan Hong's expression turned grave. She had not expected such a major turn of events. Sister Hong, let us wait for them to start fighting and then sneak away, Chen Yi whispered. No, that thing is too important for you. We cannot just give up so easily. Sister Hong, do not be reckless. We have no way to deal with the current situation. It is just some stupid thing. Let us just forget it and find another one later. Please do not risk your life. Chen Yi knew Yan Hong too well. Seeing her firm expression, she knew Yan Hong wanted to take the risk. She was terrified and clutched Yan Hong's hand tightly, fearing she would rush out. Our teacher put so much effort into this. Besides, for you, this is the key to fixing your spirit of words defect. It is a rare opportunity. If we miss it, you might never find another chance, Yan Hong said with a solemn expression. Once they start fighting, find a way to leave. I will see if I can find an opening to take it. No, please, Sister Hong, I do not want you to risk your life. Chen Yi's eyes turned red, and she pleaded as she hugged Yan Hong tightly, shaking her head like a rattle drum. Sister Hong, there are so many master rank beasts here, you will just be throwing your life away. I am begging you, do not go. Yan Hong remained steadfast. She knew Chen Yi was right, but this item was too important. She had promised her teacher before leaving that she would retrieve it. She could not just give up now. Even if it meant losing her life, she had to try. She is right. With your 9th rank apostle strength, any of those beasts present could kill you with a single swipe. You still want to snatch it. Suddenly, a voice boomed beside their ears, nearly scaring them to death. They turned to look, and two figures had appeared on the branch next to them, the gold-masked and white-masked oddballs they had encountered that night. Tell me, what exactly is this thing that managed to attract so many beasts at once? Tong Yan had just arrived and heard their conversation. It turned out this thing was actually related to them. How are you here? Chen Yi exclaimed. Are you trying to attract all those beasts by being so loud? Tong Yan's words startled Chen Yi, who quickly covered her mouth with her hands. She looked around nervously and only relaxed after seeing there was no reaction. So how about an introduction? Chen Yi thought for a moment and then said, since we cannot get it anyway, it would not hurt to tell you. The thing emitting the fragrance is a flower about to bloom, called the Radiant Killuo fragrance. Radiant Killuo fragrance. Is it a flower demon? Tong Yan repeated, but his mind held no related knowledge. No, it is just an extremely rare flower. Chen Yi shook her head and continued. It is a precious medicinal ingredient that has the effect of mending a personality and strengthening one's intelligence. For those who need it, it is considered priceless. Mending a personality, does such a strange flower exist? Suddenly, Tong Yan seemed to realize something and stared intensely at Chen Yi. Seeing Tong Yan's gaze, Chen Yi pursed her lips, folded her hands together, and after some faint green light appeared, a deep green vine manifested in her hand. As soon as this vine appeared, the area was filled with a rich life force. The tree they were hiding in was affected, its branches growing at a rate visible to the naked eye. Life mender, so it really is that. Tong Yan gasped. When he heard about mending personalities, he immediately thought of Chen Ming. Only those who awakened a forbidden spirit of words had defects. From their conversation, this flower was meant for Chen Yi, which meant she had awakened a forbidden spirit of words. Now it seemed that was indeed the case. Forbidden 42, Life Mender. A spirit of words comparable to the divine, 36 redemption of the radiant goddess. Both are the absolute pinnacle among healing spirits. The difference is that Life Mender is a forbidden sequence spirit. Like Chen Ming, it comes with a severe defect. Chen Ming's was split personality, while Chen Yi's defect manifests in her personality. Little Yi is missing her evil personality, Yan Hong added at the right moment. Hearing this, Tong Yan felt enlightened. No wonder this Chen Yu was strangely innocent. She cared for those children from the very first meeting and could not keep a secret. She was easily tricked. So she only had a good personality. It was no wonder she was qualified to witness that big shot, who possessed the redemption of the radiant goddess spirit, Heilzhan Xinyu. 7 years ago, my teacher stumbled upon this radiant Kiluo flower. But at that time, it had not reached its full bloom, so she set up an array to conceal it and waited for it to mature. Over the past 4 years, the teacher has exhausted her energy and spirit to maintain the array, which led her to fall ill recently and unable to come here. That is why she arranged for me to bring Xiaoyi out. We never expected the array to break early and attract those exotic beasts. This flower is my teacher's life's work and the only thing that can save Xiaoyi's life. I cannot just stand by and give up. Yan Hong's breath was heavy, her eyes filled with determination. Chen Yu stood there with her head bowed, hands clenched, feeling deep shame. Both her teacher and sister Hong had sacrificed too much for her. Did not you say before that we could come to you if we had any tricky jobs? Could you help us pick this radiant Kiluo flower? I can pay you. Hearing Chen Yu's words, Yan Hong's eyes suddenly lit up. Thinking back to what those two strange men had said that night, a spark of hope appeared on her face. Upon hearing this, Tong Yan's eyes lit up immediately. The radiant Kiluo flower is rare, but the demand is very low. It is only needed by people like Chen Yu who have personality defects or by exotic beasts looking to sharpen their intelligence. The market is quite small. Even if I picked it, it would sell for a decent amount of spirit stones. But with so many beasts watching it now, it is too dangerous and not worth the risk. But if Chen Yi is desperate for it, then this flower could be worth a sky-high price. Thinking of this, Tong Yan nearly drooled and burst into uncontrollable laughter. Hearing that lewd laughter from behind the mask, Yan Hong and Chen Yi both wore confused expressions. Ahem, Tong Yan coughed to regain his composure and said righteously, "What is the price?" "You are quite direct." Chen Yi commented, but she was inwardly overjoyed. Rather than haggling, she was more afraid that the man would just walk away. This was her only hope. 200,000 spirit stones. Chen Yi deliberated, that seemed to be all she had in her small vault. Goodbye then. As soon as Tong Yan heard that, he turned to leave. Hey, wait, come back. Seeing him about to leave, Chen Yi became anxious. Tong Yan glanced at her and said, "This flower concerns your future. Is your own future only worth 200,000? I do not have any more money." Chen Yi waved her hands anxiously. That really was all she had. "This flower is the fruit of your teacher's hard work, and she even exhausted her spirit to the point of collapsing for it. If she finds out we did not pick the flower, do you think she might get so angry it causes more problems?" Tong Yan's words made Chen Yi's face turn from red to pale, and she looked like she was about to cry. "No, please do not, but I really do not have any more money. I have another 300,000 here, making it 500,000 in total." Yan Hong glared at Tong Yan, naturally realizing he was using this opportunity to extort them. "If I do not step in, your senior sister will have to. Then she will be crushed by that lion and eaten by that crocodile. Your teacher will be filled with deep remorse and will not be able to go on, and you surely will not be able to survive alone. If you count it up, that is 3 lives. Are your 3 lives only worth 500,000? Ignoring Yan Hong, Tong Yan intimidated Chen Yu viciously. If he wanted a higher price, he had to target this little girl. Sure enough, Chen Yu's eyes turned red and she bit her lip, wringing her hands in panic. She did not know how to lie, let alone negotiate, so she had started by revealing her entire savings. She really did not have any extra money. Seeing this, Yan Hong intended to join the negotiation. Tong Yan immediately preempted her. "You cannot speak. This concerns her future, so she must be the one to talk. If you interrupt again, I am leaving right now." "You?" Yan Hong was furious. Chen Yu was simple-minded and kept revealing her bottom line, who knew how badly she would get ripped off. Yet she was afraid that if he really left, it would be a disaster, especially since he was telling the truth. Without Yan Hong's assistance, the simple-minded Chen Yu did not know how to negotiate at all, and after a long while she just squeezed out, "Then how much money do you want?" Yan Hong helplessly covered her face with her hand. That was it, they were already completely led by the nose. Tong Yan chuckled, knowing that she had just handed the pricing power over to him. But since this girl could only think about her current savings and nothing else, he had to guide her. "Have you forgotten what your speech spirit is capable of?" "Speech spirit?" Chen Yu was prompted and suddenly realized. "My speech spirit is for healing. In the future, many people will come to me for treatment. They will pay a lot of money and I can give all that money to you." Yan Hong's expression changed and she hurriedly interrupted. A transaction without a fixed amount was the most terrifying thing. "No, state a specific amount. We will definitely raise it for you afterward." That is one warning. Tong Yan was clearly unhappy with Yan Hong's interruption. "Do not push your luck." 2. Yan Hong gritted her teeth in anger but dared not speak again. Are you sure? Once Yan Hong was quiet, Tong Yan looked at Chen Yi seriously again. Yes, but only for 1 year. Within the year, all earnings will go to you. If you need any healing, I can help out as well. That is exactly what I wanted to hear. Behind the mask, Tong Yan was grinning from ear to ear. He had gone through all this trouble not for the money, but for Chen Yi's ability. This was a god-tier healing speech spirit, capable of reviving anyone as long as they had a single breath left. How could he not be greedy for that? If such a top-tier healer were stationed in his tavern, he would not have to worry about injuries while hunting beasts in the future, and other members of the Dark Tavern would also receive the best care. He was overjoyed inside, but he still sounded dismissive. That will not do. Who knows if you will go back on your word, or what you will do if you get your teacher to beat me up. I would not, I promise you. Your promise is just your promise. It will be your teacher doing the beating, not you. No, I will not, I swear my teacher will not. Chen Yi held up 3 fingers in a panic, ready to take an oath on the spot. If oaths worked, why would there be so many broken-hearted people in the world? Then tell me, what should we do? I will listen to you. Do you have any secrets or dirt on someone? Tell me. If you go back on your word later, I will tell everyone. No. Yan Hong, standing nearby, could no longer hold back and rushed to intervene. Once leverage falls into someone else's hands, it leads to endless trouble. You could end up being controlled for the rest of your life. The white-faced assassin before them was clearly someone who cared only for money and nothing else. How could they be sure he would only take his cut for a year? What if he went back on his word later? She could not sit back and watch Xiao Ye fall into his clutches. Sister Hong, Chen Yi grabbed Yan Hong, her eyes full of pleading. Chen Yi was extremely simple-minded, not stupid. She understood the consequences of giving someone leverage, but she could not let her senior sister and teacher sacrifice any more for her. Absolutely not, Yan Hong's attitude was firm. Relax, I am an assassin with principles. I said 1 year and it will be 1 year. After 1 year we will be square. Tong Yan naturally understood Yan Hong's concerns. I do not trust you. My older brother is Zhao Wengshuan. If you do not trust me, you can trust my brother. Zhao Wengshuan. Yan Hong and Chen Yi looked at each other. They had never heard of such a master before. Seeing this, Tong Yan helplessly added, the younger brother of Zhao Wenji. What? So he is his younger brother. The two of them suddenly realized. Zhao Wenji reached the 9th level of the Apostle Realm at just 16, making him the top genius of the Outer District. Even if he joined the Spirit Word Academy, his talent would rank in the top 5 of the Inner Courtyard. He is famous there, and rumors say that at 17 he has already reached the Master Realm. No wonder Zhao Wengshuan could take this fair-skinned assassin under his wing. He is Zhao Wenji's brother after all, so he must be quite strong himself. The Inner and Outer Districts are like 2 different worlds. People inside generally look down on those outside, so they rarely pay attention to news from out there. Naturally, neither of them knew Zhao Wengshuan's identity. With this identity as a guarantee, Yan Hong finally believed him a little. She warned, for 1 year, all the money Xiao Ye earns goes to you, and she can also provide medical treatment for you. Once the time is up, you are not allowed to pester her anymore. Naturally, Tong Yan nodded. He was indeed short of manpower for now, but he could guarantee that the situation would be completely different in a year. After making the agreement, both of them looked at Chen Yi. Actually, Yan Hong was also curious about what secrets the simple and kind-hearted Chen Yi could possibly have. Under their gaze, Chen Yi's cheeks flushed red. She fidgeted for a long time before saying in a voice so quiet it was barely audible, I have a small mole on my bottom. Tong Yan. Yan Hong. Upon hearing this, Yan Hong scrambled to cover Chen Yi's mouth, wishing she could grab the words she just said and stuff them back in. Is that something you can just say out loud? Tong Yan was mostly speechless. You call this a piece of leverage? Besides, as a respectable young man, who would even care about that? Do you have any particularly important item, something you cannot bear to part with? An item I cannot part with. Chen Yi tilted her head and repeated, then took out an exquisite little pouch with the character Yi embroidered on it. This is what my mother left me. She said that when I meet someone I like in the future, I can give it to them. I can give this to you first, and you can return it when the time is up. Tong Yan's. He had no words for Chen Yi's train of thought. How could this possibly serve as any kind of binding leverage? But thinking about it, how could such a simple-minded girl have any scandalous secrets? He had to helplessly say, never mind, keep the item yourself. But this really is my most important possession. Chen Yi thought he did not believe her and explained anxiously. The commission is settled, just keep the item, Tong Yan repeated helplessly. Oh, I see, Chen Yi finally understood, but she insisted on thrusting the pouch at Tong Yan. Take it anyway, we already agreed on it. Tong Yan had no choice but to accept it. He said, once things get heated, find a way to leave on your own. My commission does not include protecting the client. Once it is done, I will see you at our usual spot from last night. Do not worry, I will take Xiaoyu with me, Yan Hong said as she took out a bottle and handed it to Tong Yan, continuing. Once the radiant Killuo flower blooms, it only exists for 3 minutes before it withers. It must be plucked within those 3 minutes and placed into this bottle. The potion inside will preserve its medicinal properties. 3 minutes, that is a tricky job indeed. After finalizing the price, Tong Yan ignored the two and set his sights on the mountain stream. By now, many exotic beasts had been drawn by the fragrance. There were 17 in the inner circle, all of them at the master realm. It is about to open. Tong Yan locked his eyes on the flower bud. At that moment, the bud stirred and quickly bloomed into a beautiful flower, surrounded by wisps of light, divine and lovely. The moment it bloomed, the powerful beasts in the inner circle all moved. The golden eagle circling in the sky let out a sharp cry and dove down with its massive body, charging toward the radiant Killuo flower. Roar! The two-headed lion roared with both heads, a sound so loud it made people's ears ache, and pounced forward simultaneously. The snapper crocodile lurking in the murky pond, however, remained motionless. It has begun. Watching this thrilling scene, Chen Yi and Yan Hong could not help but breathe heavily. Tong Yan did not move, he just watched quietly. The golden eagle, the two-headed lion, and the crocodile were all too strong. Charging in blindly would only get him beat. The best strategy was to wait until these beasts started fighting and stirred up the waters before moving in to snatch the prize. Unexpectedly, the golden eagle and the two-headed lion tacitly ignored each other, instead turning suddenly to charge at the other beasts following behind. The golden eagle's claws swept across the air, its speed under its wings was too fast, and the surprise attack succeeded instantly. Its claws grabbed a first-level Master Realm monkey, tearing off its entire right arm. Blood sprayed everywhere, and it had nearly torn the Master-level monkey in half. Arg's golden eagle you. The monkey in pain scrambled away and retreated from the scene, glaring angrily at the golden eagle from afar. On the other side, the two-headed lion's assault was even more savage. It struck a first-level Master Silver Moon Wolf, breaking its back and killing it instantly. Get lost, all of you. This is not something you are qualified to touch, or do not blame us for being impolite. The golden eagle and the two-headed lion spoke in unison. Not only that, but the lurking snapper crocodile also moved out, facing the other beasts, its intentions equally clear. Those three beasts are actually quite clever. Seeing this, Tong Yan could not help but marvel. The intelligence of these beasts was truly increasing. They knew how to team up to clear the field first before deciding the final winner. You all! The other beasts roared in response, yet none dared to cross that line. We will give you 3 breaths. If you do not clear out, we will wipe you all out. The golden eagle issued a sharp warning. A great treasure herb is open for all to compete for. A second-level master black water turtle crawled out from the mud. The black water turtle appeared very close to the radiant Killuo flower. No one had even noticed when it had lurked there. If it were not for the 3 beasts teaming up to clear the field, this black water turtle would likely have stayed hidden, waiting for the chaos to swallow the treasure in one gulp. But with the situation suddenly changed, it had to show itself. Otherwise, if the other beasts left, it would have no chance alone. This thing is even better at fishing in troubled waters than I am. Tong Yan also saw the black water turtle's intent, and his gaze lingered on the creature for a moment. If he could get his hands on that turtle shell, he could sell it to Li Yan for a high price. Old turtle, you are courting death. The two-headed lion glared at the black water turtle. None of them had realized this sly thing was hiding right there until now. Kill it first, the snapper crocodile hummed. Agreed. Following that, the 3 beasts attacked the black water turtle together, with a ferocity intended to intimidate the other beasts. The treasure is right before our eyes. Are not you all going to fight for it? There are so many of us, why be afraid of them? The black water turtle's expression changed drastically. While it had high defense, it could not withstand a combined assault from 3 third-level master beasts. It hurriedly spoke out, trying to rally the other beasts for help. Haha, a great treasure. Anyone can participate in the competition, we agree. Just then, a group of 7 people dressed in white walked in, and all of them were master-level experts. Humans, this thing is of little use to you, leave at once. The golden eagle's sharp voice was enough to pierce through one's eardrums. Ha, who says it is of no use to us? The group was led by a refined middle-aged man named Bai Hua, who held a large bow and had long flowing hair. Get out of here, you are not qualified to even touch this thing. The two-headed lion also let out a roar as a warning. Oh, qualified, you say? Bai Hua drew his longbow, his eyes narrowing as he released his aura without reservation. It was no weaker than the two-headed lion's, showing he was also a third-tier master. In the city of Wanjiang, there is nothing that the Bai family cannot touch. The Bai family. Tong Yan narrowed his eyes. He had not expected these 7 people to be from the Bai family. After killing Bai Xiang, he had ignored the matter, and since there had been no trouble for days, he assumed He Jian had handled it. He had not expected to run into the Bai family here. But thinking about it, it made sense. A restricted medicine like the bright Kyra fragrance could only be sold at the highest price by a family of merchants like the Bais. Stop the nonsense. The thing is nearly withered. Whoever wants it, let us all go for it together. Whoever grabs it gets to keep it. Bai Hua pointed at the bright Kyra fragrance and dashed quickly toward the mountain stream. Attack together, kill that Bai Hua first. The 2-headed lion saw the once retreating spirit beasts starting to stir again under the human's provocation, so it spoke to its 2 partners. Fine. Kill. The golden eagle and the turtle-headed crocodile agreed. But once the 2-headed lion made its move, the 2 beasts simultaneously lunged for the bright Kyra fragrance instead. The situation had spiraled out of control. Fighting any further was pointless. Seizing the treasure was all that mattered. You all. The 2-headed lion was so furious it nearly vomited blood. It had not expected the other 2 to be so cunning and treacherous. It turned back to chase, but found that it had fallen too far behind. The item is mine. The golden eagle shrieked. It was fast, and having taken the initiative, it was about to touch the bright Kyra fragrance. Just as its sharp claws were about to grab it, it felt the turtle-headed crocodile's gaping maw snapping toward it from behind. Left with no choice, it had to pull back and fly into the sky. Ha, a bunch of idiots. The turtle-headed crocodile's bite had forced back the golden eagle, meaning it was now the closest to the bright Kyra fragrance, just 1 step away. Why do not you just forget about it? Chen Yu watched the terrifying scene, her heart pounding with fear, and whispered subconsciously. But she was stunned to discover that the 2 strange figures who had been standing behind them were nowhere to be found. Oh no, Bai Hua realized things had gone wrong too. He had not expected the golden eagle and the turtle-headed crocodile to be so sharp. As soon as they saw the chance, they lunged straight for the treasure. Everyone else was too far away now to stop the turtle-headed crocodile. It is mine. The turtle-headed crocodile was ecstatic as it lunged, snapping its jaws at the bright Kyra fragrance. The beast bit down and chewed, but quickly realized there was nothing in its mouth. Looking closer, it saw the bright Kyra fragrance that should have been in its jaws was now in the hands of a dwarf wearing a golden mask, who was busy putting it into a bottle. Seeing the crocodile looking over, Tong Yan gave a cheeky grin, waved his hand and said, "You have finished your share, do not try to grab mine now." With that, he bolted away at full speed. When Bai Hua appeared and drew everyone's attention, Tong Yan had quietly crept toward the bright Kyra fragrance, finally managing to snatch it at the very last second. Now his only mission was to run for his life. "You filthy human, put that thing down." The turtle-headed crocodile howled in rage, realizing what it felt like to have the duck slip right out of its mouth. It immediately threw its massive, terrifying body into motion and gave chase. Chase him. It was not just the crocodile. The golden eagle and the 2-headed lion joined the hunt as well. Should we pursue? Pursue whatever the Bai family sets its eyes on belongs to us. Kill that person, Bai Hua said viciously. Sister Hong, do you think he can get away? Chen Yu looked on with worry as the massive group of master-level experts gave chase. Let us go, we cannot help anyway. Let us trust him and wait at yesterday's spot. Yan Hong pulled Chen Yu away and they quietly left the area. They waited for a whole day and night, but by late the next night no one had arrived. Sister Hong, do you think they met with trouble? Under the starry sky, Chen Yu stood on a large rock, looking toward the plains with a sorrowful gaze. She only possessed a benevolent personality, innocent and kind. At this moment she felt immense guilt, thinking someone had got hurt because of her. Yan Hong opened her mouth, but in the end she could not find any comforting words. Too many people and spirit beasts had chased after them, and all of them were master level. No matter how strong those 2 strange men were, escaping seemed unlikely. Say, cannot you 2 wish for something positive for me? Cough, cough. Suddenly a familiar voice erupted from behind them, causing both of them to gasp in surprise. You are not dead. I said, cannot you wish for something good to happen to me? The gold-masked Tong Yan stumbled out of the woods. His wretched appearance made Chen Yi instinctively cover her mouth, and even Yan Hong's expression turned solemn. The golden robe he had been wearing was now reduced to mere rags. There were 3 gruesome claw marks on his chest, deep enough to see bone, and several gaping holes in his back were still oozing blood, revealing glimpses of his inner organs. A large chunk of flesh was missing from his right thigh, likely bitten off by some beast, and he had merely wrapped it in cloth. An arrow was still embedded in his abdomen, the shaft still protruding. There was not a single part of him that was unscathed. Such injuries made Yan Hong's heart race. She had never seen such horrific, ghastly wounds. What kind of battle did he go through in the last 24 hours? And what about his partner in the white mask? Did he not escape? The item. Tong Yan tossed a bottle over. Inside was the bright Kyra fragrance. The movement agitated his wounds, causing him to cough violently, blood spilling out from beneath his mask. Chen Yu did not try to catch the bottle, letting it hit the ground. Instead, she stepped forward, brought her hands together, and unleashed her spirit speech. Do not move, I will heal you. She channeled all her spiritual power to activate the spirit speech, and a flood of green light erupted, enveloping Tong Yan. The Life Mender was truly worthy of being compared to the god-tier sequences. Its restorative effects were terrifying. Under the green glow, his torn flesh regenerated rapidly. His wounds healed at a speed visible to the naked eye. Even the chunk of thigh bitten off by the two-headed lion regrew, and his displaced bones snapped back into place. Hold still, I will pull the arrow out for you, Yan Hong said, stepping in to help. After snapping the arrowhead, she gave a firm pull, extracting the long shaft as blood sprayed everywhere. Immediately, the green light gathered to help stop the bleeding. Yan Hong reached out to take off his golden mask as well, but was stopped by Tong Yan. You have crossed the line. What? After a day and a night of fleeing and fighting, coupled with his severe injuries, Tong Yan had long since reached his limit. He had been holding on purely by sheer willpower. Now that he was out of danger, his taut nerves finally relaxed, and he unconsciously slipped into a deep sleep. This was the most serious injury he had sustained since becoming an awakened. It was not only a challenge to his body, but also an immense test of his willpower. At this moment, the light of life released by the Life Mender poured into his scarred body like a sweet spring. Zio Yi. Seeing Chen Yi giving her all, exhausting her spiritual power to drive her spirit words, and continuing to push herself even after reaching her limit, Yan Hong muttered in worry, though she ultimately said nothing. Healing such severe injuries for Tong Yan was a huge test for Chen Yi as well. A moment of carelessness could damage her foundation. An hour later, Tong Yan's external wounds had basically healed. However, his injuries were more than skin deep. His internal organs were ruptured in several places, and the chaotic spiritual energy and the backlash from using forbidden artifacts were still rampaging within his body, causing him excruciating pain. What time is it? Tong Yan looked at the pitch-black sky and suddenly asked. 7 o'clock, why? Leave it at that for now, I have things to do. Tong Yan stood up, cutting off the treatment. He had promised Yan and Wuji that he would be back by the third day, and today was that third day. No, you are not going anywhere. Your injuries are not healed yet. Chenya's pretty face was pale, her spirit lethargic, and she could barely lift her arms. The healing effects of the Life Mender were indeed extraordinary, but her own strength was too weak, only at the 8th rank of the Apostle level. Combined with the terrifying nature of Tong Yan's injuries, she had exhausted all her spiritual power just to heal a portion of him. That is none of your business, Tong Yan responded coldly. Chenya was furious, but she was so physically drained that even standing up was a struggle. How many spirit stones do you have on you right now? Spirit cores will work too. The quoted price had included 500,000 spirit stones, plus 1 year of on-call treatment fees. You really are money-obsessed. Yan Hong was speechless. Who gets hurt this badly and the first thing they ask for after recovering a little is money? I did not bring much out with me, only less than 130,000. Yan Hong took out all the spirit cores and spirit stones she had on her and handed them to Tong Yan. After taking the bag, Tong Yan ignored them and bolted toward the city without looking back. Half an hour later, Tong Yan arrived back at his doorstep. He took a few deep breaths to make himself look better, then pushed the door open to enter. Brother, you are back. Hearing the commotion, Tong Yan jumped out joyfully to welcome him. You guys really have not eaten yet. Seeing the food still untouched on the table, Tong Yan knew these two were waiting for him again. After the meal, Tong Wuji, who was slightly more silent today, said, Brother, you have been on a business trip for 3 days, you must be exhausted. Get some sleep early tonight. Yes, brother, you must be exhausted. Go and rest quickly, Tong Yan added as well. Why are you two acting so strange? Go on, hurry, Tong Yan insisted, pushing him back to his room. After closing the door for her brother, Tong Yan turned to find that the door to her brother Wuji's room was also closed. She did not ask any questions, blew out the candle, and returned to her own room. Get out here. After closing her door, Tong Yan's small face was chillingly gloomy. Her long black hair seemed to defy gravity, dancing wildly. What are your orders, great? A humanoid shadow knelt before Tong Yan. I have already told you not to waste words. Tong Yan's voice was cold. At this moment she had opened her eyes, which were usually kept shut. They were as dark as the abyss and no light could reflect within them. She threw a punch and the shadow before her exploded instantly. It took a while for the shadow to reform, and it was now less than half its original size. Go kill all the exotic beasts and all the people who attacked my brother. As you command. I do not care what the reason is. If you fail to kill them, go back to the dark abyss yourself and stay there. Hearing the words dark abyss, the shadow clearly trembled. Yes? Under the dark night sky outside, a humanoid phantom was already sprinting, occasionally muttering curses. Damn it, I am a dignified evil spirit from the ghost office, and every day I have to do these dirty jobs for this brat. Inside the room, Tong Yan sat cross-legged. A miniature golden-faced spirit appeared by his side, stuffing the spirit stones Tong Yan had brought back into its mouth and muttering, "Boss, is that white-faced guy still unconscious?" Tong Yan's eyes turned cold at the mention, silently listing in his mind those who had attacked him. Golden Eagle, Twin-Headed Lion, the Bai family. That day he had seized the initiative and run quite far with the bright silk fragrance. Among the pursuers, only the Golden Eagle could keep up with his speed, but since he was a Master Tier 2 expert himself, the Golden Eagle had not been able to pin him down. But just as he was about to shake off the pursuers, he ran into a group of Bai family members up ahead. Due to their interference, the FOLLOWING Chinese letter caught up. Left with no choice, white-faced Sang Bio appeared, and they teamed up to fight that fierce battle. The two of them, relying on their formidable strength and perfect coordination, carved a bloody path. The not-so-just money sword scared the Golden Eagle so much it did not dare rejoin the fight, and Sang Bio even chopped off one of the twin-headed lion's heads. Just as they were about to escape, they were ambushed by that Bai family member. The injury to his abdomen had been dealt by that Bai Hua. The Bai family was the actual governing family of the Golden Pool Wanjiang branch. With numerous disciples and guests in the clan, their exploration teams and informants were everywhere in the Sunset Plains. The Bai family seemed to no longer want the flower after that. Instead of attacking directly, they used their informants to constantly expose his location, guiding exotic beasts to surround him while spreading news to draw in even more beasts. To break out, he had to use two forbidden artifacts, the Overly Just Balance and the Scythe of Death, shattering several Bai family teams. In the end, Sang Bio stayed behind to cover, and only then did Tong Yan barely escape. But white-faced Sang Bio was severely wounded and fell into a coma, and he was still sleeping. It could be said that if it were not for the Bai family's meddling, he would have been out of danger long ago. The Bai family's head. Tong Yan's eyes turned icy. From Bai Ziyang to these hunters of the Bai family, did they really think I was that easy to bully? Hiccup. The golden-faced spirit beside him let out a hiccup, interrupting Tong Yan's thoughts. He could not help but roll his eyes, speechless. Do you even feel full and you are still hiccuping? Hee, I am just adding a sense of ceremony to it. The golden-faced spirit chuckled. Master Tier 3. Tong Yan felt the spiritual fluctuations on his body. He had already broken through 30,000 points. With the spirit stones and cores from Wan Yankyu and Yan Hong, totaling over 200,000, the golden-faced spirit had swallowed them all, bringing his own spiritual value to 32,081 points, officially promoting him to Master Tier 3. In just a few short days, he had crossed several levels. If he told anyone about this rate of progression, nobody would believe him. This made him even more curious. What level of spirit word exactly were these golden-faced ones? Could it really be, as that Zhan Xinyu said, a brand new divine series of spirit words? Wait, what is this failing? Suddenly, Tong Yan felt his left palm become incredibly hot, as if something was about to drill out. Is the third face about to awaken? Tong Yan was pleasantly surprised. This feeling was exactly the same as when the golden face and white face had awakened. Under his gaze, the ring on his left palm emitted a bright light. The segment next to the white face grew brighter and brighter, turning a crimson red. Then a red mask drilled out just like that. After landing on the ground, it turned into a 1.70 m tall, but likely over 300-pound fat man. His belly was round and bulging, and his face was covered by a red mask embossed with numerous raised patterns that made it hard to tell what the motif was. He was also wrapped in a tattered and thick red robe. Seeing such a big fat man, Tong Yan was completely speechless. The golden face was a dwarf under 1.20 m, the white face was a tall, thin beanpole, and the red face was a 300-pound fat man. Was there not a single one with a normal physique? The more he thought about it, the more he felt the golden face was right before. They were villains, all of them looking crooked and strange. Hello, big guy, the golden-faced spirit greeted the new partner proactively. Compared to that icy white face, this big fat guy was much more amiable. The red-faced fat man tilted his head and pointed his index finger at his mouth. Boss, hungry. Great, he is a bit of an idiot too. What? Seeing the big fat guy with a red face stuffing rocks into his mouth nonstop, Tong Yan was completely dumbfounded. As soon as the big red-faced guy woke up, he acted like a starving ghost. But since all the spirit stones and cores had just been eaten by the golden-faced elder, there was really nothing left for him to fill his belly. To his surprise, the big red-faced guy just picked up rocks from the ground and started munching on them crunchingly. Is this guy for real? Is he some kind of cute idiot? Tong Yan was stunned. Would he become stupid too after binding with him? Boss, I am just hungry, not a cute idiot. The red-faced one seemed to sense Tong Yan's thoughts, and with the rock still in his mouth, he mumbled an explanation. This put Tong Yan's mind at ease, and seeing the red-faced one eating rocks because he was hungry, he suddenly had an idea. From now on, you shall be called Kaishi the Red Stone. Red-face eating stone, I really am a genius. Red-faced Kaishi, Tong Yan's third awakened spirit manifestation. The awakening of the red-faced Kaishi was both a pleasant surprise and a bitter pill for Tong Yan. He was happy because it meant another fighter of the same rank, but bitter because advancing would now require even more spirit stones and cores. With this blade. Tong Yan suddenly caught a glimpse of a sharp blade tucked into the red-faced Kaishi's waistband, which looked like a butcher knife. Boss, this blade is called time. The red-faced Kaishi seemed full now and stopped hunting for rocks on the ground. Seeing Tong Yan's eyes fixed on the butcher knife, he pulled it out. Time, a butcher knife. Is this the natal weapon forged by the red-faced Kaishi? The golden-faced spirit's questionable money sword is used as a belt. The white-faced spirit's slaughter shark dagger is hidden in a sleeve, and this red-faced spirit's time is just stuck in his pants like that, right at the front. Will not he actually get cut? The more Tong Yan looked, the more awkward he felt, secretly swearing to himself that he would never summon the red-faced spirit unless absolutely necessary. Stop, 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 do not pull out any more forbidden weapons. Seeing the red-faced Kaishi wanting to pull out another weapon, Tong Yan was terrified. Heaven knows if that thing has the same side effects as the Scythe of Death, where it kills as soon as it is unsheathed. Fine, the red-faced Kaishi scratched his head and then stuck time back into his waistband. It made Tong Yan's heart jump. Seeing that it was already dawn after all this fuss, Tong Yan got up, prepared breakfast for his younger siblings, headed out, donned the golden mask, and dashed straight toward the Sunset Plains. There is a saying, a gentleman waits 10 years to take his revenge. But Tong Yan did not consider himself a gentleman. He liked to get his revenge before the night was over. Those people and those exotic beasts had nearly cost him his life multiple times. How could he just swallow this bitterness? Thanks to Chen Yi's full power treatment yesterday, his external wounds were mostly healed. And after a night of recuperation plus the refinement and cleansing brought by his breakthrough, his internal injuries were much better, leaving him at about 50% of his peak strength. 50%, that is enough. You ganged up on me yesterday, but because I had formidable strength I escaped. Today it is my turn to gang up on you. I hope you have the strength to escape yourselves. Adding the newly awakened red-faced Kaishi, that makes 3 third-rank master stage fighters. Even if those people were scattered, and even if they were gathered together like they were 2 days ago, Tong Yan was confident he could smash the heads of those bastards. Beneath the golden mask, Tong Yan's eyes were cold. He rushed directly to yesterday's mountain stream. When he was heading back last night, he sensed a familiar presence lingering there. It was the crocodile tortoise. That creature had dealt him a blow while chasing him, nearly shattering every bone in his body. If he had not been severely injured yesterday, he would have dealt with it long ago. Crocodile tortoise, get out here. Today I am going to rip your tail off and use it as a whip to lash your head. Tong Yan's roaring voice echoed through the mountain stream. But there was no response. Sleeping. Without hesitation, Tong Yan took Kaishi and headed deep into the ravine. The sight that greeted him left him dumbfounded. Floating on the pool was a giant headless carcass, the crocodile tortoise itself. Its head had been ripped out along with its spine and tossed aside, while the gushing blood had stained the entire pool red. How did it die? What bastard did this? Tong Yan was not only confused but also annoyed. His anger had nowhere to vent. The spirit core is still there. Tong Yan jumped over and dug the spirit core out of the crocodile tortoise. Boss hungry. Seeing the spirit core, Kaishi's eyes lit up. Kaishi catch, Tong Yan tossed the spirit core to the red-faced one who had been hungry all night. Kaishi caught the core and swallowed it immediately, a look of satisfaction appearing on his red face. Crunchy, yummy. Alright, let us go. Next we find that golden eagle. Normally the crocodile tortoise's hide could be sold for plenty of spirit stones, but today he was here for revenge. He had no interest in collecting such bulky items. On a mountain, Tong Yan found the golden eagle's nest, along with its corpse. Its feathers had been plucked clean, its sharp head had been twisted and shoved into its own backside, and there were 2 scrambled eagle eggs in the nest. What kind of grudge could there be? Why are they even more ruthless than me? Looking at the messy battlefield, Tong Yan was completely confused. Seriously, which bastard did this? How come they beat me to it and killed them all? Do not tell me the two-headed lion is dead too. Tong Yan found the two-headed lion with deep dissatisfaction, only to find it dead as well. The remaining head had been smashed into bone fragments all over the ground, and there were traces of a fire nearby. It looked like someone had roasted and eaten it. It has only been one night, how are they all dead? Tong Yan felt like he had punched a pile of cotton. It was incredibly frustrating. He came here ready to vent his rage, only to find them all dead. What is the point of this now? It seems the person behind this is terrifyingly strong. These beasts were one-sidedly slaughtered and died in extremely miserable ways. It seems like an act of venting anger. They did not even take the spirit cores or any useful materials. After carefully observing the 3 beast corpses, Tong Yan drew his conclusion. Kaishi, having gained experience, ran over to dig out the spirit core the moment he saw the two-headed lion's corpse, eating happily. Without hesitation, Tong Yan brought Kaishi along and sprinted through the tall forest, searching one by one based on his memory for the other beasts that had participated in hunting him. But without exception, they were all dead, each dying even more miserably than the last. Could it be that Chen Yi and the others went back yesterday and asked their teacher to take action? Tong Yan stopped by a stream where the corpse of a turtle lay. It was the second rank master's stage black water turtle. Its pride and joy, the shell, had been punched right through. Whoever possesses this kind of strength must have surpassed the master stage. Let us go, time to find the Bai family's group. Since the exotic beasts are all basically dead, he would just have to go and make trouble for the Bai family instead. But after walking around, I only found a bunch of corpses. Judging from their clothes, they all belonged to the Bai family's team. Bai Hua is dead too. Tong Yan looked at the longbow broken in 2 on the ground, his eyes filled with shock and suspicion. Is it indiscriminate slaughter? Why even kill people from the Bai family? Tong Yan dismissed his previous thought. If people from the Yanling Academy were behind this, they would not kill members of the Bai family. Then it must be someone else. I do not believe it. The Bai family has such a large team, there is no way the perpetrator could wipe them all out. Tong Yan got a temper. He took Tong Su and the others back, catching many low-level exotic beasts along the way to spread the news that someone was hunting down the Bai family's teams. The Bai family controls the gold pool firm in the inner city, and it is said that the largest black market in the outer city is also secretly controlled by their family. They have a huge demand for goods, so basically every disciple and guest of the Bai family has been sent into the Sunset Plains to explore and look for useful items. There are many teams. In just one night, the perpetrator could not possibly have killed them all. As long as the news is spread, causing panic among the Bai family's teams, he can just guard the edge of the plains and hunt them down one by one. Tong Yan and his 2 companions hid in the trees, waiting carefully. The Sunset Plains are too vast, and with the cover of tall trees and rampant exotic beasts, the spread of information was a bit slow. By that evening, they finally saw a Bai family team appear. Hurry, pick up the pace, and go back to tell the patriarch that someone is targeting our Bai family. This Bai family team was a standard 5-man squad, and the captain leading them had the strength of a master stage. Their bags were bulging, so they must have had a good harvest on this trip. Captain, do you really think someone is targeting our Bai family? One of the members asked suspiciously. Yeah, Captain, even the 4 great families would not dare to make a move against our Bai family. In this Wanjiang City region, who would have the guts? Idiots, shut up and do as you are told. I saw the corpses of 2 teams with my own eyes. They were tier 3 hunting squads, each with 2 master stage experts. Their strength was much higher than ours, yet they were all dead, killed very easily. Do you still think this is fake news? After hearing the captain's rebuke, the other members fell silent and buried their heads to continue their journey. Damn it, whoever you are, if you dare to lay a hand on our Bai family, you are looking for death. Suddenly, a fat man wearing a red embossed mask blocked their path. Move out of the way. The captain did not stop his pace and kept rushing forward. Seeing the fat man in his path, his eyes turned cold. Since you will not move, then get out of the way by dying. After saying this, a short stick appeared in his hand. This was a tool-type Yanling. The captain showed no mercy and swung the short stick down with full force. No matter the reason, anyone who dared to stand in front of their Bai family had to be killed. The red-masked fat man pulled a sharp butcher knife from his belt and stood there, sliding it forward lightly. There was no blade energy, no spiritual power shockwave, and no wounds. The captain did not understand why the other party made such a strange gesture, but regardless of his confusion, he kept up his attack, still swinging at the fat man. But strangely, he abruptly felt his movement slow down. His body felt extremely weak, his arms lacked strength, and his whole body felt weird. Then the hands gripping the short stick aged rapidly, muscles atrophied, skin wrinkled. It was as if time had accelerated countless times on him. To his shocked, terrified, and confused gaze, the exposed skin on his arms developed distinct spots, age spots. The captain stopped. The movement of the strike he just made seemed to have exhausted all his spirit and energy. He now felt exhausted all over, his eyelids felt heavy as lead, and he just wanted to lie down right there. Some members of the team saw this terrifying and bizarre scene and screamed in fright. The captain wanted to turn around to look at his team members in confusion, but he could not even perform such a simple movement. With a thud, he fell to the ground and closed his eyes forever. Even at the moment of death, he did not know what had happened. The remaining 4 members looked at the corpse of their captain on the ground, gray-haired and withered like a centenarian. They were terrified, looking at the fat man in front as if he were a monster. What kind of terrifying power is this? What kind of terrifying Yanling is this? To actually turn a vigorous, healthy, middle-aged man into a gray-haired old man in just a few seconds, ending his life. Is there such an unbelievable Yanling in this world? Is this on the power of time? Tong Yan, watching from the sidelines, was also amazed by Kaishi's terror. Red-faced Kaishi masters the power of time. That butcher knife of time did not cut the enemy's flesh, but their remaining lifespan. That one strike just now completely cut away all of the person's remaining life. The gold-faced one controls judgment, the white-faced one masters death, and the red-faced one influences time. These Yanlings of mine are more terrifying than the last. Run! Someone among the remaining 4 screamed in fear, threw away the supplies on their back, and fled for their lives. Red-faced Kaishi swung his blade into the air again, just as if he were slashing at the air. But after the swing, the movements of the 4 fleeing men became increasingly sluggish. Eventually their bodies withered, and like their captain, they died from the end of their lifespan. If even the master stage captain could not withstand one strike from that freak, these people stood no chance. Kaishi wiped out the Bai family team effortlessly, then happily went to sift through the supplies they left behind. Finding quite a few spirit stones and cores, he chewed on them happily like a child. Humble crunch. That night another Bai family team appeared. Before Tong Yan could even say a word, Kaishi had already happily gone off to take action himself. Look at Kaishi, then look at you, you lazy bum. Tong Yan lectured Tong Su, who was lying dead, still on the ground nearby. Tong Su is very steady in his work, but he loves to slack off. He is like a machine. If you do not wind him up with orders, he will not act on his own. And White-Faced is too heavy-handed, making every move a killing blow, which results in Tong Yan having to handle many things personally. Now with Kaishi, that guy is obsessed with spirit stones and cores. He does not even need orders, he runs over to handle things himself. Hee with Kaishi around, I can slack off from now on, Tong Su laughed. Stop slacking off and go clean up the bodies. Kaishi's ability is too unique and involves time, so it is not the time to expose it yet. The corpses must be cleaned up properly, and such work naturally falls to Tong Su. Alright, boss. Subsequently, Tong Su disposed of the bodies of the Bai family members and piled all the supplies they had hunted together. What? Blind boxes, 10,000 spirit stones for a pack. Are they crazy? Who on earth would actually buy this junk? A 5-person mercenary squad looked at the standing notice board, completely speechless. After humanity entered the era of spirit echoes, the former divisions between nations became very blurred. In this environment, 5 transcendent forces were formed: the Human Merchant Organization, the Human Mercenary Guild, the Human City Alliance, the Human Spirit Echo Academy, and the Human Core Military Department. The Merchant Organization manages finance and trade. The City Alliance oversees city construction and planning. The Spirit Echo Academy goes without saying, specializing in training awakeners, and the Core Military Department possesses regular troops to assist in protecting human territories and conducting large-scale battles against exotic beasts. The Mercenary Guild is the loosest of these 5 organizations. As long as you are an awakener, you can voluntarily register to become part of a mercenary group and take on various missions through the guild. Whether an individual or a faction, anyone with a need can issue a commission through the Mercenary Guild. For example, if you need a specific part from an exotic beast, you can post a mission, and if the bounty is high enough, someone will naturally accept it. It is similar in nature to what Tong Yan did in the outer city while disguised as the Golden Mask, except he was not officially registered, so he referred to himself as a merchant. Precisely because of this, the Mercenary Guild has the largest number of members, and you can find them everywhere. This squad was just one of many ordinary ones. They had accepted a commission to retrieve a specific limb material from an exotic beast and had just returned after completing the task on the plains when they witnessed this scene. Selling a pack for 10,000 spirit stones. Is not this just ripping people off? What if they just stuffed some dirt in there and sold it for 10,000? Wait, look at the things poking out of those packages. That is a leg bone from a shadow wolf, and the shape of that one is clearly a clot pinecone. Hearing this, the other members looked over and discovered it was exactly as he described. If those items are real, they could sell for several thousand spirit stones. And since the package is that large, there must be more than just those few items inside. Look at the logo on the bag, it seems to be from the Bai family. Another sharp-eyed member discovered the mark on the bag. Could all these bags have come from the Bai family? Why would their packages be here being sold as blind boxes? The group was even more confused, then turned their gaze toward the dwarf wearing a golden mask who was lying on a recliner nearby. Where did you get these bags? If they are Bai family bags, they were naturally taken from Bai family squads after killing them. It was Tong Yan controlling the golden mask. He had sent Sang Bio off to ambush the Bai family teams, and Kaishi, wanting to eat spirit stone cores, insisted on tagging along no matter what. Tong Yan thought about it and decided that if Kaishi did not have to act, it was better that way. Sending Sang Bio was more appropriate. Plus, since he needed death energy to nourish himself, he was the most suitable candidate to carry out the deed. After raiding the Bai family's teams, their supplies naturally fell into Tong Yan's hands. But the quantity was too large to transport back, and it would be a pity to abandon them, so he came up with this method, setting up a stall to sell them as blind boxes. The mercenaries' expressions changed instantly as they stared at the golden-masked dwarf with astonishment. You have got to be kidding, right? Someone actually dared to ambush a Bai family team, and they are openly setting up a stall to sell their goods. As a mercenary team active on the Sunset Plains, they naturally knew how overbearing the Bai family was. Often, you would spend great effort tracking an exotic beast, only for the Bai family to show up and chase you away with extreme arrogance, claiming the prize for themselves. They would even track you down by following battle marks, hiding on the sidelines, and waiting until you and the beast had both suffered heavy losses before stepping in to reap the fruits of your victory. Many mercenary teams had been plundered and suffered in silence, but because the Bai family's momentum was too strong, and they were the main family representing the Golden Pond Merchant House in Wanjiang City, their influence was simply too vast to contend with. Even when these mercenaries were robbed, there was nothing they could do about it. It had always been the Bai family stealing from others, but now someone was actually stealing from the Bai family and killing them for their wealth at that. They looked suspiciously at the dwarf, who was less than 1.2 meters tall. Did he really have the ability and guts to do this? Are these really from a Bai family team? Genuine, authentic goods. Tong Yan continued to lie on the recliner, leisurely basking in the sun. Once confirmed, the mercenaries' eyes lit up immediately. Packages from the Bai family, there had to be plenty of good stuff inside. Are they really only 10,000 spirit stones? The group still could not believe it. The packages were large, and the items visible on the outside alone were worth thousands. Who knew what other treasures were hidden inside? It was impossible to lose money at 10,000. We treat all customers fairly. We will take them 5. The mercenary captain made an immediate decision and tossed out a small bag containing 50,000 spirit stones. Tong Yan accepted the bag, counted it carefully, and waved his hand. Go ahead, you can take a close look, but do not handle them. Pick what you like, take it, and no refunds once it is taken. We can even pick them up close. The mercenary squad was overjoyed and immediately assigned people to go pick. After about 10 minutes of selection, they chose 5 bags and went to the side to start opening them. Oh, it is 8-winged tiger hide and moon wolf fur, red copper concentrate ore, and this, it is crocodile skin from a croc-headed gator. Haha, we hit the jackpot, we really did. Exclamations of surprise continued to ring out nearby. The items inside the packages were far beyond the 5 men's wildest imaginations. After tallying it up, each package was worth an average of 15,000. In just a short while, they had made a net profit of 25,000 spirit stones, a profit margin as high as 50%. And there was hardly any risk involved. They just needed to take them back to the outer city black market to sell. Where else could you find such a good deal? Immediately, the 5 men looked back at the pile of packages, where at least 20 remained, and stepped forward to inquire. We want to buy all of these. How many spirit stones will that be? No more sales, 1 team, 1 sale per day. Hearing this, the 5 felt a pang of regret. If they had known, they should have bought them all at once. But they did not say much else. After thanking Tong Yan, they rushed toward Wanjiang City. Tong Yan continued to bask in the sun leisurely. He had carefully distributed the contents of each package, keeping some high value and some low, but ensuring they would not lose money. For one thing, he really needed to sell these items to exchange them for spirit stones. For another, he wanted to use this method to spread the news back to Wanjiang City that someone was hunting the Bai family, aiming to lure out even more of their teams. He did not know which bastard had killed most of the Bai family teams before he could get there, leaving him with nowhere to vent his anger. This was the only way to attract more Bai family members so he could have a proper fight. Since he wanted to spread the news back, these mercenaries were the best targets. If he sold to a few more mercenary teams, they would go back like megaphones, chatting it up until the Bai family heard every word. Sang Bio and Kishi have intercepted and killed 2 more teams returning from the Bai family, looting all the goods they brought back. With the prestigious reputation of the Bai family, the blind boxes are selling extremely well. Some mercenaries even wait nearby, snapping them up the moment they hit the shelves. This has forced Tong Yan to reduce the purchase limit from 5 packs to 3. News quickly spread back to Wanjiang City about a dwarf in a golden mask targeting and raiding the Bai family in the Sunset Plains. Almost every powerful faction was incredibly curious about who could be bold enough to specifically pick on the Bai family. However, seeing the Bai family suffer a setback, they were all too happy to watch the show, secretly fanning the flames and spreading the news through their own channels. The higher-ups of the Bai family were furious. Among the inner-city factions of Wanjiang City, the Bai family could be said to hold a status even higher than the so-called 4 great families because they had the backing of the Golden Pool Merchant House. For so many years, no one had dared to provoke them. Yet now, someone actually dared to raid their teams. Just blocking the entrance and exit of the Sunset Plains like this, no wonder no expedition team had returned for so many days. This is a blatant provocation. This is an insult to the Bai family. The Bai family leadership quickly passed a resolution to send 2 great elders to lead a team to kill the provocateurs on the spot and restore the family's prestige. When the factions in Wanjiang City heard about this, they were happy to watch the spectacle and followed along. Little thief, get out here. This time, the 9th and 7th elders of the Bai family were leading the team. One is a 4th rank master, and the other is a 6th rank master, possessing extraordinary strength, accompanied by about 20 low-rank master-level retainers. But when they reached the scene, the place was already deserted. Except for a black flag planted there was nothing left. Do not touch that flag. Go twist that beast's head off and hang it on it, so that everyone passing through Wanjiang City can see clearly what happens when you provoke us. Yes, it has been a long time since we have properly used our methods. Some people in Wanjiang City have forgotten what we are capable of. It is time to help them recall. The 9th elder replied and then issued the order. Groups of 3, 20 miles apart, advance into the Sunset Plains. As soon as you find the target, send a signal to summon nearby teams. Also, contact all active teams within the plains and tell them to keep an eye out and assist us in finding the target. The 7th elder added. But what he did not know was that the Bai family teams previously active in the Sunset Plains had basically been wiped out, and the ones Tong Yan raided were just the ones who slipped through the net. Now there were no more Bai family teams in the Sunset Plains. If they found out about this devastating news, they would probably spit blood from rage. As expected of the Bai family, their strength is far greater than the 8 major factions of the outer city. Among the crowd watching the show were many from the 8 major factions of the outer city. Seeing the Bai family deploy so many master-level experts at once, they all gasped. No wonder the inner-city noble families looked down on these outer-city factions. They truly possessed that kind of strength. Outside of the city lord's mansion, there are 5 other transcendent factions in the inner city. The 4 families closely related to the city lord's mansion and the Bai family. The city lord's mansion belongs to the Human City Alliance and holds command over the defense forces. Its strength goes without saying. Next are the 4 great families, each with a heritage of over a century whose influence has long extended to other human cities. Their roots are complex and their family foundations are unfathomable. The 4 great families and the city lord's mansion are closely related and share the same front. The Bai family is the manager of the Golden Pool Wanjiang branch, representing the interests of the human merchant organization, with a background even more terrifying than the 4 great families. Originally, the Bai family and the He family jointly managed the Golden Pool Wanjiang branch, but the He family has been declining over the years, relegated to opening a second branch in the outer city, while the inner city branch is basically the Bai family's sole domain. Each of these 5 major factions in the inner city has the terrifying power to easily destroy all the factions in the outer city. With just a wall between them, the 2 worlds are worlds apart. Xilu, actually, there was no need for you to come out. You should have stayed at home to focus on your cultivation. Leave these matters to us old folks to handle. 7th uncle, I have reached a bottleneck in my cultivation. Coming out to gain some experience is good, and I also want to see who exactly is targeting our Bai family. In the 7th elder's team was a young man, high-spirited and vigorous, wearing jade rings and holding a jade fan, but his hair was completely white, and he wore the identity badge of a student of the Spirit Language Academy at his waist. 7th uncle, perhaps the murderer who killed cousin Xiang, is also this person. Mentioning Bai Ziang, who was the one that tried to rob Tong Yan earlier, a shadow crossed the seventh elder's face. Bai Ziang was his grandson, yet he died inexplicably in the outer city, and no one even knows who the killer is. It was only heard that he disappeared after leaving He Weiwei's place. But when he went to trouble He Weiwei in person that day, that old man He Jian actually protected He Weiwei and even brought the city lord's mansion to pressure him. Forced by the pressure from the city lord's mansion, he had no way to investigate through He Weiwei, and with no other clues elsewhere, he had to let it go. For these past days, this matter has been a heavy burden on his heart. Now hearing Bai Zilu mention it, his clouded eyes flickered slightly. You are right, this person popped up from out of nowhere and specifically picks on our Bai family. Maybe Ziang really was killed by him. Seventh uncle, do you think it could be the city lord's mansion setting a trap for our Bai family? Wanjiang City is such a small area. How could a master-level expert just suddenly appear, acting like a lunatic and specifically targeting our Bai family? The intent is too strong, and it is too much like they are deliberately provoking our Bai family. Bai Zilu closed his jade fan, his gaze profound. The seventh elder felt comforted upon hearing this and said kindly, Zilu, being able to have such thoughts shows that you have matured. We have discussed this at the Elder Council. This possibility is high. The city lord's mansion has long looked upon us with displeasure and has always wanted to suppress us. We cannot rule this out. Then the seventh elder's tone changed, his aged face full of coldness and solemnity. But the status our Bai family has today was earned with our fists. Even if they set a trap for us, so what? We can take this opportunity to re-establish the Bai family's prestige and let those petty thieves in the darkness understand that the Bai family remains strong. Zilu, you are the outstanding one among our Bai family's younger generation. The Bai family will eventually be in your hands. You must cultivate diligently and grow up quickly. Do not worry, seventh uncle. Bai Zilu's face was full of confidence. Yan Hong, junior sister, why are you here? Bai Zilu suddenly caught sight of a scarlet figure. His eyes lit up and a bright smile appeared on his face. Noticing him, Yan Hong frowned slightly. Her expression remained cold and aloof, thinking to herself what a stroke of bad luck this was. She did not respond to his greeting and turned to walk in the other direction. Junior sister Yan Hong, the Sunset Plain is not safe lately. There is a wicked villain on the loose, killing everyone he sees with extreme cruelty. This person's strength might have even broken through to the master stage. It is dangerous for you to be alone. Why do not you come with us? I can protect you. Bai Zilu seemed blind to the disgust on Yan Hong's face, sticking to her like a plaster. Seeing Bai Zilu act this way, the seventh elder showed a look of displeasure, though he masked it quickly. No need. Oh, why is there no need? With me protecting you, no one would dare to hurt you. Looking at Bai Zilu blocking her path, Yan Hong's disgust deepened, and she coldly snapped, move aside. Being scolded in front of his elder, Bai Zilu lost face. His warm smile faded, replaced by a sullen expression. Yan Hong, do not be ungrateful. I am one of the heirs of the Bai family. Is it beneath you to be with me? I rejected you a long time ago. I am only interested in cultivation. If there is nothing else, please make way. As long as you are with me with the Bai family's strength, I can provide you with plenty of resources to help you advance in your cultivation. What is the point of sticking with that old hag of a teacher? She favors your junior sister and gives all the resources to her. If it were not for that, given your talent, you would have already reached the master stage long ago. Bai Zilu said, breathing heavily in his agitation. Shut your mouth, what right do you have to talk about my teacher? If you do this again, do not blame me for being impolite. Yan Hong shouted coldly, her face full of disdain. Stung by Yan Hong's look of contempt, Bai Zilu's shoulders trembled and his face became somewhat distorted. That is 3 times now, 3 times. I am a core disciple of the Bai family. Who do you think you are to reject me 3 times? There is nothing I Bai Zilu want that I cannot get. With a sharp cry, Bai Zilu suddenly lashed out, reaching for Yan Hong. Oh, tempage. Yan Hong snorted, sidestepped, and evaded him with ease. You have also broken through to the master stage. Feeling the fluctuations from Yan Hong, Bai Zilu was absolutely stunned. Without the Bai family, you are nothing. Yan Hong left these cold words behind and moved to leave, but the Bai family's 7th elder blocked her path. What, does your Bai family want to lay a hand on me? Do not forget, I am a senior student of the Spirit Language Academy. Are not you afraid of the Human Alliance's enforcement team for bullying a student? In this era, humans are at a disadvantage compared to exotic beasts. For the future of humanity, the Human Alliance founded the Spirit Language Academy to train awakeners and signed a decree that no member of any faction shall bully others or take the initiative to attack students who have not yet graduated from the Spirit Language Academy. Once discovered, the enforcement team has the right to execute the offenders on the spot. The 7th elder's aged face hesitated after hearing this, but he did not respond to Yan Hong, instead looking at Bai Zilu. Zilu, you are right. Whatever our Bai family wants, it belongs to the Bai family. Anyone who dares to touch it, look at it, or even dream of it must die. If you really want her, seventh grandpa can help you take her. Just clean up afterwards and no one will know. Hearing the seventh elder's words, Yan Hong's face changed drastically. She released her spirit power instantly, keeping a high level of alertness against the Bai family members. Bai Xilu's lips trembled. He knew full well what cleaning up meant. He looked hatefully at the aloof Yan Hong, realizing she would never yield to him, and his face turned savage. If he could not have her for a lifetime, a single moment would have to be eternal. Seventh grandpa, help me take her. As soon as Bai Xilu spoke, Yan Hong's face turned incredibly ugly. She had not expected them to be this insane. But she was not the type to give up. Knowing she might be in danger, she had been quietly observing, looking for an escape route. The Bai family team consisted of 3 people. Besides Bai Xilu and the 7th elder, there was also an attendant at the first level of the master stage, who was also the weakest one. The moment Bai Xilu made his decision, she struck first. Her heaven-burning, heart-refining fire spirit power covered her hands, and she charged toward the attendant. Heh, you picked the wrong targets. Facing the rushing Yan Hong, the attendant gave a strange smile. His hands turned earthy yellow and he slammed them onto the ground. Instantly, several earthen walls shot up, blocking Yan Hong. Damn it! Yan Hong's expression turned grave. She had not expected the weakest one to be an earth-type spirit of the elemental sequence, adept at defense and highly effective at countering her fire-type spirit. After this delay, Yan Hong's attempt to break through had failed. There was no chance left. Why cannot you just be with me? Bai Xilu held a jade fan. His face was no longer conflicted or in pain, replaced only by a somewhat twisted madness. Yan Hong ignored Bai Xilu completely. Trash like him was not worth the waste of her breath. Yan Hong's cold indifference nearly shattered Bai Xilu's mental defenses. He spiraled into a state of pathological madness. Heh, I hope you will not beg me later. Oh, right before that, I will tell you a secret. That dog you raised was killed by me, just an animal, yet it dared to growl at me. Watching your cold face weeping as you buried that beast was so satisfying to me while I watched from the shadows. So I hope you will cry once more in a moment. You animals. Yan Hong's face turned dark enough to drip ink. Her eyes flushed red, and her spirit power surged through her entire body. Even if I die here today, I will not let you off easy. Yan Hong erupted, ignoring the 7th elder and the attendant as she charged directly at Bai Xilu. Heh, you with what? Bai Xilu was no weakling. As a core disciple of the Bai family, he enjoyed the best resources. At 19, he had already reached the 2nd level of the master stage. His spirit was the A-grade white jade fan of the object sequence. Yan Hong threw a palm strike, but it was easily blocked by Bai Xilu. But before he could catch his breath, the next palm strike aimed for his throat. OTMPH. Bai Xilu did not just defend. He took the offensive, swinging the white jade fan toward Yan Hong's head, hoping to force her to pull back and dodge. But Yan Hong knew she had no way out and went for a suicide tactic, neither pulling back nor dodging, striking straight at Bai Xilu. Crazy woman. Bai Xilu cursed in anger, forced to withdraw his attack and retreat. If he had continued, his white jade fan might have cracked Yan Hong's skull, but his own neck would likely be snapped. Possessing the absolute advantage, he naturally did not need to risk his life against hers. Let's attack together and take him down. Seeing Yan Hong's fighting style, the 7th elder could no longer sit still. Worried that Bai Xilu might accidentally fall into a trap, and fearful that others might come by and witness this, he hurriedly signaled the retainers to attack together. Accept your fate with peace of mind. The 3 of them attacked simultaneously, charging straight at Yan Hong. The 7th elder was already a tier 4 master, well beyond the reach of lower tier masters. He moved with incredible speed, slamming a punch into Yan Hong's back. Yan Hong was sent flying instantly, spitting blood in midair as several bones in her back shattered. That is not right, is it really that easy? The 7th elder was puzzled. It felt as if she had not put up any defense at all. But when he saw the direction Yan Hong was flying toward, he roared in terror. Xilu, watch out. After taking the punch, Yan Hong used the force of the blow to launch herself straight at Bai Xilu. Deep within her red pupils burned madness, and her cold, aloof expression remained stubbornly fixed. If I am going to die, I am taking you with me. Burning skies of departing fire. She exerted force through both hands, pouring all her spiritual energy into them, pushing her spiritual incantation to the limit to unleash the technique she had mastered after breaking through to the master realm. A fireball condensed in her hands and then smashed violently toward Bai Xilu. Damn it! By this point, Bai Xilu finally realized that he was the target. Facing the oncoming fireball, he did not dare to hesitate. He quickly flung out his white jade fan, joined his fingers together, and silently recited the incantation. Jade and stone together to ash. In an instant, the white jade fan exploded with a bang. Impacted by the terrifying blast, The fireball veered off its original course and grazed the top of Bai Xilu's head. What a shame! Yan Hong collapsed limply to the ground, spitting blood. Seeing that her full-power strike had failed to take Bai Xilu down, she could not help but feel a sense of regret. But she was too weak to fight anymore. The seventh elder's punch was not easy to take, and coupled with her exhausted spiritual energy, even getting up was difficult. Damn it, really damn it, I am going to play you to death. Bai Xilu's situation was not much better. The fireball had flown right past his scalp, burning away all the hair in the middle of his head and leaving the skin scorched black. He did not know if his hair would ever grow back. For someone as obsessed with his image as he was, this was no different than killing him. If it were not for your status, I would really want to keep you here and slowly play with you. Hearing Bai Xilu's words, Yan Hong sneered and clearly spat out two words, incompetent. Oh no, stop her, Bai Xilu shrieked as if realizing something. The next instant, Yan Hong channeled her last shred of spiritual energy and slammed her hand toward her own head, intent on ending her life. But a strong, powerful arm firmly gripped her hand. It is over. Yan Hong's heart turned to ash. She had not expected the enemy to be so fast. Thinking of the terrible fate awaiting her, she was so desperate she nearly fainted. 500,000. But at the very last moment of her despair, a familiar voice reached her ears. She slowly opened her eyes in nervousness and fear, and what greeted her was that familiar golden mask. Reflected in the sunlight, the mask glowed brilliantly. 500,000, hee. Tong Yan repeated. It was not an illusion. For some reason, hearing this voice made it feel as though all her troubles were kept at bay. Her heart instantly calmed down, and her pale lips moved slightly. Fine. Tong Yan was very satisfied with this quote. He carefully helped his big benefactor to a shady spot before turning to look at Bai Xilu and the others. Are you the masked person who has been targeting our Bai family teams? We were just looking for you, and here you are delivering yourself to our doorstep. Seeing the gold-masked and red-masked figures appear, the seventh elder was overjoyed. He never expected them to reveal themselves voluntarily. Tong Yan ignored the Bai family members and instead looked speechlessly at Kishi, who was squatting on the ground. At that moment, Kishi's massive 300-pound body was kneeling on his right knee, his right hand bracing the ground and his left hand behind his back. He looked exactly like a giant toad. What are you doing? Boss, have not you heard? One squat, one stand, the protagonist breaks everything. Tong Yan, where is the protagonist? Tong Yan was speechless. How did this guy Kishi end up learning all of Tong Sao's nonsense? Tong Su said that since ancient times, white-haired people are badass and usually tough characters. So I wanted to make us look more imposing, Kishi answered very seriously. Do you think we look imposing like this? Tong Yan was even more speechless. He was wearing the golden mask, looking like a 1-meter-2 dwarf paired with a 300-pound toad. There was nothing imposing about it at all. Kishi was stunned, looked Tong Yan up and down, and then sprang up from the ground. Oh true, then you squat and I will stand. With one knee on the ground, you can use more force in your waist. Kishi even considerately explained the technique to Tong Yan. Thanks a lot for that. Tong Yan was now quite certain that this guy's brain was truly a bit broken. He could not let Tong Su take Kishi on missions anymore. The influence was too much. However, you were right about one thing, white-haired characters are unpredictable. Let us kill him first. Tong Yan whispered to Kishi. These geniuses from major factions are just too unreasonable. They break through right in the middle of a fight. His heart could not take it, so it was better to kill these geniuses off first. Stop blabbering, I am the one you are looking for. Now that I am standing in front of you, what about it? Want to kill me? Arrogant little thing, this infuriated the seventh elder immediately. What is your relationship with her? Unexpectedly, Bai Xilu, who had been standing there, suddenly spoke, his eyes fixed firmly on Tong Yan. What? Tong Yan was a bit confused by the question. I said, what is your relationship with her? Bai Xilu's face looked extremely ugly. He could not believe his ears. Were they just talking about a price quotation? Looking at this dwarf in a golden mask, less than 1 meter too tall, Bai Xilu was even more distraught. I pride myself on being suave and imposing, yet I cannot compare to a dwarf. I even promised her all the resources she needed, and she refused, yet here she is talking money with someone else in an instant. That bitch. Bai Xilu's eyes were bloodshot as he glared viciously at Tong Yan and Yan Hong, wishing he could tear this pair of dogs to pieces. Boss, he seems a bit weird. He is not trying to steal our business, is he? Kishi said, thinking he was whispering, but in reality he did not lower his voice at all, and everyone present heard him. Kishi valued spirit stones more than his own body weight now, and anyone who dared to stop him from making money would face his wrath. Tong Yan also found it a bit strange. Did not he just negotiate a price with the benefactor before starting work? It was standard procedure. Besides, what business was it of this Bai Xilu? Why was he acting like he had been shot with gunpowder? Very possible, but we have already accepted this job. Business, it is still us. Upon hearing this word, Bai Xilu exploded completely. Veins popped on his forehead and he charged wildly at Tong Yan and Kishi. As a core disciple of the Bai family, his self-esteem was completely shattered at this moment, and he lost his sanity. I am going to kill you three bastards. Good opportunities. Although Tong Yan and Kishi did not know what the hell Bai Xilu was yelling about, they keenly sensed that this was a perfect chance. Xilu, do not. The seventh elder of the Bai family turned pale as he saw Bai Xilu charging forward recklessly, and though he wanted to intervene, it was already too late. In truth, no one present had expected Bai Xilu to suddenly lose his mind like this. A perfect opportunity. Tong Yan's eyes flashed, and he whipped out his coin sword, lashing it toward Bai Xilu like a leather strap. Get lost. Bai Xilu had indeed lost his senses. Facing the incoming coin sword, he actually tried to block it with his bare hands. Snap! The flexible coin sword coiled around his hand like a rope, and Tong Yan pulled hard, jerking Bai Xilu toward Kaishi. Kaishi, boss coming right up. Kaishi did not care why the man had gone mad. Seeing Bai Xilu flung his way, he drew his blade Suyu and slashed 10 times into thin air toward him. 10 years per slash, 100 years in total. No? The seventh elder let out a shrill, mournful cry from behind. The Bai family was a large clan with complex roots. Bai Xilu was the most promising talent in his branch, and he dared not imagine how they would compete for family resources if Bai Xilu were to die. Giving him back to you. Seeing the old man charging over in a frenzy, Tong Yan manipulated the coin sword to fling Bai Xilu back. The seventh elder hurried to catch Bai Xilu and checked for injuries, but strangely, he could not find a single wound on his body. Xilu, are you all right? The seventh elder felt a brief sense of relief upon seeing no wounds, but he froze when he looked at Bai Xilu's face. Bai Xilu's face, already charred black from the fire, now had its muscles collapsing. His skin shriveled and his eye sockets sank in at a visible pace. In the brief moment the seventh elder stood stunned, Bai Xilu had aged several decades. Seventh elder, I feel so exhausted all over. Bai Xilu spoke weakly, and his withered legs could no longer support him. He wobbled and collapsed to the ground. As he lay there, his body continued to shrivel until he curled into a shrimp-like shape, his hair turning dry and lusterless before he slowly closed his eyes and passed away completely. Bai Xilu was indeed a pride of the Bai family, but he lacked real experience and had always had it too easy. He had suffered deep emotional blows from Yan Hong's rejections, followed by a near-death encounter, the destruction of his image, and the detonation of his own spiritual incantation, leaving him battered in both body and mind. This led him to misunderstand the conversation between Tong Yan and Yan Hong, causing him to act impulsively and lose his mind. In a sense, he brought about his own death. What just happened? The seventh elder's cloudy eyes trembled in disbelief at the scene. Panic over the unknown overcame his grief, and he roared in terror at the two masked strangers. What kind of spiritual incantation is this? Tong Yan had no time to waste on him. He pulled a golden scale from his robe and raised it high, aiming it directly at the seventh elder. Kaishi did not hesitate either, tossing out an hourglass and flipping it over as the red sand within began to fall. The Hourglass of Time, Kaishi's restricted artifact. Before the sand ran out, Kaishi's sword strikes would be accelerated to the limit, making them impossible to dodge. Kaishi's blade strikes were not homing attacks. Each slash was like an invisible wave of energy that needed to make contact. If the opponent was strong enough, they could dodge it, but the hourglass compressed the time between the swing and the impact to the extreme, making it appear as if the strike itself had been accelerated. The backlash meant that Tong Yan and Kaishi would have to split the same time-depleting effects of the sword strikes equally. If one's remaining lifespan were a health bar, this was a contest of durability. A single slash did 100 points of damage, meaning the target would lose 100 years of life, while Tong Yan and Kaishi would each lose 50. If the opponent had a longer lifespan than the combined total of the two of them, they would end up draining themselves to death. After the restricted artifact was deactivated, the lost time would slowly recover at a rate of 1 year per day. The seventh elder was formidable, a level 6 master on the verge of reaching the high level, so they could not afford any slip-ups. With the rest of the Bai family nearby, they had to use their 2 artifacts immediately to secure a kill. Libra's shadow imprison. A massive shadow of golden scales appeared, pinning the seventh elder to the spot, rendering him unable to move. Kaishi acted simultaneously. Under the acceleration of the Hourglass of Time, he struck multiple times in the blink of an eye. What is this? Spirit skill activate. The seventh elder struggled wildly. unleashing all his power and letting his spirit energy spiral out of control as he unleashed his own spirit skill without hesitation. Crack! A sound like something snapping echoed through the void, and the seventh elder managed to break free from the scales hold by sheer force. However, he had taken several of Kaishi's slashes. Already low on lifespan, he aged another few decades, gasping for air, sweating profusely as his hair fell out in the wind, leaving him looking like a decrepit old man. "You fool, what are you waiting for? Come and attack with me." The seventh elder turned and roared at the retainer who had been standing there, stunned. Jolted into reality, the retainer looked at the battlefield, then at the seventh elder who was on the verge of dying of old age and shrank back. "Seventh elder, hold on, I will go get reinforcements." With that, he turned and fled. But the moment he turned, a pale figure appeared instantly. A sharp shark-tooth dagger pierced his throat, and a fierce swipe of the blade severed his head clean off. The attacker was naturally Sang Bio, who had been heavily wounded covering Tong Yan's retreat days prior and had not fully recovered, so he had been providing support from the shadows. There are three of them. The seventh elder saw the third masked person appear, his face a mask of misery, standing there in frozen despair. There were three of these terrifying, bizarre creatures. "Old man, it is time for you to go." While the seventh elder was distracted, Kaishi landed several more slashes on him. He stiffened, standing perfectly still, remaining upright even in death. "Done?" Beneath his gold mask, Tong Yan's face was pale and his lips trembled as the backlash hit him instantly. His luck was bad this time, resulting in a 7-to-3 ratio, and because the seventh elder was quite strong, the backlash was incredibly severe. Kaishi, that thick-skinned idiot, immediately went off to scavenge for loot, while Sang Bio came forward to steady Tong Yan. Money is hard to earn and the price is high. It is never easy to squeeze a little cash out of these people. "What? Dead?" Yan Hong stared in shock at the two withered corpses. That was the seventh elder of the Bai family, a tier 6 master, someone considered an elite even in the inner city. How could he have died so easily here? She looked at the golden-faced man in astonishment. What level was this guy's strength anyway? Her gaze then rested on the chubby man in the mask with red patterns. That strange, terrifying power that killed Bai Xilu and the seventh elder had come from him. Where did these freaks even come from? Stop staring and help set a fire. Tong Yan walked up and pointed ahead, where Kishi had already piled the bodies together. Yan Hong did not ask further. She used the bit of strength she had just recovered to channel her incantation, completely incinerating Bai Xilu and the others. Why are you still spacing out? Once the Bai family's reinforcements arrive, wishing to leave will be nothing but a fantasy. Tong Yan and the others had already walked some distance when they noticed Yan Hong was still standing there. I have no energy left. Yan Hong lowered her head, feeling embarrassed. 30,000. You? 40,000. Fine. Tong Yan's shameless face infuriated the aloof Yan Hong, but knowing that he only cared about money, she quickly agreed. Kishi, give her a lift. You got it, boss. Kishi had no concept of gentleness. He simply tossed Yan Hong over his shoulder, just as he had done with the Bai family's bags, and broke into a full-speed run. Tong Yan chose a cave to rest in. Boss, you guys take a break. I will go outside and keep watch. With that, Kishi dropped Yan Hong onto the ground and quickly slipped away. In truth, he just wanted to go eat spirit stones. With Yan Hong around the whole way, he had not dared to consume the spirit cores in front of an outsider, and it had been killing him. Yan Hong felt a sharp pain in her backside from the fall, and her abdomen was sore from being pressed against Kishi's shoulder. Combined with her previous injuries, her whole body was aching. You now owe me 914,328 spirit stones. Back then, they had only paid 125,672 spirit stones. Adding the 540,000 from this time, the total was almost reaching 1 million. 1 million? Thinking of this, Tong Yan's expression beneath the golden mask looked a bit better. HMPH, you are obsessed with money. Hearing this freak bring up money the second he opened his mouth, and with such precise figures, Yan Hong could not help but snort and toss a small pouch to Tong Yan. Here are 400,000 spirit stones. Tong Yan was taken aback. He took the bag, opened it, and saw high-grade black spirit stones inside. After counting carefully, there were indeed 40 of them. Seeing Tong Yan counting the spirit stones so meticulously, Yan Hong could not help but roll her eyes. So you entered the Sunset Plains in these dangerous times just to pay off this debt. After putting the stones away, Tong Yan felt refreshed. That flower was very important to my junior, Chen Yi. After we returned, the teacher took her into seclusion to fix her defects. She entrusted me to finish the payment. The extra 20,000 is a tip. That will not do, business is business. You still owe me 514,328 spirit stones, Tong Yan replied very seriously. But on another note, you must know that the Bai family is looking for me. Why did not you wait for them to kill me? That way you would not have to pay. I figured you value money more than your life. I did not want you to die with the regret of not getting your payment, Yan Hong replied coldly. Oh, you are actually quite kind. You have made even a profiteer like me feel a little embarrassed. Yan Hong did not respond to Tong Yan. She kept her eyes lowered for a long time before saying, leave Wanjian City. No way, Tong Yan said flatly. Your previous actions only angered the Bai family. They wanted to kill you to make an example. But it is different now. You killed the 7th elder and Bai Xilu, a genius they had high hopes for. You have essentially shaken one of the Bai family's pillars. They will never let this go. The three of you are strong and your incantations are unique, but you cannot stand against the entire Bai family. Yan Hong's pupils turned red from the effects of her incantation, adding an indescribable charm to her aloof face, though a trace of worry now surfaced on her pretty features. You are wrong. It is not that the Bai family will not let us go. It is that we will not spare them. Yan Hong was exasperated, not knowing where to begin. All right, enough talk. Once you recover some spirit energy, be on your way, and do not forget you still owe me a lot of money. Facing Tong Yan's dismissal, Yan Hong remained unmoved. After sitting there for a long time, she suddenly looked at Tong Yan very seriously and said, I want to join you. What the heck? Tong Yan was instantly confused, wondering if this girl had hit her head too hard. Even Sang Bio, who had been completely indifferent the whole time, looked over. What, feeling like there is no hope of paying back the debt, so you want to sell yourself into service? Yan Hong ignored Tong Yan's sarcasm and said solemnly, I submitted my graduation application to the academy before coming here, and I have left a letter for my teacher. I am serious about wanting to join you. I do not get it. Tong Yan kept his eyes on Yan Hong. Honestly, he really did not understand why she would make such a decision. I want to grow stronger, Yan Hong said with absolute sincerity. The Incantation Academy can provide me with a great environment for learning and growth. Based on the quality of my incantations and my strength, I qualify to stay and become an instructor. But that life is too secure. Without real-world trials, I cannot grow. You could join a mercenary guild, Tong Yan reminded her at the right moment. Mercenary teams are too chaotic. They are all just groups of people pursuing profit and stopping at nothing. They do not suit me. Profit? I seem to be the one who cares most about profit, though. It is different, Yan Hong said, shaking her head as she stared at Tong Yan with a stubborn, pale face. You are different from them. You pursue money, but you keep your promises. Even in such dangerous moments, you never abandon the mission entrusted to you. What you pursue is not just money, it is a kind of creed. You are wrong again. I am no good guy. For example, just now we actually saw your conflict with the Bai family a long time ago. Tong Yan was not lying. In fact, ever since the Bai family entered the Sunset Plains, he had been following them quietly. Since the 7th elder was the strongest, he was the first target Tong Yan wanted to take out. He had witnessed the whole process of the Bai family attacking Yan Hong. As for why he only stepped in at the very end, it was naturally to negotiate a better price. Only when Yan Hong was at her wit's end could the price be negotiated and the profit maximized. But what he did not expect was that Yan Hong's response would be even more shocking. I know. Yan Hong had slowly pieced it together afterwards. She did not believe in the coincidence of them just happening to show up, especially with such precise timing. It could only mean that they had been watching everything from the shadows for a long time. She naturally understood the intention behind his actions, but she did not care. Tong Yan watched Yan Hong silently, his gaze filled with scrutiny. Is Yan Hong a good-for-nothing? Clearly not. Among the more than 10,000 students at the Wanjiang branch of the Spirit Speech Academy, only about 30 have awakened an S-rank spirit speech. In terms of cultivation talent, Yan Hong ranks in the top 10. With proper resources and training, her future achievements will be nothing to sneeze at. What Tong Yan cares about is whether she is trustworthy. He has always been very cautious when it comes to recruitment. If it were for the Bright Four, it would not matter. Even a mercenary squad like Wan Yongqiu's could be recruited. But the Dark Four is different. He will invest a massive amount of resources into training members of the Dark Four, and they will have access to core secrets. Personnel must be screened strictly. He does not want to nurture a disaster for himself. He has not had enough contact with Yan Hong. I do not trust you, Tong Yan said bluntly. Upon hearing this, Yan Hong lowered her head, gripped her fists tightly, then stood up abruptly and began to unbutton her clothes. What are you doing? Do not pull that on me. I cannot handle a test like this. Yan Hong's actions startled Tong Yan immediately. Yan Hong turned around, revealing a strange fire cluster pattern on her left shoulder blade, the size of an infant's fist. Fire? Tong Yan narrowed his eyes. Upon closer inspection, the pattern was not a tattoo, it looked as if it were emerging from beneath her skin. I do not know what this is or whether it represents something good or bad. It only appeared recently. Tong Yan said nothing, his eyes squinted, his left hand clenching unnaturally. The way this fire manifested bore a striking similarity to the ring on his own left hand, where the white-faced spirit speech and the others reside. Yan Hong actually had a mark like that too. Tong Yan had always assumed it was just a mark of a spirit speech and did not pay it much mind, but now it seemed it was not that simple. Could it be that in the future, a sentient spirit speech like the others might also emerge from this mark? Or perhaps the golden-faced one and the others are not spirit speeches at all. Tong Yan had previously thought they were just unique spirit speeches, especially since those of the deity and forbidden sequences were already special, but thinking about it now, it felt quite odd. Since when do spirit speeches have sentience? Since when can spirit speeches eat spirit stones and spirit cores to grow? Since when can spirit speeches act independently? The more he thought about it, the more he felt they were not spirit speeches. Does your teacher know about this mark? Hearing this, Yan Hong's eyes dimmed. She shook her head slightly, and for the first time a bitter smile appeared on her beautiful face. Actually, I am not a disciple of the teacher. Li Yunxia is not an instructor at Wanjiang Academy, she comes from a higher-level academy. 4 years ago, she was passing through with junior sister Chen Yi and discovered the radiant Kiluo incense, which is why she stayed in Wanjiang City. That was when she took me under her wing. 4 years ago, the 13-year-old Spirit Speech Awakening Ceremony. The Spirit Speech Academy holds an awakening ceremony every year for 13-year-olds. If the awakened spirit speech is of a high rank, they are recruited into the academy for cultivation. He had participated back then too, but unfortunately, he had not been able to awaken any spirit speech. Tong Yan did not speak, listening quietly. When the teacher took me in, she said I did not need to bow to her as my master. It was just a transaction. She would stay in Wanjiang City for only 4 years. During those 4 years, she would teach me as a teacher would, and I needed to help look after junior sister Chen Yi. Once the time was up, she would take Chen Yi away and we would be even. Such a secret, I suppose that Li Yunxia needed to attend to the radiant Kiluo incense and could not look after Chen Yi, so she did this. Tong Yan thought silently that when he returned to the mountain stream to settle scores with the snapping turtle crocodile, he had found traces of long-term habitation, which were likely left by Li Yunxia. Although the teacher said it was just a transaction, I am very grateful to her. Without her guidance, I would not have improved so quickly. Actually, your teacher just did not think much of your talent, Tong Yan added mercilessly. This was also a fact. Although Yan Hong's spirit speech rank was high, coming from a small place like Wanjiang City meant her initial foundation was not laid properly, wasting a lot of time. Naturally, she could not compare to geniuses from major regions. While the awakening ceremony is normally held at 13, disciples from major powers use various resources from a very young age to purify themselves, clear their meridians, and even practice certain mental arts. These people have such well-laid foundations that once they awaken their spirit speech, their cultivation speed far exceeds that of ordinary people. Take that Zhan Xinyu for example. She might only be 15, but she has already broken through to become a spirit speech master. Yan Hong only reached that level at 17. Her talent was still top 10 among the younger generation in Wanjiang City. One can imagine how vast the gap is. Can you not comfort people? Yan Hong was speechless. She had never seen someone who constantly rubbed salt in other people's wounds. I can if you pay me. Haha, no thanks. Tong Yan stroked his chin and after a moment of thought said, do not let anyone see this pattern ever again. You really know what this is? Yan Hong was surprised. HM, did not you show it to me because you thought I knew? No, I just thought that you guys have such strange appearances that you must see yourselves as monsters, which is why you wear masks and hide your faces. Since I have something so incomprehensible on me, I must be a monster too, right? And should not monsters stick together? Well, thanks a lot for that. As for appearance, Tong Yan really could not refute that. Even now, he wanted to know why none of his own spirit speeches were normal. Only now did he realize that Yan Hong showing him the mark was not because she thought he knew what it was, but because she was proving she was a monster, a certificate of entry into the group. I even prepared a mask. With that, Yan Hong took out an orange mask featuring flame ripples, representing her spirit speech. Why did not you just prepare the robe while you were at it? Tong Yan was speechless. She really had cast herself as one of those weirdos who could not face the world. I did. Unexpectedly, Yan Hong produced an orange half-cloak from her robes that reached her knees. It was made of light silk and looked much better than what Tong Yan and the others wore. Tong Yan's. Dress however you like, that is your freedom. But let me warn you, once you join us, there is no option to quit. If you betray us, I will kill you with my own hands. Now, do you still want to join? I will have no regrets even if I die, Yan Hong said solemnly. Good, from today on, you are the first member of the Dark Four. Codename Fire Maidens. Why did you choose the Bai family? Yan Hong put on her fire-patterned mask and flame cloak, transforming into the Fire Maiden. As she spoke, she did not stop moving, unleashing her spirit flame to incinerate the corpses on the ground. This was the third Bai family team they had hunted down. The Bai family had sent out 2 great elders this time. The strongest one, the 7th elder, had already been killed, and the remaining 9th elder, only a 4th order master, posed no threat at all. The people of the Bai family had no idea that they had already gone from being the hunters to the prey. Tongyan tapped his golden mask and said, "Masks are sometimes not just props to hide one's identity, but also symbols of status." If he wanted to plant his flag in Wanjiang City and establish a tavern, he needed sufficient strength and a ruthless demeanor to deter those lurking vermin. The Bai family wanted to kill him to let the people of Wanjiang City know the consequences of offending them, and he wanted to hunt down the Bai family to kill the chicken to warn the monkey, thereby establishing his own prestige. Once a major family like the Bai family is beaten into submission, who would dare to speak out when he plants his flag on the mountain later? Indeed, Yan Hong nodded and gripped her hand, burning the corpses on the ground into charcoal. The closer she got to these 3 masked people, the more terrifying she felt they were. The type of spirit abilities they used was unheard of and terrifying. She even began to suspect that all 3 of them had awakened god-tier spirit abilities simultaneously. Some experts are coming, let us avoid them for now. Tongyan raised his gaze and looked in a certain direction. Several auras were approaching rapidly, one of which was relatively strong, likely the 9th elder. Not going to kill him, Yan Hong was a bit puzzled. Even the 6th order master's 7th elder died in their hands, so why would they be afraid of a 4th order 9th elder? It is not the right time yet. Tongyan shook his head and took the initiative to retreat, taking White Face and Red Face with him. Although he and the others were all nursing injuries, they were still capable of killing the 9th elder if they wanted to. But he did not want to kill the 9th elder just yet. If he killed him in secret, who would see it? Who would believe it? Only when there are many people around does the killing have a deterrent effect. Not long after the 4 of them left, 6 figures landed there. These 6 people looked at the charred corpses on the ground, and then at the neatly placed Bai family identity jade tokens nearby, their expressions turning extremely ugly. "Damn it, you bastards, if I catch you, I will skin you alive." The 9th elder Bai Tu was red with rage, his silver hair scattering in the wind. "What about the other teams? Gather everyone together, the enemy is very troublesome." "We have already notified them and they are all rushing here," a follower replied respectfully. "What about the 7th elder? Still cannot contact him." Bai Tu was furious. He did not worry about the 7th elder's safety, only assuming he might have gone deeper into the plains. "Yes, we left emergency signs along the way, but we have received no response." "Are you afraid?" Seeing the nervous look on this follower's face, Bai Tu grew angry. No, I am not." Trash. Bai Tu slapped the man hard, drawing blood. The remaining 4 hurriedly lowered their heads, not daring to look at Bai Tu, as expressions of fear also appeared on their faces. This was the 3rd location where they had seen burned corpses. 3 people per team meant that 9 people had already died at the hands of that person. These were all master-level experts, and they were all killed within a single day. Their own strength was about the same as these victims. Did that not mean if they ran into him, they would also be killed? The Bai family was a large clan, and many within it were outside followers. Naturally, these outside followers were not as determined as the direct members of the Bai family. You are all followers of the Bai family, receiving the Bai family's salary, and the Bai family stands behind you. What are you afraid of? Even if the opponent is strong, can they be stronger than the entire Bai family? Bai Tu reprimanded them. Only then did the 5 of them feel their hearts gradually calm down. "The 2 of you split up and go back to report what happened here to the family, and ask them to send more manpower." The 2 who were pointed at by Bai Tu had their expressions changed drastically. There were only 2 of them and they had to split up. If they ran into those killers, would not there be no chance of survival at all? "Get out of here!" Bai Tu was so angry he nearly exploded, almost attacking them himself. The 2 pointed out had no choice. They gritted their teeth and had to leave quickly. "Damn it, how many people are there and what is their strength?" Bai Tu's face was gloomy. He suddenly realized that they had been searching for almost a whole day and he still did not know how many people there were or how strong they were. The only information they had was what the mercenaries had brought back. The perpetrator was a dwarf wearing a golden mask. Could it really be a trap set by the 4 great families together? The more Bai Tu thought about it, the more he felt it was possible. How big is Wanjiang City? When has it ever produced such master-level experts, and why wear masks? Are they too ashamed to be seen? Suddenly, the sounds of intense fighting erupted ahead. Follow me quickly, we found this guy. Bai Tu was overjoyed and hurriedly led his men to support them. These people are too arrogant. They have only been gone for a little while and they dare to attack again. When I catch you, I will hang you from the city gate. Tong Yan's side had indeed gotten into a fight with a Bai family team. They had not expected to run into the Bai family reinforcements while retreating, so the fight broke out instantly. Heh, you mongrels, still 4 of you, let us see where you can run now. This is our lucky day, this credit belongs to our 3 brothers. Second brother, third brother cut off their escape route. These 3 did not know about the other teams being counterhunted, thinking that running into these killers was their stroke of luck. Yan Hong took the initiative to step forward and join the battle with them. Boss, this girl looks like a cold, haughty woman, but she is fierce when she fights. She is clearly a tough person and can protect herself. How about we let her act alone? Kai-shi snuck up and whispered. Tong Yan glared at Kai-shi and ignored him. Ever since Yan Hong joined, the most uncomfortable one had been Kai-shi. With Yan Hong around, he could not eat spiritual stones or spiritual cores anytime he wanted, which bothered him greatly. Every time, he had to make excuses to stand guard in the back, just to get a chance to eat a few. Kai-shi wished he could drive Yan Hong away immediately. Kai-shi, let us do it, that old man is bringing people to catch up. Upon receiving the order, Kai-shi struck in an instant, taking advantage of their lack of reaction to swing his blades several times, sending them on their way. Yan Hong also skillfully incinerated the corpses. Seeing that some time had been wasted and the group behind was catching up, Tong Yan decided to stay behind. Let us not leave anymore. Let us stay and meet this guy and let him feel the taste of despair. By the time Bai Tu arrived, there were 3 more charred human-shaped remains on the ground. This was only because Yan Hong had intentionally left them behind. Otherwise, they would have been staring at nothing but ashes. Seeing 3 more lumps of charcoal on the ground, Bai Tu's face turned grim, while the other 3 retainers looked on with growing terror. In such a short time, they had actually wiped out another team. This was an entire team of 3 master-level experts. From the moment they heard the commotion to their arrival, less than 10 minutes had passed. Their hearts sank. Could they really defeat these killers? Damn it, why did you stop? Would not it have been better to just keep running? Who are you people? Are you the ones who killed our men from the Bai family? Bai Tu demanded furiously, eyeing the 3 people in front of him. Look, that is the typical bad habit of these powerful families. They have already had a whole basket full of people killed, and the corpses are displayed right in front of him, yet he still refuses to believe that someone would dare to kill their people. Tong Yan waved his hand, saying with complete indifference, "We're not you chasing us, now that you have caught up, come on, kill me." You, the other party's arrogant attitude made Bai Tu's blood pressure skyrocket. Fine, I want to see what you are capable of. Attack, all of you. When the 3 retainers heard this, their faces turned pale, and each of them began to think about retreating. Idiots, with me here, what are you afraid of? Bai Tu felt a surge of rage upon seeing their demeanor and barked at them. Hearing this, the 3 retainers felt a bit more at ease and proceeded to release their spirit words. Kai-shi, go hold off that old guy, just slash him a few times but keep him alive. Fire girl, work with me to take out the other 3. You got it, boss. Understood. With the plan set, both sides clashed instantly. The 3 retainers were quite weak, only at the first stage of the master level. They were no match for Tong Yan, who was at the 3rd stage, and were quickly incapacitated before Yan Hong ruthlessly delivered the final blow. Whether it was due to resentment over Bai Xilu's previous actions or her own cold-blooded nature, Yan Hong showed no mercy when killing the Bai family members, even more viciously than Sang Bio. Within a short moment, only Bai Tu was left on the field. Oh my, this thing can even block my years. Kai-shi, carrying his butcher's knife with his obese body, spoke with curiosity as he looked at Bai Tu, who was shrunk inside a circular light shield. He scratched his head and circled the light shield, unable to find a single crack. He even tapped it with his weapon, Years, which produced a metallic clanging sound. Tong Yan looked over with curiosity as well, seeing Bai Tu, pale and terrified, curled up inside a 1-meter diameter sphere of light, staring at Kai-shi with dread. Kai-shi's Years was not a physical attack, yet it was still blocked by this light shield. This is a spirit word of the elemental sequence, Absolute Light Shield. It can defend against all attacks. I heard about it back when I was at the Spirit Word Academy, Yan Hong explained as she walked up. Elemental sequence. But the way it sounds when tapped, it seems like a spirit word from the artifact sequence. Spirit Word Academy, are you people from the Spirit Word Academy? Bai Tu, huddled inside, felt as if a bucket of ice water had been poured over him, chilling him to the bone. He had been blinded by rage earlier, only thinking about catching the killers without considering their true strength. Once he caught up, his 3 retainers were killed instantly. That fat guy was even more bizarre. One slash from him felt like having 10 years of his life drained away. Hearing their conversation, he was struck with even more terror. Why would you people from the Spirit Word Academy attack us? Little cutie. You Bai Tu felt like he was being driven insane today. That turtle shell is quite sturdy. Tong Yan, Kaishi, and the others tried a few times, only to realize there was indeed nothing they could do about it. PH. Bai Tu snorted coldly without replying, but a look of pride appeared on his face. Normally, to become an elder in the Bai family, one needed the strength of a 5th stage master, but he, Bai Tu, had been granted the position exceptionally due to the unique nature of his spirit word. How could he not be powerful? At that moment, Sang Bio walked over from the distance. There is another one. Seeing this, Bai Tu trembled in shock. How could there be yet another freak like this? You are a bit late, or not you? Tong Yan asked without even looking up when he saw Sang Bio return. They split up into 2 groups and ran pretty fast, so it took some effort. Oh, Tong Yan chuckled and tapped the light shield firmly. You are quite clever, knowing to split the people sent for reinforcements into 2 groups. Bai Tu's face turned ashen at those words. He instantly realized the other party was talking about the 2 retainers he had just sent away. Had even those sent for help been intercepted and killed? Do not bother thinking about it, there will not be any reinforcements. This will be your burial ground, Tong Yan offered a friendly reminder. Do not get cocky. You would better pray you do not run into the 7th elder or he will twist your head right off, Bai Tu threatened, though his voice was trembling. Oh, you mean the 7th elder, he left earlier than you. Haha, just based on what you people can do. Bai Tu scoffed, not believing a word of it. He had noticed earlier that the woman in the fire-patterned mask had unstable energy, as if she had only just reached the master level, posing no real threat. The ones in the gold and red masks were at the 3rd stage of the master level, and their spirit words were very strange. Though he could not beat them, the 7th elder was a 6th stage master. How could he possibly die at their hands? They must be bluffing, thinking they could just run deeper into the plains. Look at that, I told you these people from powerful families have something wrong with them. They do not believe what you say, they will not listen to explanations, and if you do not say anything, they ask anyway. A bunch of idiots, honestly. Tong Yan pointed and said to Yan Hong. Yan Hong nodded deeply, indicating her agreement. Bai Tu still did not believe it. How could 3rd stage masters possibly kill a 6th stage master? They must be trying to trick me, trying to provoke me into leaving the light shield. By the way, what is your relationship with Bai Hua, the one with the long bow? Unexpectedly, upon hearing this, Bai Tu reacted far more intensely than he had to the mention of the 7th elder. He reacted like a cat whose tail had been stepped on and exploded. Hua-er, what did you do to Hua-er? What have you done to my Hua-er? I did not do anything to him, Tong Yan spread his hands, truthfully stating that he had not done anything to him personally. Bai Tu let out a long sigh of relief, but Tong Yan's next sentence struck his ears like a bolt of lightning. Though I think he was beaten to death by someone else. No, that is impossible, that is absolutely impossible. Bai Tu began to roar inside the light shield. At first, he shot a few arrows at me, and I was actually thinking of killing him. I never expected that when I finally went looking for him, all that was left on the ground was a broken bow. I would imagine his ashes have already been scattered to the wind. No, you are lying, even you would die before Hua-er could. Bai Tu's expression was savage. He could no longer bear it, and he charged out of the light shield, attacking Tong Yan. See, he is triggered now. What? Unable to suppress the agony within, Bai Tu lunged out from behind the light shield. But he did not dash toward Tong Yan, who had provoked him, but rather toward Yan Hong, the weakest one among them. Die first. Bai Tu curled his hands into claws and slashed viciously at Yan Hong. Instantly, Sang Bio struck, his Shasha dagger slicing toward Bai Tu's throat. Keep him alive, Tong Yan quickly called out. Hearing this, Sang Bio immediately twisted his dagger, severing Bai Tu's entire right arm. The excruciating pain drew a scream from Bai Tu, his eyes filled with shock as he stared at Sang Bio. He is also a 3rd-tier master. Old man, do not be in such a hurry, it is not your time to die yet. What exactly do you want to do? Just doing what you wanted to do. What we wanted to do, Bai Tu muttered, dazed, repeating the words before shrieking the next instant. You are making an example of us, you are using the Bai family to show your power. He understood it all made sense now. Bai Tu trembled uncontrollably, unsure if it was out of fear or sheer rage. The prestigious Bai family, a clan with a decent status even within the Jinchai Chamber of Commerce, had fallen into becoming someone else's stepping stone, the chicken killed to frighten the monkeys. Wait, then what you said just now about the 7th elder. Bai Tu shivered even more violently, his pupils dilating as he dared not think any further. He like I said, he left even earlier than you did. Oh, and that Bai Xilu too, Tong Yan thoughtfully added. Devils, you are all devils, Bai Tu rushed forward like a madman, but after having decades of his lifespan slashed away by Kaishi, he was already aged and withered. With his right arm gone, he looked truly miserable. See, getting worked up again. Tong Yan scoffed and walked up to Bai Tu. Do you feel absolute despair? Oh, let me tell you one more thing. The teams you sent to explore the Sunset Plains have basically all been wiped out. Of the 30-some people who came looking for me later, only about 10 are left. I am going to find them shortly. You better find a way to stop me or else they are done for. No. Bai Tu shook all over, looking at Tong Yan as if he were staring at a demon. Haha, does not your Bai family fancy yourselves as chosen by heaven? The protagonists of Wanjiang City, let us see if you can turn the tides and stop this devil. Tong Yan laughed heartily and walked away slowly with Kai Shi and the others. Inform the family, I must get the news to the family. Bai Tu struggled to his feet. A sense of responsibility as an elder erupted within him, pushing him to head elsewhere in hopes of finding other family teams to relay the message. In the dense forest, Tong Yan's group was also searching for the remaining Bai family teams. You are becoming more and more like a villain, Yan Hong remarked softly. A villain? Tong Yan shook his head. In this world, there are no so-called good or bad people, only those struggling to live better lives. The Bai family wanted to kill me for their own benefit, and I kill them for mine. Neither side can be called good, nor can anyone be considered bad. Yan Hong nodded in agreement. Indeed. Several days later. Come on, 10,000 spirit stones per pack. Each team is limited to 3 packs. Limited stock, first come, first served. It was the same spot with the black flag, the same lounge chair, and the dwarf in the gold mask appeared once again. This time he was not alone, 3 other masked accomplices stood beside him. Quite a few onlookers had remained here to watch the show, all of them scouts from various families in the city. These scouts were filled with doubt. They saw that the gold-masked dwarf had not only survived the Bai family's pursuit teams, but had returned days later, bringing out numerous packages belonging to the Bai family to sell once again. Wait, where are the Bai family members? Did not they dispatch a massive force to hunt them down? How come this freak has reappeared while the Bai family people are nowhere to be seen? And the gold-masked dwarf had not only reappeared, but brought 3 masked associates with him. This news spread toward the city like a rising tide. Are these things really for sale? A mercenary could not sit still and stepped forward to inquire, having heard that many companions had made a fortune here before. If you dare to buy, I dare to sell, Tong Yan said without looking up, lazily sunning himself. If you dare to sell, I have no reason to be afraid. Give me 3. The mercenary immediately tossed out 30,000 spirit stones, grabbed 3 packages, and went to the side to open them. Exclamations of surprise came from him periodically, immediately piquing the interest of everyone else left there. No longer caring if the Bai family might throw a fit, they rushed forward to snap up the goods. The Bai family, how truly pathetic. The Zhang, Chen, Li, and Zhao families, known as the 4 great clans of the inner city, scoffed as they watched everyone scramble for the Bai family's belongings. They never imagined the Bai family's golden reputation could be used in such a way. What do you think the background of these people is? The members of the other 3 families looked curiously at the masked figures. Judging by their physiques, they truly had never seen these people before. Why bother with that? Just sit back and enjoy the show. Indeed. The others nodded in agreement. Their 4 families were aligned with the City Lord's mansion, representing the Human City Alliance, while the Bai family represented the human merchant organizations. Over the years, the Bai family had forced out the He family and monopolized all the power and resources of the Jinchai Chamber of Commerce in Wanjiang City, slowly suppressing the 4 families. Both sides had been secretly at odds for a long time. From every perspective, they were happy to watch this joke play out. But where on earth did the Bai family people go? It has been so long, they cannot have failed to receive the news yet, right? It is a bit far from the city, but what about the teams that entered the Sunset Plains days ago to hunt them down? Have not they arrived yet? Wait, look, that person looks so familiar. Someone spoke up, drawing everyone's attention as they all turned to look. An old man with a severed arm was seen wandering slowly from the direction of the plains. He had a dazed expression and looked mentally vacant, leaning on a branch with his only remaining hand as he staggered forward. He was incredibly aged, like a man in his twilight years, his hair so thin it was about to fall out completely. That is Bai Tu. A middle-aged woman from the Zhao family recognized the old man and cried out in shock. Bai Tu, that is impossible, a member of the Li family denied. The old man Bai Tu was ranked 9th in the Bai family. He could not have aged to this degree. It is him, a man from the Zhang family carrying a longbow said, his eyes sharp and certain. The others showed expressions of horror upon hearing this. How did Bai Tu become like this, and where are the rest of the Bai family? I honestly did not think you would make it out alive. Tong Yan, from beneath his golden mask, naturally noticed Bai Tu stumbling his way out. Upon seeing these familiar faces, the light faded from Bai Tu's murky eyes. His body, which had been hanging on by a mere thread, finally gave out and he collapsed to the ground. He had scoured many areas these past few days, yet he had not seen a single soul from the Bai family. They were all dead, and not a single message had been sent back. Nearly 1/5 of the Bai family's mid to high-level strength had been wiped out in this operation alone. No matter how deep one's family roots run, they cannot withstand such a devastating blow. It seems your Bai family is not destined for greatness after all. You did not create a miracle and you could not save them. You may have beaten me, but the Bai family will not lose. Bai Tu felt completely drained. His lifespan had been brutally slashed, leaving him in his final days. He had come this far only to confirm if this man was lying and whether other Bai family squads had managed to kill them and hang their heads upon the black banner. But the scene he imagined never appeared. Instead, he saw everyone scrambling for the spoils from the blind boxes, which contained the armor, weapons, and other supplies of his own kinsmen. This declared their total defeat. Everyone was dead. Everyone, every last one of them. I will wait for you in hell. With that, Bai Tu closed his eyes for the last time. Witnessing this scene, the dozen or so people present fell into silence. Just like that, a Bai family elder had died beneath this black banner. What about the rest of the Bai family? Did not they dispatch the 7th elder this time as well? Why is he nowhere to be seen, could it be? At that thought, the crowd gasped in unison, afraid to think any further. They looked at the masked figures with heavy, apprehensive eyes. Tell the Bai family that the flag stands right here. If they have the guts, let them come and pull it down. Tong Yan's voice boomed, echoing across the entire field. He intended to use the blood of countless Bai family members to consecrate this black banner, to define the majesty of this flag with the life of a Bai elder right before everyone's eyes. He wanted everyone in Wanjiang City to see clearly that this flag is not to be touched. As he finished speaking, the field fell into absolute silence. Are these people declaring war on the Bai family? Where on earth do they get the confidence? The crowd watched silently as the group retreated into the Sunset Plains, the message clear. They were inviting the Bai family to face them in a decisive battle in the plains once more. Haha, things are really getting interesting now. With mixed emotions of worry and excitement, people began hurrying back to the city to report the news. Where are we going now? Yan Heng asked, her eyes gleaming with excitement at the thought of clashing with more Bai family squads later on. Going back? Were not we supposed to challenge the Bai family? Seeing the excitement in her eyes, Tong Yan could not help but roll his at her. We have already hurt the Bai family enough this time. Next time they will come with multiple elders and even stronger specialists. Besides, we have already achieved our goal of establishing prestige and making a name for ourselves. Do you want to stay here and get swarmed by the Bai family? But oh, would not that be a bit shameless? Yan Heng felt something was off. They had just declared war with such grand airs and were now turning around to slip away. Remember, from now on, we only care about results, not the process. And same as before, no need to know my real name. Just remember my code name, Godfather, Tong Yan said, his tone icy. Understood. Do you intend to go back looking like that? Outside, the major families of Wanjiang City were everywhere, and anyone returning from the Sunset Plains would be under close surveillance. Sneaking back was impossible, so they had to walk in openly. Oh right. Yan Heng put away her mask and robe, revealing her true face. You head back to the academy to handle the aftermath first. When you are done, you can come find me at this place. And one more thing, do not try to investigate my identity. Tong Yan handed her an address. Understood. After memorizing the address, Yan Heng turned to leave. One more thing. Yan Heng looked back confused. Remember to pay me back. Yan Heng. Tong Yan did not return with Yan Heng. After parting ways, he retreated into the shadows, taking a winding path before removing his mask and reverting to his normal identity. He then slipped into the outer city from a different direction and headed toward their rendezvous point. The Bai family and other noble houses were monitoring those returning from the Sunset Plains. Yan Heng was still a student at the Yanling Academy, so her return would not raise suspicion. As for Tong Yan, he had disguised himself as a grimy beggar with no discernible spiritual energy, making him completely unremarkable. Tong Yan arrived back at their secret base. Chen Ming's condition had stabilized, and he was practicing diligently upon Tong Yan's arrival. I actually thought you died in the plains. Seeing Tong Yan return safely, Zhao Wengshuan finally let out a sigh of relief. Cannot kill me. It was all according to plan, Tong Yan replied, curling his lip before grabbing some fruit from the table and munching on it. Living the good life are not you. Since the Great Cataclysm destroyed most human agriculture, fruit had become a luxury that even the big shots in the inner city could not always afford. What do you mean? What do you mean? I bought this specifically for the patient. Zhao Wengshuan naturally would not admit it, shifting the blame onto Chen Ming with ease. Is it really not too risky to clash with the Bai family like this? Rewards are always proportional to risk. Do not worry, it is well under control. Tong Yan then pulled a large amount of spiritual stones from his bag, totaling over 400,000, and dumped them onto the table. Holy cow, did you go out and sell yourself? Seeing so many spiritual stones and cores, Zhao Wengshuan's eyes lit up. They had been desperately short on funds lately. Payments were due for all sorts of materials, and often they were just handing out empty checks to suppliers. If it were not for his original standing, they would not have been able to sign anything at all. After living a life of luxury, having to pinch pennies like this was truly exhausting. He used to go out for drinks after work, but now he was thinking of picking up a second job as a host just to get by. Life without money is hardly a life at all. Are you taking new recruits? I am in. What? Tong Yan rolled his eyes at him, having no mood for jokes. What about the Xiaodao sect? Any big news? None, everything is as usual. Even their third-in-command's funeral was handled in a rush. Oh, that should not be right. There was no reason for the Xiaodao sect to be so quiet after losing one of their leaders. Could they be plotting something bigger and do not want to waste their energy on this? But what could be more important than the death of a leader? I do not get it, I just do not get it. Forget it, we will wait and see. Call back the people you have monitoring them. Wait, stop monitoring them. Zhao Wengshuan was surprised as he knew about Chen Ming. If your men are hanging around there every day, do not you think they will notice? Plus, your men are just ordinary people. If they get caught, they will spill everything after 3 blows. Back when he was snooping around the Xiaodao sect for news on Chen Ming, he had been extremely cautious. Oh, I see, that makes sense. Zhao Wengshuan nodded vigorously. Currently, Han Sheng was the only one he could fully trust. As for the others, who knew if they would sell him out after getting beat? All right, you can go out now. I am going to spend some time with Chen Ming. After sending Zhao Wengshuan away, Tong Yan pulled up a chair and sat down in front of Chen Ming. Chen Ming, regardless of whether you are genuinely trapped in self-deception or doing this for other reasons, I am asking you very seriously. Are you willing to join ANSI? Chen Ming did not know why Tong Yan had suddenly become so serious, but he straightened his posture and responded solemnly, I am willing. Good, from now on you are the second member of ANSI, codename Prisoner. A prisoner of his own making. Understood. People of ANSI execute missions without asking why, without regard for status, and we always complete our mission. And most importantly, loyalty. Loyalty to ANSI, to your partners, and to our cause. If you ever betray ANSI, I will personally see to it that you are wiped out. Tong Yan placed his hand on Chen Ming's shoulder, as if performing an induction ceremony. Understood, father. Chen Ming placed his hand over his heart, his voice firm and his gaze filled with fervor. Do not call me father from now on, use my code name. Godfather. After recruiting Chen Ming into ANSI, he could not help but make him a few grand promises. Although Tong Yan knew it did not really matter to Chen Ming, the process still had to be followed. Life, after all, needs a sense of ritual. So counting it up, ANSI now has Fire Girl and Prisoner plus my own team with Red Stone and the Old Man. We have enough manpower for now. With Chenya's 1-year probation, the basic foundation of ANSI is already formed. All that is left is to make our name known. Time to level up. Sitting cross-legged, Tong Yan looked at the spirit stones and spirit cores in front of him. A total of 250,000. The Sunset Plains operation was dangerous, but the rewards were huge. Even excluding what Yan Hong still owed him, he had gained over 700,000 spirit stones. Having given the bulk to Zhao Wengshuan, the remainder was just enough for him to break through to a level 4 master. After summoning Red Stone, he immediately swept away all the spirit stones on the table, letting out a satisfied burp. His spirit power points had also reached 42,198. Phew, that was fast. Tong Yan sighed. Before, when his strength was lacking, he had been timid about making money, but now, with money pouring into his pockets, his strength was rising right along with it. Wait, no way. Suddenly, Tong Yan felt that familiar sensation again and looked at his left hand in surprise. Within the ring, a small compartment next to the red face lit up with a piercing light, and soon a small purple mask floated out, growing rapidly as it landed on the ground. Tong Yan fell into a deep silence as he watched the curvy figure appear, a spirit whose purple mask alone suggested she was a stunning beauty. The purple face was beautiful, with a grace you could sense just by looking at her back, even with the mask. Her loose robe could not hide her perfect, hourglass figure. Even a single glance would leave you deeply drawn to her, unable to resist wanting to lift her mask to see her face. The purple face seemed to sense Tong Yan's thoughts, her slender, jade-like arm lifting gently to slowly remove her mask, revealing that world-shaking. Tong Yan's own face. Seriously, do not you guys have your own faces? Tong Yan looked like he had indigestion. Suddenly, the sweet, lovely purple face felt a bit sour. That guy saying bio like to do that too. Boss, we are still too weak right now to maintain our own bodies. We will only be able to show our true forms once we hit the Heaven King level. Red Stone added from the side, while continuously pretending to eat spirit stones. Tong Yan naturally knew what this guy was after. From now on, your code name is Phantom. Understood, boss. Phantom's voice was gentle, the kind of gentle that tugs at your heartstrings. Hopeless. Tong Yan just felt absolutely hopeless. The 4 spirits he had awakened were either total disasters or had actually changed his gender. He did not dare imagine what would happen after he controlled the purple face. If certain parts did not change back, his life would truly be over. The thought is too terrifying to contemplate. He used to disdain the appearances of the old man and sang bio, but since Red Stone appeared, he realized they were actually quite charming. Sigh, what a headache. Tong Yan stood up intending to go home, but his palms suddenly burned with heat once again. There is more. Surprised, he looked at his left palm, but this time it was not one of the small compartments that lit up but the black outer ring. This thing, is it also part of it? Before Tong Yan could think too much, the black ring floated up and landed right in the center of his forehead. Then an indescribable power burst forth, spreading through his entire body. Black bone armor grew from his forehead, covering his entire face. From the outside, it looked like a black mask. But in reality, it was black bone armor. I have spirit power points inside me now. Tong Yan suddenly realized that a large number of light spots had appeared within his body. They were condensed spirit power points. Previously, spirit power points had always been concentrated within the spirits, but he had not expected them to appear within his own body. Does this mean I can use my abilities without having to channel the other spirits? Let us try it. Tong Yan clenched his fists and smashed them hard into the ground. With one punch, a dent was created in the solid stone floor, covered in cracks. It really works. Tong Yan was overjoyed. Previously, his physical strength was only slightly better than an ordinary person's. Now, with the boost from the Black Ring Spirit, he no longer had to channel the others to gain power. At this moment, he could finally be considered a true awakened. Haha, Black, from now on my ANSI code name is Black-Faced Godfather. On his way home from the base not far from his house, he was surprised to see a light source ahead, with 3 shadowy figures gathered there, seemingly discussing something. Tong Yan frowned and approached them silently. This place was very remote, and rumors had it that many people had died here, leaving behind an ominous aura. As a result, no one lived here besides them, and few people ever came by. The appearance of 3 strangers this late at night immediately put him on guard. The house in the middle of the northwest wasteland, this is the right place. One of them was holding an old piece of paper, densely covered with a large amount of writing. Damn, is this really the house? A shabby tin shed built on cursed land, and it can actually be used as collateral for 200,000. Another person looked at the house in the distance, which was enclosed by a few large sheets of scrap metal, and could not help but complain. These words fell into Tong Yan's ears without missing a single beat, immediately making him alert. Judging by their tone, these people were indeed looking for the house where he lived with his younger brother and sister. Who are you people? The 3 were startled by the sudden appearance of Tong Yan and quickly shone their light toward him. Seeing that he was just an innocent-looking boy, they breathed a sigh of relief. Then, the bearded man among them cursed loudly. Kid, you scared the hell out of me in the dark. Watch out or I will hack you to death. I am not in the mood to play with you, get lost now. An awakened ones. The big man waved the large machete in his hand while cursing, and the fluctuations of spiritual energy radiating from his body were immediately detectable. 3 awakened ones coming specifically to find the house where he lived so late at night. Tong Yan was full of doubt and vigilance. Then his eyes fell on the paper the man in the middle was holding. After a brief moment of thought, he said, I am Tong Yan. Damn it, I do not care who you are. If you do not get lost, I will hack you. The big man said this and stepped forward with his blade. The leader hesitated slightly after hearing the name, then checked another stack of documents in his hand, and after confirming, immediately spoke up. Old Third, do not do anything yet. This kid is the right person. Huh, we actually ran into him. The big man stood his blade upright. That is perfect. We do not have to go any further inside. Are you Tong Yan? Is your father Tong Feng? This made Tong Yan even more confused. His father had been missing for 3 years, yet someone mentioned him today. Ha, kid, see for yourself. After saying this, the man handed over the old piece of paper he was holding. Tong Yan took it and saw that it was actually an IOU, a debt note signed by his father, Tong Feng. The general meaning was that the house was used as collateral to borrow 200,000 spiritual stones, with a term of 3 years and an interest rate as high as 20%. Seeing this, Tong Yan's brows knitted tightly. When did his father ever borrow this amount of spiritual stones? Why did he have no memory of it? But the signature was indeed his father's handwriting. He would not mistake that. 3 years ago. It was 3 years ago again. What happened 3 years ago? His father borrowed 200,000 spiritual stones and then disappeared. What was the connection between these things? Tong Yan's mind was in chaos. He looked at the IOU again, but there was no creditor listed. Who are you people and where did this IOU come from? No, why should you care who we are or where the IOU came from? According to the information, Tong Feng adopted 3 children, and the oldest one is named Tong Yan, which is you, right? Since that is the case, you will have to pay off this debt. The leader said coldly. At that moment, a jingling sound came from his body. Then, he pulled out a strange black device from his pocket, and after injecting it with spiritual energy, a voice came out from it. This thing is a communicator. Tong Yan's eyes narrowed slightly, immediately recognizing the origin of this object that could transmit sounds. Communicators were long-distance communication devices from the era of ancient technology. They had basically disappeared after the arrival of the spirit language era. He never expected this person to pull out such an antique. Yes, brother dog, we found the location. We are at the door right now, and we just happened to run into Tong Feng's oldest son, Tong Yan. Fine, I will let him listen. The leader chatted for a while before walking over and handing the communicator to him, saying, my boss wants to talk to you. Before Tong Yan could speak, a voice came from the other side of the communicator. Are you that Tong Yan's? Who are you? Tong Yan searched his memory, confirming he had never heard this voice before. My name is Hyena, president of the Hyena Gang, and I am your creditor now. The Hyena Gangs. This was a gang with decent strength. It did not have many members, and its area of operation was in the region east of the Bright Moon Tavern. Tong Yan had previously taken a bounty mission to snatch something from them, so they could be considered to have had some history. Where did you get this IOU? None of your business where I got it. It is valid, that is all that matters. According to general rules, as long as an IOU has not been destroyed, it remains effective. Regardless of who holds it, they have ownership of the debt. Then do you have any news about my father, Tong Feng? Do you know where he went? Tong Yan's heart pounded when he asked this. Ever since his father suddenly disappeared, he had not heard a single piece of information about him. I do not care where your father went, he can go die wherever he wants. The voice coming from the communicator made Tong Yan's eyes turn cold and his face darken. Although Tong Feng was not their biological father and could not be described as particularly affectionate, he still raised them and never let them go cold or hungry. In their hearts, they had always regarded Tong Feng as their own father. Hearing someone insult his father like this now, his anger surged. Alright, since you admit you are Tong Feng's son, then you should be the one to pay the debt. Remember, the total with interest is 300,000 spiritual stones. Hess borrowed 200,000 with 20% interest, should not that be 240,000? Seeing the hostility of the other party, Tong Yan also turned cold. He had originally hoped to extract some information about his father from them. Oh, I forgot to tell you, the IOU became overdue yesterday. By rights, you should have been kicked out of that house yesterday, but you did not leave, so I am charging extra interest. Is that unreasonable? Old Third, tell me, is that unreasonable? Hey, brother dog, that is certainly not unreasonable. You hear that? It is not unreasonable. What? Stop talking nonsense. Either pay up right now or get out of that house and scram and be quick about it. Dog brother, this house. It is probably not even worth 1,000 spirit stones. The person holding the communicator looked at the dilapidated house in the distance and could not help but remind him. What? Dog brother on the other end clearly did not believe it either. The borrower was not some naive fool, so how could they have borrowed 200,000 spirit stones against a house not even worth 1,000? Dog brother, it is really like that. It is just a house made of some broken sheet metal, there is nothing in it. Damn, then we are not taking the house, you better just pay the money. I have investigated you. You used to work at the Bright Moon Tavern, and you have a blind sister and a brother with tuberculosis at home, right? Tell me, in your situation, how much money can you save throughout the year? When on Earth will you ever be able to pay off this debt? That hyena sounded annoyed, as if some expectation had fallen through. How about this? I am a kind person who likes to look out for others. You can come work at the tavern under my hyena gang. It happens to be the same line of work you did before. As for that blind sister of yours, let us send her to a brothel. Being blind, I bet she will attract quite a few customers. As for your brother with tuberculosis, we can break his hands and legs and throw him at the door to beg. With all three of you together, it will not take many decades to pay off the debt your damned father left behind. I am only being kind by thinking of you like this. You should be grateful. If it were anyone else, who knows where they would have sold the three of you. As Hyena spoke, loud laughter could be heard from the side, suggesting he was not alone. The three people there burst into loud laughter. The coldness in Tong Yan's eyes had vanished completely, leaving him expressionless, devoid of any anger. He looked completely calm. But at some point, a white mist appeared out of thin air behind him, and everything the mist touched began to freeze into ice. His sister and brother had always been his red line. The reason he was so cautious in his actions was precisely because he feared that exposing his identity would bring them danger. Yet these people were trampling all over his red line at this very moment. You should have his blind sister come over first. Let us see what she is like. If she is pretty enough, maybe someone in the inner city might even take an interest in her. Yeah, dog brother, selling her to the inner city would be worth so much more. At this moment, a woman's voice came from the other side of the phone, accompanied by jeers and whistles. Immediately after, it was Hyena's voice again. Oh right, old three, you bring his sister back to the North Branch first. I will inspect her in advance and give her some guidance along the way, so she will not be so clueless and offend customers when we open for business. Do not worry, dog brother, old three replied immediately, as he loved doing these things. And also, kid, remember, do not try to resist. That will only make things troublesome and will not change the outcome. Hyena hung up the phone immediately after speaking, not giving Tong Yan a chance to say a word. The Hyena gang, as an underground force in the outer city, was not powerful, but they could still push around most ordinary people at will. Haha kid, did you hear what my boss said? Hurry up and lead the way. The man known as Old Three let out a weird laugh and continued. You are lucky to have two siblings to pay off the debt with you. Otherwise, with just you alone, you would never pay it off in this lifetime. Damn it, kid, are you deaf? The big man among the three saw that Tong Yan did not react, became instantly enraged, and slapped him across the face. You? Tong Yan's voice was very flat, without a trace of emotion. What? The big man was slightly shocked, his slap having been blocked by this kid. He was a third-rank apostle, and he did not hold back at all with that slap. How could an ordinary person block it? He looked at Tong Yan in surprise, right into eyes that were devoid of any emotion, and could not help but feel a shock in his heart. Could such a look really belong to a living person? What was even more surprising was that the kid was holding a black ring in his hand. A ring blacker than the darkest night, a ring that absorbed all light. These are all going to die. As the ring was pressed against his forehead, a black faceplate covered his entire face, and a fierce aura filled the area. The slaughter begins. What is this? Oh, the three, who were only middle-stage apostles, could not even withstand a single strike from Tong Yan. They were instantly killed, their bodies blown into fragments. Tong Yan stood there silently for a long time, his face devoid of emotion like someone with a severe facial paralysis. Then he looked up at the moon, which was obscured by thick dark clouds, and whispered. The night is so dark. Perfect for killing. In a nearby room where no candles were lit, Tong Yan stood in the darkness, hands clasped together against his chest facing this direction. Big brother is angry. In the room next to Tong Yan, Tong Wuji also watched this silently, his pale face covered in frost. Someone is making moves on our family. What? Hey, stop right there. Where did this unweaned kid come from? Are you blind or cannot you read? This is the territory of our hyena gang. In front of a dilapidated building, three skinny hoodlums were smoking. Seeing someone approach, one of them walked up, spat a cloud of thick smoke in the person's face, and tapped a bright sign with his baseball bat to assert their territorial dominance. My name is Tong Yan, I am here to see Hyena. Tong Yan, never heard of you. You think you are worthy of seeing dog brother. I am here to repay my debt. The person who arrived was indeed Tong Yan, his face as flat as ever. Oh, so you are one of those selling themselves. Go in, dog brother is on the second floor, go up yourself. Hearing he was here to pay a debt, they waved him in, signaling him to go inside. These people did not feel surprised. Different people came every day and they were already accustomed to it. Tong Yan did not say anything and walked up the iron stairs. At the top of the iron stairs was a wooden door, and guarding it was a creature with the body of a lion and the head of a dog. It was huge, and upon seeing the visitor, it immediately stood up and snarled, its massive blood-filled mouth emitting a nauseating stench, and its blood-red eyes flashing with murderous intent, as if it would pounce at any moment. A seventh-rank apostle beast, the mutated lion dog. There was a massive number of exotic beasts with the most complex lineages. Some were brutal and warlike, like the iron-armed violent ape entrenched in the mountain, while others were relatively docile, like the mutated lion dog before him. Some people choose to keep docile exotic beasts to show off their status. Taming a beast requires not only powerful strength, but also a massive amount of money. Take the mutated lion dog, for example. It needs a large amount of raw meat every day, which converts to at least 300 spirit stones, and to keep its natural ferocity, the owner often feeds it the flesh of other beasts, doubling the spirit stone cost. The one in front of him was full of ferocity, even more vicious than those in the wild, likely because it was fed so often. Tong Yan glanced at the pile of bones beneath the lion dog, his gaze catching on one particularly long bone, a human humerus. Grrrs. The mutant lion dog let out a low growl from its throat. Its massive body arched, the fur around its neck standing straight on end. The sharp claws protruding from its thick front paws pierced right through the iron stairs, a posture suggesting it intended to tear the approaching human to pieces. Tong Yan did not react at all, just stood there blankly. Then, he looked faintly at the bristling lion dog, a white light emerging in his eyes as an inexplicable aura burst forth. Instantly, the lion dog cowered as if struck by some immense force. Its upright fur flattened, its imposing, majestic body curled into a ball, and it retreated trembling into the corner. Beast. The white light in Tong Yan's eyes faded. After coldly muttering the curse, he reached out and pushed open the iron door, and a foul odor immediately surged out from the room. Tong Yan wrinkled his nose and stepped inside. The room was small and cluttered. In the center, 5 people sat among swirls of cigarette smoke on a worn-out peeling sofa. In the middle sat a middle-aged man with slick-back hair, a thick cigar clamped in his mouth, his right arm draped around a heavily made-up blonde woman. He was clearly the one known as Hyena. Seeing someone enter, everyone's eyes were drawn to him. "Are you that Tong Yan's?" Hyena had never actually met Tong Yan before. All his information had been gathered and reported by his subordinates. Tong Yan did not speak. He stood there with a faint expression, not looking at anyone in particular. As Hyena spoke, he walked up, circled Tong Yan while puffing on his cigar and stopped right in front of him. With a puff, he blew a cloud of thick smoke into Tong Yan's face. "Not bad, I am glad you could make it." Hyena circled behind Tong Yan as he spoke, then suddenly slammed both hands onto Tong Yan's shoulders. He leaned his head forward, cigar and all, until the lit tip was almost touching Tong Yan's face, the heat curling the fine hairs on his skin. Yet Tong Yan still did not react. He neither spoke nor dodged, which left Hyena feeling a bit perplexed. This did not seem like the attitude of someone living in the outer district, who could barely afford a meal. "But you forgot, I also told you to bring your blind sister along. You do not seem very obedient." Hyena circled back in front of Tong Yan, a dagger suddenly appearing in his hand, which he pressed against Tong Yan's neck. The 4 people behind them were all startled by their boss's sudden move. But Hyena noticed that the target, Tong Yan, showed absolutely no reaction. Hyena felt a subtle sense of unease. To reach his position in the cutthroat outer district, one needed at least some level of keen judgment. The boy before him was too calm, so calm that he did not seem like a normal person at all. Could this guy be an awakened? Hyena narrowed his eyes, staring fixedly at Tong Yan, trying to glean something from them. But to his disappointment, Tong Yan's eyes were utterly flat, devoid of any emotion. Anger nuns. Panic nuns. Tension nuns. Thought none. Nothing at all. They were like the eyes of a dead man. Where is the third one? Why has not he come back? Only then did Hyena realize that not only had the blind sister not been brought, but the 3 men he had sent had not returned either. The only one who came was this incredibly cold Tong Yan. This intensified his unease. No, impossible, he could not be an awakened. Hyena took a deep breath. According to the background files, Tong Yan had participated in the awakening ceremony hosted by the Word Spirit Academy at 13, and he had not awakened any ability. He was just an ordinary person, and he himself was a Tier 9 apostle awakened. Why would he be afraid of him? Thinking this, Hyena's heart settled. His gaze became sharper and his tone grew more forceful. I said, do not try to resist. It only makes things troublesome and will not change the outcome. You seem to be the one making things troublesome. Hyena's gaze turned sinister, scanning Tong Yan's face like a venomous snake. The 3 lackeys behind him stood up with hostile looks, one pulling a knife from his pocket, while the blonde beauty crossed her legs, watching the scene with keen interest. The blonde beauty seemed to think of something and pouted, saying, "Hyena, this kid did not just fail to bring his blind sister as ordered, he has not said a word since coming in. Does not he look down on us? Why not just feed him to the little lion?" Good, good, good. It has been a while since the little lion tasted human meat, and it has been craving it. Tong Yan finally moved. He cast a faint glance at the blonde beauty, then fixed his eyes on Hyena, reached into his pocket and pulled out a black card, saying, "I am here to pay back the debt my father borrowed." What? Seeing the black card, everyone in the room was shocked. How could a bottom feeder from the outer district possibly pull out a black card? Heh, this is not an empty card, is it? Hyena sneered. He had checked Tong Yan's situation thoroughly. It was impossible for him to own a card of this level. Glasses, check it and see if there is any balance. As he spoke, the bespectacled man stepped forward, snatched the black card, and ran a check on a strange device. Boss, it is real, it has the full million inside. Hearing this, everyone in the room was stunned. This unimpressive boy had produced a real card with a 1,000,000 credit balance, a huge fortune to them. Then their gazes began to turn greedy. Hyena's eyes flickered, then narrowed, before he burst into a loud laugh. "Ha, Tong Yan, is it? Good, these days there are not many people who pay their debts on time. You are one, you are a man." But the next moment, Hyena's smile vanished, and his tone turned icy. "But I misspoke earlier, you have to pay back 600,000 including interest. This 300,000 only covers half, you still owe another 300,000, and you did not bring your blind sister, you disobeyed my order. As I said, that only makes things troublesome." 5 seconds. Hyena was still trying to find words to squeeze him further, but he was interrupted by Tong Yan's sudden interjection, leaving him dazed and reflexively asking, "What?" 5 seconds. "As to kill you all." "What?" "You are right, debts must be paid, and now it is time for you to pay the price for your actions." Tong Yan's icy tone made the hyena feel strangely uneasy, and he shrieked at the top of his lungs, "Come, everyone, get up here, kill him, kill him." As soon as the hyena spoke, the door was immediately kicked open, and a level 4 mutated lion dog creature burst in. Emboldened by its master, the creature regained the aggressive posture it had just lost and bared its fangs at Tong Yan. At the same time, heavy thudding sounds echoed from the iron staircase, as the 3 henchmen standing guard downstairs rushed up. "I really like that line of yours. Do not resist, as that serves no purpose other than making things troublesome. Bastard, I will kill you." The hyena was, after all, a 9th rank awakened one, and his reaction was swift. Red flames surged around his hands as he slashed directly at Tong Yan's neck. The hyena struck with extreme viciousness, aiming straight for a vital spot. If that hand blade connected, his entire head would be severed. 1. As that count, spoken like a demon's whisper, fell, Tong Yan's left hand lightly brushed across his forehead. The moment his hand pulled away, a black ring emerged from his brow, and a mask instantly covered his entire face. With a flick of his right hand, a 1-meter-long tang saber appeared. The blade, the hilt, and the inscriptions covering them were all completely black. This blade is named Silent Night, the signature weapon manifested by the black face ring. The hyena only felt a black figure strike him. In terror, he tried to turn his hand to defend, but found his hand no longer responding. Looking closely, his right hand, which he had just swung, had been sliced cleanly into 2 pieces. Because it was too fast, the blood only started spurting out now. His pupils dilated in horror. He opened his mouth to scream, but instead vomited a large mouthful of blood. Then his vision spun, finally turning pitch black until even his consciousness faded away. Silent Night had not only severed his right hand, but had also cut him clean in 2 from his chest. A vicious thug, a leader of an underground criminal organization, had just met an abrupt and unexpected end in this room. 2. All this happened in less than a second. Before the others could even witness the sight of their boss being dismembered, that black figure had already reached them, swinging his right hand around and hacking down hard with the tang saber. With 2 loud thuds, the heads of 2 of the henchmen sitting on the sofa hit the floor. These 2 were top experts of the hyena gang, both at the 8th rank, yet they did not have the slightest chance to resist under the assault of Tong Yan's persona, white-faced Sang Bio. "Do not kill me, do not kill me. I know all the hidden asset locations of the hyena gang. I can take you to them and also." The remaining man in glasses, likely the accountant of the hyena gang, was quick-witted. He immediately offered all the gang's funds and interests, desperate to save his own miserable life. 3. Tong Yan remained unmoved, flicking his hand, and the bespectacled accountant met his end. 4. Without turning his head, Tong Yan raised his left hand and grabbed the neck of the lion dog as it lunged forward, his grip like iron tongs locked onto its throat. The massive mutated lion dog struggled violently, but could not break free at all. With a powerful flick of his wrist, the creature spun like a top in his hand. With a crack, the dog's head was twisted right off the lion's body, and bright red blood poured all over the floor. Clang! The 3 hyena gang members from downstairs had just arrived. They burst through the iron door and froze at the sight of the gruesome scene. 4 corpses lay scattered in the small room, all of them decapitated. A man wearing a black mask held a pitch-black blade in his right hand, while his left hand clutched a dog head that was still spurting blood, a sight that assaulted their senses. The thick smell of blood mixed with heavy smoke hit their noses, making them almost gag. Those who appeared at the hyena gang's headquarters were mostly core members, each having taken several lives themselves, yet even they were deeply disturbed by this sight. 5. Without waiting for them to recover, the black figure was already before them. With a horizontal sweep of the tang saber, the 3 heads burst like watermelons. Thus, the upper echelon of the hyena gang was completely wiped out. Oh no, one was missed. Sang Bio turned around and walked slowly toward the sofa. The blonde beauty was the hyena's woman. She was scared senseless, her lips pale and her body trembling uncontrollably. Do not kill me. I am the sister of Zhang Hongyi, the vice leader of the Green Mountain Gang. If you kill me, my brother will never let you go. The Green Mountain Gang was also one of the 8 major powers, filled with countless experts in suppressing the region. Who would have thought a small hyena gang would be connected to the Green Mountain Gang, and that she was the sister of the vice leader? The IOUs, where did you get them? I do not know, the blonde beauty's voice was trembling. I do not have the patience to ask a second time. I really do not know. A box suddenly appeared at our door that day containing a huge pile of IOUs. Yours was just one of them. As for who left it there, I truly have no idea. Tong Yan frowned upon hearing this. He looked at the desk, where a large pile of IOUs was indeed spread out, along with some corresponding personal profiles. Upon closer inspection, they were indeed just ordinary IOUs, issued by different lenders with no apparent connection between them. Could the appearance of the IOUs really have been just a coincidence? But the timing was far too perfect, was not it? Tong Yan gathered up the IOUs, thinking he could study them later to see if any clues could be found. After putting the IOUs away, Tong Yan walked to the device the man in glasses had been using, transferred 240,000 spirit stones into the now extinct hyena gang's account, and then tucked the gold card away. Business is business. What needs to be taken is taken, and what needs to be repaid is repaid. You should not think you can kill me to silence me. The hyena was a pawn of my brother. His communicator is monitored by him, and all communication records can be retrieved. If you kill me, you will certainly be hunted down. Seeing Tong Yan turn his gaze back to her after finishing his task, the woman trembled with fear. So that was it. No wonder a small gang like the hyena gang had such a rare device. It was meant to keep him under surveillance. The blonde beauty saw Tong Yan pause and assumed he was intimidated by the reputation of the Green Mountain Gang, so she continued, "Spare my life, and I guarantee I will keep everything here a secret. I will not seek revenge against you either." Although she said this, deep resentment was hidden in the depths of her eyes. Do not worry, a man of letters does not kill women, children, or the elderly. At these words, the woman let out a long sigh of relief. She was not going to die. She stood up and walked toward the door, legs unsteady. As she passed Tong Yan, she was extremely cautious, fearing he might suddenly lash out at her. "I mean it, when I get back I will say they died in a gang feud. I will not reveal anything about you." Seeing Tong Yan still had not reacted or made a move, she hurried her pace. The moment she crossed past Sang Bio, the hatred in her eyes could no longer be contained. She gritted her teeth, screaming maniacally in her heart. "Damn you, you damn bastard! You dare kill my man, I will kill you, I will kill your brother and sister too. All of you will die. Almost there, nearly at the door. Just one step away from the doorway, her joy was uncontrollable. Just as she was about to take a big step and run, she felt her body unexpectedly floating into the air. She looked down at her chest in a daze. The black blade had pierced her heart and passed through her torso, pinning her firmly to the wall. The instinct to survive made her want to break free, but her strength was gone, and she could not even raise her hands. Finally, her feet just dangled and kicked a few times in the air. In the final second before her consciousness vanished, she heard a final whisper from that Tong Yan. "But I am a warrior. In my eyes there is no distinction of gender, only the distinction between friend and foe." Base 2 of the Green Mountain Gang. In a luxurious room decorated in a classical European style, a middle-aged man sat before a massive desk. He wore gold-rimmed glasses and his hair was impeccably groomed. He looked like a refined scholar, and the yellow glow of his desk lamp cast sharp shadows across his face, giving him an air of deep mystery. This man was Zhang Hongyi, one of the 2 vice leaders of the Green Mountain Gang, in charge of all internal affairs. Glug glug glugs, the water in the kettle had just boiled. Zhang Hongyi set down the ledger he was holding, rubbed his brows with his fingers, then took 2 cups from the tea tray and added tea leaves to each. He picked up the boiling kettle and poured the water into the cups slowly, while speaking aloud. "The wind is cold outside, come in and have a cup of hot tea." No sooner had he finished speaking than the massive window seemed to be blown open by the wind, and a dark figure stepped in from outside. After entering, the figure turned around to close the window gently, then walked straight to the desk and sat upright in front of Zhang Hongyi. "Tong Yan." Zhang Hongyi chuckled, his tone half questioning, half confirming, while his gaze scrutinized the young man who had sat down. The person who had arrived was indeed Tong Yan. Tong Yan said nothing, nor did he look at Zhang Hongyi. He picked up the teacup, blew on it lightly, and began to drink. The journey from the hyena society was not short, and even he could not help but feel parched. Red Dragon, a tea reserved for the leaders in the inner city. Not easy to get. Tastes good, right? Zhang Hongyi introduced the tea to Tong Yan, taking a sip himself. "Never had it before. It is just a bit more bitter than water," Tong Yan replied coldly. Zhang Hongyi nodded in agreement, his gaze remaining fixed on Tong Yan. He occasionally nodded with a smile, as if admiring a precious treasure that pleased him greatly. Soon the room fell silent. Within the circle of light cast by the desk lamp, the two sat facing each other. Tong Yan drank his tea slowly, while Zhang Hongyi scrutinized him unabashedly. Neither spoke. After a long while, Tong Yan set down the teacup, met Zhang Hongyi's gaze, and said seriously, "Your sister is dead." "I know. I killed her. I am here to kill you." Tong Yan was not joking. After killing the hyena and his group, realizing his identity could be uncovered by Zhang Hongyi, he had made a prompt decision to come straight here and silence him. The Green Mountain Gang was vast and powerful. If Tong Yan were alone, he would not be afraid. If he could not win, he could just flee to another city. But he had a younger brother and sister to protect, and he could not allow this danger to threaten them. Therefore, he took the initiative to strike, hoping to eliminate the source of uncertainty, Zhang Hongyi. As long as Zhang Hongyi was dead, the trail would end. Even if the Green Mountain Gang investigated Zhang's death later, they would never link it back to him. After all, who would suspect that a lowly teenager from the outer city could kill a vice leader of the Green Mountain Gang? "I understand." Zhang Hongyi did not look surprised by Tong Yan's words. Instead, he nodded seriously. He would have done the same in his position. "My foolish sister only knew that I could check the records on the hyena's communicator, but she did not know that I had planted another device in it. If that device detects spiritual energy fluctuations, it initiates real-time monitoring." Tong Yan frowned upon hearing this, real-time monitoring. That meant he had heard everything that happened just now. No wonder he knew he was coming. But then he felt even more surprised. If he had known in advance that Tong Yan was coming to kill him, why had not he deployed guards? There was only Zhang Hongyi in this large room, and he showed no spiritual energy fluctuations. He seemed like a normal person. Killing him would be easy. Even if he was hiding his strength at this distance, he would not be able to escape his strike. Before entering, Tong Yan had specifically searched the area. There were no experts lurking in the shadows, and even the guards on duty were far away. For the residents of a vice leader of the Green Mountain Gang, the defense should not be this weak. The only reasonable explanation was that Zhang Hongyi had dismissed his guards. But why would he do that? Zhang Hongyi seemed to notice the doubt in Tong Yan's eyes and took the initiative to explain. "I do have experts protecting me in the shadows, but I just assigned him to handle something else." Hearing this, Tong Yan narrowed his eyes, his aura turning dangerous. Assigning his personal guard to deal with something at this late hour must be related to his situation. Could it be? "Do not be nervous. You are right, what he is dealing with is indeed related to you, but it is not to harm you, it is to help you." "Oh?" "You were indeed ruthless and decisive in your actions, but you are still too young. You killed the hyena and his men, leaving no survivors, and left nothing of yours at the scene. But you did not burn their bodies. The wounds left on the bodies are evidence themselves. Different people, different weapons, and different spirit arts leave unique marks. Some possessors of special spirit arts can identify these unique wounds." Zhang Hongyi's words left Tong Yan stunned. His brow furrowed deeply. This was something he had not considered. Earlier, he had only considered that corpses killed by spirit arts related to time like Kishi's would be special. He had subconsciously ignored his own blade work. "So I sent him to burn the scene and leave no trace behind." "I have learned something today," Tong Yan said seriously. "Do not you want to avenge your sister?" Hearing this, Zhang Hongyi did not answer directly, instead retorting, "Tong Yan, what do you think is the most important thing in this world?" "Kin." Without waiting for Tong Yan's response, Zhang Hongyi continued speaking. "In my opinion, what is called kin is the cheapest thing in this world. I was born into an extremely poor family in the outer city. I had 8 siblings. My father was a gambler. 3 of my brothers and 2 of my sisters were gambled away by him. My mother, unable to stand it anymore, demanded a larger share of the money from our sales, claiming we were born from her. The 2 of them argued incessantly until they eventually came to blows. My poor mother was beaten to death by him. I do not know if that old ghost got lucky after his wife died, but for a while he did not have any major losses, so the 3 of us were not sold off. Every day he came back from gambling, he would be dead drunk, occasionally bringing back some gnawed bones. We were so dizzy with hunger then that we fought over those bones like starving wolves. But there was so little meat on them. If you wanted to eat, you had to use your fists, so we 3 turned on each other for those scraps. If you won, you ate. If you lost, you went hungry. My poor youngest brother starved to death just like that. Later, when my sister and I were starving, we sold that old bastard off while he was unconscious. Sold him for 3 spirit stones. Yes, sold as raw meat to the beast-taming arena. Tong Yan looked at Zhang Hongyi, who was recounting his experiences with a calm expression, and felt an inexplicable chill in his heart. Is this even human, to have his emotions withered to this extent? Your whole family, you are all such animals. Yeah, we are all animals, Zhang Hongyi nodded in agreement. So she and I are just people who share some blood, or you could call us relatives. It is just a different name. Whether she lives or dies has nothing to do with me. Actually, I also wanted to squeeze out a few tears to say goodbye to the only relative I have by blood. But as you can see, unfortunately, I feel not even a ripple in my heart. When I was 12, I clearly understood that if you stand at the top of the mountain, everyone will be your relative. But if you are begging on the side of the road, even relatives will turn into enemies. That is why I pursue power, crave power, and vow to climb to the pinnacle of power. To me, those with blood ties are not family. Those who can help me ascend to the throne of power are my truest friends and kin. Tong Yan stared straight into Zhang Hongyi's eyes, and he could clearly see an extreme desire for power and status within them. Do you want to win me over? Not win over, cooperates. What makes you think you can convince me? With a single wave of my hand, your head will be gone, and all your previous efforts will crumble into dust. As an ordinary person, you have done well to climb to this position, but this decision you have made is very foolish. After finishing his sentence, a grim killing intent suddenly surged from Tong Yan, pointed directly at Zhang Hongyi without any concealment. He was not joking, but had chosen this as the best outcome after weighing his options. Based on the conversation just now, Zhang Hongyi had not leaked his identity or other matters. As long as he killed him and then intercepted the expert Zhang had arranged to handle the hyena gang's trail, the matter could be wrapped up perfectly. Zhang Hongyi is too dangerous. This man has no emotions and has become obsessed with climbing to higher positions. In the future, if a better opportunity arises, he will undoubtedly betray me without hesitation to trade for that chance. Most importantly, he knows my true identity and could pose a direct threat to my younger brother and sister. Tong Yan can put himself in danger, but he will never allow any threat to get close to his brother and sister, not even a trace of it. This is not foolishness but my sincerity. You are right, if one day you cause a big problem and betraying you would yield greater benefits, I would sell you out without hesitation. You would become the 36th stepping stone on my path forward. Tong Yan did not respond, watching the calm Zhang Hongyi coldly. Humans claim to be creatures of high morality, but it is rare to find someone who can so bluntly state the shameful things they have done. Half a year ago, the incident where the son of Cheng Hu, leader of the Qingshan gang, was killed. You must have heard of it, right? More than just heard of it. Tong Yan's eyes flashed. That incident caused quite a stir at the time. The son of a leader from one of the 8 major factions being killed stirred up a massive storm. The entire Qingshan gang was furious, and everyone suspected was executed without question or evidence. At that time, I was working as the newly rising figure in the outer district, Whiteface Sang Bio, and I was on that kill list too. I fell into a fishing trap set by the Qingshan gang while taking a job, but fortunately, I fought my way out with my formidable strength. The incident had wide repercussions, and thousands of people died. In the end, it was someone from the inner city who came and forced the matter to settle down. Why would Zhang Hongyi bring this up voluntarily, could it be? I was indeed the one who killed him. Zhang Hongyi directly confirmed Tong Yan's guess. That old thing Cheng Hu really thought the Qingshan gang was his family heirloom, actually planning to pass the position to his trash of a son. What a joke. In fact, many of the veterans in the gang were unhappy with Cheng Hu's decision, who does not covet the position of leader. It was just that because of Cheng Hu's dominance, no one dared to object, but who deep down was not hoping that Brat would hurry up and die. I just gave it a push and sent his son on his way. The Qingshan gang's fury was fake too. Those old guys were just using the incident as a pretext to clean out their opponents while also saving face for Cheng Hu. But that thing Cheng Hu never treated us like people. He never considered any of us for the leadership position. When his own son died, he just adopted another godson and insisted on naming him the young leader. Heh. When I joined the Qingshan gang, it was not even fit to tie the shoes of the 8 major factions. It was me who developed it step by step. Developing businesses was me, recruiting troops was me, and going to the inner city to kneel and beg those big shots for resources was also me. I did all the dirty and tiring work, so why do not I have the qualifications to sit in that chair? Am I not worthy? Tell me, am I worthy? Zhang Hongyi's eyes were red, and he gritted his teeth, only calming down after a long while. The Qingshan gang belongs to me. Whoever tries to grab that seat, I will kill them. So Tong Yan, I need help, a type of help that stays in the shadows, a help whose existence no one knows about. Why do you think I can help you? I am just a lowlife from the outer district. Are you sure I can help you? I heard there was quite a stir at Sunset Plains recently, but before that, there was no information about anyone being active there. Combining that with your ability to wipe out the entire upper echelon of the hyena gang within 5 seconds, you must be that murderer from Sunset Plains, right? Being able to kill until the Bai family does not even know which way is up. Does not that qualify you? Zhang Hongyi's expression was serious. Tong Yan lowered his gaze, not knowing what he was thinking. It was a long time before he asked, "Are not you afraid I will turn around and report you to Cheng Hu? I imagine he could satisfy every demand I make." "You will not." Zhang Hongyi had a confident smile on his lips. He leaned forward slightly, staring into Tong Yan's eyes and said, "Because like me, you are a lowly person from the outer district, and we both have the same ultimate goal, to master our own fate. It is just that our paths are different. I am obsessed with power and you are fixated on strength." Hearing this, Tong Yan said nothing more and Zhang Hongyi did not urge him. The two sat in silence. After a long while, Tong Yan finished the last bit of tea in his cup and pulled several IOUs from his pocket. "The lender for these IOUs is your Qingshan gang. Help me find out who they handed them over to." After speaking, he placed the IOUs on the table, then stood up, walked to the window without looking back and opened it. A cool breeze blew directly onto his face, instantly sweeping away the stifling atmosphere. "I am a killer, I take money, I do the job. If you can pay, I will naturally help you do the work." As he finished, he leapt away and disappeared into the moonlight. Zhang Hongyi did not make a sound. He smiled and raised his teacup towards the window, giving a light nod. And thus the partnership was reached. On the roof of a dilapidated building, not far from the building where Zhang Hongyi was located. Tong Yan lurked in a dark corner, silently watching the direction of Zhang Hongyi. He did not leave immediately after seeing Zhang Hongyi. He was waiting for someone here. The person Zhang Hongyi had dispatched to deal with the hyena gang incident. Zhang Hongyi was a clever man. He knew that since he held the secret of Tong Yan's true identity, Tong Yan would prefer to kill him to eliminate any future trouble. So he took the initiative to reveal that he was the murderer who killed Cheng Hu's son, ensuring that each of them held a fatal secret over the other, keeping each other in check. Before he could completely topple Cheng Hu, he could not afford to leak Tong Yan's true identity, which meant Tong Yan's younger siblings would be safe. This was the foundation of the cooperation between Tong Yan and him. At the same time, he was also extremely dangerous. He had no emotions and would betray anything to climb to greater power. Cooperating with him was like asking a tiger for its skin. But he was the deputy leader of one of the 8 major factions, holding vast resources like intelligence. If used well, it would be highly beneficial. Zhang Hongyi was calculating against him, but he had also been calculating against Zhang Hongyi all along. What he lacked most right now was time and money. As long as he could build up his strength to firmly suppress the Qingshan gang and even the Bai family before Zhang Hongyi took down Cheng Hu and solidified his position as leader, all his crises would be solved. In this regard, Tong Yan was full of confidence. Knowing oneself and the enemy ensures victory in every battle, so he wanted to see what kind of capability this confidant of Zhang Hongyi possessed. "He is here." Half an hour later, Tong Yan, hidden in the darkness, opened his eyes and stared intently at the window on Zhang Hongyi's side. A black shadow quickly slipped into the room without making a sound. As expected, it is the level of a high-ranked master, and it is a dark attribute spirit word, at least A grade. The dark attribute spirit word is a relatively rare one in the elemental sequence. Each quality is very high, granting the awaken of powerful stealth skills. They are natural assassins and the danger level is extremely high. Tong Yan had seen someone with a dark spirit word at the Moonlight Tavern before. Their whole body seemed to blend into the darkness, reducing their presence. This is very similar to the somewhat unjust money sword held by Tong Su. Once holding that sword, one's aura is suppressed and hard to detect. It is a godly tool for backstabbing. It is time to go back or Ayan and the others will worry. What? He arrived home at exactly 8 o'clock. Seeing the untouched food on the table, Tong Yan knew they had been waiting for him to eat, and a look of helplessness crossed his face. At the dinner table, the two of them were, as always, bickering nonstop. Ayan, Wuji, hold on a second, I want to discuss something with you. Hearing this, Tong Yan and Tong Wuji stopped bickering immediately and leaned in closer. Would you like to move somewhere else? A bigger house, a better environment? Tong Yan had been thinking about this on the way back. Today's events were a wake-up call for him. Even if he was not sure if it was just an accident, he should be more cautious. It would be best to leave this place first. No. Unexpectedly, Tong Yan and Tong Wuji responded in unison with an unusually firm attitude. This took Tong Yan by surprise. No, brother, even if this place is a bit small, it is our home. I do not want to leave. Yeah, brother, we grew up here. This is our home. I do not want to leave either. I just want to live here. Seeing his younger siblings both oppose moving, Tong Yan smiled and said, all right, we will not move. This will always be our home. Brother, is something wrong? Why did you suddenly want to move? Nothing at all. I can earn big money now and I just wanted to get you a better living environment. In a while, I will earn even more and take you both into the inner city for medical treatment. Tong Yan leaned back on his chair, fully relaxed, looking at them with doting eyes. Oh brother, our illness is not that urgent. Yeah, brother, it is not urgent, just do not push yourself too hard. The two kept shoveling rice into their bowls, both heads lowered, lost in thought. That will not do. Tong Yan smiled and patted their heads, not continuing the topic, but he had already made up his mind. Late at night, everyone went back to their rooms to rest. Since Ayan and Wuji do not want to leave, then nobody is going to get their hands on this place. Back in his room after closing the door, Tong Yan's gaze turned deep. He took out the IOUs from his pocket and began to study them carefully. A long time later, Tong Yan rubbed his temples. He had checked all the IOUs one by one and there was nothing unusual about them. They were all perfectly normal. The only difference was that the other IOUs clearly stated the lender, while his father's did not. The lenders on the other IOUs were all different, some from the 8 major factions, others from smaller gangs, and the borrowers and amounts varied as well. Tens, hundreds, thousands, everything was there. Something's not right, something is very wrong. Tong Yan kept examining his father's IOU, suddenly remembering what the hyena gang member, who had been pulverized into dust earlier, had said. This house is not even worth 1,000 spirit stones. That was the truth. In the outer city, many people had no steady jobs. To survive, they had to borrow, and they would mortgage anything of value, including their own lives. Everything had a set price. For the 3 siblings, this house was a warm home and the foundation of all their memories. Its value was immeasurable. But to outsiders, it was just 4 broken shacks surrounded by metal sheets. Based on construction value, it was not even worth a few hundred spirit stones. If that is the case, how could it be used to mortgage a loan of 200,000 spirit stones? Lenders are not idiots. Why would they ever make such a losing deal? Could there be a secret to this house? Did someone try to use the hyena gang to stir things up? Tong Yan touched the walls but did not notice anything unusual. It was just plain, rusty metal sheeting. Or perhaps there is a secret to the land itself. Tong Yan suddenly realized something. His family was the only one living on this huge plot of wasteland. In the outer city, space was scarce and people were many. Population density was high everywhere. Even if his place was remote, should not there be at least a few other residents? Tong Yan recalled asking his father about it before. His father had told him that many people used to live here, but they all claimed that things were haunted at night, so they moved away one by one, and over time, no one else moved in. There were indeed quite a few abandoned houses around the wasteland. He had not thought much of it before, but looking at it now, everything felt extremely strange. Was the land beneath their feet what the person who lent money to his father was after? Tong Yan crouched down, placed his hand on the ground, and released his spirit power to sense it carefully for a long time but found nothing unusual. It was just ordinary dirt. It seems I can only look for clues in the IOUs. Tomorrow I will go check who these lenders on the IOUs were, or who they passed these IOUs on to. Whoever was able to collect these IOUs from so many different people must have left some traces behind. I should be able to get some information from them. Early the next morning, Tong Yan quietly left the house. As he walked, Tong Yan suddenly stopped. His gaze turned icy as he said coldly, "Come on out." No sooner had he spoken than a swirl of black mist surged in the nearby bushes, coalescing into a mass from which a figure stepped out. His appearance, clothing, and hairstyle were all extremely ordinary, the kind of person you would not even spare a second glance in a crowd. After stepping out, the man frowned deeply. He had never expected that the other party would be able to pinpoint his location. Although he had not suppressed his presence to the absolute minimum, his strength was not for show, and combined with his high-level Black Mist spiritual ability, how could the boy possibly have detected him? It is him. Tong Yan recognized him immediately as the high-level Master Rank expert from last night, Zhang Hongyi's right-hand man. Up close, he also identified the man's spiritual ability as the A-rank elemental sequence, Black Mist. Tell Zhang Hongyi if his people appear here again, I will kill every single one of them, you included. Tong Yan issued a cold warning, his surging aura wild and fierce. His home was less than 1,000 meters away, and he did not want those dirty dealings outside to affect this place. The man was stunned. At that moment, he felt the youth before him was like a lion guarding its territory, roaring threats at an intruder. My master sent me to tell you that he has finished investigating what you spoke of last night. Oh? This time it was Tong Yan's turn to be surprised. First, he was amazed at Zhang Hongyi's speed. He had not expected news within a single night. Second, he was surprised that this man actually addressed Zhang Hongyi as master. Zhang Hongyi was merely an ordinary person. To make a high-level master rank expert willingly serve as a slave, truly a clever means. Those debts were indeed issued by people within the Qingshan gang, but they are all dead. Dead. Tong Yan was taken aback. Yes, the causes and times of their deaths are all different. Some died in conflicts with other gangs, some while exploring the Sunset Plains, and others from spiritual backlash. The span between the earliest and most recent deaths stretches over 10 years. As for how the IOU slips in their hands were leaked out, it is unclear, but one thing is certain. They did not transfer the IOUs to anyone else before they died. Hearing this, Tong Yan frowned deeply. This indirectly proved that these people did not know about this matter, let alone who had taken the IOUs. Someone collected these IOUs after these people died. What was the purpose? Money. Unlikely, someone with the means to collect so many IOUs from different people would not be short of money. Is it really this plot of land? Then they could just take it by force. On the surface, he was just 3 little kids who could not defend it. Why go to such great lengths and trouble? Or is it about a person? Is it because of his father? The more Tong Yan thought about it, the more plausible it seemed. His own actions were flawless, and every task he completed left no traces, so there was no reason for anyone to seek revenge. Yan and Wu Jai were just harmless little kids who rarely stepped out of the house. It definitely was not them. That left only his father, as he was the one who borrowed the money. But regardless of what the other party was planning, Tong Yan had already repaid the money for his father, including the overdue interest. If anyone still came looking for trouble because of this, he would not be so polite. Understood, tell Zhang Hongyi that I owe him one for this. Tong Yan's mind was in turmoil, so he did not dwell on it and left quickly. Originally, he had intended to look for other lenders listed on the IOUs, but now there was no need. Most of them were likely dead. Even if they were still alive, they probably would not know anything. He was now fairly certain that someone was plotting something in the shadows, and it likely had to do with his family. But for some reason, the perpetrator did not dare to act personally, choosing to use the hyenas instead, and even went to the trouble of using a pile of unrelated IOUs as a cover to make it look less deliberate. Were they afraid of something? Unable to find any more leads, Tong Yan decided to put it aside for now and focus his attention on the preparations for the tavern. For days, the White family had been driven to madness. They had mobilized most of their manpower, digging through the fringes of the Sunset Plains, yet they had not found a single trace of those masked individuals. 10 days passed in the blink of an eye, and the White family's search not only failed to weaken but intensified. Rumor had it that their first and second elders had secretly entered the plains, which cut off Tong Yan's thoughts of continuing his actions. In the following days, Tong Yan remained in the outer city, assisting Zhao Wengshuan in getting the initial work sorted out. Anyone who tried to mess with Zhao Wengshuan was silently killed by Chen Ming, the prisoner of the Dark Chamber. The tavern work proceeded in an orderly manner. As Zhao Wengshuan's activities expanded, the Mad Blade sect he belonged to began hearing related rumors. Is what you say true, that loser is really out there piling up massive debts? Zhao Yuansheng, Zhao Wengshuan's father, set down the stone record in his hand with a skeptical expression. Yes, according to the news sent up from below, the second young master has not only ordered a large quantity of stone from the stone merchant, but has also reserved many exotic flowers and plants at the black market, and has ordered a lot of liquor from the dealers. Furthermore, he is in contact with those mercenaries. Standing before the desk was an elderly man in a well-tailored suit. His hair was meticulously groomed, and despite his age, his physique was robust with bulging muscles and a profound aura, clearly marking him as an expert. That loser, could he be trying to open a tavern? Zhao Yuansheng's tiger eyes flashed. The things Zhao Wengshuan was purchasing were too telling. Anyone could guess his intent. Old Wu put the word out. That loser has nothing to do with our Mad Blade sect. Everything he does is of no concern to us. Warn the suppliers that if he defaults in the future, we will not cover his debts. In Zhao Yuanxing's heart, everything Zhao Wengshuan did was just senseless troublemaking, and in the end, it would all fall to the Mad Blade sect to bail him out. Sect Master this. The old man known as Old Wu hesitated. Young Master Wenji has finished the academy competition and will be returning in a few days. Ogier is returning so soon. Upon hearing news of his eldest son, Zhao Yuanxing's face lit up with joy and the previous gloom vanished. Then leave Zhao Wengshuan alone and let him fend for himself. Also, notify the whole sect to carry out a full cleaning to welcome my Jier's triumphant return.
Yes,
Alright, everyone is here. Our first meeting is now officially in session. The topic for today is the naming of our wine shop. Seeing that Yan Hong had taken her seat, Tong Yan immediately started the meeting. If anyone has any good suggestions, feel free to bring them up for discussion. That is what he said, but in the current team, Yan Hong and Chen Ming basically do not speak, deferring entirely to Tong Yan. Han Sheng is very observant and knows his place. In such meetings, he busies himself with serving tea and water, never interrupting. Ultimately, the decisions still have to come from Tong Yan and Zhao Wengshuan. Naming things, that is my specialty. Mentioning this, Zhao Wengshuan rolled up his sleeves. Look, we all have dreams of standing out and achieving greatness, so I have drawn inspiration from that. Let us call it the Pure Love Wine Shop. Everyone, what on earth does that name have to do with what you just said? Let us call it the 10 Directions World. 10 Directions World Wine Shop. The 10 Directions refers to the bright shop and the dark shop, Tong Yan said after a moment of thought. It also alludes to dividing this world. 10 Directions World, I agree. Zhao Wengshuan was the first to stand up in approval. Tong Yan initiated and organized this venture, so the right to name it should belong to him. Zhao Wengshuan was very clear about that. The name is decided. Wengshuan, you can speed up the construction of the Bright Shop members. There is a mercenary squad called Seeklight, led by Wan Yongqiu. You can arrange for someone to make contact with him. It would be best if we could attract them to join the Bright Shop. If not, we could try to cooperate and purchase rare flowers and herbs from them. Tong Yan wrote down the information about Wan Yongqiu's squad and handed it to Zhao Wengshuan.
also,
Tong Yan suddenly paused, his gaze snapping toward the outside. Someone is coming. Hearing this, everyone immediately became alert, hiding themselves and preparing for combat. This is their secret base. Under normal circumstances, no one should be coming here. Damn it, which little bastard dares to disturb us? Kill him. Zhao Wengshuan's expression turned fierce, and he cursed under his breath. Fire, you take the lid. Prisoner, provide support. I will assist from the shadows. No matter who it is, kill them. Tong Yan gave the orders and simultaneously released Kai. She sang Bio into the shadows. Right. Understood. Everyone sprang into action. Just as they were about to strike, Zhao Wengshuan caught a glimpse of the intruder and spoke up in a hurry. Wait, stop, hold on. This little bastard is my brother.
Tong.
Hearing this, everyone retracted their intent. At this moment, the person walked into the courtyard, appearing within the reach of the candlelight. Wengshuan, so you really are here. The person was none other than Zhao Wengshuan's twin brother, Zhao Wenji, the only one in the Mad Blade sect who truly cared for him. They look just alike. Tong Yan rubbed his chin, examining the newcomer carefully. His appearance was identical to Zhao Wengshuan's. His height, temperament, and even his voice were exactly the same. If not for the powerful aura surging around him, no one would have been able to tell them apart if they swapped places. Come go home with me. I told you, stop hanging around these unsavory friends of yours. Zhao Wenji was about to say they were a bunch of good-for-nothings, but when he noticed the formidable auras of Yan Hong and Chen Ming, his brow furrowed. Who are you people? Why are you getting close to Wengshuan? Zhao Wenji's expression turned grave and alert, deep anger flickering in his eyes. Brother, they are my friends. Seeing the tension, Zhao Wengshuan hurriedly stepped in to persuade him. Friends? Heh, Wengshuan, you are still young and do not understand how dangerous the world is. Zhao Wenji pulled Zhao Wengshuan behind him and scanned everyone present with a cold gaze. He did not believe for a second that these people would be friends with an ordinary person like Zhao Wengshuan. He assumed they were just after the Mad Blade sect backing him. You can go after the Mad Blade sect if you want, I do not care, but you should not have used Wengshuan. Anyone who tries to scheme against him will die. Zhao Wenji's tone was chilling, and his aura suddenly surged as a slit opened on his forehead, revealing an eyeball inside. Tong Yan was slightly surprised to see the eye in the center of his forehead. It is another taboo sequence speech power. Taboo 34, the true eye peeper. The small Wanjiang city actually had 3 holders of the taboo sequence gathered here at once. Tong Yan suddenly felt a sense of clarity. No wonder Zhao Wenji was so protective of his brother, bristling like a hair trigger whenever he saw him with strangers. It is because of the flaw in the taboo sequence speech power itself. According to public records, the true eye peeper has the ability to see the big picture and understand everything. But there is a major emotional flaw. They become extremely attached to or obsessed with a specific person, treating them as their mental pillar. Could it be that this guy Zhao Wengshuan's obsession with pure love is also influenced by the true eye peeper? Tong Yan looked silently at Zhao Wengshuan. The more he thought about it, the more plausible it seemed. They are twins, and perhaps there is an inexplicable connection. The speech power his brother carries might be influencing him in some way. And here I thought you were a true romantic. Turns out it was just because of this. Brother, I said they are my friends. Zhao Wengshuan was also annoyed, pulling his brother away and standing in the middle of the group. Wengshuan, you are still young and naive. They are using you. So what? I know perfectly well that the only reason I can stand here is because of who I am.
Tong.
Brother, you taught me this yourself. Judge a person by their actions, not their intentions. Maybe we first came together because of my background, but we have spent so much time together now. Do you think I do not know what kind of people they are? Tong Yan and the others felt quite wronged. If you two want to fight, can you do it without insulting us in a roundabout way? No room for discussion, come home with me. Zhao Wenji's tone was firm as he grabbed Zhao Wengshuan, trying to force him away. Let go, why should I always listen to you? Zhao Wengshuan jerked his hand away, stepping back a few paces, staring at his brother with a flushed face. Yes, you are a genius, your words carry weight, and everyone has always deferred to you. But why do you think you have the right to dictate my life? Why do you think everything I do needs your approval? I am a person too, and I have my own choices and judgment. Please remember, I am not just Zhao Wenji's brother. I have my own name, Zhao Wengshuan. Please show me some respect. Zhao Wengshuan's words were powerful, pouring out years of pent-up grievances all at once. Zhao Wenji stared blankly, momentarily unable to read his brother, then looked back at Tong Yan and the others, tossing a bulging bag at them. There is $1 million here, take the money and leave my brother alone.
What?
Upon hearing this, everyone was completely bewildered. It feels like this Zhao Wenji has a rather extreme personality. Zhao Wengshuan was even more annoyed and swatted away the bag filled with spirit stones. Can you stop looking down on people? Everyone here is a person of great ambition who cares about your pathetic money. Hearing this, Kishi silently put down the bag he had just picked up. Stop talking, come home with me, and once you have calmed down for a few days, you will understand. Zhao Wenji remained unmoved, his attitude as stubborn as ever.
Get lost. Do not force me to use force.
Zhao Wenji was gradually losing control, showing more and more that this was not out of brotherly love, but rather the influence of the flaws of his forbidden spirit. Heth, your ears seem to be working just fine, so why cannot you understand human speech? Tong Yan stepped forward and shielded Zhao Wengshuan behind him. And who is this flunky? Since when did I let you interrupt me? Seeing an ordinary person step forward, Zhao Wenji scolded him coldly.
How should I break his legs?
No. Zhao Wengshuan was getting anxious and wiped the sweat from his forehead. Haha, who is that being so arrogant? At this moment, Zhao Yuanxing arrived with that old man. Jir, why did not you come home first after returning from the academy? What are you doing here? Seeing Zhao Wenji, Zhao Yuanxing beamed with joy, his old face bright. But when he caught a glimpse of Zhao Wengshuan, his brows clouded over instantly. I already said you can make whatever friends you like and cause whatever trouble you want, but do not corrupt your brother. Shut up, you have no right to talk about my brother either. Before Zhao Wengshuan could respond, Zhao Wenji retorted and scolded his father instead. Alright, fine, Dad will not talk about him. Unexpectedly, this generation's overlord, the master of the Wild Blade sect, the strongest among the 8 great powers, was not angry after being scolded by his own son. Instead, he remained smiling. Wengshuan, let us head home first. Do not make your brother sad. Tong Yan stepped out, blocking the group. His eyes narrowed as he stared at Zhao Wengshuan. You have your own choices. I said it before, from the moment we decided to work together, you are just Zhao Wengshuan. You can make your own independent decisions and no one can interfere with you. If you do not want to go back today, then no one can take you away.
No one's.
Tong Yan's aura became extremely dangerous, his gaze fixed intently on Zhao Yuanxing. Interesting, who gave you the guts? Zhao Yuanxing laughed upon hearing this. He had been running the Wild Blade sect for over 20 years and had never heard anyone talk to him like that.
What do you think you can use to stop me?
Zhao Yuanxing's bones cracked and popped, and he released his full aura without restraint. The terrifying pressure whipped up a gale, shattering the plaster on the courtyard walls. This aura surpassed that of a master. It was the genuine power of a great spirit general. The master of the #1 gang in the outer city, the Wild Blade sect, possessed the strength of a great spirit general.
Hey, so what if you are a general? Tong Yan's gaze remained fearless.
The golden-masked elder, the white-masked Sang Bio, the red-masked Kishi, and the purple-masked Mei Ying all appeared, taking their positions in the four corners. The black ring at the center of Tong Yan's black mask flickered, and an extreme aura emerged. He held a black tang saber in his hand, gripping it firmly.
Transfer your power to me.
Following his command, the spiritual power from the elder Kishi and the other two flowed toward Tong Yan. Extreme black arcs of light surfaced around Tong Yan. As the spiritual power gathered, his aura rose rapidly, and deeper layers of black patterns began to spread across the black blade. The black tang saber became terrifyingly ominous, with an indescribable aura flowing through it. At this moment, heavy clouds shrouded the sky, and the surroundings turned dark and gloomy, as if an invisible blade were hanging in the air.
This blade intent.
Zhao Yuanxing's fierce eyes narrowed, his whole body tensed up. He no longer dared to underestimate these people. Even Steward Wu, standing by the side, frowned, his face wrinkled. He had never seen such a scene before. Why could this black-armored young man draw the spiritual power of the other four masks for his own use?
What kind of strange spirit is this?
What shocked him even more was that this blade intent was already enough to threaten a great general. I said it before, no one can force any of us to do something they do not like. Do you want to try me? Tong Yan spoke in a cold tone, gripping his black blade and pointing it toward Zhao Yuanxing from afar. He had already slaughtered a whole heap of people from the Bai family, so adding one Wild Blade sect would not be much of a problem. If it had not been for Zhao Wenxuan's sake, he would have already moved to cripple this arrogant Zhao Wenji. Do not do this, just stop, all of you. Zhao Wenxuan was truly frantic. On one side were his brothers in arms, and on the other were his own blood relatives. Regardless of the outcome of a real fight, it would be something he could not accept.
Zhao Wenji, do you want me to hate you? Brother, get out! Zhao Wenxuan screamed.
I am no longer your shadow. I have my own name, I have my own choices. If you truly consider me your brother, please respect me, otherwise I would rather die here than go back with you. And Zhao Yuanxing, do not you think I am a disgrace to your Wild Blade sect? Fine, from today on I am quitting the Wild Blade sect. You do not have to worry about me shaming you anymore. Everything I do from now on has nothing to do with you. Is that enough? Zhao Wenxuan's words were like bombs dropped into everyone's hearts.
Second young master Sai.
Steward Wu raised his hand, but eventually lowered it without saying anything.
Zhao Yuanxing did not care much.
Fine, since you have made your choice, I will have the sect issue an official announcement when I return. From now on, your life or death has nothing to do with me. Jir, let us go. But Zhao Wenji remained unmoved, standing there rigidly. But in the end, his original sanity suppressed the flaws caused by his spirit. Fine, as long as you are happy living out there, that is enough. Although you are no longer part of the Wild Blade sect, you are still my brother. If one day you need help, you can come find me.
As he spoke, he pointed at Zhao Yuanxing. If he dares to disagree with you coming back, I will kill him. With that, he turned and left.
Zhao Yuanxing followed along cheerfully, never once even looking at Zhao Wenxuan. The brothers were born from the same womb and looked the same, yet the treatment they received was worlds apart. What a touching scene of fatherly love and filial piety. The elder on the side remarked with a sneer. The brother loves the brother, the father loves the elder brother, the brother rejects the father and brother, and the brother wants to kill the father.
What a chaotic family dynamic.
Tong Yan's eyes flickered as well. No wonder people are so cautious and weird about these forbidden spirits, even though they rival the god-tier sequences. Chen Ming, who possesses the spirit deceiver, is caught in a cycle of self-deception, losing his self and easily becoming someone else's humanoid killing machine. Chen Yi, who possesses the life repairer, lacks a personality, is so simple-minded she is almost foolish, and without company, she would be exploited in a heartbeat. Zhao Wenji, who possesses the Eye of Truth, has limited emotions. He has extreme love for his brother but scorns all other emotions, to the point where he would even kill his own father. These flaws are becoming more and more severe.
Let's regret it.
Seeing Zhao Wenxuan watching Zhao Yuanxing and the others as they left, Tong Yan walked up and patted him on the shoulder. No, I was just thinking, if they really insisted on taking me away, would you actually fight them? Of course, I said it before, no one can force us to do what we do not want to do. If it comes down to it, I will just fight them.
You cannot beat my dead man of a father. Yes, I can. Tong Yan nodded.
The strength of a general like Zhao Yuanxing is far beyond the master realm. Even if he borrowed spiritual power from Sang Bio and the others, he could not kill him. I may not be able to kill him, but I can hack your brother to death and then hack him into a cripple. The Mad Blade sect has plenty of enemies. Do you think other factions will sit idly by if their strongest sect leader is critically injured? Oh, so to put it plainly, he chose to compromise in the end not because of me, but because he was worried about my brother's mood and concerned that he would be targeted by the factions below. Only then did Zhao Wengshuan realize the truth. Heh, honestly, in your father's eyes, you are just a loser. Do you really think you could influence his decisions? I suspect that if it were not for your brother, he would have wanted to kill you secretly. Your tongue is truly poisonous. Be careful you do not poison yourself when you lick your lips. Zhao Wengshuan had also grown used to Tong Yan's sharp tongue. Alright, work hard. Show that dog-eyed snob of a father of yours how we are going to surpass them sooner or later. Do not bother feeding me false hope. I can brew my own chicken soup. After settling the matter with Zhao Wengshuan, everyone shifted their focus to the rare herbs, which was the most important medicinal liquid. The Bai family is going crazy in the Sunset Plain right now. Trying to go in and search for them is too risky. I have people in the black market, but what I can buy there is all standard cargo. It is hard to create our own style with that. Zhao Wengshuan took out a small notebook, densely packed, with records of the materials needed for refining the medicinal liquid. Leave it to me, I know a place that has them. Tong Yan flickered and pulled a token from his robe. It was He Jian's token. Perhaps it would be easier to obtain the medicinal liquid through the Jinchai merchant house. Having made up his mind, Tong Yan began to investigate information about the He family. The human merchant organization is a massive force with branches in every city. To expand quickly, they usually choose to cooperate with the more prominent local families to establish a foothold. The families they collaborated with in Wanjiang City were the Bai family and the He family. Originally, both families held equal power and managed half the business each. However, the He family gradually declined, and the middle generation of their clan died in various accidents, causing their influence within the Jinchai merchant house to continuously dwindle. When the tree falls, the monkeys scatter. After the He family's main trunk withered, the collateral branches just fought over the remaining scraps, creating endless chaos. Even after being squeezed out of the inner city council by the Bai family, instead of thinking about how to restore their glory, they just started leaving the family one by one. A few years later, only the slightly dim-witted He Weiwei and the decrepit He Jian, who was close to kicking the bucket, remained of the main line. The He family really has it rough. If it were not for the fact that He Jian possesses the strength of a general, and the Bai family feared he might do something drastic if pushed into a corner, they would have likely swallowed the entire He family long ago. Jinchai Merchant House Outer City Branch. He Weiwei looked at the ledger in her hand with a headache. Over the course of a month, the total revenue was less than 100,000, and after deducting operating costs, the profit was not even 10,000. According to the merchant house's regulations, once a branch shows a loss, the headquarters will reassess whether it should continue to operate. This outer city branch was originally an extra addition, which her grandfather had spent a great deal of favor to get authorized by headquarters. But now, in her hands, it was nearly collapsing. Could it be that we are really going to be kicked out of the Jinchai merchant house? Welcomes, how can I? He Weiwei noticed someone entering and hurried out to greet them. Seeing who it was, she exclaimed in shock. It is you. She had a deep impression of Tong Yan, who had almost killed her last time. Seeing him again, she could not help but feel a surge of fear. Where is your grandfather? If he is not dead yet, call him over. I want to discuss a collaboration. Tong Yan tossed the token He Jian had given him to He Weiwei. Seeing him curse her grandfather like that, He Weiwei was furious. But remembering her grandfather's instructions, she forced herself to swallow her words. I can make decisions for a collaboration too. There is no need to find my grandfather. Tong Yan glanced at He Weiwei and sneered, you are too stupid. He Weiwei was burning with rage, but ultimately kept her cool and called her grandfather, He Jian, over via the communication device. Young friend, long time no see. He Jian looked even older, his face wrinkled, leaning heavily on that same cane. Cut the pleasantries, I am here because I want to cooperate with you. Tong Yan placed the list of materials Zhao Wengshuan needed on the table, many of which were high-value goods. How many of these materials can you acquire through your Jinchai merchant house channels? I want as many as you can get. I can pay 5% above market price, but I need 2 months to settle the payment. Weiwei, you are familiar with these affairs, why do not you explain? He Weiwei took the list and examined it carefully. After a long while, she sighed softly. Before, it would not have been hard to get these materials, but given the recent situation, I cannot gather them all. Tong Yan did not quite believe that the Jinchai merchant house, one of the 7 great merchant houses, could not even gather these few materials. The merchant house operates much like the black market, buying materials at low prices and selling them at a markup. But lately, the Bai family has been secretly sabotaging my acquisitions. I do not have much stock, and the transport channels and qualifications from headquarters are also controlled by the Bai family. I have no way to request supplies from other branches. Hiwaiwei looked bitter. If the Bai family were not causing trouble, she would not be struggling so much. Farewell. Seeing there was no way, Tong Yan did not linger. He took back the list and stood up to walk out. Young friend, wait a moment. Hijian suddenly spoke, calling Tong Yan to stop. Something else. Why buy when you can rob? It is much faster. Why not just hijack the goods the Bai family has transported from the Jinchai headquarters? Every quarter, the Jinchai headquarters ships a large amount of supplies to each branch. The wealth inside is beyond your imagination. Oh, you want me to rob the Jinchai merchant house? I am not that demented yet. Tong Yan rejected the idea decisively. This was pure suicide. The Jinchai merchant house is not some small-time group like the Bai family. As one of the 5 great human powers, they possess countless terrifying experts. For hundreds of years, anyone who dared to rob the Jinchai merchant house was sent straight to reincarnation. Never mind a small master realm like him. Even if you were at the heavenly king realm, the Jinchai merchant house would still kill you as easily as a chicken. The human merchant organization is responsible for resource allocation across all human cities and maintains the stability of the entire human alliance. It is too important. As soon as there is any sign of a threat, they have the authority to wipe it out. Hijian stood up tremblingly. No, not rob the Jinchai merchant house itself, but the supplies transported by them, which technically do not belong to the Jinchai merchant house yet. Oh, tell me more. What? In the outer district, there are 3 gangs and 4 associations. The Axe Gang and the Money Association among them both run black markets, and to my knowledge, they both have ties to the Bai family. Every time the Bai family receives allocated supplies from the headquarters, they sell them to the Axe Gang and the Money Association at extremely low prices to avoid the sales tax that must be turned over to the headquarters. Then these 2 gangs resell the goods at a high price and secretly kick back a large amount of profits to the Bai family. In this way, the Bai family makes a fortune. Although the Bai family's method is quite devious, it does not technically violate the laws of the Golden Pool trading firm, so the headquarters has no way to convict them. What if we hijack the goods after they finish their transaction? Hijian's words made Tong Yan's eyes narrow. Once the transaction is complete, the goods no longer belong to the Golden Pool trading firm. Even if they are stolen, it cannot be blamed on the Golden Pool trading firm. As for whether this would cause a feud with the Axe Gang and the Money Association, that is nothing to worry about. We can just kill them all. The batch of supplies shipped by the Golden Pool trading firm can be considered the lifeblood of the entire Wanjiang City district. It contains many good items, some of which are even priceless treasures. If we really take them, we will be able to control the market the moment the 10 Directions Heaven Tavern opens. Your conditions? Tong Yan asked bluntly. He knew very well that since Hijian revealed such important information, what he wanted in return would also be significant. Judging by the supplies you have been acquiring, young friend, you must be planning to open a tavern. I have only one humble request. I hope you can let Weiwei join your tavern, even if it is just as a lobby manager. Heh, you have got quite the imagination. Tong Yan refused flatly. The 10 Directions Heaven Tavern is already basically set up. Why would I give a position like lobby manager to an outsider? Hiwaiwei is just an ordinary person. She would not be able to command respect in that environment. Furthermore, the bargaining chip offered by the He family is simply not enough. What if this piece of news is not enough to satisfy you? Would adding my old life be enough? Grandpa you. Hijian raised his hand to stop Hiwaiwei and continued. The transactions between the Bai family and the 2 gangs are very cautious. Each one is handled by the 3rd elder of the Bai family, along with the 2 gang leaders. They all possess the strength of a Tier 9 master. I venture to guess that with your current team, you would not be able to hijack the goods from 3 Tier 9 masters and spirit them away quietly. Tong Yan fell silent. To kill 1 Tier 9 master, with the help of Black Blade and Kaishi's coordination, he could manage it. But if all 3 of them are present, it would be impossible. And they would also need to transport the supplies away secretly, something their current setup cannot achieve. The Golden Pool trading firm's supply allocation happens once every quarter. If they miss this one, they will have to wait another 3 months. By then, the opportunity will have long passed. I do not have much time left, but I can still fight one last battle. I can intercept those 3 or even kill them all to buy you time to deal with the goods. Tell me, how is this for a bargaining chip?
Grandpa, do not do this, He Weiwei said with misty eyes. He Giant sternly stopped He Weiwei from saying anything further. Tong Yan tapped his fingers on the table, deep in thought. In a tavern, besides the boss in Zhao Wengshuan's position, the next most important role is the lobby manager, equivalent to the position Li Ming once held. Overseeing the entire operation of the tavern is too crucial a role to hand over to an outsider like He Weiwei. Tong Yan felt indifferent toward He Weiwei. Coming from a prominent family in the inner district, she was inherently arrogant, and after the unpleasantness earlier, it was hard not to harbor a grudge. My team is already formed, and she lacks the strength, so I cannot give her a crucial position like lobby manager. However, I can give her a chance. Initially, she can start by doing chores in the lobby as an ordinary employee. After a period of time, if she proves herself, I can promote her to assistant manager of liquor and spirits, where she can help manage and source the inventory from behind the scenes. Yo. He Weiwei was furious at these words. No matter how much her He family has declined, she used to manage a branch office, and now he wants her to be a waitress in a tavern that has not even opened yet. How could such a stark difference not make her anxious? Weiwei. He Giant quickly interrupted her, knowing full well that Tong Yan was using this opportunity to refine his granddaughter's character. Assistant manager of liquor and spirits, that works too. He Giant considered it and finally nodded. Although this position is not extremely important, it at least touches upon the leadership tier. And since the tavern is not open yet, joining now makes her one of the early core members, with room for growth in the future. In 7 days, the next quarter's supplies will arrive. The Bai family will put them in storage for show, and after receiving payment and issuing invoices, they will be moved to the Axe Gang's warehouse that same night. That interval is when we will strike. Understood, I will come find you then. Having secured the deal, Tong Yan stayed no longer and rose to leave. Grandpa, why would you cooperate with him and even risk your life? Zio Wei, even if I do not act, I will not last another month. I am already satisfied to secure a stable environment for you to live in before I die. Grandpa, you. He Giant sighed deeply. The He family is beyond saving. Let it end with my generation. If the ancestors below blame anyone, let them blame me. From now on, you are no longer a member of the He family, but an employee of his tavern. Weiwei, the only thing I worry about is you. I have investigated this Tong Yan. He is the one making waves with the Bai family recently. He has the strength, the ruthlessness, and most importantly, the ambition. Once he gets past the initial stage, he will surely soar. If you stay at that tavern, you will have a stable place to call home, and I can leave in peace. Also, you must always remember that any person in power despises betrayal. In the early days of his rise, he may come into direct conflict with the Bai family, and there will be much turmoil. Although I do not know where he draws his confidence from, you must keep your identity in mind, hold your ground, do your job well, and never betray him. This way you can live a safe and peaceful life. He Giant lectured slowly. He was hanging on by a thread solely because of his worry for He Weiwei. Once he died, the Bai family would have no qualms about dealing with her. Now having her work alongside these people, his final wish is fulfilled. He Weiwei kept her head low, weeping. From now on, you are not a lady of the He family, but a common tavern employee. You must let go of your status. As long as you act properly and work diligently, for the sake of the life I am giving up, as long as the tavern stands, you will have food to eat. I understand, Grandpa. Snatching goods from the Axe Gang and smuggling them out quietly is no simple task. Hearing Tong Yan's plan, Zhao Wengshuan's expression turned solemn. Among the 8 major factions, the Axe Gang's strength is second only to the Mad Blade sect, and they have countless experts within their ranks. Trying to snatch something from their hands, and then hiding it without being discovered is nearly an impossible mission. No need to move them out. At this moment, Phantom, who had been standing by the side, spoke up. Nowadays, Tong Su Kai and she rarely return to the Black Ring. They are all stationed at the stronghold. However, only Phantom is interested in administrative affairs and often participates in meetings, while the other 3 basically pay no attention. Go on. Phantom walked over gracefully and drew a straight line on the spread-out map. There is a saying that the most dangerous place is the safest. When we make our move, we just need to kill everyone present and then hide the cargo right there in their own warehouse. Then we transport a batch of ordinary supplies, follow this path directly to the moat in the inner city defense zone, and dump it all in to create the illusion that the entire shipment ended up in the moat. Phantom's method was simple: swap the fake for the real. Let those from the Axe Gang pursuing us think that a rival faction intercepted the goods, and instinctively assumed they just wanted to destroy the shipment. The moat belongs to the inner city's defense zone under the jurisdiction of the city lord's garrison,
so it is simply unrealistic for the Axe Gang to try and salvage the cargo from there. Along the way, we can leak some news. It is a quarterly shipment of supplies from the Golden Pool Trading House, after all, who would not be covetous? Once the news spreads, everyone's attention will definitely be drawn there. If the City Lord's mansion also has greedy intentions, they will certainly not allow the Axe Gang to salvage it. Even if they cannot swallow the entire shipment, they will still extort the Axe Gang in other ways. By the time they manage to pull strings with the City Lord's mansion and get the salvage permit, who knows how much time will have passed. Things are hardest to guard against when they are right under your nose. The Axe Gang's warehouse is huge. As long as we hide the goods at the very bottom and cover our tracks, no one will ever discover it in the short term. That is feasible. After much thought, Tong Yan felt Phantom's plan was the best one for now. Over the next few days, Tong Yan collected all the spirit stones and spirit cores he had, totaling 1 million, wanting to make one more breakthrough before the operation. Without hesitation, he summoned Kaishi and immediately began consuming the spirit stones. After Kaishi finished consuming 40,000 spirit stones, he had not broken through to a 5th order master. What is going on? Tong Yan was confused. After awakening the purple face, the spirit stones required for a breakthrough had increased, but it should only have taken 40,000 to advance 1 rank. Why was there no reaction? Could it be because of the black ring? Tong Yan immediately thought of the newly awakened black ring. Never mind, I will keep consuming and see how many spirit stones are needed to make the black ring break through as well. Kaishi continued to devour the spirit stones rapidly until, at 80,000, the realm finally broke through to a 5th order master. 80,000. It took a full 80,000 spirit stones to successfully raise his strength to a 5th order master. To upgrade this black ring, it actually consumes as much as all the other 4 faces combined. Tong Yan had a headache. He truly had not expected the black ring to consume so many resources, but things had come this far, it was impossible to turn back now. He had originally thought 1 million spirit stones would be enough to break through 2 minor stages, but now that it was effectively halved, he felt quite depressed. However, the good news was that Chen Ming had successfully broken through to a 2nd order master during these days. His overall strength had reached a higher level. 7 days passed quickly. Outside the Axe Gang's warehouse, the 7 of them were hidden in the darkness, like hunters waiting for their prey to take the bait. The auras of these people are so strong. Beside him, leaning on a cane, was He-Jian. His aged eyes scanned the 7 masked figures back and forth, and upon sensing the surging energy on them, his eyes widened in surprise. They are very cautious. The cargo will be escorted out from the inner city by the White family's 3rd elder, but along the way, the Axe Gang's deputy leader will also assist. After entering this warehouse and waiting for the Axe Gang to split off their half, people from the Money Association will come to transport their share away. In other words, will there be 2 9th order masters guarding it from beginning to end? Yes, and after the Money Association arrives, there will be 3, He-Jian nodded. With your strength, can you silently kill a 9th order master? Tong Yan asked again. 3 9th order masters together would be too hard to kill, so it was best to pick them off one by one. He-Jian shook his head at these words. I am too old and my strength has declined severely. Killing one is not difficult, but it will inevitably cause a bit of a commotion. What if the target cannot move? Tong Yan thought of the excessive justice of Tong's scales. With the suppression of that thing, perhaps he could successfully hunt them. Cannot move. Correct, but only for 1 second. Tong Yan weighed the options. With Tong's 5th order strength, he should be able to suppress the opponent for 1 second. That is enough. If they cannot act, they are easy to kill. Even in his decline, He-Jian is still a general-level expert, far beyond what any master could compare to. Go, let us kill the people from the Money Association first. Having made up their minds, the group quietly retreated and headed straight for the path the Money Association was taking. The leader of the Money Association was a fat man, twice the size of Kaishi, who was constantly playing with a gold ingot in his hand. He was accompanied by 2 7th order masters, and followed by a dozen low-order masters ready to transport the cargo. Tong, you coordinate with He-Jian. Kaishi and Sang-Bio, you handle those 2 7th order masters, the rest leave them to us. Although Kaishi and Sang-Bio are only 5th order, relying on their uniqueness, they are more than capable of holding off 7th order masters, and with enough time, killing them is not out of the question. Understood. After finalizing the combat deployment, everyone moved immediately. Which blind fool dares to cross? The fat leader of the Money Association shouted, but the next moment, he realized his whole body felt like it was being restrained. He could not even make a sound. Die. He-Jian's white hair flew in the wind, his eyes blazing with power. Using his cane as a sword, he struck out viciously, shattering the fat man's skull. Good. Seeing it go so smoothly, the group became even more excited as they charged at the rest of the team. Chen Ming's word spirit was terrifying. With a wave of his right hand, red mist filled the area, and those with weaker strength were controlled upon contact and killed themselves. With Phantom's assistance, Tong Yan's black blade claimed one life after another, sending them all to their graves. The team cooperated seamlessly, and with the initial strike killing the strongest leader, the rest had no way to resist and were easily wiped out. The Money Association was too careless. For many years, no one had dared to mess with their business, so they had relaxed their defenses, allowing Tong Yan and the others to succeed with ease. Let us go strike directly at their warehouse. The remaining members of the Bai family and the Axe Gang are sticking together the whole time. There is no way to hunt them down one by one, we have no choice but to push through. Can you still hold up? Seeing He Jian gasping for breath and his body trembling slightly, Tong Yan stepped forward to steady him. I am fine, do not worry. For the sake of my only granddaughter, I will not fall. He Jian gave a calm smile, downed a bottle of potion, and forcefully steadied his breath. Everything in this world is an equivalent exchange. You risk your life, and I can promise you this. As long as He Weiwei does not betray us and does not cause trouble, as long as the 10 Directions world exists, she will be under its protection. Thank you. After receiving Tong Yan's guarantee, a brilliant light shone in He Jian's eyes and an unnatural flush appeared on his face. Go continue, let me clear the final obstacles for you. Over at the warehouse, the third elder had already finished dividing the cargo with the people from the Axe Gang. Strange, why are the guys from the Money Society so late today? They are usually so eager when it comes to dividing the goods. The person in charge of the Axe Gang was Vice Leader Fei Zhu. He had an axe tattooed on each temple, wore a black trench coat over a white shirt, and sported a small hat with a black brim. The person responsible for the escort from the Bai family was the third elder. He sat there with sleepy eyes, saying nothing. Third elder, something is wrong, I have a bad feeling about this. Fei Zhu paced around twice more, an unsettling feeling growing in his heart. Relax, no one is blind enough to dare set their sights on this matter. The Bai family's third elder remained unmoved. Fei Zhu opened his mouth, but out of respect for the Bai family's status, he ultimately said nothing. Suddenly, the air seemed to solidify. Fei Zhu realized with shock that he could not move. His entire body felt like it was being forcibly imprisoned by something. Break! Fei Zhu shouted, blue light erupting from his hands. His spirit manifestation was a top-tier B-grade sailor, allowing him to manipulate water elements. With water element arms, he drew the 2 axes at his waist, slashed fiercely, and forcibly shattered the imprisonment around him. Oh no! After breaking free, Fei Zhu caught sight of a terrifying figure charging toward the Bai family's third elder. The surging energy was incredibly formidable. It was a general-level powerhouse, someone beyond the master level. Stop right there. Seeing the third elder's slow movements, Fei Zhu immediately realized he had also been hit by the same void imprisonment he had just escaped. Seeing that the general-level figure was about to crush the third elder's skull, he charged madly, his twin axes slashing fiercely toward that figure. Such quick reflexes. Hidden beneath his black armor, Tong Yan felt his heart sink as he saw the Axe Gang's vice leader break free from Tong Sao's balance imprisonment so quickly. But now there was no way to go and support He Jian. His eyes narrowed. With the aid of Sang Bio, Kai Shi, and Mei Ying, he poured all his power into the Black Tang Dao once again. Black Sun, Radiant Glory. Tong Yan shouted. Wielding the black blade with terrifying momentum, he slashed at a level 8 master in front of him. Their plan was for He Jian to cooperate with Tong Sao's balance imprisonment to take out the third elder first, while Tong Yan and his trio used the black blade to eliminate a level 8 master. If it went smoothly, they could instantly wipe out 2 of the enemy's high-level combatants. They just had not expected Fei Zhu's reaction to be so fast, instantly moving to rescue the third elder. OTMPH. He Jian let out a cold snort, his cane glowing as a layer of golden radiance coated it. This was his spirit manifestation, Gilded Brilliance. Under its augmentation, even a simple wooden stick could exert terrifying power in his hands. Gilded Brilliance was only considered a mid-tier C-grade ability, but in He Jian's hands, its power was incredibly fearsome. Even if I am aging, I am still a general. He Jian roared, his cane morphing into several afterimages, striking Fei Zhu and sending him flying with a single blow. However, due to Fei Zhu's interference, he could not complete the instant kill on the third elder, and the golden cane instead struck the third elder's chest. The expected scene of a crushed chest did not happen. The third elder was only blown away, coughing up several mouthfuls of blood in midair. Earth Dragon Heart Armor, one of the Bai family's 3 treasures, is actually on you. Seeing the iron-gray scales shimmering on the third elder's chest, he giant exclaimed in shock. The Earth Dragon is a high-level exotic beast of immense strength. At the same rank, it takes 3 humans to barely stand a chance against one. The Earth Dragon's body is covered in tough scales, and the scales borne over the heart are even more indestructible, each one worth a fortune. The Bai family's Earth Dragon Heart Armor was crafted from general-level scales, granting it astonishing defense. It is one of their 3 treasures. This level of protective gear is priceless, even in the exchanges of major cities. Rumor had it this armor was always worn by the head of the Bai family. It was unexpected that it would be on the third elder now. He giant, are you tired of living? The third elder recovered, and seeing that his attacker was his old acquaintance He giant, he was filled with rage. Kill? He giant did not waste words and attacked the third elder again. Damn it! The third elder's face changed drastically. The opponent was a general-level fighter, so he hurriedly called out. Feizu, team up with me. This old bastard's vital energy is failing. He cannot hold out much longer. Help me drag him down until he dies. Right? Feizu knew he had no choice, and he charged in with his axes. On the other side, Tong Yan was making good progress. The black blade was terrifying, and with the support of the 3, he slew one of the level 8 masters. Cut. Without hesitation, the black blade rose again, slashing toward the next person. Even a level 8 master could not withstand the black blade. This person was only a level 7, so it did not take much effort to bring him down. You all are doomed. The only remaining high-level master witnessed this horrifying scene and turned to flee toward the warehouse, his will to fight completely shattered. Boss, let me go. Sang Bio immediately tried to pursue him. But at that moment, an arrow whistled through the air. The target was not Tong Yan or his companions, but the fleeing high-level master. The arrow pierced the air with a shrill, piercing sonic boom, shrouded in a thin layer of airflow. This layer of air made the arrow even faster, and its power even more terrifying. In the blink of an eye, the arrow struck, precisely piercing the runner's head. Under the force of the terrifying cyclone, the man's head exploded instantly like a watermelon. What a powerful arrow! Tong Yan's pupils constricted. He looked toward the source of the arrow and saw a young man in a tight-fitting tank top with muscular arms standing on a distant building. Seeing everyone looking his way, the youth nodded in a friendly manner. He then drew his bow and notched an arrow again, firing with precision to snipe another member of the Axe Gang. He used this method to express that his enemies were also the Axe Gang and the Bai family. Leave no one alive. Seeing that the stranger posed no immediate threat, Tong Yan shifted his focus to the remaining members. He led Kaishi and the others in a charge. Yan Hong, wearing a fire-patterned mask, did not join the fray, but kept her eyes locked on the stranger with the bow. She lacked the strength to be of much help in the battle, so she decided it was better to keep an eye on this newcomer to prevent him from taking potshots at her companions. However, the man's targets were indeed the members of the Axe Gang and the Bai family. Every time he drew his bow, he struck down a target with lethal accuracy, showing both cold-bloodedness and resolve. The youth was strong, possessing the power of a 7th-rank master. His spiritual ability was not the bow, but the arrows themselves. The compound bow he used was made of special materials, while the arrows were condensed from his spiritual power. Through his control over his spiritual ability, he could perfectly manifest arrowheads for various purposes. He could even cause the arrows to explode on impact, using the shockwave to damage enemies he could not reach directly. This masterful control over his spiritual ability secretly stunned Yan Hong. Her ability also belonged to the elemental sequence, and she knew exactly how difficult such a level of control was. Good evening, beauties. The young stranger shot arrows while heading her way. By the time he reached Yan Hong, his spiritual power was completely exhausted. After putting away his bow, he did not forget to greet her. Who are you? Yan Hong asked, remaining alert. Do not worry, I am not an enemy. The youth quickly waved his hands. My spiritual power is drained now, so you do not need to be wary of me. You can go help your friends. After sizing him up, Yan Hong hesitated for a moment. Sensing no malice from him, she turned and joined the battle. With their combined efforts, the members of the Axe Gang and the Bai family were killed one by one. Damn it, why is this old guy so persistent? The third elder was being beaten black and blue by He Giant's golden staff, and Fei Zhu was in deep agony. A starving camel is still bigger than a horse. No matter how old he was, He Giant was still a powerful warrior of general rank. Suppressing 2 9th-rank fighters was not a problem.
The only issue was the chest plate the third elder wore, which was quite a nuisance. Several heavy hits only made him vomit blood without causing a fatal wound. So He Jian shifted his primary focus to Fei Zhu. One swing, one critical hit, every strike was devastating. Lacking any protective armor, Fei Zhu was beaten into a bloody mess by He Jian, his head nearly smashed in several times. "Help me quick." Fei Zhu wailed in pain, constantly begging the third elder for help. The third elder, showing some loyalty, gritted his teeth and rushed forward. "You lot, you are not good enough." He Jian went berserk, charging his staff and delivering a heavy blow to Fei Zhu's back. The terrifying force shattered his spine along with his internal organs, killing him instantly. After killing Fei Zhu, He Jian lunged at the terrified third elder. "Stop it!" Suddenly, a commanding voice boomed from afar. With an immensely powerful presence, the person closed in at high speed, covering 10 meters with every stride. "Second brother, save me." Seeing who had arrived, the third elder shrieked and scrambled across the ground, trying to get closer to him. "You are not escaping." He Jian laughed viciously, took a long stride and stomped on the third elder's back, pinning him deep into the mud. "He Jian, if you do not stop now, I will wipe out your entire He family in the future." Seeing this, the newcomer's face changed in horror, and he shouted sternly. As the head of the He family, He Jian was no weakling. He swung his staff down and shattered the third elder's head. "You?" The newcomer was none other than Bai the second elder of the Bai family. Seeing this, he was filled with rage, his expression turning icy cold. Fine, He Jian, we have given you enough respect all these years by sparing your family. Now that you have dared to strike at us, do not blame me for being heartless. I swear I will turn the men of your family into slaves and the women into prostitutes, generation after generation." Ha 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 ha, what a great way to show respect. Hearing this, He Jian looked up and laughed, tears streaming down his face, his tone sinister. "By that business at Kishan Peak back then, you led the team, did not you? Hey, so you did know after all." Seeing that the masks were off, Bai no longer hid it, his words dripping with mockery. "That is right, I did it. We set the trap that wiped out your He family's main forces. Your son and daughter-in-law died so miserably, not even a bone left. Tusk, so what if you have general rank strength? So what if you know, all these years you have lived like a coward, have not you? Too afraid to make a peep about it. You old turtle. Yes, I am a coward, I am a failure, I have been a failure my whole life. As a father, I could not avenge my son, and as a clan head, I could not get justice for my people. I am a failure." He Jian said calmly, his eyes dead and hollow. "But today I, He Jian, will seek justice for my son and my family." "Ridiculous, you think you can?" Bai spoke with icy coldness. "Old man, you barely have the strength to stand now. How do you plan to get justice?" With that, Bai looked behind him. Seeing the masked figures, his anger flared even more. "Very well, I was wondering what kind of blind animals were stirring up trouble in Wanjiang City, so it was your He family behind it all. Perfect. I will wipe you all out today and send you to meet your maker together. Prepare to give it our all." Tongyan let out a deep breath, his eyes serious beneath his mask as he gripped his black blade tightly. Tong Su and the others appeared behind him, ready to push their power to the limit and fight Bai to the death. Bai was also at the general rank, and with his vigorous aura and formidable presence, he was on a completely different level than He Jian. He Jian was frail and already no match for Bai Having just fought Fei Zhu and the others, his energy was depleted, leaving him at the mercy of his opponent. Bai appearance had ruined their plans. Retreating now was impossible. Fighting to the death was their only path to survival. Oh boy, things are getting a bit serious. The young stranger drew his bow again, condensing another arrow. "Did not you say you were out of spiritual power?" At the brink of death, one has to tap into their hidden potential, right? Yan Hong was speechless but did not have the energy to argue. She kept her eyes fixed on Bai gathering her focus and spirit, ready for the final stand. "Remember the promise you made." At that critical moment, He Jian turned back to look at Tong Yan. "Remember your promise." Without waiting for a reply, He Jian spoke again. Then he turned to look at Bai and said, "I am glad you showed up here. Otherwise, I would have had a small regret before dying. Now it is just perfect." What do you think you are doing?" For some reason, Bai felt that He Jian was acting rather strange. His momentum inexplicably faltered. "Come on, let us die together." He Jian let out a loud laugh, a frantic look appearing on his face as he charged toward Bai Die? Although Bai did not know where this sense of danger came from, he reacted immediately, drawing a dagger and stabbing at He Jian's heart. But the metallic clanging sound that traveled up his palm made his expression change. "The Earth Dragon Heart Protector."
He Giant had snatched the Earth Dragon Heart Protector from the third Elder at some point and strapped it to his chest to shield his heart. Let us die together. Taking advantage of this opening, He Giant had already closed the distance to Bai-Er, throwing his withered arms wide and clutching him in a death grip. He activated the Golden Brilliance Word Spirit, focusing it on his own arms. His flesh and blood instantly turned into metal, morphing his arms into iron shackles that locked onto Bai-Er. Then he pushed off with his legs, driving him forward. You want to use the defense zone. Seeing the direction He Giant was wildly charging toward, Bai-Er's expression shifted. The Axe Gang's warehouse was located very close to the inner city, less than 100 meters from the defense identification zone. He Giant's plan was to pin Bai-Er down and drag him into the inner city's defense zone, using the defense army to kill them both. Madman, you are insane. Bai-Er panicked. The defense army belongs to the Human City Alliance, and like the core military headquarters, possesses supreme authority. They have the right to execute anyone who enters the defense zone without authorization on the spot. If they crashed into the defense zone with such force, it would immediately trigger a sniper attack from the defense army. Stepping in meant death. Bai-Er grew desperate, exerting all his strength to break free from the restraint. But He Giant had fully metallized his arms, locking onto Bai-Er's body and shoving him continuously forward. In his panic, Bai-Er struck repeatedly, tearing He Giant's abdomen to shreds, blood spraying everywhere and entrails spilling onto the ground. The moment my son died, I wanted to storm the Bai family and slaughter every single one of you bastards. But I still had my granddaughter, and I was afraid she would not survive without my protection. I have endured for all these years, and many times I truly wanted to eat you animals alive. Luckily, heaven has eyes, allowing me to settle my granddaughter safely at the very last moment, and giving me the chance to avenge my son and my clan with my own hands before I die. I am content, truly content. He Giant's eyes were filled with a deathly stillness, but his face was contorted in a ferocious grimace. Finding strength from somewhere, he pushed Bai-Er further and further ahead. 10 meters, 20 meters, 50 meters, 90 meters. Finally, at the edge of the moat, Bai-Er also exploded with power, madly bracing himself against He Giant's push. Old man, you are still a bit short, you are still just a bit short. Veins bulged on Bai-Er's forehead as he exerted all his strength, struggling wildly and holding firm against the force. The two were locked in a stalemate at the edge of the moat, deadlocked in a test of strength. Ha, you have run out of strength, victory belongs to me after all. Sensing that the final breath He Giant was holding onto was fading and his strength weakening, Bai-Er let out a fierce roar. Then putting everything into one final effort, he wrenched free, snapping He Giant's metallized arms and breaking the hold. Old man, it is time for you to die. Bai-Er struck He Giant's chest with a palm, causing his already metallized chest to collapse inward, sending his entire body flying back. Was I still a bit short? A hint of unwillingness flickered across He Giant's wrinkled face. I won after all, you are all going to die. Bai-Er stood there laughing crazily. Suddenly, a sharp arrow came whistling through the air with terrifying force. You think this is enough to hurt me? Bai-Er scoffed, grabbing the incoming arrow with one hand. Explode! The one who shot the arrow was the young stranger who had just joined the fray. Under his control, the arrow condensed from Word Spirit burst into pieces. Such a blast naturally could not harm a general-level fighter like Bai-Er. Trivial trick. Bai-Er sneered, but a moment later, a terrifying blade aura swept toward him. Just as he wanted to block it, his spirit faltered inexplicably. Mental shock. Chen Ming, who had launched the attack, vomited blood the next instant. He was too weak, only at the second-tier master level. Against someone at the general level, he could only affect them for a fleeting moment, and the backlash caused him to cough up blood. In that momentary daze, Bai-Er had already missed the chance to counter. The explosive impact had just interfered with Bai-Er's line of sight, and Chen Ming's mental shock had interrupted his counterattack, allowing the blade aura to strike him in an unexpected way. This was the blade aura channeled by Tong Yan, along with 4 other word spirits, after reaching the 5th-tier master level. Strike. This strike was not from top to bottom, but a horizontal slash. The powerful blade aura sent Bai-Er's body flying. No. The formidable force of the blade carried Bai-Er's body directly into the defense identification zone. He tried to control his body in midair, but a second later, several more cyclone arrows struck and exploded around him, disrupting his control and destroying his final struggles, causing him to fall uncontrollably into the defense zone. Human potential is infinite. Seeing Yan Hong's astonished gaze, the young man chuckled. The next second, 4 3-meter-long terrifying arrows were fired from the inner city wall. These were no ordinary arrows. They were snow white, crafted from the bones of some exotic beast covered in golden patterns. From the materials to the inscriptions, they were top-tier craftsmanship. The ballistae on the inner city walls were also custom-made, operated by highly trained master bowmen. The entire standard was designed to defend against general-level exotic beasts. Not to mention by even an earth dragon of the same level would be slain by a single shot. The 4 arrows hit by with precise accuracy, their terrifying force instantly blowing his body apart, flesh and bone splattering everywhere.
Is he still alive?
Tong Yan hurried over and helped He Jian up. He Jian looked absolutely tragic. His arm and chest were entirely metallized. When Bai had broken free, his right arm was severed at the root, and his abdomen was hollowed out, his organs lost along the way, held together only by his spine.
By Bai he is dead, right?
He Jian could not even open his eyes, hanging by his final breath.
He is dead, blown to pieces.
Tong Yan helped He Jian sit up and pointed to where Bai had been obliterated. He Jian struggled to open his eyes just a crack. Upon seeing it, a gratified smile appeared on his face. Do not let Wei Wei see me like this, please, I beg you.
Understood.
With his revenge fulfilled and his only worry settled, He Jian's final moments were incredibly peaceful and satisfied. Fire Girl collect his remains, cremate them, and send his ashes back to his granddaughter.
All right.
Phantom Old Man proceed with the original plan, speed it up.
The others immediately sprang into action.
Tong Yan then looked toward the strange yet powerful young man who had intervened.
Who are you? My name is Zhang Changgong. The Zhang family.
Tong Yan turned to look toward the city wall. Among the 4 great families, there was indeed a Zhang family.
I used to be, but now I have been kicked out.
Zhang Changgong gave a hearty laugh. I was considered a genius of the Zhang family back then. Later, while out on training, my friend was framed by the Bai family. I wanted revenge, but the Zhang family would not support me, so I left.
Well, that is quite a coincidence.
The Bai family had been hunting me down, and I have been drifting through other cities. Recently, I heard from some mercenaries that someone was giving the Bai family trouble, so I rushed back to see what was happening and join in on the fun. Zhang Changgong appeared to be about 20 years old. He was a cheerful person with a gentle smile always on his face.
The enemy of my enemy is my friend.
Tong Yan nodded and reached out his hand.
Friend.
Zhang Changgong gave a gentle smile, reached out, and bumped his fist against his.
Let us leave, their people will be here soon.
After exchanging greetings with Zhang Changgong, Tong Yan turned and walked toward the warehouse. Zhang Changgong said nothing and did not leave either. He stood there quietly, watching everyone else busy at work. Soon, Tong Yan and his team quietly mixed the supplies in with the old goods in the warehouse, then cleaned up all traces. Afterward, they quickly transported the swapped supplies to the moat and dumped them all into it. They even deliberately pushed the supplies into different parts of the river to disrupt any subsequent salvage attempts or investigations by the Bai family. The moat, designed for defense against strange beasts, was nearly 30 meters deep and 10 meters wide. It was practically impossible to secretly salvage this batch of supplies from it. Quite a few defensive soldiers were standing in the defense sector at this moment. They were recovering the arrows that had just shot down Bai. Seeing this group of masked oddities dumping a large amount of supplies into the moat, these soldiers looked puzzled. However, since the group was outside the defense zone, they were not under their jurisdiction. After finishing everything, Tong Yan retreated quickly. Seeing this, Zhang Changgong also quietly slipped away. Once they were sure they were not being followed, everyone returned to the secret hideout. This battle had exhausted them greatly. Tong and Su had used the scale of absolute justice in rapid succession, and now the backlash was exploding inside their bodies, causing them immense pain. Your grandfather is dead, he wanted you to live on well. Tong Yan placed the box containing He Jian's ashes on the table and walked straight out, but paused at the door. He fought comfortably in his final battle and left in peace. In the basement, He Weiwei hugged her arms and curled up in the corner, her chin resting on her knees, eyes vacant. Although she had been mentally prepared, hearing this devastating news left her mind blank and her whole body drained of strength. She clutched the box in her arms, staring blankly. Wengshuan, from now on, He Weiwei is to be incorporated into Mingxi with the status of a regular member.
Understood.
Only Tong Yan and Zhao Wengshuan were in the conference room. The rest of the group had mostly gone to recover from their injuries. The sudden arrival of Bai caught them off guard, and they had to use every ounce of strength to kill him. But it also left them with serious wounds. Especially Chen Ming. His injuries came from the mental backlash, and there was no telling how long he would need to recover. Starting tomorrow, you and Han Sheng should have the underlings spread the news as planned, keeping everyone's eyes firmly fixed on the moat. If you run into any trouble, notify Yan Hong to handle it. Do not worry, I can handle these things. You should go get some rest and recover. Zhao Wengshuan listened to the crackling, explosive sounds echoing from time to time within Tong Yan's body and felt a chill of horror. Understood. The next day, news spread that someone had hijacked the Bai family's supply shipment. When it was learned that the supplies had all been dumped into the moat, the entire Wanjiang city was thrown into an uproar. Since the dawn of the era of words, humanity had been in decline, and resources were severely limited. Many cities such as Wanjiang were extremely lacking in supplies. To maintain order, the Human City Alliance and the merchant organizations established many regulations, one of which concerned the distribution and transport of supplies. Many of the supplies transported in were extremely expensive and one of a kind, virtually priceless. These supplies were incredibly useful for awakened ones. As the receivers of Wanjiang's supplies, the Bai family's practice of passing goods from their left hand to their right was well known among the major powers in the inner city. However, this operation was technically legal, and because the Axe Gang and the Money Guild only sold them at a slight markup rather than hoarding everything, they had not completely monopolized the market. So the major powers in the inner city had just gritted their teeth and accepted it. But now that such a fortune was lying right there in the moat, everyone started to get greedy ideas. As a result, most of the attention was drawn toward it. Just as the rest of Wanjiang City was in high spirits, the Bai family was deathly silent. At the Bai family's council meeting, 4 out of the 9 chairs were empty, including the second and third seats. One could say that 1/3 of the Bai family's top-tier combat power had been slashed away. Lock down the news. Not a single word about the second and third elders should leak out. Bai Wu, the head of the Bai family, sat in the main seat with a face as dark as water and eyes as venomous as a viper. The bulging veins on his hands showed just how furious he was. Heh, you all have quite the skill. They have already slipped back to the outer city, and you are still running around the sunset plains like headless chickens. Seeing the family heads gaze sweep toward them, the elders in charge of the search bowed their heads, not daring to meet his eyes. Family head, our guards report that He Huawei has disappeared, but all other branches and retainers of the He family are still there. They seem to be in the dark about everything. The Bai family had been rooted in Wanjiang for a long time and had an extensive intelligence network. They had eyes even among the defense soldiers, so the events at the moat had been reported to them. Heh, that wretched old man He Jian, he is ruthless indeed, selling out all his own kin just like that. Is he trying to use our hands to clear out these pests? Well, I will not let you have your way. Bai Wu understood the situation with the He family well. Ever since the main line of the He family went into decline, these branches only cared about fighting over the little power they had left, colluding with outsiders, selling off assets in secret, and betraying the family. He Jian had long been dissatisfied with these parasites. It was only for the sake of He Huawei that he had not moved to purge them. Fifth elder. Yes. Take a team and confiscate all assets of the He family branches. Kill anyone who resists. And break the legs of everyone under 13 years old. Also, from today on, they are forbidden from leaving the Wanjiang city area. If anyone is caught, kill them. Furthermore, spread the word that everything they are suffering is because of He Jian and He Huawei. As long as they find He Huawei and hand her over to me, not only will I return their assets, but I will also give them a handsome reward. Yes. After giving the orders, Bai Wu's eyes were cold and dark, an icy aura uncontrollably radiating from him, freezing the hot tea in his hand into ice. He Jian, oh He Jian, I will ensure every one of your wishes falls through. After fighting for so long, they were like tapeworms in each other's stomachs. They could tell what the other was thinking before they even made a move. You want to find some peace for your granddaughter, but I am going to make sure she never finds it. I am going to use your own kin to kill your granddaughter, and then I will wipe them all out together. What? In the following period, the Bai family cast their net towards the outer city while organizing people to negotiate with the city lord's mansion, hoping to gain the authorization to salvage the supplies. However, the city lord's mansion had finally caught a handle on the Bai family. Why would they let go so easily? The matter remained at a stalemate, unable to be resolved. Tong Yan, the master, requests your presence. That day, Zhang Hongyi's confidant, the one who possessed the black fog, sent a message through Zhao Wengshuan. Cannot wait any longer. Tong Yan chuckled, knowing that Zhang Hongyi was about to make a move. Without hesitation, he took Chen Ming and quietly headed over. The things you have been doing lately are quite sensational. Zhang Hongyi chose to meet at a brothel, not at his original base. Seeing Tong Yan arrive, he personally brewed tea for him. No choice, I was pushed to the limit.
Since the Bai family will not let me live in peace, I naturally have to make things uncomfortable for them. Oh, is it just to cause them trouble? Tong Yan stared straight at Zhang Hongyi, understood the hidden meaning in his eyes, and said bluntly, "You do not need to probe around in the dark anymore. Just as you thought, He Jian and I were targeting this batch of supplies from the start, but plans could not keep up with changes. A guy named Bai appeared midway, causing our transportation plan to fall through. Since we cannot transport the goods, it is naturally impossible to just leave them for the Bai family." Haha, I understand, it is just a pity for those good items. Zhang Hongyi took a gentle sip of tea, his eyes flickering with a glow, making it impossible to tell what he was thinking. Why are you drooling over it? I would not dare. That thing can fix the eyes of the entire Wanjiang city firmly on it right now. I do not have the qualification to intervene yet. After Zhang Hongyi put down his teacup, he sighed softly and stopped dwelling on this matter. Cheng Hu intends to nominate his foster son as the young gang leader after the 3-day Qingshan ceremony. At that time, he will force the other senior members to pick a side. This is an opportunity for me. You think it is an opportunity? Tong Yan's meaning was very clear. For Cheng Hu to convene such a grand ceremony meeting at this time, he must have made thorough preparations. Does Zhang Hongyi have the strength to suppress Cheng Hu's faction? Yes, and it is my only chance. Once I miss it, I will never be able to turn things around. Tell me the situation. Besides myself and Cheng Hu, there are 5 senior members in the Qingshan gang. What is certain is that 2 of them will side with Cheng Hu. I only have 1 on my side and the remaining 2 are still wavering. Their attitude is very important. Tong Yan frowned upon hearing this and spoke bluntly. It seems your life is not easy. Indeed. Zhang Hongyi did not refute but nodded in agreement, then took a gentle sip of tea. These 2 are fence-sitters. They do not care who is in charge. Whoever has the advantage, they will stand with them. They are not worth worrying about as long as Cheng Hu can be handled. I have already figured out the trump cards in Cheng Hu's hands. If there is no interference from outside factors, I have an 80% chance of taking down Cheng Hu's faction. Oh, outside factors. Tong Yan could roughly guess that the reason he asked him to come was to deal with this outside factor. Yes, your old friends. Zhang Hongyi smiled, lightly raising his teacup to point at Chen Ming. The Zaya Adao Society. Tong Yan was stunned, not expecting the Zaya Adao Society to intervene in this matter. Could it be that the reason the Zaya Adao Society had no movement after losing a leader earlier was because of this? Yes, the Zaya Adao Society. According to the information I received, Cheng Hu has allied with them. On the day of the ceremony, they will show up to support Cheng Hu. I want you to take care of them. Tong Yan licked his lips. This is a big job. The look he gave Zhang Hongyi was like looking at a fat pig ready for the slaughter. The situation has been tense lately, and he has not been able to get spiritual stones or spirit cores. Zhang Hongyi is basically sending him warmth. Tong Yan was ecstatic inside but remained calm on the surface. Although the Zaya Adao Society ranks last among the 8 major forces in the outer city, I heard they have 2 7th-rank masters, and more than 20 to 30 master-level experts at various levels. You are overestimating my strength if you want me to keep these people away from the ceremony. Even Bai San, plus 2 experts from the Axe Gang and the Money Union died at your hands. For you, a mere Zaya Adao Society should not be that difficult, right? Zhang Hongyi remained unmoved. Then you really thought too much. The operation that night was entirely led by He Jian. He hired other mercenary experts and those mercenaries took his granddaughter away after the success. I just went there to keep watch for him. I did not help at all. Tong Yan responded casually, and while speaking, he specifically released his aura, showing only the spiritual power fluctuations of an intermediate master. Is that really so? Then what about the 7th elder who died on the Sunset Plain side? Zhang Hongyi frowned tightly, seemingly a bit skeptical. Since it is like this, I am not afraid to tell you. In fact, I have always been funded by He Jian. His son was set up and killed by the Bai family. For the sake of his granddaughter, he could not take action easily. The plane incident was also a trap set by him. I was just a tool he used on the surface to attract fire. Really? Zhang Hongyi really hesitated. He looked at Chen Ming, then at his own confidant. The black fog nodded at him. The opponent's strength was indeed not high. Zhang Hongyi was bewildered and could not make up his mind for a moment. After a long while he spoke. You only need to hold back the people from the Zaya Adao Society. As long as you keep them from arriving at the Qingshan gang within an hour, I can complete the matter. How about that? I cannot do this job, it is too life-threatening. Tong Yan continued to shake his head and refuse. You still owe me a favor. This naturally refers to helping him check the IOUs earlier. That favor is not that big, these are 2 different things. Zhang Hongyi sighed lightly and without being vague anymore threw out his sincerity directly. Did not you say earlier that you would do things for money? As long as you can hold this group of people from the Xiaodao society back, name your price. If it were before, Zhang Hongyi would definitely drag it out for a while and would never hand the initiative over to Tong Yan. It is just that this matter is of great importance, so he did not have the heart to negotiate. This is not about money. It is mainly that we are partners, mutually beneficial, you know. Tong Yan chuckled, calculating in his heart how much would be an appropriate quote. 5 million, just 5 million, and this group of Xiaodao society people will definitely not appear at your Qingshan ceremony. That is too much. Zhang Hongyi knew that Tong Yan was struggling to make money, so he wanted to make concessions on the price. But when the other party threw out a quote of 5 million, he could not handle it either. 5 million is not a small sum. According to the current fiscal budget of the Qingshan gang, the profit in a year is less than 4 million. Losing over a year's profit in one go, how are we supposed to live? What? I would not be so sure. That is the entire Blade Society we are talking about. With that many people, trying to hold them off is no different from declaring an all-out war on them. Is 5 million really a lot to ask for taking on a top 8 power? I still need to pay people to come and help out, you know. Tong Yan naturally would not back down on a matter like this. The two were only in a partnership. It was entirely possible they would go their separate ways in a while, so he might as well squeeze out what he could while he had the chance. Upon hearing this, Zhang Hongyi looked hesitant. 2 million, that is the highest price I can offer. Although the Qingshan gang has an annual profit of 4 million, our expenses are huge. Member benefits, maintaining various connections, and all sorts of other areas require a lot of money. Every year, the surplus that can actually be deposited into the treasury is less than 500,000. As the one essentially acting as the gang's treasurer, he knew exactly how much was left in the vault. Now that is just excessive, you're slashing more than half off the price. Tong Yan's face darkened and he nearly got up to leave. To be honest, in recent years, the major inner-city families have been meddling in the outer districts. Many of our businesses have been squeezed out and our revenue is not what it used to be. Plus, we have to pay a significant tribute to the city lord's office every year. For a group the size of the Qingshan gang, we have only managed to accumulate a few million in wealth over all these years. Your price is really something we cannot meet. Zhang Hongyi shook his head, truly unable to pay such a high price. That is true, I suppose my initial quote was a bit off. Tong Yan seemed to realize his mistake. How about this, for the sake of our partnership, I will give you a massive discount, 4,990,000. See, that is a lucky number, is not it? Zhang Hongyi, you consider 10,000 a massive discount. Let us be frank with each other, a 5 million quote is just not something I can authorize. After this power struggle, no matter the outcome, the Qingshan gang's strength will be severely crippled. Other gangs might move in on our assets, and we will be lucky if we can maintain a 3 million profit a year after that. 2,500,000, that is my limit. Goodbye. Tong Yan got up immediately to leave. For the sake of that previous favor, if you fail, I will find a way to collect your body. 3 million, Zhang Hongyi offered again, feeling helpless. You have to understand that is the entire Blade Society with so many experts. We are bound to be surrounded and overwhelmed by them. Tong Yan shook his head again, looking completely unconvinced. 3,330,000. As you said, let us keep it lucky. Zhang Hongyi spoke up again, and before Tong Yan could respond, he added, this is the absolute limit I can offer. If this does not work, I will go hire mercenaries instead. It might cost even less. Tong Yan rolled his eyes, looking helpless and conflicted, before saying grumpily, fine, for the sake of our partnership, I will take the loss. In reality, he was thrilled. As long as he had this money, his strength would skyrocket in an instant, and all his problems would cease to be problems. Let us be clear, this is life-threatening work, so it is payment first, service later. Hearing this, Zhang Hongyi shook his head once more. I do not have that much cash on hand. Impossible, you must pay first, no credit allowed. Tong Yan stood his ground on this point. It is non-negotiable. You must pay up front, otherwise find someone else to do the job. Tong Yan did not want to waste any more words and laid down the ultimatum to Zhang Hongyi. Zhang Hongyi fell silent for a moment, finally realizing that Tong Yan would not act until he saw the goods, and said helplessly, how about this, we both take a step back, pay part of the deposit now and the rest once I have stabilized the Qingshan gang and opened the treasury. How does that sound? Like I said, no credits. 3 million plus is not a small amount. Paying the full total on such short notice puts a lot of pressure on me. How about I use the Qingshan gang's business profits as collateral and pay you the rest later with an extra 10% interest? Tong Yan firmly refused again. After He Jian died, I had originally planned to withdraw from Wanjiang City with those mercenaries.
but there were still some loose ends to tie up, which is why I had to stay. If it were not for that favor you did for me earlier, I would not have even considered getting involved in this. This is my last job, and as soon as it is done, I am gone. I can round it down for you to an even 3 million. But credit not possible. If you agree to pay first, I will do it. If not, I am walking away. No room for discussion. Zhang Hongyi gave him a dark look and scrutinized him closely. After a long while, he finally nodded. Fine, have it your way. With that, he nodded to the black mist, signaling for the payment. You have got sticky fingers, kid. Tong Yan looked at the 300 or so high-grade black spirit stones poured out from the black mist and remarked pointedly. Hess, I am the one doing all the dirty work. I have to take a little interest for my trouble, right? Zhang Hongyi gave a cold chuckle. The Blade Society is in your hands now. I hope we have a pleasant cooperation. Before leaving, he added a final warning. Naturally, pleasure doing business with you. 3 millions. Tong Yan did not leave immediately. He sat there playing with the spirit stones. Something's off, his emotional fluctuations are extreme. Chen Ming, who had been silent until now, spoke up. Yeah? Tong Yan had a playful look in his eyes. He had sensed something unusual about Zhang Hongyi from the start, which was why he had been so adamant about no credit. He seemed to be deliberately digging for information about their background, especially while fishing for the true strength of their team. However, Tong Yan had pinned everything on He Giant, making all of Zhang Hongyi's inquiries hit a dead end. Besides, there was something else even more suspicious. Why did he have so much cash on him? Though Zhang Hongyi was the vice leader, given the Qingshan gang's financial state, he had no business having access to such a vast amount of wealth. Even if he had been skimming off the top in secret, it would not have added up to this much. Maybe our partner has already sold us out for a good price. Tong Yan said with a deep, eerie gaze. Back at their hideout, Tong Yan immediately went into isolation, deciding to invest all the funds he had acquired into his cultivation. With a full 3 million spirit stones, and adding 20,000 more to the 800,000 he already had left over, he successfully advanced 4 levels in a row, reaching the terrifying rank of a 9-stage master. Haha, I really have to thank Zhang Hongyi for this grand gift. Perhaps Zhang Hongyi was plotting something in the shadows. But that did not matter anymore. With his current strength, he felt confident enough to flatten any trap, no matter how deep. Zhang Hongyi never would have imagined that this money could directly push his strength to the level of a 9-stage master. Including Tong Su and the others, he suddenly commanded a group with 5 9-stage masters. With this kind of strength, never mind just the Blade Society. Even if another top 8 power were to get involved, he was confident he could wipe them all out. The next day, Tong Yan sensed the chaotic aura surrounding Yan Hong. It was clearly the backlash from a failed breakthrough. You are too impatient. Yan Hong nodded at his words. After returning that night, she felt like a burden to the team because of her own strength, so she became a bit anxious and tried to rush to the second stage. But she had not been a master long enough, and her foundation was unstable, which led to the failure. Yan Hong hesitated for a moment, then opened her robe to reveal the flame mark on her shoulder. Every time I tried to break through these past few days, I felt it become so active and searingly hot, as if something was about to crawl out of it. Tong Yan did not speak, studying the flame mark intently. It was more distinct than it had been before. Perhaps before long it would suddenly manifest just like the black ring. If I am not mistaken, it is going to be your second word spirit. A second word spirit? You mean I am a dual word spirit awakener? Yan Hong looked skeptical. Dual word spirit awakeners were not unheard of. Many large cities had such geniuses, and there were even more terrifying triple word spirit awakeners. But regardless of how many word spirits one had, they usually awakened at the same time. Her heart-refining fire word spirit had already awakened 4 years ago, so it made no sense for a second one to awaken now. It will be a bit different. Tong Yan did not explain further. Based on his experience with the Black Ring, it was very likely that Yan Hong's would awaken once she reached the second stage of Master. For the time being, have Chen Ming give you more guidance, and see if you can break through before we take action. Yeah, okay. Yo, what are you two doing? Do we need to wait a while before coming down? Just then, Zhao Wengshuan and the others came down from above, returning to the basement. They caught Yan Hong buttoning her clothes and were instantly stunned, Zhao Wengshuan's snarky nature immediately flaring up. Tusk, 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 I was wondering why you were so kind as to let little Ming go out with me. So you were clearing the space for a secret rendezvous, eh? I am not saying anything, but could not you two find a better spot? Doing it in a basement like this is just awkward. Tong Yan ignored Zhao Wengshuan entirely. That guy just could not stop being petty now and then. Tell me, were there any unusual developments with the Little Knife Gang?
Zhao Wengshuan took a sip of water and wiped his mouth. Chen Ming, you tell him. The others were speechless. If you were not going to say anything, why all the theatrics? On the surface, the Little Knife Gang shows no anomalies, but based on my observations, they have replaced all their hidden lookouts with weaker members. Weaker ones. After the third master Yi Sheng died, the Little Knife Gang had not made any major moves, but they had secretly set up many outposts, all manned by master-level members. Weakening their defense at a time like this clearly made no sense. They are concentrating their top-tier forces. Exactly. It is not just the masters near their base who have been pulled back. I went to their other industrial sites, and all the high-level combatants stationed there are returning to the Little Knife Gang headquarters one after another. Oh, does Cheng Hu really have enough influence to make the Little Knife Gang go all out? Tong Yan was puzzled. He had assumed the gang would send at most a portion of their men to make an appearance and give Cheng Hu some face. But now it seemed they had secretly recalled all their high-level combatants, which was clearly abnormal. He did not believe for a second there was not something fishy going on. I think the same. People in the outer district are always about calculating the stakes, and the Little Knife Gang's cost is too high. It does not seem like it is just to help Cheng Hu. Zhao Wengshuan added, as a scion of one of the 8 major powers, he was very familiar with their rules of conduct. It seems the water here runs deep. Tong Yan's gaze deepened. This must be related to Zhang Hongyi's scheme. However, that was fine. Given his current strength, he did not care much for Zhang Hongyi's plans. Chen Ming, you guide Yan Hong over the next 2 days and help her break through to the second stage of Master. Since Chen Ming had recently broken through, he was perfectly positioned to share his experience. Tong Yan noticed that since Chen Ming had begun focusing all his time and energy on cultivation, the terrifying speed granted by his forbidden sequence word spirit was fully manifesting. It could be described as advancing by leaps and bounds, truly incredible. Even at the Wanjiang Word Spirit Academy, his cultivation speed would easily rank in the top 3. Fine, Chen Ming nodded in agreement. Wengshuan, you and Han Sheng do not need to worry about this. Just focus on the preparations, keep pushing the stone material suppliers to speed things up. Tong Yan planned that once he dealt with Zhang Hongyi, he would officially plant his banner on the mountain and declare the establishment of his pub. Do not worry, I am pressing them 3 times a day, the progress is steady. What? The appointed time arrived quickly. On a main road leading to the Green Mountain Gang in the outer district, the Little Knife Gang's men gathered. Not only did the 2 gang leaders show up personally, but the experts stationed in every major area were also assembled, totaling over 20 men, all of them at the master level. This was the Little Knife Gang's full strength. Let us go, brothers. Once we finish this job, we have been promised a move into the inner district. For the future glory of the Little Knife Gang, give it everything you have got. Ha ha ha, let us go. Let us use the knives in our hands to carve out our path forward. Yes, kill. The Little Knife Gang was exceptionally excited, moving quickly toward the Green Mountain Gang under the cover of night. Within the group, a shirtless man carrying a broadsword on his back approached. Big brother, are we really going to abandon Cheng Hu's side? This man was the second leader, Mad Blade, and the one he called Big Brother was the first leader, Squinty. Heh, that old fossil Cheng Hu thinks he can buy our lives to stand for him for a mere million. Dream on, let him go to hell. We just need to finish what that nobleman asked us to do. As for Cheng Hu, let him fend for himself. The first leader of the Little Knife Gang was a man with a sinister aura. His left eye was blind and covered with a black patch, while his right eye darted around, resembling a venomous snake waiting for the right moment to strike. But the other party does not even fear that great person's family. If the Little Knife Gang gets mixed up in this, could it lead to problems? Mad Blade was deeply concerned. It is a gamble. If we win, we soar to new heights. If we lose, we can just exile ourselves to another city. Okay, fine. The second leader, Mad Blade, said no more and charged ahead with his head down. They are here. As they approached the Green Mountain Gang's base, someone blocked their path. A black mask. Seeing the person with a black mask blocking their way, neither of them looked surprised. This road is closed, go back. Road? What road? We are not here for a road, we are here for people. Mad Blade stepped forward and waved his hand, surround them. What? Do not you have accomplices? Call them all out together. Guangdao yanked the large blade from his back, his voice booming. Tong Yan did not make a sound or move. Mute are you? No, something is wrong, there is a heavy scent of blood. The leader, who had been silent until now, suddenly spoke. He shuddered, looked around sharply, and his face turned grim. He discovered that his subordinates stood there with dull expressions and no sign of life, frozen in place like wooden puppets. They did not even react to the command Guangdao had just given.
Their attention had been entirely focused on the people ahead, and with the night so dark, they had not noticed the abnormality of their members. "Are you deaf?" Kwang Dao's face changed as he roared at the Xiaodao sect members. Yet these people remained listless and unmoved. "Something is fishy, break." Kwang Dao shouted, swinging his heavy blade violently at the surrounding air. The surroundings, affected by the word spirit of the blade, began to ripple and distort. Finally, like a bubble, it burst with a pop. "An illusion." Ziyan's expression turned ugly. "You guessed it, but there is no reward." A pleasant voice rang out. Zimian Xinying swayed her enchanting figure as she approached, holding a purple jade smoking pipe with wisps of smoke drifting from its bowl. The purple jade smoking pipe was an ordinary weapon nurtured by Zimian Xinying. The smoke it emitted could pull people into an illusory realm and make them lose their way. The special purple smoke threads on the pipe were called wish-fulfilling threads, a forbidden artifact nurtured by the Zimian Xinying word spirit. The two worked in perfect harmony. Its effect was to create a deep purple smoke illusion, trapping people in their own mental loops. The more they craved something, the deeper they would fall. Unless one has a completely clear mind free of desire, they would inevitably be drawn in. The price of the backlash was that once the illusion was seen through, Zimian Xinying would fall into a prolonged state of weakness. This was the only forbidden artifact that did not backlash onto Tong Yan. "Our people." Kwang Dao looked behind him in horror. Their members were lying scattered across the ground, littering the path they had just walked, with blood staining the earth. "Dead. All dead." The members they brought with them were all dead. In the street, a person wearing a white mask and another in a red mask stood amidst the carnage. "Hello there." Seeing them look over, the chubby Keshi even greeted them enthusiastically. In truth, from the moment the Xiaodao sect set off, Tong Yan and his group had already begun their work. Utilizing the effect of Tianying's purple smoke illusion, they worked their way from the back, picking off the members of the Xiaodao sect one by one. By the time they reached this point, the group of over 20 people was reduced to just the two leaders of the Xiaodao sect. The two leaders were so desperate for this to succeed that they subconsciously prayed for everything to go smoothly, which only deepened the illusion and caused them to remain unaware for so long. No, this is impossible. How could you do this?" Ziyan screamed. The two of them were 7th rank masters. How could they not have noticed even the slightest disturbance? Everyone they brought were also masters. How could the enemy slaughter them all in silence without creating any commotion? "Haha, did someone tell you that those intercepting you were only around mid-rank masters?" Tong Yan spoke up suddenly. How do you know?" Ziyan was stunned, his face deathly pale. Why did the enemy know that he knew about the interception and even had information about them? Tong Yan sneered, sparing no more words. "Kill them." As soon as he spoke, Kishi, Sangbio, and Tong Yan lunged together toward the last two leaders of the Xiaodao sect. Since they were all 9th rank now, killing two 7th rankers was effortless. In no time at all, Kwang Dao's head was sliced open by Sangbio. Seeing his brother die, Ziyan did not put up a fight, but instead fell to his knees to beg for mercy. "Do not kill me, do not kill me. I can give you all the wealth of the Xiaodao sect. As long as you spare me, I will give you anything." "Hey, the wealth of the Xiaodao sect, that became mine the moment you left your headquarters." Only Tong Yan and Kishi were here to intercept them. The prisoner Chen Ming, the fire girl Yan Hong, and the lazy Tong Su had already headed for the Xiaodao sect's headquarters. "What?" Ziyan was naturally unaware of this and asked instinctively. Tong Yan had no intention of explaining and simply cut him down. The Xiaodao sect, one of the 8 major powers of the outer city, was thus completely wiped out on this ordinary night, without even causing a ripple. After finishing, Tong Yan and his people did not leave, but turned toward the darkness and spoke softly. "They were working for you after all, and you just watched them die. You are indeed cold-hearted." After Tong Yan finished speaking, there was no movement or response from the darkness. "What, did you realize you might not be able to win and decided to try to sneak away? Since when did the Bai family become such cowards?" Hearing the mocking laughter, 3 figures finally emerged from the darkness, wearing familiar white robes. It was indeed the Bai family. "You should not be this strong." The 3 figures were very old, clearly elder-level figures of the Bai family. They stared with heavy expressions, sensing that things had gone wrong. Tong Yan sneered, not bothering to address the elder's words. At this moment, he understood everything. When Zhang Hongyi came to find him, he never really counted on him to stop the Xiaodao sect. All he wanted was for him to show up here. Zhang had already leaked the information about Tong Yan's presence to the Bai family. The Bai family would then naturally find the Xiaodao sect and order them to change their plan. Instead of supporting Cheng Hu, their goal was to ambush Tong Yan's group.
Once Tong Yan appeared, the Xiaodao sect would cooperate with the Bai family elders to take them down. In this way, the Xiaodao sect would have no way of appearing at the Qingshan Gang ceremony on time. That would also effectively resolve the trouble that was the Xiaodao sect. Tong Yan, the Xiaodao sect, and the Bai family had all been cleverly manipulated by Zhang Hongyi to neutralize each other here. Without the interference of these external factors, he would naturally have the confidence to take down Cheng Hu's faction. Betraying Tong Yan also won him favor with the Bai family, so after he took the position of Qingshan Gang leader, the Bai family could speak on his behalf. Having lost significant power in previous conflicts, the Bai family was naturally happy to cooperate with a major power like the Qingshan Gang now that it was falling into their lap. Calculating it all, the only thing Zhang Hongyi lost was the 3 million spirit stones he had paid Tong Yan earlier. Even those 3 million stones might have been part of the conditions paid by the Bai family when he sold the information. Everything was absolutely perfect. The only ones dead were insignificant people like Tong Yan. Zhang Hongyi, oh Zhang Hongyi, you really are ruthless enough. It is just a pity that what you did not anticipate is that I am not like other people. Tong Yan chuckled. If Zhang Hongyi knew that it was precisely those 3 million spirit stones he gave away that caused his total defeat, would he be driven insane with rage? This time, the Bai family sent their 4th, 5th, and 8th elders. The 4th elder's power has reached the terrifying level of a 9th grade master, while the other 2 are at the 8th and 6th grades, respectively. If it were based on the strength of Tong Yan and his group as they originally understood it, this configuration of 3 elders would have been enough to destroy them countless times over. Why is your strength so powerful? The 4th elder's face looked terrible. With his level of strength, he actually could not see through the true power of these people. Damn Zhang Hongyi, he is setting us up. The 5th elder's expression was also extremely grim. According to what Zhang Hongyi said, the strength of these people was at most intermediate master level. But what is the situation now? Did he also tell you that the high-level mercenaries hired by He Giant had already left? Tong Yan chuckled. Heh, if I kill you all as well, the Bai family's world will probably collapse. 5th, work with me to hold them off. 8th, find a way to leave first, return to report to the family head and request reinforcements. The 4th elder realized that things had gotten out of hand. But they had not yet realized that in the hands of Tong Yan and his companions, they did not even have the qualification to escape. Kill. Tong Yan held his Tang-style horizontal blade and charged in first. Sang Bio, Kaishi, and Mei Ying followed immediately behind. The 8th elder, who was only a 6th grade master, had his heart pierced through by Sang Bio after only a short moment. No, 8th brothers. The 4th elder was overcome with grief and attacked frantically, but he posed no threat to Tong Yan and his team. Instead, he lost his composure and was continuously slashed and bled by Sang Bio. The intense pain made him even more flustered, leaving him full of openings. In terms of strength levels, the 4th elder was on par with them. It is a pity that they were facing opponents like Tong Yan's group, who had perfect coordination and bizarre speech powers. Within a few rounds, the weaker 5th elder was also killed. The 4th elder was consumed by rage and tried to fight to the death, but he was caught by the purple-faced Mei Ying, dragged into an illusion, and eventually slaughtered by Kaishi's blade. The 3 elders of the Bai family had originally thought that with a 9th grade master leading, hunting these people would be effortless, but they ended up losing their own lives instead. If the Bai family knew this outcome, they would probably regret it until their guts turned green. Hee, let us go and see our genius Zhang Hongyi. Revenge should not wait until tomorrow. Since Zhang Hongyi chose to betray him, he does not need to continue living either. Qingshan Gang ceremony. Zhang Hongyi, you ungrateful wretch. Do not forget who took you in, gave you food to eat, and gave you the opportunity to display your talents. Today, you actually dare to betray me and betray the Qingshan Gang. On the grand platform of the ceremony, a burly old man lay paralyzed on the ground, his abdomen slashed with a large wound, face deathly pale, struggling in agony. He was none other than Cheng Hu, the leader of the Qingshan Gang, who was usually the center of attention, but now looked absolutely miserable. If we are talking about betrayal, it is you who betrayed us. To collude with the Little Knife Society, you privately gave them the Northern District's market and sold out the interests of Qingshan. You are the sinner who betrayed the Qingshan Gang. Zhang Hongyi remained expressionless, looking down at Cheng Hu from above. He had already gained full control of the situation. The experts from Cheng Hu's faction had been killed by him, and the 2 elder veterans who originally stood by Cheng Hu's side saw the shift in power and decisively jumped ship, bowing to Zhang Hongyi. The high-ranking members of the Qingshan Gang present all had unpleasant expressions after hearing this. No matter how much they fight internally, it is still a gang affair.
Cheng Hu actually sold out the gang's interests to curry favor with the weakest Little Knife Society, which touched their red line.
You?
Cheng Hu's face turned crimson with rage. Zhang Hongyi crouched halfway down. If you had not been desperate and sold the gang's interests, they might not have abandoned you so quickly. Unfortunately, you were too impatient. Hee, so what if I was desperate? I do not regret today's outcome. I only regret not killing you to avenge my son. Cheng Hu spat a glob of phlegm onto Zhang Hongyi's face. Do not think I do not know it was you who secretly dealt with my son. Hee, I know you were coveting the position of gang leader, but I just wanted to disgust you. I did not want you sitting in this chair. Everyone from the Qingshan gang listening here, Vice Leader Zhang Hongyi is cold-blooded and ruthless. He will discard everything to achieve his goals. Today he used me as a stepping stone. Tomorrow, for higher interests, he will just as easily sell you out. Such a person is not worthy of being the head of the Qingshan gang and has no qualification to lead it. In the name of the current leader of the Qingshan gang, I issue a decree. Whoever can kill this treacherous villain in the future will be the rightful leader of the Qingshan gang. If you can, you may also request outside help to assist you, as long as this traitor is eliminated. Cheng Hu's words echoed in the hall, falling into the ears of all the high-ranking members present. Everyone lowered their eyes, their gazes deep, wondering what each was thinking.
Damn old thing.
Zhang Hongyi's face looked rather ugly. He really had not expected Cheng Hu to pull such a move at the end. Ha, Zhang Hongyi, I curse you that you will not sit steadily in this seat, and you will ultimately come to a miserable end. I will be in hell waiting for you. Cheng Hu saw Zhang Hongyi's uncomfortable expression, laughed heartily with satisfaction, opened his eyes wide in fury and gasped his last. The old leader Cheng Hu is dead. Now I, Vice Leader Zhang Hongyi, officially succeed to the position of Qingshan gang leader. Does anyone object? Zhang Hongyi announced loudly while sweeping his gaze across the room. The high-ranking members he looked at bowed their heads one after another, not daring to meet Zhang Hongyi's eyes. Although some had secret thoughts, Zhang Hongyi had two 9th-grade master experts standing beside him. One word of opposition could get you wiped out. Seeing that no one dared to make a sound, a satisfied smile appeared on Zhang Hongyi's face. What does being illegitimate or unjustified matter? Having the strength in your hands is what matters most. The position of Qingshan gang leader is ultimately mine, Zhang Hongyi's.
Ziar, can you see this from heaven?
I said I would succeed and I would stand even higher. You died for my grand cause, your death was worth it, you can rest in peace now. Zhang Hongyi's heart was surging with emotion as he lifted his feet and slowly walked toward the grand chair above. 20-some years, it has been a full 20-some years. He had always been chasing power and status, and for this, he did not hesitate to betray friends, betray his wife, and sabotage his benefactors, all of whom became stepping stones on his path forward. It was all for this moment, all for this position. The position of Qingshan gang leader is finally mine. But at this very crucial moment, an untimely voice sounded, interrupting Zhang Hongyi's beautiful dream. I wonder if it is okay if I object.
What?
The rest of the top brass in the hall felt a jolt in their hearts and turned their heads one after another. A young figure walked in. Even with Zhang Hongyi's level of composure, seeing Tong Yan appear here made his expression stiffen, and it took him a while to react before he smiled and spoke. Tong Yan, you are here. Did you get things handled with the Small Knife Society? As soon as these words were spoken, everyone turned their eyes toward him. Is this person also one of Zhang Hongyi's people? And he was the one sent to deal with the Small Knife Society. When Tong Yan heard this, he was amused. No wonder others can achieve great things. This kind of shameless mentality is something ordinary people really cannot pull off. Of course I handled it, I killed them all. Oh, Zhang Hongyi's eyes narrowed upon hearing this, and a bad premonition arose in his heart. You sit here for a moment. After I finish dealing with the gang's affairs, I will settle the payment with you. Let us settle it at your initial price, and I will add another 1.66 million to make it the 5 million you previously asked for. After Zhang Hongyi finished speaking, he wanted to turn around and continue his steps towards seizing power. Do not be in such a hurry, why do not we have a chat? Hearing Zhang Hongyi try to resolve the previous issue by offering more money, Tong Yan was so angry he laughed. But Zhang Hongyi ignored him and continued walking straight toward the chair of power. My boss is talking to you. A seductive voice rang out, and at the same time, the hall was filled with swirling smoke that swept toward Zhang Hongyi.
I temph an illusion.
Zhang Hongyi's trusted aide, the middle-aged man who possessed the black mist word spirit, snorted coldly. He unleashed his word spirit with full force, and the black mist clashed with the purple phantom smoke. The moment they touched, the black mist was suppressed and began to shrink back.
A 9th-tier master.
The holder of the black mist word spirit exclaimed solemnly.
When Zhang Hongyi and his other trusted aide heard this, their expressions also sank. Tong Yan still has a powerhouse of this level, were not they supposed to have all retreated? The tiger-skin chair, which was just a few steps away, now seemed impossibly far away in Zhang Hongyi's eyes. Tong Yan, we are partners. The previous incident was an oversight on my part. I can compensate you. Name your terms and I will satisfy them all. Having no other choice, Zhang Hongyi turned to look at Tong Yan, wearing a smile he thought was gentle, trying to mend their relationship. Facing Zhang Hongyi's show of goodwill, Tong Yan chuckled without responding and looked instead at the other high-ranking members of the Qingshan gang. I seem to have heard gang leader Cheng, who say just now that whoever kills Zhang Hongyi will be the leader of the Qingshan gang, and that external help is not restricted. Tong Yan, do not go too far. Zhang Hongyi's heart sank upon hearing this. The feeling that the situation was slipping out of his control began to well up. Does anyone want to sit in that chair? Tong Yan directly ignored Zhang Hongyi and pointed at the large chair above. At these words, the various high-ranking members of the Qingshan gang began to stir, their eyes flickering as they evaluated the reliability of what he said. Eventually, someone could not resist the temptation and stood up. This brother is right. Zhang Hongyi is nothing but a traitor who plotted against our leader. Such an unfaithful and unrighteous person has no business leading our Qingshan gang. Therefore, I, Chen Tianxing, implore you all to join me in killing this thief. The man who stood up was about 30 years old, clean-looking, with a scar on his face. Brother, I boldly request your assistance in killing this thief. You may name your price afterward. Zhang Hongyi, seeing the situation spiral out of control, ignored him and turned to walk toward the chair again. He was not resigned to this. But once again, he was blocked by the purple phantom. Tong Yan, do you really want to burn bridges? Zhang Hongyi stopped pretending and glared at Tong Yan with cold eyes. Burn bridges? Have not you intended to do that from the very beginning? From the moment you guessed I was the one who killed the Bai family, you never intended to let me live. Tong Yan did not want to waste any more words on Zhang Hongyi. He waved his hand and initiated the attack. Brothers who are willing to follow me, Chen Tianxing, and uphold the justice of the Qingshan gang, follow me and attack. Chen Tianxing, having stepped forward, also launched an attack on Zhang Hongyi's men. There were many people present, divided into different factions. At this moment, they did not help Zhang Hongyi, nor did they follow Chen Tianxing, choosing instead to watch the show. The situation was still unclear. Rashly picking a side would only lead to their own downfall. It was better to just watch and wait until a winner emerged. Anyway, whoever wins in the end will need their help to manage such a large territory as the Qingshan gang, and their status would remain unchanged. With this mindset, most people did not move. Only Chen Tianxing's confidence took the initiative to step forward and fight. Tong Yan, do you really want to be my enemy? Zhang Hongyi asked, still unwilling to give up, but seeing Tong Yan's icy expression, his face hardened. Fine, fine, fine. I want to see how you plan to win. You only have one 9th-tier master while I have 2 plus various other masters of different levels. I want to see what you have to beat me. Hainu, block that purple-masked woman. Li Tao, go kill Tong Yan. Everyone else kill Chen Tianxing's people, leave no one alive. On paper, Zhang Hongyi's side was much stronger. Attack! Li Tao was another powerhouse beside Zhang Hongyi, also a 9th-tier master. However, unlike Hainu, he was just hired to help and was not a loyal follower of Zhang Hongyi. Kid, if you do not have the strength, do not meddle in these murky waters, or you will lose your life. Li Tao laughed sinisterly. His word spirit was a physical staff. As he merged with it, he swung it through the air and brought it crashing down. Tong Yan's eyes narrowed. In the next instant, a black mask covered his face, a black tang sword appeared in his hand, and he gathered his energy. He struck just as Li Tao swung, the black blade light moving with extreme speed. The two passed each other. Li Tao froze in place, his hand still gripping his short staff word spirit, his eyes full of shock and disbelief. How is this possible? As he spoke, the short staff word spirit snapped in two, and his throat suddenly burst open, spurting a massive amount of blood. That single strike not only shattered his word spirit, but also took his life. You are right, if you do not have the strength, you should not mess around in murky waters. Tong Yan slowly sheathed his sword, using his fingers to wipe the blood off the blade as it entered the scabbard. Seeing this, everyone in the hall fell silent, one after another gasping in shock. Are you kidding? A 9th-tier master was actually killed in one strike. Everyone looked at Tong Yan, now wearing the black mask, with intense shock. This is a 9th-tier master, someone considered a super powerhouse in a place like Wanjiang City. And he was just finished off like that in one blow. Is this still the world I am familiar with? What? Zhang Hongyi was stunned as well. He had assumed the only master Tong Yan hired was the one in the purple mask ahead.
But you are telling me he himself is also a Tier 9 master. How is this possible? How old is he to have reached such a terrifying level? The others did not know Tong Yan well enough. They only marveled at his formidable strength. But Zhang Hongyi was different. He had investigated Tong Yan's background in such detail that he felt secure in selling him out to the Bai family. Yet what is this strength Tong Yan is showing now? His head throbbed, his mind went blank, and he stood there dumbfounded. Master, we have to go. Seeing that the situation was slipping out of control, the Black Fog spirit user known as Black Slave quickly moved to Zhang Hongyi's side, intending to escort him away. I am not leaving. Zhang Hongyi's eyes were bloodshot, fixed intently on the chair above. It was so close, just one step away. Why did not this Tong Yan die at the hands of the Bai family? Why is their strength so immense? For the first time, Zhang Hongyi felt regret. If he had not provoked Tong Yan in the first place, if he had not treated him as a pawn, but instead spent more money to hire mercenaries to hold back the Small Knife Society, things would not have ended up like this. Master, as long as there are green hills, one need not worry about running out of firewood. His confidant urged him once more. The situation was out of control. Tong Yan's side actually possessed 4 Tier 9 masters. Such a configuration of power was too terrifying, there was no way they could win. Go! Suddenly, Black Slave sensed an attack coming, hurriedly pushed Zhang Hongyi aside and backhanded a dagger to fend off the enemy. Do you remember what I said? If you ever set foot near my home again, I will kill you. Beneath the black armor, Tong Yan's gaze was icy. After Zhang Hongyi asked him to help block the Small Knife Society, this Hai San had approached his residence late at night multiple times, trying to gather intelligence. Several times, Tong Yan had almost failed to suppress the urge to kill him. But in the end, for the bigger picture, he had forced himself to endure it. Now he was filled with rage. The Tang Saber was heavy, and strike after strike forced Hai San into a position with no room to resist. The ability granted by the Black Fog Spirit was not suited for direct combat. If he could have slipped into the shadows and struck during the chaos, he might have posed a real threat to Tong Yan. Unfortunately, to draw fire and protect Zhang Hongyi's retreat, he was forced to fight head-on. Go! Seeing no hope of a comeback, Zhang Hongyi had no choice but to order a retreat. Seeing this, Chen Tianxing, who had stepped out to resist, grew anxious. If Zhang Hongyi escaped, given his own seniority and strength, he would never have a chance to take that position. Only by killing Zhang Hongyi would he have the legitimate claim to it. Forget the others, kill the traitor Zhang Hongyi for me. Whoever kills him will be directly appointed as an elder. Heavy rewards bring out the brave. The effect was immediate. Chen Tianxing's henchmen lunged at Zhang Hongyi's group like a pack of starving wolves. Just you wait. Zhang Hongyi did not linger, taking his men to charge out through a side door. He pay the toll and I will let you go. The rotund figure in a red mask, Kishi, blocked their path. Where did this fat guy come from? Get lost. Someone in the crowd shouted, swinging a palm at him. Kishi drew his butcher's knife and slashed without even looking. No contact, no fluctuation. But with that simple motion, the Tier 7 master who attacked was instantly withered into an old man before collapsing dead. What kind of weird spirit is this? The group was terrified, their hearts sinking to the bottom. Pay the toll and I will let you go, Kishi repeated. Here? Someone could not take it and tossed all their spirit stones to the fat man. Kishi happily took them and waved his hand. You can go. The man was overjoyed and jogged away, but as he crossed the threshold, his body stiffened. Looking down with difficulty, he saw the butcher's knife plunged into his waist, with only the handle protruding. I said I would let you go if you paid the toll, but I never said I would not attack you. Listening to Kishi's matter-of-fact response, the man was overcome with fury. He could not catch his breath and his body collapsed. Charge out. Zhang Hongyi's expression turned fierce as he personally led the charge. The others knew there was no other way, so they followed out of necessity. This road really is blocked. Kishi chuckled, his butcher's knife in hand, swinging it continuously into the air. One figure after another was slashed as if their time had run out, falling to the ground one by one. In just a moment, Zhang Hongyi's team of over 30 men was reduced to just him, and that was only because Kishi had carefully avoided him. On the other side, Black Fog was quickly finished off under the combined assault of Tong Yan and Phantom. Hearing Black Fog scream, Zhang Hongyi turned pale. He grew quiet, leaning blankly against the wall, offering no more resistance. What did you think of my price? Tong Yan walked up to the hollow-eyed Zhang Hongyi. Quite good, 5 million spirit stones, and the Qing Shan gang gets to enter the black market trade just like the Axe gang and the Money Association. Zhang Hongyi chuckled self-deprecatingly. Oh, so after taking a 2 million kickback from me, you still have to go be someone's dog. If it gives me a chance to climb higher, what is wrong with being a dog? Tong Yan reached out and placed a hand on Zhang Hongyi's shoulder. You are ruthless enough and your ideas are not bad, but you missed one thing. Even if you sold the info to the Bai family, they still could not kill me. How did you do it? A secret. Tong Yan did not answer. Zhang Hongyi stared blankly for a moment before bursting into maniacal laughter. You like keeping secrets and I do too, let me tell you one. Seeing Zhang Hongyi's frantic expression, Tong Yan felt a sense of foreboding. I have no family and I hate the word, but I love killing other people's families. Ha 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 ha. Having said that, Zhang Hongyi laughed like a madman, tears streaming down his face. Damn it. Beneath the black armor, Tong Yan's face shifted violently. All his focus had been on who Zhang Hongyi would sell his information to, causing him to subconsciously overlook the fact that Zhang Hongyi knew his true identity. Added to the fact that he himself disregarded family, it had led him to wrongly assume that Zhang Hongyi would not play the family card. Damn it. Tong Yan's face turned deathly pale, and his body began to tremble uncontrollably. Seeing this, Zhang Hongyi laughed even harder. I gave the order to scatter their ashes. Even if you run back, you will not even find their corpses. Perhaps if you lick the ground, you might find some of their ash. Tong Yan struck out suddenly, piercing through Zhang Hongyi's neck with his blade. But even with his neck pierced, Zhang Hongyi kept making wheezing laughter, his eyes filled with madness. As Tong Yan pulled the blade out, he shredded every last bit of life left in him. Zhang Hongyi is dead. He died with his final madness. He once used 35 people as stepping stones, but in the end, he became a stepping stone for someone else. Whether you succeed or fail in this game of chess, the stakes are always your own life. Hahaha, may I ask your name, brother? You helped me, Chen Tianxing, kill the traitors of the Green Mountain Gang, so you are our benefactor and an honored guest. Once I stabilize the situation, I will definitely offer you a great gift. Seeing that all the forces from Cheng Hu and Zhang Hongyi's factions were dead, Chen Tianxing was incredibly excited. Combined with Cheng Hu's dying words, he had the justification to take that position. No need, I will just take it myself. Chen Tianxing's smile stiffened. Close the door, leave no one alive. Tong Yan felt restless and volatile, his mind a complete blank. With no heart to deal with these trifles, he left immediately after giving the order. Under the pale moonlight, Tong Yan sprinted at full speed, giving his all to run toward his home. His mind was blank, and he did not dare to think about what might have happened. He just kept pushing forward, forcing himself to go faster, just a little faster. Almost there, almost there. In less than 10 minutes, Tong Yan crossed most of the city and dashed home. As always, the dim candlelight of that small, dilapidated house was still there. But what was different from usual was that the sounds of Tong Yan and Tong Wuji playing were not coming from inside the house. Everything around was deathly silent. Along with Tong Yan's heart, it was deathly silent. After taking off his face mask, Tong Yan took a deep breath, steadied his trembling hands, and gently pushed open the door to walk in. Big brother, did not you say you were too busy to come home today? After entering, that familiar, pleasant voice rang out just like any other day, instantly pulling Tong Yan back from hell to heaven. You too. Tong Yan could not speak. A feeling of recovering something lost enveloped his entire body, shutting out all other sensations. Are you two arguing? After a moment, Tong Yan smiled. He saw Tong Yan and Tong Wuji glaring at each other across the table, their expressions different from before, and the air felt subtly tense. Yes, Tong Wuji is lying. Wrong, the sister is the one lying. All right, you two. Tong Yan walked in and touched both their foreheads. Feeling their warmth, his heart finally settled. He was used to them bickering every day. Has anyone come to our house tonight? Tong Yan asked while scanning the room, sensing his surroundings quietly. People know, is one of brother's friends coming over? No, Tong Yan was slightly puzzled, then nodded. Nothing is good, nothing is good. Suddenly, he noticed his sister Tong Yan's door was unusually tightly closed today. He walked over and reached out to push it open. Ah, brothers, no. Noticing her brother walking toward her room, Tong Yan's face changed slightly, and she hurried to stop him. Brothers, you cannot. I am grown up now, you are not allowed to enter my room anymore. Hearing this, Tong Yan suddenly realized and hurriedly nodded. Yes, I am sorry, I forgot. Tong Yan walked around one more time, and after confirming there was nothing abnormal, his heart was at ease. You two stay home, I am going out and will be back later. Okay, stay safe, brother. Tong Yan and Tong Wuji obediently saw Tong Yan off. After Tong Yan left, Tong Yan's face turned cold. Everyone get out here. As soon as she spoke, the tightly closed door opened. A shadowy phantom floated out unsteadily, followed by a mass of darkness which was clutching a person. This person was tightly wrapped in the shadows, with only a pair of eyes filled with fear showing. He struggled desperately but could not move at all. Tong Wuji, explain to me, who is he? Tong Yan asked with one hand on her hip, pointing at the unsteady and somewhat irreverent phantom. Little girl, you should use respectful terms for your elders. The phantom picked his nose and said with dissatisfaction, You are the one who needs to explain what this ball of shadow is. Tong Wuji did not lose his momentum, pointing at the pitch-black shadow and asking back. I asked first, and besides, I am your older sister, so you have to answer first. I am not taking orders from you. It would be a different story if brother were here. Are you itching for a beating again? I am not afraid of you. The brother and sister started fighting as they argued. But due to his physical condition, Tong Wuji was beaten by Tong Yan until he yelped. Are not you going to help? The malicious ghost and the shadow on the side silently started watching the show. Zhang Hongyi did indeed send people, and they were at the master stage. However, they were detected by both of them before they even got close, and after a quick capture, the two figures ended up running into each other awkwardly. Then it was just the brother and sister facing off. One said the other was lying, and the other accused the first of being a fraud. Theoretically, I am this kid's master and should stand up for him, but this kid calls me a big fool every day, so I will pretend I did not see anything. The malicious ghost spread his hands, watching with great interest, and even threw a few shadow punches, feeling quite satisfied. What about you? Are not you going to help either? The shadow hesitated for a moment and said, In principle, I am the protector of the princess and should ensure her safety, but she is not currently in any danger, so I do not need to intervene. Oh, that is perfect, let us watch the show. The two of them quietly watched the show, chatting while they watched. It is said that the ghosts in the Ghost Yamen are all daring and are a group of seekers for ultimate power. Seeing it today, it is well deserved. You actually dared to abandon your physical body and entrust your consciousness to speech. I admire that spirit of exploration and adventure. You flatter me. I never thought I would see that pioneer expedition team from hundreds of years ago today. In terms of exploration and adventure spirit, you are the ones worthy of admiration. Hee, there are no expedition pioneers, only mutants contaminated by mysterious energy, only a cursed race that humanity cannot tolerate. Hahaha, in that case I am the same. There are no ghosts pursuing power, only great villains shunned and feared by the world, only lunatics considered by the world to have their brains ruined by speech. Yes, both sides are outsiders and monsters feared by the world. On the other side, the brother and sister had already decided the winner. Are you going to admit defeat? Tong Yan used a joint lock to pin her brother Tong Wuji on the table. No, I am going to tell brother that you are a violent girl. You still want to fight? Tong Yan landed a few more punches. How about now, do you admit defeat? I will not admit defeat even if you beat me to death. Tong Wuji's body was weak, but his mouth was stubborn. Little brother, you are not up to it. Tong Yan punched him a few more times before letting go. You wait, I will definitely settle the score in the future. Tong Wuji continued with his threats, but suddenly caught sight of the person wrapped in shadow, and his anger flared up. If it were not for this guy, he would not have been exposed today, nor would he have gotten this beating. Hurry, drag him out, kill him, and scatter his ashes in the river. On the other side, the battle continues. Following the order, Phantom waves his tobacco pipe, scattering a thick cloud of smoke. Purple smoke swirls, instantly pulling all remaining members of the Green Mountain Gang into an illusion. The experts of the Green Mountain Gang have all been killed, and the survivors cannot withstand a few rounds against Sangbio and Phantom, falling one by one. This hall, once one of the strongest forces in the outer city, is now filled with severed limbs, a nauseating smell of blood, and streams of fresh blood flowing out from the gaps in the closed doors. Pale moonlight casts into the room through the tall windows, illuminating three cold and terrifying masks. From the moment the battle began, none of the Green Mountain Gang members were destined to survive. There are surely Zhang Hongyi's loyalists hidden among them, and to prevent any future trouble, it is best to kill them all. Red Stone, go loot the warehouse. With Tong Yan absent, Phantom becomes the commander. Got it. Red Stone stows his weapon and heads off in high spirits. Sangbio, you go check on Tong Su and the others. I am heading back to find the boss. Tong Yan wandered around his home a few times but found no traces. Strange, could it be that Zhang Hongyi was just trying to scare me at the end? Boss, the Green Mountain Gang situation has been taken care of. At this moment, Phantom approaches. Very well, Phantom, stay in the vicinity. If any strangers approach, kill them. Understood. Just as Tong Yan rushed back to the base, Chen Ming and Tong Su also returned from the Small Blade Society. How are things on your side? It went smoothly. Their high-level combatants were all deployed elsewhere, leaving only a few low-level masters guarding the place. The Small Blade Society's vault has been sealed off. Tong Su took the high-value assets, and the remaining resources were locked away under our seal. No one dares to remove it until they figure out our true strength. Chen Ming replies. Since his last injury, his mental state has actually improved, making him much more proactive and agile. Good, everyone take the time to rest and recover. Understood. While things are flourishing on Tong Yan's side, the White family is shrouded in dead silence. Bai Wu sits at the head of the table, looking at the 9 chairs where only 2 people are seated. He feels neither joy nor sorrow. The prestigious White family has had 7 of its elders killed in less than 2 months, losing all their face. Sigh, we have failed in our duties. The first elder, Bai Sheng, lets out a long, gloomy sigh. Number 6, notify the subordinates that the Golden Pool firm has suffered a major attack. As of now, suspend all transactions until the provocateurs are eliminated. Also, tell the Axe Gang and the Money Guild to close the black market as well, and have all high-level members gather here. Patriarch, but this. Bai Sheng's face is filled with worry. Almost all trading firms in Wanjiang City are controlled by the White family. If operations stop, the entire market will face severe shortages, with massive consequences. This will shake the order and can put pressure on the city lord's mansion. But this approach is akin to killing 1,000 enemies at the cost of 800 of your own. If you do not open for business, you cannot make money, and you will incur the hatred of the city lord's mansion. This approach is somewhat burning bridges. HMPH, I do not believe the city lord's mansion and the 4 big families are not pushing this from the shadows. Since they want to suppress us, do not blame us for fighting back. Bai Wu's eyes are vicious. After receiving the intelligence on Zhang Hongyi that day, he intended to intercept and kill the culprits personally. But the city lord's mansion suddenly invited them to negotiate the salvaging of supplies from the moat, specifically naming him and Bai Sheng to attend. They had no choice but to arrange for other elders to carry out the ambush. The result was that all 3 sent elders were slaughtered. If the city lord's mansion did not know something, I would not believe it even if I died. Damn that Zhang Hongyi for never telling me the true identities of those masked people. Bai Wu curses coldly. That damn thing only told me they would appear there and revealed nothing else. Now that he has killed himself, he has left me in a corner with no options. Sighed. Bai Sheng sighs heavily. What about the culprits? Should we send people to track them? With what? Just wait, he will come looking for us. Great elder, do not you understand yet? Bai Wu stands up and walks toward the courtyard. They went to such lengths to kill number 9 in front of everyone and planted a flag there. Was not it to establish authority? And what comes after establishing authority? After establishing authority, Bai Sheng mutters to himself, his mind suddenly struck with realization. Establishing a faction. Yes, Bai Wu nods. Their appetite is huge. They used us to build their name and then will establish a faction to rule the region. Given the strength they have demonstrated, they are already capable of changing the landscape of Wanjiang City. Haha, the old man at the city lord's mansion saw it clearly long ago. He intentionally propped up the White family to use those people's hands to weaken us, playing the driving the wolf to swallow the tiger game. It is just that it backfired. He must be very confused now. This wolf is more terrifying than they imagined and poses a threat to them too, ha ha ha. Bai Wu laughs as he speaks. Bai Sheng nods. By the way, report this to the Golden Pool headquarters and request support. Understood. At the city lord's mansion. Indeed, as Bai Wu said, City Lord Qiu Zhangming is having a major headache now. Is the information correct? Bai 4 and all those 9th-level masters from the Green Mountain Gang are dead. Yes, City Lord, I have personally inspected their corpses, reports a middle-aged man in a gray shirt. If these people are this strong, why did he Jian risk his life that night to fight that battle? Was he intentionally misleading us? City Lord, many city guards saw it that night. The battle was extremely arduous. He Jian risked his life to push the old guy by 3 to the edge of the moat, and then those people blew him into the identification zone, winning only with the help of the guards. Impossible, we must have been tricked. These guys are playing the hiding strength behind a weak front game. They used He Jian, who is about to die of old age, to confuse our judgment. Qiu Zhangming still does not believe it. He is feeling regretful now. If I had known, I would not have stopped Bai Wu and Bai Sheng earlier, letting them go kill these people so that both sides would have suffered major casualties. There are only so many resources in Wanjiang City. Now that these people want a piece of the pie, it cuts into the city lord's mansion's interests, which they naturally do not want. The best outcome would be for these people and the White family to fight until they are both crippled. Ultimately, we would reap the benefits as the fishermen. It is just that what happened tonight is too explosive. Beyond Hejian, that group possesses the terrifying strength to hunt 9th-level masters and wipe out the Green Mountain Gang. Qiu Zhengming is feeling extremely regretful now. City Lord, perhaps this is also an opportunity for us to control the outer city. Suddenly, an old man who had been silent in the room speaks up. A single word wakes the dreamer. The Green Mountain Gang and Small Blade Society are wiped out, the Axe Gang and Money Guild are badly mauled, and the White family is pulling back. Is not this the best time for us to intervene and control the outer city? Qiu Zhengming immediately issues orders. Go convey my command. There is a suspected appearance of human corruption inside the city. All City Lord's Mansion tributes are to enter the outer city for a search. No one or any force is allowed to cause trouble during the inspection. Anyone who resists is to be killed. Further order, during the review period, half a caddy of rye will be distributed to each household in the outer city daily. If there is any rioting, kill them. Third order. As I thought, just like the Black Ring, it is a type of abnormal spirit speech. Inside the secret room, Tong Yan watched the two flames appearing in Yan Hong's hands, his eyes filled with deep thought. Yan Hong had not promoted before the operation, but after the battles last night and tonight, she gained a brand new realization. Returning to the stronghold, she immediately went into seclusion and officially broke through to a second-order master today. The one on the left is her original spirit speech, the S-rank burning heaven heart-refining fire, while the flame on the right, which is reddish-purple, is emerging from her shoulder. Do you feel anything special? It is powerful, countless times stronger than the heart-refining fire. Yan Hong said earnestly. She controlled the two flames to draw closer, and the purple one directly devoured the heart-refining fire. The purple fire, having consumed the heart-refining fire, burst out into an even more searing flame. Devour, Tong Yan asked, puzzled. No, it is fusion. It can fuse other flames to unleash stronger power in a short period of time. Moreover, after awakening the purple fire, I feel that my cultivation speed is countless times faster than before. Even with Yan Hong's cold and detached personality, she was incredibly delighted when speaking about this. Has it given birth to anything else, for example, a weapon? A weapon? No, not that. Having received a negative answer, Tong Yan became even more confused. Originally, he thought this was the same as the Black Ring and the Golden Mask, where it would give birth to a natal weapon. But now it seems they are not the same type of thing. Does not awaken simultaneously, is more powerful, can increase cultivation speed, and has not given birth to anything else. This was all the information Tong Yan could gather from the flame. It was still quite different from his own Black Ring. Perhaps this is a type of spirit speech that could be called a brand new sequence. Without further clues, Tong Yan stopped dwelling on it. That same night, Tong Yan and his group launched another operation, sneaking near the Axe Gang's warehouse. All the top combatants of the Axe Gang had been gathered together by the Bai family, so the warehouse was completely undefended. They succeeded with ease. Under the cover of night, they transported all the supplies to that mountain and hid them away. The monkeys on the mountain were easily slaughtered by the group. With this, all preparations for the wine shop were completed. Only the final step remained. When he returned to the courtyard the next day, Tong Yan was surprised to see a familiar figure. Zhang Chenggong, why are you here? Zhang Chenggong gave a hearty laugh. The city lord's mansion is searching for outsiders, and I have nowhere to go. Do you have any rooms left here? Let me hide out for a bit. The city lord's mansion. Tong Yan was puzzled. Was not the outer district a lawless zone? Did not you destroy the Green Mountain Gang and the Small Knife Society yesterday? A power vacuum appeared, and they just followed the scent here. I see. Tong Yan nodded. Sai, I should have come to find you sooner. I heard you killed 3 more elders of the Bai family yesterday. I missed it, which is a bit of a pity. Zhang Chenggong looked slightly regretful. Why do not you join us? Tong Yan suddenly said seriously. Zhang Chenggong still wore a gentle smile on his face. If you employ someone, do not doubt them. If you doubt them, do not employ them. You still have reservations about me, and I still have questions about you. We have not reached the level of working together yet. Understood. Tong Yan smiled calmly and did not bring up the matter again. Everything is ready, just waiting for your word. Just then, Zhao Wengshuan and Han Sheng walked in carrying a box filled with a large stack of documents. These were all contracts signed with various suppliers and IOUs given to them. Whoa, where did you pick up another pretty boy? Seeing a new face in the hall, Zhao Wengshuan walked up happily. Hello, my name is Zhao Wengshu and I am his brother. Hello. Zhang Changgong was as gentle as jade, shaking hands with Zhao Wengshuan in a friendly manner. Young man, you have good taste. Come work with us, we live well and eat well. Tong Yan rolled his eyes at Zhao Wengshuan. This guy really is friendly with everyone. Is everything prepared? Rest assured, it is all sorted. We have printed plenty of flyers and slogans. Once you give the word, we can spread them all over Wanjiang City within half an hour. Very well, day after tomorrow at 8, spread the news. We, the Shifeng Tiandi, will have our grand opening. We await all guests of the city on Shifeng Mountain. Tong Yan spoke calmly but with great force. We are officially planting our flag. Early the third morning, the news spread throughout the entire city, sparking a heated reaction. Let us go check it out. Shifeng Mountain, is that the mountain that had the strange beasts before? A grand opening, is this the group that clashed with the Bai family earlier? They have quite the nerve to be this high profile after offending the Bai family. However, the Bai family finally met their match and got stepped on. Hurry, or we will not get a good spot. Everyone rushed to the newly named Shifeng Mountain, where a path scorched by flames led straight from the foot of the mountain to the summit. At the top of the mountain, several large stone houses had appeared, and a black flag flew in the wind above the roof. The black flag had no pattern and was dusty, yet it carried an indescribable pressure. That black flag was the one previously planted on the Sunset Plains. The Bai family had tried their best to destroy it but failed. Now, after more than a month, it has gathered enough prestige. What gave the black flag its prestige was not the flag itself, but the mysterious masked people behind it. Shifeng Tiandi, is this a wine shop? Those who arrived early immediately noticed a huge plaque hanging between the stone houses, with 4 large characters carved on it. Look, it is the Iron Blood Gang, Green Shadow Association, Mutual Aid Society, and the Wild Blade Sect from the Outer District. They all actually came. The people who arrived earlier gasped in shock when they saw this lineup. Hahaha, is sect leader Zhao also curious about this kind of thing? A shapely and stunning woman in green robes said gracefully. Her gaze wandered, and her eyes lit up when she caught sight of the handsome young man next to Zhao Yuansheng. This must be our Outer District's #1 genius, young Master Zhao Wenji. I have long heard of your peerless appearance and noble bearing, and seeing you today, you truly are extraordinary. If you have time, young Master Zhao, feel free to visit our Green Shadow Association. Zhao Yuansheng's face turned cold. You wretched madam, if you act cheap again, do not blame me for tearing down your broken building. He, sect leader Zhao is so manly, you are welcome to come too. The stunning woman kept winking, and seeing that Zhao Yuansheng and his group were unmoved, she turned her gaze to someone else nearby. Feng Shu, does not your Mutual Aid Society practice self-cultivation and refrain from seeking fame and profit? Why are you here joining the fun today? The leader of the Mutual Aid Society was a middle-aged man in a black suit with glasses, sitting on a large chair carried by his attendants, holding a gold-edged book. Hearing Qing Yin's words, he smiled slightly. It has been a long time since Wanjiang was this lively. Staying home is boring, so I just came to see the excitement. I wonder where these tough guys popped up from. At this moment, the burly and tall Iron Blood Gang leader, Tai Hongguang, said with a low hum. He licked his thick lips, his gaze fixed intensely on the black flag fluttering above the stone house. Others do not know the inside story, but major powers like them are very well informed. They know clearly about the series of terrifying events that occurred, 2 gangs and so many powerful fighters of the Bai family all dead. It can be said that this black flag was planted on a pile of corpses. Hey, the hosts are here.